In this city full of lights and wine, I was just an ordinary member of the crowd. But who could have thought that fate would play a trick on me and I would become a monster in human skin, a resuscitator? Resuscitator, this is a term I have heard countless times on the news and on TV. They look no different from ordinary people, but they feed on humans and are the most brutal creatures in the world. It happened on a normal afternoon. I was walking home from school when I suddenly felt as if the blood in my body had frozen. What followed was an indescribable feeling of hunger, as if there was a black hole tearing at my body. I thought I was sick, but when I looked at myself in the mirror, I saw a pair of hungry, feral eyes. At that moment, I realized that I had changed, becoming the monster that stood against humanity on TV. Fear gripped me. I couldn't believe that this was my fate, to become a resurrected being that feeds on flesh and blood, completely hostile to humanity. I wanted to resist, but the hunger was so strong that it almost devoured my sanity. Just when I thought I couldn't escape the cage of this fate, a deep voice sounded in my mind. It was a god. He reached out to me and offered me a contract. I could gain the power of God and escape this nightmare. However, his price was that I had to walk the earth in the body of a god and become his agent in the human world. I had no other choice. So I signed a contract with the gods and gained unparalleled power. However, the price was much heavier than I imagined. I am no longer an ordinary person, nor a complete resuscitator. I wander between the two, neither being human nor completely a monster. I watched myself gradually become stronger, but found that human society could no longer accommodate me. Then, a crazy thought began to grow in my mind. Since this world has abandoned me, is there any need for it to exist? Now, I am God's agent, the resurrector, and the enemy of mankind. I am no longer bound by the rules of this world, and every decision I make will change the war between the resurrectors and humans. Although I don't know what the final outcome will be, I know that the only way to survive is to keep getting stronger. My name is Lee Chunchio. I sat in the corner of the classroom one day, quietly watching the dust outlined by the sunlight in the air. There are suspected resuscitators here recently. 2 children have gone missing from the second high school. I let you leave school early so that you can go home, not run around. Do you understand? The teacher's voice came from the podium, cold and stern. I listened to the responses from my classmates around me, and the classroom was in an uproar. No one seemed to be threatened and just shouted excitedly, as if the rumors about the resurrectors were just a spice in their boring lives. I didn't even have the energy to respond. I just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. I could feel the energy of the resuscitator gradually awakening in my body. Lee Chunchio, you are on duty today. Where do you want to go? The voice of the labor committee member stopped me where I was. I looked up and saw her freckled face and her eyes full of reproach. My voice was hoarse and weak. I don't feel well. Let's make up for it tomorrow. I tried my best to avoid her sight and wanted to leave the classroom. Why are your temples turning white? She suddenly stretched out her hand to me. My reaction was faster than expected, and I quickly slapped her hand away. Don't touch me. My voice was surprisingly sharp, and even I was startled. The classroom suddenly became quiet, and everyone stared at me. That shrill voice and her shocked eyes were like a knife, peeling away everything I tried to hide. Someone began to mutter under their breath. He sounds so old? More eyes were fixed on me, and fear spread in their eyes. Then, a sentence broke the silence of the entire classroom. Lee Chunchio is a resuscitator. What happened next was out of control. The students in the classroom screamed and rushed to the door, and no one even noticed that I was still standing there. I looked at their panicked expressions and felt my body running cold. A buzzing sound echoed in my mind, and the world seemed to become distant and blurry. I looked down and saw blood slowly flowing out of my hand, but the wound healed within a few seconds. I just wanted to go home and see my mother. That old tube-shaped building was my only safe haven. I ran in the crowd and familiar scenes flashed before my eyes. Convenience stores, bookstores, traditional hot pot restaurants. I knew I was getting closer and closer to home. But that bridge, the Lujiang Bridge, is like an invisible barrier in my heart. Even though there was only a short distance left, I felt I couldn't cross it. In a panic, I hit the roadside fence and fell onto the cold asphalt road. The sharp sound of brakes pierced my eardrums, and the speeding car stopped in front of me. I barely had time to react and could only instinctively try to stand up, but my body wouldn't obey me and my fingers missed the railing. More and more people started to gather around, and the sound of car horns was so deafening that it made my head feel dizzy. Just then, a man pushed open the car door and walked in front of me. He grabbed my hair with an impatient look on his face and lifted me up from the ground. When he saw my face clearly, his expression froze instantly. His arrogance disappeared without a trace in an instant, and his eyes revealed an unconcealable fear. I raised my head weakly, my voice so low that it was almost inaudible. "Uncle, can you help me up?" The middle-aged car owner let go of me with trembling hands. His legs went limp, and he collapsed heavily to the ground, as if he had suddenly lost strength. His terrified eyes stared at me, as if I were some evil ghost. He backed away little by little, his hands on the cold ground, like a bug that was terrified to the extreme. The air seemed to freeze, and a tacit understanding seemed to be reached between him and me, and no one broke this fragile balance. Until he touched the tire of his car, he suddenly shouted, "He is the resuscitator! The resuscitator!" As soon as he finished speaking, he climbed back to the driver's seat in a panic, completely disregarded traffic regulations, stepped on the accelerator, and fled with the sound of harsh tire friction. The afterglow of the setting sun shines on my face, and I can feel that my skin is aging faster and faster. Its skin is dry and cracked, like a layer of weathered paper. The air around them suddenly became tense, and panic quickly spread among the people around. "He really is the resuscitator." Screams and cries filled my ears, and the crowd on the bridge rushed to both ends like crazy. The children were knocked down and cried out in pain. Just then, there was a loud bang, and the guardrail on the side of the bridge fell down, hitting my already hunched back. I groaned. The pain made me sober up for a short while. I looked at my palms. My once young hands had become as dry and cracked as tree bark, and the protruding blood vessels seemed about to burst in the next second. The TV didn't say you get old so fast. I smiled bitterly, feeling a chill in my heart. At this moment, I realized that I might never be able to go home again. The teacher was right. Once the resuscitator is exposed, the only outcome is death. Gritting my teeth, I struggled to get up from under the collapsed guardrail and staggered to the sidewalk. Suddenly, a crying child's voice came into my ears. "You? Don't come over." I looked up and saw a thin girl sitting on the ground with her legs curled up. She kept sniffing and her eyes were full of fear. I stopped and felt a pang of pain in my heart. She was so young. How cruel this world must be to her. I lowered my head and walked silently to the side, leaned against the guardrail, and took out the old-fashioned keypad phone in my arms. My hands trembled as I typed the name Mom, hesitated for a moment, and finally pressed the call button. "Hello, son?" The mother's gentle voice came from the other end of the phone. "Mom." I called softly, my voice so hoarse that it almost didn't sound like my own. "What's wrong with your voice?" She immediately became alert. "There was a poetry recitation at school today, and my voice is hoarse." I pretended to be relaxed and tried hard to hold back my tears, but my heart felt like it was torn apart. "You don't even take care of your body. You're my only son, so save your energy and go home early to take some throat lozenges. I made you some scrambled eggs with tomatoes at noon. Heat it up and eat it. Don't stay up late. Go to bed early." Her concern made my throat choke even more. "Okay, I got it." I tried hard to hold back my sobs. At this moment, a shrill whistle sounded across the bridge, and several black jeeps quickly blocked both ends of the bridge. A group of people in black combat uniforms quickly got off the car and stood in line. The shamrock logo on their chests let me know. It was the federal police, and they were coming. My heart started beating faster. I had never experienced anything like this before. My mother's voice came from the other end of the phone. "Son, why do you hear the police? Are you okay?" "Mom." My voice trembled. Tears couldn't help but roll down from my eyes. "You don't have to make dumplings for me tomorrow? What's wrong with you? Where are you?" "Mom is here to find you." Her voice became rapid and tearful. "Mom, I'm on the bridge across from our house, the Lujung Bridge." I wiped away my tears and held back the pain in my heart. "If you can make it in time, I want to hug you one last time." The moment I hung up the phone, I felt like I was isolated from the world. I climbed up the guardrail, with my back to the river, facing those cold gun barrels. The police team surrounded me in silence. The muzzles of their guns were as cold as iron. "I've never eaten anyone, and I've never violated any federal law. Can you please not point the gun at me? I'm a little scared." I held on to the guardrail, my voice weak but firm. A dark-skinned, middle-aged man slowly walked forward. He was the commander of this team, Wang Zhongshan. He looked at me calmly. "Have you never eaten anyone?"
No.
I nodded with difficulty. He waved his hand, signaling everyone to put down their guns. "If you really haven't eaten anyone, we will verify it. Maybe we can get you back to normal." His voice was calm, but I could sense a hint of unease. I looked at the handcuffs he threw down, and I understood everything. This is a scam. If there was a way to make me normal again, the Federation would have announced it long ago. I can wear handcuffs, but can you please wait until my mother comes? I just want to see her from a distance and say a few words to her. I lowered my head and begged. Wang Zhongshan nodded and agreed to my request. I looked westward, expecting the familiar figure. Finally, I saw her. She was riding her old tricycle, rushing towards the bridge. A warmth welled up in my heart, and tears welled up in my eyes again. However, when I turned around, I saw Gong Chi making a gun gesture indifferently with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Beep. A soft sound came out of his mouth, as if it had already determined my fate. The bullet broke through the air and passed through my head. Blood bloomed in the sunset, dyeing the entire sky red. I looked at my mother in the distance, and the smile on my face slowly froze. Son. My mother's voice was heartbreaking, as if it penetrated the barriers of time and space and struck my soul. I turned my head blankly to look in her direction, but my body was out of control and was falling rapidly towards the river like a block of lead. At that moment, time seemed to be stretched infinitely. I could hear the sound of water splashing in my ears, the cold wind was biting, and my school uniform rustled behind me. Why should I die? Why do they want to kill me? Endless questions surged in my mind, and tears blurred my vision. My body sank into the river, and the bright red blood spread in the water like a gorgeous red ribbon. The last bit of beauty in my heart was gradually shattered by the water flow and disappeared into the deep bottom of the river. Just when I was about to be completely swallowed by the darkness, a strong rage exploded from my chest. My heart was beating so fast that it seemed like it was going to burst through my body. Anger, pain, and despair mixed together into a power I had never experienced before. All I could think was, why me? Why would they want to erase everything I held dear? Why would they want me to die for their fear and ignorance? At this moment, a black glowing parchment scroll appeared before my eyes, with tadpole-like symbols densely covered on it. I couldn't understand these symbols, but I understood what they meant. Without hesitation, I whispered back. The darkness instantly swallowed me up, and my body drifted endlessly into the distance along with the river current. I seemed to hear some conversations in a daze. My consciousness gradually returned, and my eyelids felt as heavy as a 1,000-pound iron block, but I still forced myself to open my eyes. In my blurry vision, I saw a room with tungsten filament light bulbs hanging, and then a blurry face appeared before my eyes. You are? I said weakly through my cracked lips. My name is Li Ji. Don't ask too many questions. From today on, you will be called Li Chunxiu. If you can survive, you will stay with me from now on. Time flies, and 2 years have passed in the blink of an eye. In the Tianyuan Federation City on a rainy night, neon lights are flashing and raindrops are sparkling like crystals under the dim streetlights. Pedestrians on the street were holding umbrellas of various kinds, and vehicles were driving slowly on the slippery road. I strolled in this disorderly crowd without an umbrella, and the hooded sweatshirt on my body almost covered my entire face. With a lollipop in my mouth, I absent-mindedly fiddled with the few strands of my bangs. The phone rang. I walked to the side of the road, squatted down, and lazily picked up the phone. Hello, this is the Coco Fried Rice Restaurant. What can I do for you? Li Ji's voice came from the other end of the phone. Smelly boy, where have you been? Come back quickly. Boss, I can't go back. If you want to deduct my salary, just do it. I responded casually, staring at the rain in the distance. Why are you asking people about the movements of the Special Investigation Bureau's 4th team? Are you crazy? Their team leader Wang Zhongshan is a 3 Forbidden Destiny person. Are you tired of living by fighting him, a 1 Forbidden Resurrection person? He roared, with uneasiness in his voice. I won't wait any longer. I casually crushed the lollipop and threw the stick into the gutter on the side of the road. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a moment, and then Li Ji's low voice came. I know your mother's matter has hit you hard, but you have to calm down. You are not ready yet. Wait. I sneered, my voice filled with cold anger. My mother loves me more than anything else. She didn't even see my body, so how could she commit suicide? Who are they to decide her life or death? Today, I will kill them one by one, and kill all their relatives. After saying that, I hung up the phone, pulled down the hood of my sweatshirt, turned around and disappeared into the crowd. The Haiyuan Malatang restaurant occupies a special place in all my memories. Every time there is a holiday, my mother would bring me here to have a meal of Malatang. The spicy and delicious taste was once my happiest moment. Standing at the door, The fragrance floating in the air instantly brought back many memories. I shook off the rain on my body and walked into the store. The warm steam and the noisy sounds of diners hit me in the face. I came to the counter and the familiar middle-aged woman smiled at me. Wow, do you want to order a set meal? A vegetarian meal for one person, with an instant noodle. Can you put more chili in it? Thank you, I replied, with a hint of trance in my tone. Wawa, you haven't been here for a long time. The vegetarian meal was canceled a year ago. How about trying the beef meal for one person? She continued to smile, with some kindness in her eyes. Canceled? I was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Then let's go with the beef. After ordering, I randomly found a table for two and sat down. There was already a man eating opposite me. There's no room around, sorry to bother you, I said casually as I sat down. The man looked up at me. He was about 40 years old, with rough, cracked skin and a washed-out gray shirt, indicating that he was a laborer. He didn't look at me again and continued to eat. You've been looking at me since just now. Is there something wrong? The man said in a low voice without raising his head. If you think it tastes good, eat more. You may not have the chance to eat it again in the future, I said nonchalantly and wiped my wet hands with paper. His hand shook violently, and the meatball on the chopsticks fell into the soup. A moment later, my spicy hot pot was served. Thank you. I nodded, picked up my chopsticks and started eating. The man opposite me stood there as if he was petrified. He glanced at me cautiously, and his feet moved away unconsciously. If you go out of this door, you'll really die. I raised my eyes slowly. My voice was calm, but it carried a power that could not be ignored. The man's Adam's apple rolled up and down. His face turned pale, and his whole body was as tense as a string. He tried to respond calmly. You? What are you talking about? I don't understand. It has nothing to do with me. I didn't do anything. I slurped my instant noodles, enjoying the spicy taste, then raised my head and looked directly at him. There are more than a dozen people outside staring at this store. Who are they waiting for? Guess who? His face turned pale and all his muscles tensed, but he still tried to remain calm. I am not a resuscitator. You've got the wrong person. I chuckled and raised an eyebrow. Why don't you leave then? He was sweating profusely, and a drop of sweat fell from his forehead into his bowl, splashing crystal oil. His voice began to tremble. Who are you? Why are you telling me this? I am also a resuscitator, but I have not been discovered, I said, stretched out my left hand, gently hooked my index finger, and then pressed hard with my thumb. With a click, my index finger broke and blood gushed out. However, I didn't care, shook my hands and continued eating the spicy hot pot. The middle-aged man's eyes widened larger than bowls, and after a few seconds, my fingers were completely restored. Do you believe me now? I asked casually. He nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. What should I do? I sighed. You can kidnap me and run to Lujiang Bridge later. There are people there to meet us. There are too many people here, so the police won't take action for now. He was obviously relieved and asked nervously, So, when do we take action? But I ignored him. When I finished my meal and walked to the door, I felt a hand suddenly pinch my mouth, and the other hand passed through my ribs and locked me tightly. The sudden incident shocked the customers in the store. The proprietress nervously shouted, What are you doing? Let him go quickly, or I'll call the police. The proprietress waved her cell phone, and the number of the Federal Security Bureau was already entered on the screen. Shut up, the man shouted angrily and kicked the glass door hard. Bang! The glass instantly shattered into countless sharp pieces, splashing onto the people around. Some were injured, with blood flowing from their arms and faces. The middle-aged man took advantage of the chaos to hold me hostage and stumbled towards the Lujiang Bridge. In every corner of the street, a group of people had already been lurking. They walked out of the shadows and quickly followed. Team leader, the target has left the marked point with the hostages and is heading towards the Lujiang Bridge. Please give instructions. A young man pressed the button on the intercom, his tone calm but nervous. The first police team dispersed the crowd on the riverbank, blocked the boats, and prepared for the interception. The second police team will evacuate vehicles and pedestrians on the Lujiang Bridge and block the west side of the bridge to avoid arousing the target's suspicion. The third police squad continues to track and prepare to semi-encircle the target's other escape routes. Execute immediately. The constant police manhunt made the middle-aged man's nerves very tense. His eyes kept looking behind him, and he was almost shaking with nervousness. Really? There is really someone? Can he run away? It's normal for someone to chase you. Just go in the direction I say and don't panic. I responded nonchalantly, my eyes still calm, as if this was just an ordinary walk. Okay, if you can let me live this time, I will do whatever you say in the future. After he said that, he quickened his pace. It was obvious that the feeling of being chased made him extremely uneasy. We were moving very fast and the bridge was right in front of us. But when we stepped onto the bridge, the middle-aged man suddenly stopped, not because someone stopped us, but because the scene in front of him made him suspicious. There were originally pedestrians and vehicles on the bridge, but at this moment, the bridge was empty, with only the crisp sound of raindrops hitting the ground. There were no vehicles passing on the asphalt road, and the entire bridge was like a dead island. The middle-aged man's face turned pale in an instant. He let go of my shoulders, grabbed me, and asked anxiously, "Didn't you say someone would pick us up? Where is that person? Why is this bridge so strange?" I calmly raised my hand to push his hand away, rubbed my sore shoulder, walked to the guardrail, and said calmly, "Both sides of the bridge are blocked. If you want to survive, the only way out is to jump into the river. But I remind you that the police may have set up a defense line on the riverside, so you have to be careful." "Jump into the river?" He widened his eyes in shock, his face full of disbelief. He walked up behind me, his voice trembling. I can't swim. This is the river that will take you there. If you can't swim, then I can't help you," I said coldly, taking off my hood. He was completely panicked, with veins bulging on his face. "You lied to me. You said someone would pick you up?" In a rage, he suddenly locked his arms around my neck and pulled me in front of him again. "How can you repay kindness with enmity?" I smiled slightly, as if he was just joking. "Shut up. If you don't listen to me, I won't let you leave alive," he roared rudely, dragging me in panic and running towards the other end of the bridge. However, when we arrived at the bridge again, the police jeep had already blocked our way. The Special Forces members in combat uniforms hid behind the car, with the cold muzzle of their guns on the hood, aiming at us. In the distance, many people leaned out of the windows of the residential buildings, holding up their mobile phones to record the scene. The middle-aged man had never seen such a scene before. He hurriedly blocked me in front of him and shouted, "Get out of the way! Otherwise, I will kill this guy." At this time, the door of a jeep was pushed open, and a fair-faced young man walked out with his back bent. He was wearing black gloves and had an arrogance and contempt on his face that was hard to conceal. This man was Gong Chi, the deputy leader of the police's 4th Action Team. His disgusting face still had that maddening expression, and I had expected him to appear. The middle-aged man shouted nervously, "You are the one in charge. Prepare a car for me with a full tank of gas. I want to leave the city. Let him go when we reach the no man's land, or I will kill him." Gong Chi chuckled and spread his hands helplessly. "Sorry, I can't agree to your request. You are involved in multiple murders. Federal security laws stipulate that resuscitators who undermine social stability must be eliminated." The man's expression became even uglier. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. "I have him in my hands. If you don't do as I ask, I will kill him." I said nonchalantly, "You should look up the federal security law. When a resuscitator takes hostages, their demands will not be met, and the police have the right to forcibly clear them out. Didn't you check the internet before you took me hostage?" The middle-aged man was stunned. "This is impossible. This is not how it's played out in TV dramas." "He's right." Gong Chi smiled and nodded. "You have 10 minutes to think about it. If you still don't let him go after 10 minutes, we will take compulsory measures." Hearing this, the middle-aged man's expression completely collapsed, and his desperate eyes were filled with anger. He stared at the back of my head and gritted his teeth. "It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, I would have left alive. If I'm going to die, you can't live either." He roared, suddenly loosened his grip on my arm, and punched me between the eyes with his clenched fist. Just when all the Special Forces members were ready to pull the trigger, a few drops of rain slid down through my hair and stopped in front of my eyebrows. The crisp sound of bones breaking echoed in the rainy night. The man's fist was like hitting steel, and his wrist broke at a strange angle in an instant. He covered his wrist and fell to the ground in pain. His voice was extremely miserable. Although the revive can regenerate, this kind of pain will not disappear. Everyone on the bridge looked at each other in bewilderment. Gong Chi and Wang Zhongshan were also very shocked. Who knocked down this resuscitator? Wang Zhongshan was experienced and quickly realized the problem. Clear them. These two are resurrectors. In an instant, a huge roar broke through the rainy night like thunder. Orange-yellow flames flickered at the muzzles of the police's guns, and bullets tore through the air, shooting towards me and the middle-aged man with deadly force. However, My expression did not change at all, and I calmly uttered one word, determined. In an instant, the surrounding raindrops seemed to be frozen in time, standing still in the air. The dim light of the street lights shone through the rain curtain and reflected on these suspended water droplets. The scene was like a shocking painting. When the bullets came into contact with these stationary raindrops, they were like encountering an indestructible obstacle. They bounced back instantly, embedding into the ground and steps, splashing countless stones. The police officers stared at the scene with wide eyes in disbelief. They had never seen such an incredible scene. Even the onlookers on the residential buildings far away were shocked. The flashlights of their mobile phones flickered like stars, capturing this incredible moment. I stood there calmly, as if I had expected all this. Like other resurrected people, I also have superpowers, but mine are more than just simple raindrop control. The day I became a resuscitator, I discovered that I had absolute control over my body, changing my appearance, repairing injuries, and that was just part of it. Later, I discovered that when I killed some powerful lives, especially the resurrectors, I would enter a strange palace. There are 12 monsters carved on the walls of the palace. Every time a strong man is killed, a part of the monster will be stained with color. When one of the monsters fully recovered, I gained my second superpower, extreme water, the power to control water. The bullets can't penetrate my raindrops. Why do you keep shooting? I looked at Wang Zhongshan, who was standing beside me with disdain, a hint of sarcasm in my tone. Wang Zhongshan didn't say anything, just stared at me coldly. At this moment, on the roof of a building in the distance, a sniper had already pointed his black anti-material sniper rifle at me, and the muzzle was shining coldly under the neon lights. At the same time, Gongqi also took off his gloves, made a pistol gesture, and aimed at my head. At this moment, Wang Zhongshan spoke up. Do you think you are very strong? Before he finished speaking, Gongqi and the sniper pulled the trigger at the same time. I smiled slightly and stood still, letting 2 bullets fly towards me. Raindrops were shattered into powder as the bullets passed by, and 2 bullets went straight into the back of my head. In an instant, my head split into 2 sides at a speed that was difficult to capture with the naked eye, dodging 2 bullets, and then quickly recovered. After I dodged, I heard the deafening sound of sniper fire from the rooftop in the distance. 2 deep pits appeared on the ground, with the bullets just fired embedded in them. Wang Zhongshan's face instantly turned pale. He looked at Gong Qi, then at the sniper point in the distance, and said in amazement, "This is impossible. I missed the target?" Gong Qi also looked confused. He looked at his palm, and then at me. He couldn't believe that he missed the target at such a close distance. I ignored them and turned to look at the middle-aged man lying on the ground. At this moment, his face was filled with fear, and his whole body was shaking with terror. I. He was tongue-tied and couldn't utter a complete sentence. He wanted to struggle, but the raindrops hovering around him were like steel, pinning him down in place, making him unable to move. "I think you were right to kill me. I hope you won't be cuckolded again in your next life," I said lightly. As soon as I finished speaking, a drop of rain shot through his forehead with a puff. He stared at me, his eyes filled with resentment and unwillingness. The blood flowed slowly with the rain, and his body no longer moved. After dealing with the middle-aged man, I raised my head and looked at Wang Zhongshan, who was still in shock. "I am stronger than you, do you understand?" Wang Zhongshan's face was solemn, and he spoke slowly. "How did you dodge the bullets? They couldn't have missed the target." I chuckled, with disdain in my voice. "Before I die, I can tell you." Before I finished speaking, my body suddenly turned into a black shadow, moving through the rain like a ghost. Wang Zhongshan's reminder was simply unable to keep up with my speed. "Oh no, be careful," Wang Zhongshan shouted. Gong Qigong wanted to shoot again, but I was already in front of him. I whispered in his ear, "Do you like aiming so much?" Gong Qi was suddenly startled and stepped back in panic, trying to dodge sideways, but my hand had already grabbed his face. Pushed by my force, his body slammed hard against the Jeep's glass. The glass shattered instantly, sharp fragments flew everywhere, and were stained with his blood. Gong Qi's face was covered in blood, and he fell inside the car like a rag. "Stop shooting. All personnel at level 1 and above, fight with me in close combat. Everyone else, be on alert," Wang Zhongshan ordered loudly. He drew the military sword from his waist and rushed towards me with a team of police officers. The cold raindrops fell on the blade, shining with a cold light. Wang Zhongshan rushed to the front, holding the sword in both hands, and slashed towards my head. The suspended raindrops were no match for the knife and were instantly cut in half. I raised my eyebrows, quickly let go of Gong Qi's head, and nimbly dodged Wang Zhongshan's attack by moving sideways. Excitement. I uttered a word softly. In an instant, the suspended raindrops trembled violently, as if turning into countless steel needles, shooting out in all directions. Get out of the way! Wang Zhongshan shouted, his skin instantly turning dark and shiny. He used his body to withstand the attack of the raindrops. However, other team members were not so lucky. Despite Wang Zhongshan's timely warning, several team members who rushed too fast were beaten into sieves by raindrops, and their blood stained the ground red. Bastard! Wang Zhongshan was furious. He clenched his sword and slashed at me again. This time, I didn't dodge, and my left hand met it like an iron clamp. The blade trembled, unable to move forward even a millimeter. My 5 fingers firmly grasped the blade, steady as a rock. I watched Wang Zhongshan gritting his teeth, his muscles tensed as rocks, and the bulging muscles on his arms almost bursting his combat uniform. But in my eyes, this was just his last struggle. His anger and struggle were meaningless to me. Do you think you are very strong? I asked calmly, while unhurriedly pushing back my bangs. My eyes were so indifferent that it made people shudder. Wang Zhongshan did not respond, but his pupils trembled slightly, betraying his inner fear. He faced me like he was facing an unreachable mountain. There was a grim satisfaction in his powerlessness, and wasn't that what I was after? Just as the dead silence formed between us, a shrill curse was suddenly heard. Asshole, you're looking for death. Gong Qi struggled to climb out of the car, his eyes bloodshot. Anger had made him lose his mind. He raised his hands in a pistol position, aiming at me. Determined. I uttered the word coldly, as if it was an irresistible law. In an instant, the surrounding raindrops seemed to be paused and hovered in the air again. Not only did the raindrops hover, but even Gong Qi and those restless police officers seemed to be restrained by an invisible force. Sweat hung on their foreheads, as if all this was blocked by time. The power of one ban is enough to break free from the band, but if you are not afraid of being beaten into a sieve, you can give it a try. I said calmly, my eyes still calm, as if the fate of these people was in my control. At that moment, a deafening gunshot was heard in the distance. The sniper's bullet came through the roof and aimed directly at my head. However, my brain has long surpassed the speed of sound. The trajectory of the bullet was clearly visible to my eyes, and I twisted slightly, as if dodging the attack in midair. The bullets whizzed past, and as if nothing had happened, I was still standing there, unharmed. When the special forces saw this scene, disbelief was written all over their faces. They began to retreat involuntarily. I felt their fear, the almost suffocating feeling of oppression that was enveloping them. Gong Qi and Wang Zhongshan, 2 men who once thought themselves powerful, completely collapsed at this moment. I tilted my ear slightly and heard the direction where the sniper rifle fire came from. I flicked my finger lightly and hit a raindrop suspended in the air. The raindrop drew a graceful arc in the air and went straight towards the sniper. Just as he was about to aim again, the sniper's scope shattered, and a raindrop pierced through his forehead. Sniper, pawn. I smiled with satisfaction and turned to Wang Zhongshan, who was still confused, and said, I don't know much about sniper rifles, but the effective range should be several hundred meters, right? You asked him to fire 2 shots in the same place. Are you really afraid that I won't be able to find the right position? Wang Zhongshan was obviously stunned. He looked in the direction of the sniper and asked in panic, What do you mean? My raindrops have a range of over 100 meters. If nothing unexpected happens, the sniper is already dead. I chuckled, gently jumped onto the roof of a jeep, and looked down at everyone from above. Don't move, or I'll kill you if you move. Not far away, a Special Forces soldier subconsciously took a step back, seemingly out of nervousness or rebelliousness. With a slight sound, a tiny bloody hole appeared on the Special Forces soldier's head. Blood slowly flowed from the tip of his nose, and his life force dissipated in an instant. I said, Don't move. I frowned, displeasure evident in my voice. No one on the scene dared to act rashly. Even the residents who were watching from a distance quickly retracted their heads. The timid ones even closed the curtains for fear of being involved in this disaster. I looked down at Gong Qi lying on the ground and gently kicked him on the head. Your name is Gong Qi, right? Yes, it's me. His voice trembled, and he didn't dare to move his eyes. Yeah. I nodded, then turned to Wang Zhongshan. You are Wang Zhongshan, right? Yes. His voice was almost inaudible. The fear in his heart had made him completely collapse. I smiled and said slowly, 2 years ago, A young man named Chinchio was killed by you on this bridge. Under federal law, the body of a resuscitated person should be returned to his family, but you did not recover his body. In order to get her son's body back, so you held up a banner in protest at the police station's door. After the surveillance footage was leaked, public outcry was aroused. Many people spoke up for Li Chenxiu, and you police officers were condemned for this. I waved my hand, releasing the raindrops from around the two of them. You can move now. Although they could move, Wang Zhongshan and Gong Qi did not dare to resist. They knew very well that in the face of a force faster than the speed of sound, running away would be a dead end. The two looked at each other, and finally, Wang Zhongshan whispered, "Yes." "Very good." I smiled. My tone was gentle and cold. What happened next? Why did this matter end in vain? Tell me clearly why. Wang Zhongshan didn't dare to look me in the eye. He hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. Su Yu's protest did cause a lot of trouble for the police, but it is almost impossible to salvage the body in Lujiang. The higher-ups sent Wang Zhongshan to communicate with her, and I gave her 10,000 yuan in the name of a police officer. But she was emotionally unstable, and after I left, she jumped off the building and died on the spot. There was a hint of bitterness and helplessness in his words, as if he was looking for a final excuse for himself. I clapped my hands sarcastically, my smile not reaching my eyes. I pulled a photo out of my pocket and gently threw it in front of him. "This is your last chance. If you tell the truth, I'll kill you. If you lie, I'll kill your whole family." Wang Zhongshan lowered his head tremblingly and picked up the photo I dropped on the ground. As I watched him struggle to pick the photo out of the wet water, I already knew how he would react. Sure enough, the moment he turned over the photo, he froze, the muscles on his face twitched violently, and his eyes were filled with anger and despair. I looked at him holding the photo in his trembling hands. The two people in the photo were his wife and son. The family he was so familiar with now looked so helpless and frightened in the photo. Their mouths were sealed with tape, and they were tied tightly with hemp ropes. There was only despair and fear in their eyes. "Beast, you come at me. Why do you touch my family? Who do you think you are?" Wang Zhongshan shouted. Wang Zhongshan pounced on me angrily like a wounded beast and punched me with his fist filled with rage. I smiled contemptuously, raised my foot, stepped on his forehead easily, and pushed him to the ground. As his knees hit the water, his anger was also trampled into the mud, leaving him with no power to fight back. "Do you think I don't dare to kill them?" My voice was cold, like a basin of ice water poured directly on his head. His anger dissipated instantly, his body stopped struggling, and he looked up at me with fear in his eyes. "You ask me if I am a human?" I sneered. "I am a resuscitator. I am not a human. You treat the resurrectors as monsters, but I treat you humans as experience packs. Isn't it reasonable for me to kill the experience packs?" I spread my hands out, as if toying with his emotions. His body was shaking even more violently, and I could tell that he was at his wit's end, with no other options. "I'll tell you everything. Just let my family go. Please?" His voice choked. He lowered his head in despair, supported himself on the ground with his hands, kowtowed heavily, his forehead pressed against the cold road surface, and his whole body trembled continuously. I looked at him calmly. "Go ahead. I never break my promise." When Gong Qi, who was standing next to him, heard this, his face turned pale and his eyes were filled with fear and panic. He knew that if Wang Zhongshan told the truth, he himself would have no chance of survival. However, when I saw him about to make a move, I interrupted him coldly. "If you interrupt, you will die." These three simple words pierced Gong Qi's heart like a sharp blade. He became quiet instantly, and fear made him breathe cautiously. Wang Zhongshan took a deep breath, as if he was struggling for his next words. "I want to find Su Yu. She was mentally ill, and the table was full of dumplings. I asked her why she made so many dumplings. She said her son liked to eat them, but he died a long time ago. How could she still eat dumplings?" He sneered and continued. "I warned her not to protest to the police again. Otherwise, she would end up in a worse situation. She threw dumplings at me like crazy, and I got so angry that I grabbed her hair and threw her down from the 7th floor." I closed my eyes, trying to hold back the emotions surging inside me, and after a while, I asked, "Why didn't the news mention the body?" "I don't know," he said in a low voice. "When the ambulance and the public security department arrived, there was only a pool of blood. It was an old neighborhood with no surveillance, so they didn't find anything." "Then is it possible that Su Yu is still alive?" My voice remained calm, but my fingers trembled slightly, revealing my inner fluctuations. He shook his head, his tone weak. It's impossible. A month later, we found a resurrected person with the ability to become invisible. I suspect he picked up Suyu's body. He has been killed by us. If he ate her, I have avenged her. After hearing this, I slowly opened my eyes and said coldly, "Okay, commit suicide. Stab yourself in the heart. I will let you hear their voices before you die." I saw a complicated look flash across his eyes, but he finally reached out and grabbed the horizontal knife beside him and put the tip of the knife against his chest. He knew that this was his only choice. Blood gushed out as the tip of the knife pierced his chest. His body fell weakly to the ground, his eyes staring at me. I didn't let him down. I jumped off the roof, took out my phone, clicked on a video I had prepared, squatted in front of him, and whispered, "Watch it." In the video, the voices of his wife and son can be heard, crying, "The child is innocent. If you want to kill someone, kill me. Dad, save us." I saw the despair and pain in his eyes getting deeper and deeper. At the 11th second, the video stopped abruptly, and 2 drops of water pierced through their brows, ending their lives completely. Wang Zhongshan's eyes were wide open, full of pain and despair, and his muscles were twitching violently. He raised his hand tremblingly, as if he wanted to grab something, but I had already put the phone back in my pocket. I patted his face gently with a mocking smile. "Your family is reunited. No need to thank me." His hands fell limply to the ground, and the despair in his eyes lingered for a long time. Chapter 9. All police officers are mobilized to clear up the mess. Li Chunqiu stood up indifferently without any fluctuation in his eyes, and cast his gaze towards Gong Qi, who was not far away. "Don't be afraid. Your family is harder to catch than Wang Zhongshan's family, and I can't threaten you." "Brother, Wang Zhongshan is slandering me. I didn't even know anything about this." Gong Qi supported the jeep beside him and backed away little by little. "Give me your cell phone." Li Chunqiu stretched out his hand. "What are you going to do?" Gong Qi said anxiously. Li Chunqiu didn't say anything. He raised his foot and kicked Gong Qi to the ground with a bang. He stretched out his hand again and said, "Give me the phone." "Okay." Gong Qi nodded hurriedly, covering his lower abdomen, and quickly handed his cell phone to Li Chunqiu. Li Chunqiu took the phone and found a number with the note in the phone book. He looked down at Gong Qi curiously. "Who is this?" Gong Qi was stunned and said, "Ah, it's my dad." Li Chunqiu raised his eyebrows, looked at Gong Qi in surprise, and then pressed the call button. A pleasant ringtone sounded, and the phone was answered with a beep sound. "Hey, is Gong Qi your son?" Li Chunqiu asked straight to the point. There was silence on the other end of the phone. No sound came out. "Are you mute?" A hint of displeasure flashed across Li Chunqiu's brows. "No one is dumb. They can speak." A dull male voice came from the other end of the phone. "You are the resurrector at the Lujiang Bridge." "Know me?" Li Chunqiu said jokingly. "Your murder video has gone viral online. You are the only stranger who could use my son's phone to talk to me at this time." Gong Ran spoke in an orderly manner, without a trace of panic in his words. "It's good for you to know. If I don't see your family within 30 minutes, there's no need for Gong Qi to live." Li Chunqiu glanced at Gong Qi. "My family and I won't be here if it doesn't take 30 minutes. If you don't come, aren't you afraid that he will die? If a child dies, we can have another child. But if something happens to me and my wife, then it's really over. The reason I'm willing to answer your call is to tell you that you killed my son, and there will be a fight between us until one side dies. Do you have the courage to bear the consequences?" As the words fell, the buzzing sound of rotors rang out from the sky, and several helicopters flew across the sky from all directions. Dozens of boats on the wide river were distributed in an orderly manner on both sides of the bridge, and each boat had more than 10 special team members. Li Chunqiu's ears moved slightly, and he vaguely heard the roar of hundreds of jeeps in the distance, approaching here quickly. "This is what you call courage." Li Chunqiu smiled. "Let my son go, and I'll let you out alive. If you don't..." Gong Ran on the other end of the phone narrowed his eyes. "Then die here." "I originally wanted to kill you all at once, but I didn't expect you to be so cruel." "Never mind, don't worry, I will reunite your family soon." After saying that, Li Chunqiu threw the phone into the river. At the same time, several beams of white light fell on Li Chunqiu, completely exposing him to everyone. "Listen, the resuscitators down there. Release the hostages immediately and don't make a bigger mistake." This sentence was repeated over and over again in the helicopter, echoing in this quiet, rainy night. On the field, Gong Qi ignored the strange looks from others, knelt down in front of Li Chunqiu, and firmly grasped his thigh. "Brother, please let me go. I heard everything that happened on the phone. You are such a powerful person. There is no need to risk your life on me. It's really not worth it to rely on you, so I'll let you live a little longer." Before Gong Chi could react, Li Chunxiu grabbed Gong Chi like a chicken and walked towards the bridge. Puff, puff. As Li Chunxiu took a step forward, the suspended raindrops shot out, reaping the lives of the special purpose personnel. Red blood spurted out, mixed with the rain, and flowed into the sewer. On the helicopter, a pilot's eyes widened after seeing this scene. When he was about to press the fire button, a middle-aged man grabbed his hand and said, "Wait a minute." The driver looked at the middle-aged man in disbelief. "Team leader, that monster has already started killing people. What are we waiting for?" "Gong Sitong's son is not dead yet. Wait a little longer." In less than a moment, all the people surrounding Li Chunxiu fell down. "I guess the third superpower will be awakened soon." A barely perceptible joy flashed in Li Chunxiu's eyes. Gong Chi, who was held in Li Chunxiu's hand, trembled all over as he looked at the bloody scene around him and cried out loudly, "Brother, brother, I really have nothing to do with Su Yu's death. I don't know anything at all. It was all my father's own decision. Brother, please let me go. Brother, my family is rich. I can give you as much money as you want." Gong Chi kept begging for mercy like a machine gun, but Li Chunxiu walked towards the middle of the bridge as if he didn't hear him. The light beam followed the two men, as did the helicopter and the boat on the river. At this moment, hundreds of jeeps have arrived at the bridgehead, and hundreds of Special Forces members are approaching Li Chunxiu from both sides of the bridge. The police completely blocked Li Chunxiu's escape route, and there seemed to be no loopholes for him to escape by land, sea or air. Li Chunxiu looked normal. The cold wind and raindrops hit his face diagonally. His loose pants were blown by the wind, making a whirring sound. He stopped and looked deeply at the turbulent and cold river. 2 years ago, Chen Xiu died here, and in the distance where the river flowed, Li Chunxiu was reborn there. Li Chunxiu closed his eyes, and in a trance he seemed to return to that afternoon and saw the shabby tricycle and the oil-stained sleeves. The setting sun shone on him, his school uniform rustled in the warm wind, and the familiar woman said she would make dumplings for him tomorrow. "Mom, I will live well. From now on, no one can control my life, and no one has the right to deprive me of my beauty. The era cannot accommodate me, so I will destroy this era. I want to be the strongest. I want to stand on the top of the mountain. I want to hold everyone's life in my hands. Just wait and see." Li Chunxiu swore secretly in his heart, his dark eyes reflecting the rolling sea of clouds like a mirror. "Brother, I can give you whatever you need. Whether it's women, money, or status, I can ask my dad to give them to you." Before Gong Chi could finish his words, Li Chunxiu let go of his neck. In an instant, great joy overwhelmed Gong Chi's mind. He stood up holding the guardrail and crawled towards the special team member. A crazy smile appeared on his face, and countless thoughts of revenge popped up like mushrooms after rain. "Ha ha ha, just wait. Sooner or later I will torture you to death." Gong Chi shouted in his heart. 1 step, 3 steps, 5 steps. Just when Gong Chi was about to take the 5th step, Li Chunxiu moved his mind, and a drop of rain shot out, piercing his heart with a puff sound. Bang! Gong Chi fell heavily to the cold ground, and his life began an irreversible 1-minute countdown. The commander of the operation's heart skipped a beat when he saw this scene. He raised his hand and pointed at Li Chunxiu. "Prepare to purge." Chapter 10 Miracle on a Rainy Night. The click sound of bullets being loaded rang out in succession, and the black gun barrel was aimed at Li Chunxiu. The machine guns under the helicopter and the honeycomb missiles hanging on both sides were also aimed at Li Chunxiu. The gun turrets on the ships on the river slowly raised their heads, waiting for the final order. Li Chunxiu looked up calmly, jumped and stood firmly on the guardrail. The strong wind brought by the helicopter did not make his body shake at all, and the muzzle of the gun did not cause his expression to fluctuate at all. Commander-in-Chief Zhang Kong, who saw this scene, stood at the helicopter door and shouted, "Resuscitator, rather than dying painfully in gunfire and shells, it is better for you to end your life yourself, so that your family can collect your body intact." Li Chunxiu grinned. "Are you afraid that the missiles will collapse the bridge?" Zhang Kong's face was cold, and he answered irrelevantly, "You have no chance of survival. It seems that I have to create a miracle in your eyes tonight." Li Chunxiu smiled and turned around, facing the turbulent river. Zhang Kong's brows flashed with uneasiness, and he shouted at the top of his voice, "What miracle?" "The vanishing miracle. See you next time, bye." Li Chunxiu stretched out his arms and fell straight backwards. "Clear up." Zhang Kong picked up the walkie-talkie and shouted. In an instant, bursts of roars sounded from the helicopter, and missiles with terrifying white air waves rushed towards Li Chinchio. The bullets, denser than raindrops, covered Li Chinchio like a big net. The power of the missile is enough to destroy raindrops, and these tens of thousands of bullets will pierce Li Chinchio mercilessly. Everyone's eyes were focused on Li Chinchio, expecting to see the most dazzling blood-red fireworks. At this critical moment, Li Chinchio smiled brilliantly. Leave. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Chinchio's figure became gradually transparent like water, and the next moment it turned into white mist and exploded in the air with a bang. Only torn clothes and a faint coolness were left floating in the air. Rumble. The missile exploded, and the bridge collapsed. A fireball as big as the sun rose into the sky, tearing through the dark clouds and illuminating the entire sky. The terrifying sound was clearly heard even from a distance of several miles. Half an hour later, at the shore more than 30 kilometers away from the explosion point, a young man walked out from the weeds, his dark woolen coat reaching above his knees, and a yellow scarf covering the lower half of his face, leaving only a pair of lifeless eyes exposed to the air. This person was none other than Li Chinchio, who escaped from the bridge. He followed the river flow to this place, put on the clothes he had hidden on the shore in advance, and restored himself to the appearance corresponding to his name, Li Chinchio, clearing himself of all ties with his previous identity as a resurrected person. Looking at the endless stream of vehicles and busy crowds in front of him, Li Chinchio let out a long sigh, and a trace of imperceptible fatigue flashed in his distracted eyes. He walked to an electric bike parked on the side of the road, opened the storage space under the seat, took out a roasted chicken wrapped in paper, pulled down his scarf, and started eating while standing in front of the car without caring about his image. Although escaping previously seemed easy, it actually consumed a lot of life energy and almost drained Li Chinchio of everything. If he had not relied on his absolute control to use all the remaining energy to maintain the youthfulness of his skin, he would have become an old man by now. Just as Li Chinchio was enjoying his meal, the spare cell phone in his pocket rang. His eldest uncle and his second uncle are both his uncles. High table beep. Li Chinchio picked up the phone and put it to his ear. An anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. Xiao Qiuzi, are you the resurrected person on the Lujiang Bridge? Li Qingxia almost roared. Li Chinchio held the phone a little further away. Yes, it's me. There was a long silence on the other end of the phone. After a long while, Li Qingxia suppressed the shock in her heart and said in disbelief, You must be cheating. When did you become so strong? The news said you were a master above the 5th forbidden level. When did you break through to the 5th forbidden level without telling me? I have hidden some strength, but it's not as exaggerated as the 5 bands. It's still 1 band, but I can beat the ordinary 3 bands with my best effort, Li Chinchio said as he took out another roasted chicken. Then how did you catch Wang Zhongshan's sword with 1 hand? This must be at least 4 forbidden. And what about the raindrops? How do you have 2 superpowers? You wouldn't understand even if I told you. That's how you talk to your second brother. Never mind. I don't want to ask about you. You're not normal to begin with. Come pick me up at number 4 middle school later. The number 4 middle school is so close to our store. Can't you walk back? I'm not in good health, Li Chinchio said weakly. I'm almost exhausted after working part-time at a restaurant all night. Can't you take my second brother back with you? Li Chinchio was about to refuse when Li Qingxia on the other end of the phone added. The fried skewers at the school gate are so cheap. I wanted to take them home, but they would be cold by the time I got home. It's better to eat them while they're hot on the way. Hearing this, Li Chinchio paused and his eyes gradually focused. I think we should put more cumin in the fried skewers. After saying that, he hung up the phone and rode his electric bike towards the 4th senior high school in the cold rain. Police meeting room. The police commander Gong Ran had a gloomy look on his face and sat on the main seat with his fingers crossed. The subordinates on both sides lowered their heads, fearing that a word would ignite Gong Ran, this powder keg. Finally, Zhang Kong, who was sitting on the side, stood up and said to Gong Ran sincerely, Tong Si, I'm sorry, it was my decision-making error. I didn't expect this resuscitator to have such an escape ability. Gong Ran raised his eyes slightly. This is not your fault. The strength of this resurrected person is beyond the jurisdiction of the police. Zhang Kong looked at Gong Ran in surprise and said, Then Commander Si, what should we do next? What else can we do? Report it to the Federal Security Bureau and ask them to conduct a disaster assessment and send someone to deal with it. Gong Ran pointed at the large screen facing him and said, The Security Bureau will talk to us later to understand the situation and conduct a disaster assessment for this resuscitator. And Tong Si, talk to us? Is this true or false? In an instant, the depressing atmosphere was replaced by excitement. Everyone raised their heads and exchanged glances with each other. That is the Federal Security and Coordination Bureau, which gathers the most elite people in the entire Federation, represents the highest combat power of mankind, and is a behemoth that determines the direction of civilization. Who wouldn't be excited and terrified? Director C, in the past, weren't you the only one who contacted the Antong Division to find out the situation? Why did you call us this time? Zhang Kong asked with some doubt. Gong Ran smiled and said, "My son died at the hands of this resuscitator. It is inevitable that there is some personal hatred in the information he obtained from me, so I need you." Hearing this, everyone nodded in sudden realization, and soon someone said, "Don't worry, General Manager, we will definitely cooperate with the Security and Control Department." When did I tell you to cooperate? A dangerous light flashed in Gong Rant's eyes, and his face turned cold in an instant. Chapter 11 Disaster Level, High Risk. For a moment, you could hear a pin drop in the huge conference room, and the depressing atmosphere made everyone's nerves tense. Seeing that no one spoke, Gong Ran smiled faintly. The Security and Coordination Department needs to understand the situation and assess the disaster level. You can talk, but you have to speak in a general way. I want his disaster rating to be high risk. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's pupils dilated involuntarily, and they looked at Gong Ran in horror. In the Tianyuan Federation, if the police cannot deal with the resurrected, they will report to the Security and Control Bureau. The Security and Coordination Bureau will assess the disaster level based on the abilities and prohibited levels of these resurrected people. The level will also determine how much importance the Security and Coordination Bureau attaches to it. From low to high, they are initial risk, moderate risk, high risk, extremely dangerous, and taboo. Initial danger means that this resurrected being is weak, but because of its own particularity, it is enough to cause social unrest, and the police are unable to eliminate it. Medium risk means that this resuscitator is quite strong and is not afraid of a direct confrontation with the police, so the police can only passively defend. High risk means that this resuscitator is very powerful and its existence has threatened the safety of the city, and the police are unable to resist. Extremely dangerous means that this resurrector is extremely powerful, and its existence has seriously affected the future direction of the Federation, making it the #1 public enemy of mankind. Taboo means that the strength of this resurrectionist is immeasurable, and human civilization has reached a critical juncture of life and death. It requires the concerted efforts of all mankind to eliminate it together. In the entire history of the Federation, only one resuscitator has reached the taboo rating. That is a dark history. After hearing Gong Rant's words, everyone on the scene didn't dare to breathe. What is the difference between deceiving the Antong Division and voluntarily asking for resignation? At this most critical moment, the young man Zhang Kong stood up and said, "Director C, the strength of this resuscitator can only be rated as medium risk. How can it be rated as high risk? You have the mouths on your bodies, so isn't it you who have the final say on whether to comment or not?" Gong Ran chuckled. But how could the people from the Security and Coordination Bureau believe our one-sided story? The video has been circulated on the internet. Anyone with a little discernment can see the clues. It's only the video at the bridgehead that has spread. There's nothing on the bridge. I've already asked someone to handle the surveillance. As long as you keep your men in check, the Security and Control Division won't be able to investigate even if they suspect anything. Gong Ran leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingers rhythmically on the table. "I know you're afraid of being fired because of this, but isn't work all about money? Do as I ask, 500,000 per person. If anyone is fired, I'll give them another 2 million and arrange a job for them. How do you think?" Hearing this, everyone's minds became active. After a few seconds of silence, someone nodded and agreed, "I am Sitong's man, so I will naturally listen to Sitong's words." Once someone agreed, those who were wavering also agreed. "I have been with the police since I graduated, so naturally I have to stand on the side of the police. I watched Gong Chi grow up. How can I not help him now that he's in trouble? Sister-in-law treats me well, and I am willing to help." Soon, almost everyone agreed, except Zhang Kong, who remained silent. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Zhang Kong sighed helplessly and nodded in agreement. Seeing this scene, Gong Ran smiled with satisfaction and looked at the big screen facing him. "You have 10 minutes to discuss with each other. I suggest that you can think more about the ability of this resuscitator." As soon as the words fell, the place suddenly became noisy. More than a dozen people gathered together and started a heated discussion, discussing how to praise Li Chinchio. 9 minutes passed in a flash. After the discussion, everyone returned to their seats, sat in their chairs with solemn expressions, and stared at the screen closely. Sizzle. Along with a burst of electric sound from the screen, the figure of a dignified, middle-aged man appeared in front of everyone. His name was Bai Ming, and he was responsible for Li Chunxiu's disaster assessment this time. Sir. Everyone in the conference room stood up, even Gong ran. Well, don't be so reserved, take a seat. Bai Ming waved his hand casually and flipped through the documents in his hand in front of everyone. The rain stopped, shooting a sniper from 100 meters away, dodging bullets from an anti-material sniper rifle, taking on the blade of a 3 Forbidden Destiny with one hand. TSK, this is quite interesting. Bai Ming raised his eyebrows slightly and made a judgment in his hand. It can be rated as medium risk. Do you have anything else to add? Ah, sir, is it settled? Someone asked in confusion. What else? We have enough materials. Bai Ming looked at the man suspiciously. Do you have any different opinions? A trace of fear flashed in the man's eyes, but when he noticed that everyone was looking at him expectantly, he gritted his teeth and stood up fearlessly. Sir, don't underestimate him. So, under the leadership of this man, dozens of people on the field spoke up and began to praise Li Chunxiu. After more than 10 minutes, the field gradually quieted down. Bai Ming on the screen frowned and covered his mouth with one hand, wondering what he was thinking. Bai Ming raised his head and asked someone, You said that this resurrectionist caught the missile without any damage and even threw the missile back? Yes, it was this resurrector that blew up the bridge, the man said seriously. Bai Ming let out a long breath and looked at the other person. He imprisoned all of you, including all the helicopters and ships, by himself? Yes, I was extremely scared at that time. The person who spoke revealed a trace of deep fear in his eyes. Well, he used the river water to transform into more than a dozen fighter jets and used water-made shells to defeat all of you. Is this true? Bai Ming put down the information in his hand and looked at everyone intently. Yes, everyone said in unison. Bai Ming's eyes flashed with confusion. Since he has defeated you, why are you still sitting here? I don't know. I guess this resurrected being is playing a trick on us. After all, who would let their toys die? SK, this is a bit far-fetched. Bai Ming's mouth twitched. We will never joke about the reputation of the police, nor will we take the lives and safety of the people as a joke. A man stood up and said righteously to Bai Ming. Seeing this scene, Bai Ming's heart trembled. He had seen this kind of eyes before. He had also had this kind of eyes when he first joined the Antong division, firm and sincere. I'm sorry, it's my heart. I wanted to use the intelligence agency of the Security and Coordination Bureau to investigate, but it seems that there is no need. I will report the truth to the higher-ups. Goodbye, the meeting is over. Beep. The screen went dark. It's stable, this guy believes it. Haha, as long as this officer reports truthfully, this will definitely be rated as high risk. Lao Zhang, how did you do that just now? I almost laughed when I heard you talking, but you are as steady as a mountain. Boom, boom, boom. At this time, Gong Ran knocked on the table and said, 500,000 will be deposited into your account tomorrow. After saying that, he slowly walked out of the conference room. After he was far away, everyone in the conference room burst into laughter. What they didn't notice was that the camera in the corner of the conference room flashed a red light. Number 1 City Safety and Security Administration Disaster Rating Department. In the office, Bai Ming closed his notebook and looked at the woman sitting next to him. The woman was dressed in a suit and tie, exuding an imposing heroic air. At this moment, she was sitting with her legs crossed and watching a video on her mobile phone. In the video, a group of men laughed loudly and discussed where to go for a drink tonight and whether to eat skewers. This is the surveillance footage of police officer number 11. Team leader, Gong Ran really can't tell the difference between the important and the unimportant. Should he be fired? Bai Ming walked up to the woman and spoke respectfully. No, we have to leave some space for people to do some tricks. The woman put down her phone and stretched tiredly. Team leader, I'll go upload the information of this medium-risk resuscitator. Bai Ming nodded, and when he was about to leave, the woman grabbed his arm. High risk, not medium risk, the woman said calmly. Ah. Bai Ming opened his mouth slightly. The strength of this resurrectionist can only reach medium risk. Why is it rated as high risk? A solemn look emerged in the woman's eyes as she thought of the strange way of escape and the means of suspending raindrops. The upper limit of this resurrectionist's ability is too high. It has the potential to be an extraordinary one. Special grade? Bai Ming was stunned on the spot. Is it true? What if a rainstorm covers a city, and he happens to be able to control all the raindrops in the future? The woman asked back. Seeing that Bai Ming didn't say anything, she added, he can massacre the entire city. Chapter 12. peeping in the dark. The rain gradually subsided, and the drizzle was like cotton wool, falling with the wind. Pedestrians on the road put down their umbrellas, and some hot pot and skewer restaurants began to move tables outside the store. The smell of fireworks in city number 11 quietly bloomed at this moment. Li Chunxio was riding on the road wearing a black helmet. The small windmill on the helmet was turning in the wind, and he soon arrived at his destination, the 4th Senior High School. At the gate of number 4 Middle School, countless snack stalls are set up on both sides of the road. The tempting aroma stimulates the taste buds of passers-by. Students who have just finished evening self-study gather around the snack stalls, enjoying this moment of tranquility. In front of a snack stand selling pork tenderloin steamed buns, a young man who looked to be in his 20s with a chubby face stood aside, staring at the pork tenderloin sizzling in the pan, swallowing his saliva continuously. His name is Li Qingxia, Li Qingxia's second brother. The yellow shirt made Li Qingxia particularly eye-catching on the roadside. Li Qingxia noticed her as soon as he rode his bike here. "Second brother," Li Qingxia shouted. "Hey!" Li Qingxia turned around in surprise, raised her hand and responded, then ran over happily. "You came so quickly. You are so thoughtful. Where are the skewers you bought?" Li Qingxia glanced at the other person's empty hands. "I was originally going to buy some, but I didn't expect the price of the skewers to go up. The vegetarian ones went up by 30 cents, and the meat ones went up by 50 cents. What a pity." Hey. Li Qingxia raised her legs and was about to get into the car, but Li Chunxio pushed her back. "What's the matter? I endured hunger to come to pick you up. How can you get in the car empty-handed?" "I mean, well..." Before Li Qingxia could finish her words, Li Chunxio turned the handlebars and drove forward slowly. Li Qingxia stood there in a daze for a while, then hurriedly followed and shouted to Li Qingxio, "Hey, don't go. Okay, I'll buy it. Hearing this, Li Chunxio stopped and said, "Go ahead, add more cumin. Wait for me." Li Qingxia looked at Li Chunxio resentfully and walked towards the kebab stall in the distance. Although Li Qingxia's length of service was much longer than Li Chunxio's, his hourly wage in Li Ji's store was not that high, only 6 yuan an hour, 1 yuan more than Li Chunxio. Looking at the other person's receding back, Li Chunxio's cold eyes revealed a hint of warmth. After learning the news of Su Yu's death, Li Chunxio felt like a leaf floating on the ocean, with nowhere to dock and helpless. At this time, Li Ji and Li Qingxia entered his dark heart. When the sun was shining, Li Qingxia would ride a bicycle to take Li Chunxio to the top of the mountain to watch the sunset. When going down the mountain, she would buy Li Chunxio a cup of the most expensive milk tea at a milk tea shop along the way. Whenever he came across a good movie, Li Qingxia would generously buy 3 screenings for Li Chunxio, while he himself would sit on the steps outside the cinema to bask in the sun. When returning to the store at night, Li Ji would always cook a lot of expensive meat dishes and tacitly place them near Li Chunxio. The shop is not big, but it has everything. Although there are few people, it is still warm. The short-lived happiness made Li Chunxio want to continue like this, but it was ultimately a delusion. Li Chunxio's sudden appearance aroused the suspicion of a police intelligence officer who followed the clues and found many suspicious points about Li Chunxio, and even questioned the identities of Li Ji and Li Qingxia. Not long after, the intelligence officer died at the hands of Li Chunxio. From then on, Li Chunxio understood a truth. The peace he wants can only be built on strength, and his beauty can only be grasped with fists. On the side of the road, Li Chunxio had a tired look in his eyes and was lying weakly on the front of the car. The rumbling of his stomach had made him too lazy to straighten his back. Seeing that Li Qingxia had not returned yet, Li Chunxio was about to take out the roast chicken he had not finished eating from the storage space under the car seat. His body suddenly paused, but he quickly returned to normal, lying on the car and eating the roast chicken as if nothing had happened. After a few seconds, Li Chunxio took out his cell phone and called Li Qingxia. "Don't worry, I'm bargaining with the boss. Just wait. I seem to be being monitored." Li Chunxio interrupted Li Qingxia directly. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a few seconds, and the noise gradually faded away. Li Qingxia found an inconspicuous corner and squatted down, then asked seriously, "How did you know?" "Just now when I was eating in the car, I felt a cold gaze staring at me from behind for a few seconds. You know, my sixth sense has always been accurate. I trust you. What do you need me to do?" Li Qingxia raised his head and looked through the gap in the crowd towards Li Chunxio. "Is there any building about 100 meters behind me at the 5 o'clock direction?" Li Chunxio asked in a deep voice. Li Qingxia's eyes flashed with a blue light, and he looked up at the back of Li Chunxio. "Anshan Hotel is quite shabby and looks quite old." Li Chunxio closed his eyes, thought for a while, and then said, "The window is facing me. Are there any rooms on the 3rd to 6th floors that look strange to you? Strange? Wait a minute. Li Qingxia on the other end of the phone was silent for a few seconds and then said, something is wrong on the 5th floor. There is a person standing behind the curtain, motionless. Got it, go ahead and buy. Li Qingxia was about to hang up the phone, but Li Qingxia stopped him. What do you want to do? You don't even know who the other party is, but you're going to go up to him. Aren't you afraid of something happening? How strong can the person who is secretly monitoring me be? As for who he is, I will know once I catch him. As Li Chunxio spoke, he parked the car and walked towards the alley on the side. Wait, I'll go with you. We'll have a better chance of winning if we go together. No, your ability can only amplify your 5 senses, which is useless. It's more convenient for me to be alone. After saying this, Li Chunxio hung up the phone and walked deeper into the alley. Li Qingxia on the other end of the phone looked dark and said something with her lips pursed. Although her strength was a little weaker, was it really useless? Snap, snap, snap. Li Chunxio walked slowly along the pond to the shadowy area of the Anshin Hotel. He glanced in the direction of the 5th floor, bent his knees slightly, jumped lightly, and crawled towards the 5th floor as quickly as a cat. The speed was so fast that even the camera could only capture a vague afterimage. Li Chunxio climbed to the 5th floor and instantly locked onto the target's location. He used his legs to push off the target and turned into a black shadow. He opened the window at lightning speed, rushed into the room, and pressed the figure behind the curtain under him. Who asked you to come? Li Chunxio was about to say something, but when he saw the other party's identity, he swallowed the rest of the words back. Chapter 13 Oolong. Under him was a middle-aged man with an untidy beard. The man was wearing a gray and white security guard uniform and was looking at Li Chunxio with a confused look on his face. There were several men and women sitting in the room. They were dressed the same as the men. Some of them had instant noodles hanging from their mouths that they hadn't had time to suck into their mouths. The group of people just stared at Li Chunxio blankly. Li Chunxio recognized this uniform. It was the uniform of the Public Security Bureau of City Number 11. At the same time, he also understood one thing. These people are not the ones monitoring me. Some of them are already drinking the soup when eating instant noodles. I have only been here for 3 or 4 minutes. It will take at least 5 minutes to finish the instant noodles and eat them. Ahem. Li Chunxio coughed awkwardly a few times, looked at the camera hanging on the man's chest and said, "Is this a public security recorder?" "Yeah." The man nodded stupidly. Hearing this, Li Chunxio's face turned dark and 6 crows flew over his head. Since he had no clothes to change, and Li Chunxio felt that the person monitoring him must know his appearance, he did not change his appearance. He had learned about this security recorder before, and the camera inside it was connected to the Public Security Bureau database in real time. In other words, now that his face has been exposed, the ability of Li Chunxio, an employee of the Kokoko Delicious Fried Rice Restaurant, to climb walls and fly over eaves will soon become known to everyone. Thinking of this, Li Chunxio felt his head buzzing. Run away. If you run away, you will most likely be defined as a recoverer, and you won't need to open a fried food restaurant anymore. If I don't run, how should I explain this series of actions? Should I say that I am the one with destiny? It seems to work. At this time, the security guard in the room finally reacted, picked up the pistol on the table, and pointed it at Li Chunxio. You? Where did you come from? Let Lao Qing go! The middle-aged man in the lead shouted loudly. Although the man's voice was powerful, his trembling body still exposed his inner anxiety. Being able to rush into the room at such a speed and having ill intentions towards the security guard, what else could it be but a resuscitator? If the man could think of this, then naturally the others could think of this as well. However, although they were afraid, they did not retreat and pointed their guns at Li Chunxio. You misunderstood. Actually, I am a good person. As he spoke, Li Chunxio raised his hands above his head and slowly stood up from the first-level security officer Zhu Cheng. Just when Li Chunxio was about to stand up, Zhu Cheng, who was lying on the ground, clenched his fists, rolled over, and pounced on Li Chunxio with a determined look. Although Li Chunxio did not understand the other party's purpose, he did not resist and was directly pressed to the ground by Zhu Cheng. At this time, Zhu Cheng was like an octopus, holding Li Chunxio tightly with his limbs. Just as Li Chunxio was about to explain, Zhu Cheng turned around and shouted at the group of people, "Don't worry about me, just shoot." Ah! Li Chunxio opened his mouth slightly. Is this the security guard he had in mind? A bit radical. Fortunately, Zhu Cheng's teammates looked hesitant and did not shoot directly. What are you hesitating about? Shoot quickly. We will all die if this resuscitator breaks free. Don't be soft-hearted. Zhu Cheng shouted at the top of his voice. Uncle, Don't be anxious. Think about it. If I were a resurrected person, why didn't I kill you just now? Li Chinchio explained hurriedly. Zhu Cheng was also stunned when he heard this. Yes, if the other party was a resurrected person, why didn't he kill himself just now? The team leader Wu Shan stared at Li Chinchio vigilantly. He did not relax his vigilance because of Li Chinchio's words. He said, "If you are not a resuscitator, then make a wound." Okay. Li Chinchio nodded, then bit his lower lip with a little force. The red blood dyed his lips red and flowed down the corners of his mouth. 1 second, 3 seconds, 10 seconds. The wound did not heal. Seeing this, the tense nerves of several people relaxed and they put down their guns. Li Chinchio lowered his head and looked at Zhu Cheng, who was lying in his arms. Oh, sorry, I misunderstood. Zhu Cheng nodded belatedly, hurriedly climbed up from Li Chinchio's arms, took out a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to Li Chinchio. Thank you. Li Chinchio took the paper and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with a tissue. In the Federation, there is only one way to identify human resurrectors, and that is to make a wound like Li Chinchio did just now, and see if the wound will heal. Since Li Chinchio has the ability of absolute control, he can control whether the wound will heal or not. In addition, there is another method that can control wound healing. That is to rely solely on human blood to prolong life, so that the life energy is only enough to keep the skin from aging. After being injured, the wound will naturally not heal quickly. This is also the method used by Li Ji and Li Qingxia. However, this method is very torturous. The resuscitated person will fall into a state of hunger due to long-term lack of life energy. This state of hunger cannot be offset by other food and can only be endured. Inside the room, Wu Shan asked tentatively, "Are you the chosen one?" "Yeah, almost." Li Chinchio nodded with a smile. "Then can I ask your name?" Wu Shan continued to ask. Li Chinchio hesitated for a while before finally saying his name, Li Chinchio. He naturally knew what the other party was going to do. Once a chosen one appeared in the Federation, they had to report to the local police. Once reported, the information would be public and could be found on the internet by name. Sure enough, after hearing the name, Wu Shan winked at the woman standing next to him. Seeing this, the other party immediately walked to the back with her mobile phone, obviously looking for Li Chinchio's information. "Little brother, why did you come in from there just now?" Zhu Cheng, who looked honest and simple, scratched his head and asked puzzledly. Actually, his eldest uncle and second uncle are both his uncles, Gao. Li Chinchio was about to explain when his cell phone rang from his pocket. "Sorry, I have to answer the phone." Li Chinchio smiled apologetically and walked to the window to answer the phone. "Xiao Chiozi, there's something wrong on the 4th floor. There's clearly someone in front of the window, but the light is not on." Li Qingxia whispered on the other end of the phone. "You." Li Chinchio clenched his fists. He really wanted to punch his second brother into the ground. "Hang up." After Li Chinchio hung up the phone, he jumped out of the window in a flash in front of everyone's surprised eyes. Under the neon lights, Li Chinchio grabbed the protruding windowsill and jumped directly into the room downstairs. Since the window was open, Li Chinchio's figure was not hindered in any way. This is a single room. The air is filled with a pungent smell of cigarettes. There is an unextinguished cigarette, but on the bedside table, with little flames. Obviously, there was someone in this room just now, but just now, the person in the room jumped out of the window and left. Snap. Li Chinchio pressed the light button, but the lights in the room did not turn on. The power supply in a hotel room usually requires a room card to be activated. Since the other party has not booked a room, the front desk naturally will not have any useful information. Li Chinchio frowned slightly, then turned on the flashlight on his phone and started moving it around the room. Soon, his eyes were attracted by a calendar placed on the bedside. Chapter 14, April 16th. There was nothing special about the calendar itself. What caught Li Chinchio's attention was the number 16 on the calendar, which was specially circled with a pin. April 16th? Li Chinchio murmured in a low voice. Just then, a chaotic sound of footsteps came from the stairs outside, approaching the room where Li Chinchio was. When he broke into the room, he did not control the noise of his feet, so naturally he was heard by the security department upstairs. Li Chinchio picked up the calendar calmly, walked to the window, and threw it accurately into the trash can downstairs. Click. Just then the door was opened, bright white light illuminated the entire room, and the man from the public security department walked in vigilantly with a pistol in hand. Wu Shan looked at Li Chinchio, who was standing in front of the window in a daze, and called out to him, "Li Chinchio, what's going on? Explain it clearly." Li Chinchio turned around and said helplessly, "It's a long story, let me make it short. Since I became the chosen one, My sixth sense has become very accurate. Just now when I was buying something to eat at the snack stand, I suddenly felt an uncomfortable gaze staring at me, so I broke into your room through the window, but obviously I was in the wrong place. The person staring at me should be on the fourth floor, and he has already run away. A trace of unwillingness flashed across Li Chenxio's eyes. Did you offend someone? Zhu Cheng glanced at the cigarette, but on the table. I don't know. That's why I'm curious why someone is staring at me. Li Chenxio shook his head and looked at the cigarette, but instead, this should be able to detect the other party. Since he could leave the cigarette but here, this person's genes must have changed. The people staring at you might be special people. Wu Shan walked to the window and looked downstairs. No matter how humans become banned, their genes will mutate. Li Chenxio naturally knows this. I'm so unlucky. How could I be targeted for no reason? Li Chenxio pretended to be annoyed, sat down on the bench, and looked at Wu Shan and continued, Uncle, did I break the law just now? The Destiny ones are not under the jurisdiction of our public security department. It is up to the police to decide whether a crime has been committed, said a female security guard. Then do I have to go to the police and jail? Li Chenxio pretended to be uneasy. If no one reports it, then we won't report it. Wu Shan turned around, stared at Li Chenxio and said, if you are really innocent, we will naturally not report it. What do you mean? Li Chenxio frowned slightly. Since you are the chosen one, why don't you report to the police? Or is it inconvenient to report? What is your connection with the multiple disappearances that have occurred within this month? Wu Shan asked. As soon as the words fell, everyone in the room raised their guns and pointed them at Li Chenxio. Missing case? Li Chenxio suddenly realized that these sheriffs were here because of this matter. What? Do you think you are not afraid of bullets because you are the one with destiny? Wu Shan shouted coldly. Li Chenxio smiled bitterly and said, the reason why I didn't report it is because I just became the chosen one recently and didn't have time to do so. As for the missing case, it has nothing to do with me at all. You're home. Just as Wu Shan was about to say something, the intercom on his chest made a rustling sound, and then a voice came from it. The criminal suspect has been arrested in Dongping Street, and the team is withdrawing. For a moment, the scene fell into an eerie silence. The people from the public security department looked at each other, their hands holding the guns rising and falling, not knowing whether they should put them down. Control it. I'll go ask. Wu Shan gave some instructions to a few people and walked into the bathroom alone. A few minutes later, Wu Shan walked out of the toilet and waved to everyone. Put it down. Seeing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, put away their pistols, and stepped aside. I'm sorry. Since there are more and more people who have been revived in the city, the death rate of the public security department has also been increasing. Being overly cautious is the only solution. I'm sorry. Wu Shan walked up to Li Chenxio, bowed his head, and apologized. Such an action surprised Li Chenxio a little. He didn't expect that the people in the Public Security Bureau were quite nice. If the police were here, let alone an apology, they would most likely not verify with their superiors and would just shoot and kill. It's okay. Li Chenxio waved his hand. It's normal to be cautious. If I meet a resurrected person one day, it will increase the possibility of survival. If it's okay, I'll leave first. Wait, little brother. What's your phone number? Wu Shan called Li Chenxio. I will contact you after the test report results. Li Chenxio nodded. 895. Okay, the test results will probably be out tomorrow afternoon. Wu Shan put away his phone. My people will contact you tomorrow morning and take you to report to the police. Ah. Li Chenxio raised his eyebrows slightly and shook his hand. Don't bother. I can report it myself. This is not a problem. It is the duty of the Public Security Department to assist the chosen one in reporting. After hearing this, although Li Chenxio was not very willing in his heart, he still nodded and agreed. After saying goodbye to everyone from the Public Security Bureau, Li Chenxio rode on the road with Li Qingxia. So you're going to report to the police tomorrow? Li Qingxia said in shock while hugging Li Chenxio. Otherwise, either pretend to be the chosen one or flee. Even a fool knows what to choose. Li Chenxio said unhappily. Why don't you be more careful? You are a resurrector with the title of destiny. Something bad will happen to you in the future. Li Chenxio asked speechlessly. I climbed the stairs and chose blind spots in the surveillance. My fingerprints were changed by absolute control. What else can I do? You should ask me if I saw it clearly. Li Chenxio. By the way, do you know what big event will happen on April 16th? Li Chenxio asked casually. April 16th? Li Qingxia raised his head, as if thinking about something. After a while, he said, Oh, by the way, Bei Wangshan has recently recruited a large number of part-time workers who are paid daily wages. The working hours seem to start from April 16th. Why do you want to recruit so many part-time workers who are paid daily? Li Chinchio asked. How should I know? There's probably some big event going to be held. What type of part-time job? Hey, you still have the time to worry about this now? Think about how to explain it to your boss when you get back. Li Qingxia smiled gloatingly, with the corners of his mouth rising uncontrollably. As soon as these words were spoken, Li Chenxio's scattered thoughts instantly returned to reality, and his expression became visibly ugly. This is a cozy fried rice restaurant. The soft light shines through the glass door onto the wet and cold road surface, adding a touch of homeliness to this sparsely populated street. Several cats and dogs were lying on the steps of the fried rice restaurant, licking each other's fur, slightly warming up the cold night air. At this time, a beam of light shone on the store door, and Li Chenxio stopped in front of the fried rice restaurant on his electric bike. May the best for you. Li Qingxia patted Li Chenxio's shoulder with a smile and ran into the store carrying a bag of grilled skewers. After parking his electric bike, Li Chenxio walked to the door of the store, took a deep breath, and then pushed the door open with trepidation. Chapter 15 Enlightenment. As soon as he walked into the store, a strong smell of alcohol rushed into Li Chenxio's nostrils. He looked and saw an old man in his 50s or 60s with red cheeks slumped on the ground. The old man's face was a little fat and sagging, with an oil-stained apron hanging on his chest. His black hair with a hint of white made him look more aged. Countless empty wine bottles were rolling around the old man, and Li Qingxia was squatting on the ground cleaning them up. When he heard the noise at the door, he said without raising his head, "The boss and his friend are drunk. You help him upstairs. I can clean up here by myself." Li Chenxio didn't say much. He walked to Li Ji and helped him up. He walked unsteadily towards the second floor and soon helped Li Ji back to his bed. The housing prices in City Number 1 are very high. In order to save money, Li Ji built a partition in the 4-meter-high kitchen, with a 2-meter-high residence above and a 2-meter-high kitchen below. There was only enough space for one bed in the small space, so the three of them slept on this bed every day. It wasn't too crowded, but it was a bit stuffy. When summer comes, this place becomes like a steamer. At this time, Li Ji will spread a large mat in the restaurant on the first floor and fall asleep comfortably with the fan on. Li Ji's eyelashes trembled as he just touched the bed, and he opened his eyes dazedly. Hey, isn't this the powerful brother who doesn't need any plans? How come you're back so soon? Boss, you are drunk. Go to sleep. When Li Chenxio lifted the quilt and was about to cover Li Ji pushed Li Chenxio's hand away and said dizzily, "I'm not drunk. Don't talk nonsense." "Okay, you're not drunk." Li Chenxio responded to the other party. After turning off the lights, he was about to go downstairs but was stopped by Li Ji. Li Chenxio wanted to break free from Li Ji's hand, but the other party seemed to have mustered up a lot of courage and just held on tightly and refused to let go. After a few seconds of stalemate, Li Ji's voice rang out in the darkness with a timid tone. "I'm sorry." Li Chenxio paused in the darkness, turned around and asked, "Why are you saying sorry all of a sudden?" "I just want to ask, did you succeed in your revenge?" "Those people were weak. I killed them quickly and my revenge was achieved," Li Chenxio said calmly. Then you can be a lot more relaxed from now on. Chenxio, squat down," Li Ji said, holding Li Chenxio with his rough hands. Li Chenxio did not resist and squatted obediently beside Li Ji. "Now that you have taken revenge, don't do anything dangerous in the future. The three of us will live well forever, okay?" Li Ji said in a gentle voice. "Live well?" Li Chenxio shook his head. "Can we live well forever? Aren't we living well now? I can cook and make money. I can buy meat for you and blood for Xiaoxia. We are happy every day. What if the human blood supply is cut off? What if the federal government suddenly develops a device that can detect resuscitators? What if one day the police suspect us? They will kill us then. It has nothing to do with good or evil. Just like when I was on the bridge, I did nothing wrong, but the name of the resurrectionist was a capital crime." Li Chenxio clenched his fists, his dark eyes surging with undercurrents, and continued. "Peace is just a dream woven by the night sky, and we will eventually wake up." The blush on Li Ji's face faded a little, and he said sadly, "We will be killed eventually, so why can't we live well before we die?" "You don't have to die, as long as you are strong enough." Hearing this, Li Ji looked at Li Chenxio and said, "No matter how strong you are, can you be stronger than the Federation? What if, even if I die on this road, I will have no regrets?" Li Chenxio stood up. "My mother died because of my incompetence. I don't want to repeat the same mistake. As long as I can become stronger, nothing else matters." After saying that, Li Chenxio turned and walked downstairs. No one knows that the strongest taboo in the history of the Federation is quietly hatching. The dawn light of the morning sun rises from the east, colliding and alternating with the deep blue night sky. Li Chunxio was sitting in front of the store wrapped in a thin blanket, his bangs fluttering in the damp morning breeze. The alternation of night and dawn was beautiful. Even sleepiness and coldness could not shake Li Chunxio's gaze. Click. The store door behind him opened, and Li Chunxio walked out with sleepy eyes. He rubbed his messy hair, looked down at Li Chunxio and said, "Why don't you sleep before dawn? The sky is so beautiful today. If you miss it, you won't be able to see it again." Li Chunxio patted the steps beside him and said, "Let's see it together." Upon hearing this, Li Chunxio glanced at Li Chunxio and then sat next to him. After a long silence, Li Chunxio said, "Did the boss say something unpleasant yesterday? That's just how he is. Don't take it to heart." "I don't take it to heart. Second brother, can you do me a favor?" Li Chunxio suddenly grabbed Li Chunxio's hand. "What help?" Li Chunxio asked uneasily. "Let me make it clear in advance that I won't help you if it requires money." "No money. I'm a little tight on money lately. Can you help me find a part-time job on the North Huangshan Mountain for a daily wage on April 16th? That's it. That's it." Li Chunxio smiled confidently and made a gesture. "I'll solve it for you today. By the way, I'm going to report to the police when daybreak. Remember to tell your boss about what happened last night. That is, I became the chosen one." As soon as these words came out, Li Chunxio stood up and asked, "Why don't you go and tell him?" "I have something to do. Besides, wasn't it me who negotiated with the boss when you got into trouble before?" Li Chunxio said as a matter of course. Li Chunxio pointed at Li Chunxio and cursed, "Can your disaster be the same as my disaster? If you want to tell me this, then I have to tell you something." Li Chunxio stood up. "If you had seen clearly last night, would I have run to the 5th floor? For a moment Don't be careless for a moment. Just tell me who made the fatal mistake." Li Chunxio interrupted Li Chunxio directly. Okay. I say, as an elder brother, I must tolerate the willfulness of my younger brother. I will take a step back." After saying that, Li Chunxio walked into the store angrily. After watching the sunrise, Li Chunxio made a simple breakfast for the two of them. Because he forgot to charge his phone last night, Li Chunxio had to run to the police station. It's only about 40 kilometers, and it will only take a while to run and stop. Just as Li Chunxio was running, his phone rang. His eldest uncle and his second uncle are both his uncles. Gao, beep. Li Chunxio answered the phone. "Hello? Is that Li Chunxio?" A familiar voice came from the other end of the phone. "It's me." Hello. We met last night. I'm Zhu Cheng, the one you were pinning down." "Oh, it's Uncle Zhu. Are you calling to pick me up?" "Yes, it's an order from above," Zhu Cheng said excitedly on the other end of the phone. "No need. I can go there by myself. When I get there, I'll take a picture and send it to you. You don't need to make a trip." "Ah." Zhu Cheng was stunned. This reporting is very troublesome. One person can't do it. Really, there's no need. I'm not a child who needs someone to look after me." Li Chunxio continued to refuse with a smile. There was a long silence on the other end of the phone. After a while, Zhu Cheng's voice sounded. Actually, little brother, I just want to follow you into the police station. Normally, we in the public security department are not allowed to go into the police station, and today happens to be the police performance test day. I don't want to miss it, so please help me." Chapter 16, Divine Power. Energy Measurement Day? Li Chunxio stopped and a hint of doubt appeared in his words. "Ah." Zhu Cheng asked in surprise. "Don't you know the police's energy testing day?" "I'm not sure. What is this energy measurement day?" Li Chunxio asked curiously. "It's a long story. Let's talk about it when we meet." Finally, Li Chunxio told Zhu Cheng his address. 10 minutes later, a car from the Public Security Bureau stopped steadily in front of Li Chunxio. The window slowly rolled down, and a simple and honest face poked out from it. "Little brother, get in the car." "Thank you for the trouble." Li Chunxio nodded, opened the passenger door and sat in. At this time, the morning news was playing in the car, which was about what happened on the Lujiang Bridge last night. The whereabouts of the resuscitator is currently unknown, so please pay attention to travel safety. Zhu Chengzhang sighed. "Oh, it's really scary. I hope I won't encounter this resurrectionist." Li Chunxio, who was sitting next to him, had a strange look on his face and looked out the window. "It's really scary. I hope we won't encounter it." Zhu Cheng glanced at the side and saw that Li Chunxio's face was gloomy. He thought that he was frightened by the news, and then he spoke to comfort him. "Don't worry. Once the Security and Control Department has determined the disaster level of this resuscitator, they will send a Destiny person to City 11. That resuscitator won't survive for long. I hope so. Li Chinchio nodded. By the way, Uncle Zhu, what do you mean by the energy measurement day? Each chosen one has different abilities. This ability testing day is for those chosen ones whose abilities have not yet been rated. There are only 2 ability testing days a year, one in April and one in October. Today is the April ability testing day. In the following time, Zhu Cheng talked about some things about superpowers, which gave Li Chenxio some knowledge about superpowers. The Federation divides the supernatural powers of the chosen ones into 3 major categories: elemental, special, and extreme. Elemental powers include lightning, fire, etc., and elemental powers are also recognized as the strongest offensive power category. The extreme body-related abilities directly act on the body of the destined person. Wang Zhongshan's ability is an extreme body-related ability. This type of ability has a low upper limit but a high lower limit and belongs to the standard ability classification. Special superpowers are quite special. As long as they do not belong to the 2 major categories of elements and extreme bodies, they will be classified as special superpowers. Some of these superpowers are very strong, while others are very weak. This is the category of superpowers with the biggest gap between high and low. The purpose of the Energy Measurement Day is to accurately classify the abilities of the chosen ones and rate their strength according to their effects. From high to low, there are 6 levels. Most of the chosen ones have supernatural powers and can only do odd jobs in the police force or become small leaders in the Public Security Bureau. The rank is relatively good, and you can be the captain of a squad in the police. The rank is high, and you can be the leader of a special operations group of the police. A few levels above that belong to the Security and Coordination Department. As for going up, Li Chenxio didn't know either because he was asking, Uncle Zhu, is there anything higher up? Li Chenxio leaned over and asked. Zhu Cheng thought for a moment and said, I don't know if there is any, but there is some unreliable news on the internet. Do you want to hear it? I want to listen. Li Chenxio nodded curiously. It is said that there is a stone carving hidden in the Antong Division, on which are written many strange and extraordinary supernatural powers. A few years ago, someone posted some news about the stone carvings online, saying that this was a list of the gods' supernatural powers. Once the supernatural powers on the stone carvings were awakened, they would have the ability to destroy the world. Zhu Cheng sneered. God. Li Chenxio's heart skipped a beat when he heard the word, and he thought of the words he said 2 years ago. Inherit my body, support your power, and ascend to God again. My name is Panga. Are you willing? Both the parchment scroll and the stone carving contain the word God. Is there any connection between the 2? What's wrong? Zhu Cheng glanced at the co-pilot. This is all nonsense from the internet. There is no such thing as a God in the history of the Federation. Nothing, Uncle Zhu. What else did that man say besides this? Li Chenxio asked casually. Nothing more. Oh, by the way, I think I also mentioned the first order supernatural powers. What's that ability called? It seems to be called freedom. Isn't it strange? The city streets are very wide. Although there are many vehicles in the morning, there is no congestion. Zhu Cheng drove quickly to the police's door. Li Chenxio pushed the door open and walked out of the car, looking up and forward. The 100-meter-long black iron door frame stands in the center of the city, shining with a dazzling black luster under the sunlight. Like a giant steel beast, it quietly overlooks the passers-by and vehicles. Armed soldiers stood on both sides of the gate, examining the vehicles and people coming in and out with cold eyes like a scanner. It would cost at least hundreds of thousands to build such a gate. Li Chenxio sighed. Zhu Cheng patted Li Chenxio on the shoulder and said complacently, young people still have little experience. This is at least hundreds of thousands. At this time, a man in a suit and tie passed by them and sneered disdainfully, You 2 country bumpkins, this is already worth over 10 million. A breeze blew gently past. Zhu Cheng rubbed his nose awkwardly and walked towards the door without saying a word. Seeing this, Li Chenxio followed him. After registering their information at the gatekeeper's office, the police staff took the 2 into a long corridor. Li Chenxio moved through the rooms in the corridor like a robot, being constantly scanned by sophisticated instruments. It took Li Chenxio an hour in total to reach the stage of registering his supernatural powers. Briefly describe your special abilities. A young woman sitting at a computer said. Zhu Cheng, who was standing nearby, was afraid that Li Chenxio didn't understand, so he quickly explained, Tell us what it's for, and the staff will give you a name for your ability and enter it into the database. I understand. Li Chenxio nodded. His special abilities are absolute control and extreme water, and these 2 must not be revealed. When deciding to become the chosen one, Li Chenxio had already thought of his special abilities. My special ability is that I have great strength, Li Chinchio said with a smile. Very strong? The woman stopped typing and looked at Li Chinchio in surprise. Ordinary people will break through to the first forbidden level when they become destiny people. Everyone has great strength. Are you mistaken? You're right. My supernatural power is strength. I've seen some band battle videos online, and I'm stronger than them. Li Chenxio said affirmatively. How big is it? The woman turned her head and looked at the computer screen. Li Chenxio stroked his chin and thought for a while before saying, much bigger, but the details still depend on the test. Click, click, click. The woman's fingers moved rapidly on the keyboard, and in a short while she had entered all the basic information, leaving only the name column empty. You can name yourself. If you don't know how to name one, I will give you one. The woman looked at Li Chenxio. If you can, call for divine power. Chapter 17 Embarrassment on the big screen. Okay, your number plate is 43. Go to the energy testing field and wait. Li Chenxio took the number plate handed over by the woman, thanked her, and left with Zhu Cheng. On the way, Zhu Cheng asked curiously, Xiao Qiu, you said that you were stronger than Yi Jin. How strong is that exactly? Li Chenxio raised his head and thought for a while, then said seriously, if I use my full strength, it will probably be close to the 4 forbidden levels. So it's the 4 forbiddens? Wait. Zhu Cheng stopped suddenly. His eyes widened in disbelief. 4 forbiddens? Well, if you fight casually, it's 3 bands, and if you fight with all your strength, it's 4 bands. Li Chenxio said calmly, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. You are not kidding, right? Full strength 4 band? Zhu Cheng took a step back and looked Li Chenxio up and down. It's not that he didn't believe in Li Chenxio's character, but what the other party said was too outrageous. 1 band has the power comparable to 4 bands. Is there any precedent for this in the history of the Federation? Anyway, Zhu Cheng doesn't know. Li Chenxio was not shocked after seeing Zhu Cheng's reaction. His strength was indeed beyond ordinary people's cognition, so it was normal for others not to believe it. But whether others believe it or not is their business, you just need to do your best. Before today, Li Chenxio still wanted to be a low-key person with destiny, but this idea was completely dispelled by Zhu Cheng this morning. Zhu Cheng told him a way to quickly improve the functions of the body, which is to eat the wild beasts that have become resurrected. The meat of the resurrected beast contains a special kind of life energy, which can improve the eater's body in all aspects as long as it is eaten. But this life energy cannot be used for regeneration and to slow down aging. Of course, this only applies to other people. Li Chenxio is not subject to this restriction. After all, the life energy he absorbs from eating pigs, sheep, cattle, and ducks can delay aging, and the resurrectors are also animals after all. There is no difference. There are only 4 ways to get this meat. The first one is purchasing, which Li Chenxio didn't even consider. The second method is to go hunting in uninhabited areas. This method is too slow. Li Chenxio knows nothing about uninhabited areas and doesn't even know how to identify resurrected beasts. The third option is to join the police or the security bureau. After joining, the Federation will regularly distribute the meat of resurrected beasts. However, if you want to join such an organization, you must go to the military base for training. Only after passing the training will you have the opportunity to join the police and the security bureau. The fourth type is the Federation's Chosen Ones Academy. This type of academy is dedicated to training powerful chosen ones to serve the Federation. Naturally, they will distribute the meat of resurrected beasts. Moreover, after students graduate, the academy will guarantee job placement, and the agency of assignment will naturally be the police or even the better security bureau. Li Chenxio chose the 4th path. This academy, which can enhance his strength and improve his social status, is exactly what he needs. According to Li Chenxio, there are a total of 73 Federal Destiny Academies, and his target is the 4 strongest academies: Changya College, Changwu College, War College, Federal Tianyuan College. Behind these 4 academies stand big figures from the Federation. The last one, the Federation Tianyuan College, was funded and founded by the Federation. Every student who graduates from it will go directly to the Antong Division and reach the top in 1 step. On the way, although Li Chenxio repeated his strength several times, Zhu Cheng was firm, kept denying it, and kept asking questions. Later, Li Chenxio simply stopped talking. What else could he say if others didn't believe him? Behind the police office building, there is a square as big as several football fields. The ground of the square is paved with black steel, which becomes hot and glows under the scorching sun. High-end looking instruments were placed everywhere in the square, and neatly dressed staff stood next to each instrument, debugging something. At this time, a large group of people of different shapes and ages gathered in a corner of the square, talking together. I don't know if my special ability can be used this time. If it can, I won't have to worry about my life anymore. What the hell are you dreaming about? You can be rated with your special ability. You are dreaming. Speak politely. I heard that the admissions officers of each college are watching here. I heard that there are several elementalists among us, and one very powerful specialist. What's the point of caring about those things? Just be a good background. Everyone was talking about it, and everyone had some tension on their faces. At the same time, a figure walked in from the entrance of the square. This person was Li Chunxiu. Since no unauthorized persons were allowed to enter the energy measurement field, Zhu Chang could only go to the screen room to watch Li Chunxiu's performance. Li Chunxiu stood there and glanced at the people gathered together. There was no emotion in his deep eyes. Too weak, his sixth sense told him that even if all these people were combined, they couldn't beat him. No wonder the police are so incompetent. It turns out not only is the leadership rotten, but the people under them are also weak. Li Chunxiu murmured softly, then leaned against the wall alone, closing his eyes to rest. The reason why Li Chunxiu said this was not because he was too talkative, but because he wanted to try whether the screen room over there could monitor his words. The reason why he didn't call and ask directly was that after entering the venue, the staff told him that his phone must be silent and not taken out, so he had to turn on the silent vibrate mode. If they could monitor what I said, Zhu Cheng would probably send me a text message or call me, and my phone would naturally vibrate. As Li Chunxiu expected, the number plate in his hand was a small microphone. Combined with the full surveillance coverage of the square, his words and his appearance were projected onto the screen. Police screen hall. Hundreds of people sat quietly in front of the huge curtain, and Li Chunxiu's voice echoed in the hall through the speakers. After this scene was cut, everyone's eyes were focused on Gong Ran, who was sitting in the second row. Gong Ran rubbed his nose awkwardly, swiping back and forth on the main interface of his phone, looking thoughtful. At this moment, Gong Ran finally understood what the phrase, sitting on pins and needles, on TV meant. It was truly torturous. Zhang Kong, who was sitting nearby, leaned close to Gong Ran's ear and asked, Tong Zong, do you want me to take care of this? What are you dealing with? What an interesting child. Before Gong Ran could speak, Ma Tianzhou in the first row spoke in dissatisfaction. This person is the teacher in charge of admissions to the War College. What a crazy tone. Cut the scene back to that kid. I want to see him. Sui from Chang'er Academy also said with a smile. What's wrong? Do you want this kid? Ma Tianzhou asked puzzledly. Hearing this, Sui flipped through the data book in his hand. When he saw Li Chunxiu's ability, he shook his head in disappointment. Divine power, amplified strength. The upper limit of the ability is too low. Gao Xing, the person in charge of Changwu College, raised his eyebrows when he heard this. What an ordinary ability. I thought he had a powerful special ability like Qi Mingyue. I was overthinking it. The big guys in the front row were chatting and laughing, while Zhu Cheng in the back was sweating profusely. At this time, Zhu Cheng was holding his mobile phone and bombarding Li Chunxiu with text messages. Like Zhu Cheng, Gong Ran was also very panicked at this time. He stared at the screen nervously, fearing that Li Chunxiu would say something else that would make him uneasy. Chapter 18 Energy Testing begins. In the energy measurement field, Li Chunxiu slowly opened his eyes after feeling his cell phone vibrating in his pocket. It turns out that I can really monitor my own voice. After understanding this, Li Chunxiu raised the corners of his mouth and a hint of cunning flashed in his eyes. Although I can't kill Gong Ran now, it's still fun to humiliate him in front of everyone. So, Li Chunxiu raised his head and looked at the blue sky, and said with emotion, being able to be the police commander of city number 11 is considered a big shot. What ability does Gong Ran have? Having said that, Li Chunxiu touched his chin, a thoughtful look on his face. At the same time, Gong Ran, who was sitting in the cinema, was already sweating profusely. He nervously grasped the armrests of his chair and said to Zhang Kong anxiously, hurry up and get someone to maintain discipline on the field. Okay. Zhang Kong nodded in response, then walked out of the screen hall. But it's too late. After thinking for a while, Li Chunxiu's eyes suddenly lit up. Although Gong Ran is not as capable as Zhang Kong, he is not completely useless. He became the commander-in-chief at a young age by relying on gigolos, and he was also extremely rational. He didn't even care about his own son's life or death, and sat firmly in the back to make plans. In the end, although he didn't kill the resurrectionist and didn't save his son, fortunately he survived. I wonder if I can get a gigolo with this face of mine. Li Chunxiu looked envious, his eyes full of longing. Inside the theater, everyone's eyes were once again focused on Gong Ran. Even the big guys sitting in the first row were no exception. Gong Sidong, is what this kid said true or false? Ma Tianjiu turned around with a gossipy look on his face. He didn't expect that such an ordinary person could be so cruel. Even a tiger won't eat its own cubs. This person is more vicious than a tiger. Ahem. Gong Ran coughed twice with an ugly expression and looked at Ma Tianjiu like a hawk. My child passed away last night. Do you really want to expose my scars? Ma Tianjiu's face froze, and he smiled awkwardly. Excuse me. After saying that, he turned around and continued to look at the big screen, with a cold face and no more words. At the energy measurement field, Li Chunxia was just about to make some moves when a huge loudspeaker rang out. All energy measurement personnel gather in the center of the field and line up according to number. After hearing the sound, everyone walked towards the center of the square one after another. Seeing this, Li Chunxia gave up the idea of continuing to make trouble and walked towards the center of the square. Under the organization of the staff, 3 teams of varying sizes appeared in the center of the square. There are only 3 people in a team, 2 men and 1 woman. This is a team with elemental abilities. The other team has 8 people, and this is a team with special abilities. The team Li Chunxia was in had the largest number of people, with a total of 43 people. This was a team with extreme physical abilities. At this time, Li Chunxia was standing at the end of the team. Huh. Li Chunxia looked through the crowd and saw a young man about his age standing in the special team. That was his best friend, Qi Mingyue. The 2 families lived in the same building and had been together from kindergarten to elementary school, junior high school, and high school. Playing with each other became the norm, and going home together became a habit. In addition, Qi Mingyue also comes from a single-parent family, and his father and Li Chunxia's mother have an unrevealed affection for each other. The relationship between the 2 is like that of brothers, close and inseparable. For a moment, Li Chunxia looked a little dazed, and an inconspicuous ripple appeared in his calm eyes. He took a step forward subconsciously, but quickly took it back, looking calmly ahead. The past cannot be retained, and there is no need to recall it. When Li Chunxia became a resurrector, he and humans were already parallel lines that were close but could never intersect. At this time, a middle-aged man in uniform stood at the front of the team and shouted at the top of his voice. Energy field tester, control your mouth and don't say anything you shouldn't say, especially the one standing at the end of the extreme body team. His name is Ma Qian, and he is the person in charge of this energy measurement day. After saying this, Ma Qian looked at Li Chunxia sharply. For a moment, those who didn't understand what was going on also followed Ma Qian's gaze and looked at Li Chunxia, their big eyes full of confusion and curiosity. Facing everyone's gaze, Li Chunxia pointed at himself in confusion. Me? Ma Qian responded coldly, don't talk about other people's affairs. After saying this, Ma Qian continued, remember where you are. Energy measurement is not done uniformly. Elemental measurement is done first, followed by special measurement, and the extreme measurement is done last. All the elemental people, follow me. The rest of you are free to move around, and those who want to watch can come and watch. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone showed excitement. Who wouldn't want to see the power of elemental powers? Li Chunxia was no exception. He was quite curious about the gap between his own extreme water and other people's elemental abilities. Led by Ma Qian, a group of people came to the left corner of the square. The silver ground is out of tune with the surroundings. A half-meter-high black iron guardrail surrounds the place. A 5-meter-high silver cube is placed in the center of the venue, with intermittent blue lines flowing on the surface of the cube. Ma Qian stood in front of the guardrail and shouted, Number 1, go in. Under the gaze of everyone, a quietly dressed girl walked out of the crowd, crossed the guardrail and entered the silver venue. Sizzle. The next second, a sound of electricity was heard, and before anyone could react, 4 blue rays shot up from the corners of the venue. It stopped at a height of 15 meters, then extended and connected to both sides, outlining a dark blue square in the air. The moment the square was formed, a light blue transparent light curtain spread out from the intersection, completely covering the entire venue. This? The girl stood there at a loss and turned to look at the horse money. Don't worry, the barrier is to protect you and others. Listen carefully, bombard the energy measuring body, the cube, with all your strength. After 1 minute, it will display your ability rating. Ma Qian said, pointing at the silver iron block. Okay. The girl nodded, closing her eyes and adjusting her emotions and breathing. That's how you measure your ability. I thought whoever wins gets a higher rating. You think this is a street fight? This is the age of technology. Yes, Tay. Don't talk loudly. Ma Qian turned around and shouted coldly. This shout immediately made the place quiet, and no one dared to speak loudly. On the energy measuring platform, the girl let out a long sigh and her deep black pupils gradually turned into ice blue at this moment. Crisp, crackling sounds rang out around her, and pieces of ice condensed in the air. Under the girl's control, they gathered together and turned into sharp ice cones. Fuck. It's actually a variant of the water element, the ice element. The attack power of ice element is much stronger than that of water element. I'm so envious. Why did I awaken the extreme body system? Sigh. Everyone looked at the girl and talked in low voices. Some were envious and some were annoyed. At the same time, Li Chunxiu, who was standing in the corner, trembled slightly and stared at the ice cone condensed by the girl for a long time without being able to recover. Chapter 19 Soul Dancer. Different from what others saw, in Li Chunxiu's eyes, the rows of ice cones seemed to be schizophrenic. Sometimes it turns into flowing water floating in the air, and sometimes it turns into hard ice, emitting bursts of coldness. How could this happen? Li Chunxiu thought to himself. Why is what you see different from what others see? Call. A dull sound of breaking through the air was heard, and the ice cones tore through the white cold mist in front of them and rushed towards the energy measuring body. Bang, bang, bang. The ice cones, like fearless warriors, hit the energy measuring body one after another and shattered into crystal ice chips that flew around at the moment of collision. However, the destructive power of the ice cone is as soft and weak as cotton to the energy measuring body, and it is difficult to leave even a shallow mark. Seeing this, the girl clenched her teeth, aimed her hands at the energy measuring body, and used all her strength to activate her supernatural powers. Ice cones took shape, flew, and shattered one by one, over and over again. Her face became paler and paler, and Li Chunxiu, who was standing in the distance, became more and more focused. In Li Chunxiu's eyes, everything seemed to slow down 100 times. The flying ice fragments collided and shattered in the air, collided again, and shattered again. When everything seemed to be returning to zero, the space in front of him seemed to freeze like a video, pulling between ice and water, and then at a certain moment began to retreat, shattering, colliding, and shattering again. At a certain moment, Li Chunxiu's head shook violently, as if a wall suddenly disappeared in the hot room, and everything suddenly became clear. So this is how water and ice are transformed. Li Chunxiu's mouth curled up slightly, and he said secretly in his heart. At this moment, in front of his eyes, a particle of ice that was invisible to the naked eye floated slightly, but no one noticed it. A minute passed in a flash. The girl's hands fell limply, and she knelt on the ground exhausted. At the same time, the energy measuring body emitted a crackling sound of electricity, and blue lines undulated on the smooth surface of the energy measuring body like a heart rate line. Under everyone's gaze, a big appeared on the energy measuring body. The girl who saw this scene showed a happy smile on her face. Her level plus the elemental system were enough to give her a good social status in a city. When others saw this scene, they all showed envy on their faces. Among 100 chosen ones, there may be only 5 or 6 with elemental powers and 8 or 9 levels of supernatural powers. It is no exaggeration to say that a person who can have both is 1 in 100. Yes, if you are interested in joining our police force, I can help you contact the military base for training. Ma Qian smiled gently, looking completely different from before. Thank you. I'll consider it. The girl smiled brightly, stepped over the guardrail, and stood aside. After this, all the Destiny Academies will come here to recruit students, so she naturally has to wait. After seeing the girl leave the energy measuring platform, many people gathered there at once. Only a very few stood still, including Li Chunxiu and Qi Mingyue. Because there were so few people, there was no barrier between the two of them. Whether it was fate or subconscious behavior, they both tilted their heads at the same time, and their two cold gazes collided. But in a flash, Li Chunxiu moved his eyes away and looked forward calmly. As energy tester number 2 came on stage, the crowd dispersed and filled the space between the two again. Li Chunxiu put his hands in his pockets and left the crowd, walking towards the shadows on the side. Just as he sat down against the wall, a sound of footsteps came from far away and stopped in front of Li Chunxiu. What appeared in front of Li Chunxiu was a pair of gray and worn sneakers. He looked up and saw a familiar face. Only 2 years had passed, and Qi Mingyue's facial features were still as handsome as ever, but something was missing. The boy's eyes were no longer as bright as stars, only a gray sky remained. His sunny and confident smile was now as cold as ice. Is there anything I can do for you? Li Chunxiu looked at him as if he were a stranger. Qi Mingyue was slightly stunned and forced a smile on his cold face. It's okay. I just feel that you are quite familiar, as if I have seen you somewhere. Qi Mingyue said as he sat down next to Li Chunxiu. I've been staying in city number 11. Maybe we've met there. Li Chinchio smiled slightly. Qi Mingyue nodded. Maybe. My name is Qi Mingyue. What's your name? My name is Li Chinchio. Chun means sinking, and Chio means autumn. Li Chinchio stood up and looked towards the energy measuring platform. I wonder what the elemental power is this time. Do you want to go and see it together? No, I'm not very interested in those. Qi Mingyue shook his head and politely rejected Li Chinchio. Then I'll go over and take a look. Having said that, Li Chinchio turned and left. He didn't dare to stay with Qi Mingyue, not because he didn't want to, but because he didn't dare. Qi Mingyue was too familiar with him, or to be more precise, too familiar with Chinchio. In 2 years, Li Chinchio has changed many of his previous habits, but he doesn't know if he has missed anything, and he doesn't dare to gamble whether these omissions will be discovered by Qi Mingyue. Watching Li Chinchio's leaving figure, Qi Mingyue murmured in his heart, Chinchio, 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 Chinchio. There was a hint of inconspicuous light in those gray eyes. Why is this person's soul so similar to his? Is it because of my supernatural power that I have seen it wrong? Could it be possible that I have seen it wrong? Qi Mingyue asked in his heart, but no one could answer his question. The 2 elemental destined ones that came after that did not have any outstanding performances. They were both mediocre and did not create any waves. Compared to the elemental system, the special system caused a lot of laughter. There were all kinds of weird abilities, such as making hair turn into crows flying all over the sky, skin disappearing temporarily, and blood turning into bubblegum. In order to test these bizarre superpowers, Ma Qian took people to the energy testing field, going back and forth. It was very troublesome. After running around for an hour, the special energy testing was finally coming to an end, with only one person left. Number 8, Qi Mingyue. Ma Qian shouted at the top of his voice. The moment Qi Mingyue's name sounded, the originally listless crowd perked up and turned their attention to the young man standing at the end of the crowd. Not only that, everyone in the theater also sat up straight, looking expectantly at Qi Mingyue on the big screen. The soul dancer can manipulate the enemy's soul and control the enemy's behavior. Ma Tianjiu muttered to himself as he looked at the data booklet. Is there really such a thing as soul in the world? Sui asked doubtfully. Who knows? Let's wait and see. Chapter 20. Can I choose both? At the energy measuring field, Qi Mingyue raised his eyes slightly and walked forward through the crowd. Seeing this, everyone retreated to both sides, staring at Qi Mingyue's back and talking. Is this the person who is so famous? It was him. When I arrived at the police station this morning, I saw him surrounded by a group of college admissions officers. Is this true? Doesn't enrollment start after the ability test is completed? Rules are dead, but people are alive. If you really encounter an incredible superpower, who would care about the rules? Li Chenxiu put his hands in his pockets and listened quietly to everyone's conversation, but his indifferent look made him look like an outsider, and he seemed out of place even when standing in the crowd. Led by Ma Qian, everyone came to an open area. Unlike the previous times, there is no huge energy measuring body or various strange instruments here. There are only a few special team members with serious expressions standing here. Commander, everything is ready? The leading special team member walked up to Ma Qian and said. Ma Qian nodded and shouted behind him, everyone, stand 50 meters away. Don't get close. Although everyone was puzzled, they still retreated obediently. Soon, only Qi Mingyue and Ma Qian's group were left in the empty field. On the field, Qi Mingyue looked at Ma Qian and said, do you want to use humans to experiment with my abilities? Ma Qian shook his head and said, these people are all banned. As long as you can control one of them and complete the actions I specify, we will arrange for a resuscitator to fight with you and grade you based on your performance. Qi Mingyue frowned slightly when he heard this. Isn't it okay to use a resurrection beast? There is no resurrection beast. Let's start when you are ready. Ma Qian retreated behind Qi Mingyue. The people standing 50 meters away could not hear the conversation between Ma Qian and Qi Mingyue. They could only see their mouths moving constantly. What are you doing? With so many people here, aren't you here to measure energy? Where are the instruments? I don't know. Is it because his ability is too special to be tested? I think. Before the man could finish his words, a loud and wild laugh suddenly rang out on the field. When everyone looked over, they saw a special team member bending over and slapping his knees vigorously with his hands, as if he had encountered something funny. What happened? Someone asked. No one responded because everyone else was also stunned, except Li Chinchio. This person's eyes seem a little strange. Li Chinchio looked deep, staring straight at the person who was laughing wildly. He found that although the man laughed very loudly and his movements were very natural, His eyes did not show any joy at all. Instead, they showed some embarrassment and resistance. At the same time, in the cinema, Gong Tongsi, this person is not the actor you found. Su Yi from Changya Academy asked in a deep voice, with undisguised horror in his voice. He originally thought that the control mentioned in the data booklet was simply harassing the enemy's behavior and slightly controlling the enemy's movements, but he did not expect that the so-called control could be so thorough. These people were randomly selected, so they shouldn't be actors, right? Gong Ran said uncertainly. The person being manipulated smiled so naturally, and his movements were so natural, he didn't look like a manipulated person at all. For a moment, he didn't dare to jump to conclusions. If this person is not an actor, then this ability is too shocking. Who can be his opponent among those who are under the same ban? No matter how strong the attack or how perfect the defense is, it can't stop this weird method. Not only that, such meticulous manipulation, if used properly, can be a powerful weapon for the Federation. There was an uproar in the theater. Chen Xueshan, who was sitting in the first row, frowned. This kid's profile says he awakened 3 days ago, but it would take a normal person a long time to get familiar with his abilities after awakening. How come he can use them so skillfully? This person is the admissions officer for Tianyuan Federal College. Don't be so suspicious. Maybe he is just naturally gifted. That's right. Since you think he has ulterior motives, just don't recruit him. How can a child possibly think? The heads of various colleges on the field spoke up for Qi Mingyue. Chen Xueshan was unable to refute and had to endure it silently. In the energy testing field, Qi Mingyue pointed at the man who was laughing wildly and turned to look at Ma Qian. Is it okay? This? Ma Qian's pupils trembled. He looked at Qi Mingyue, then at his subordinates who were laughing wildly. The same was true for other people around him. Some who were suspicious of Qi Mingyue even shook the people he was controlling. But that person was like a robot, repeating his mission of laughing. Seeing that no one responded, Qi Mingyue spoke again. Is it okay? That's enough. Ma Qian nodded belatedly and ordered his men beside him. Take him away. If the resurrected person makes any unusual movements, eliminate them immediately. Good. Soon, a group of people took Qi Mingyue away from the energy testing field, and the special team member who had been laughing wildly finally had a chance to catch his breath. After seeing Qi Mingyue off, Ma Qian came to the crowd and said, "Next we will conduct the evaluation of the extreme physical abilities, according to Team Leader Ma. Hasn't that person finished the rating yet?" Before Ma Qian could finish his words, someone interrupted him. Ma Qian frowned upon hearing this and was about to get angry, but when he saw that the person who spoke was the girl of ice element from before, his expression changed from cloudy to sunny and he replied with a smile. Qi Mingyue's ability is quite special, so he needs to go to another place for evaluation. Okay, don't waste time. People of the extreme body department, line up. I will announce something next. The sound of dense and noisy footsteps was heard, and soon everyone lined up. Li Chunqiu still stood steadily at the back. Ma Qian cleared his throat and said, "The rating of the extreme body system is relatively simple. We will divide it into 3 teams and conduct a unified rating. Speed type stand on my left, power type stand on my right, and defense type stand in the middle of me. Let's start." As soon as the words fell, the neat team dispersed, and most people looked at each other, not knowing where they should stand. My special ability is that I can extend my nose. Is this considered defense or strength? How do I choose this? Does pupil color change count as a speed type? Hurry up. If you think your abilities are useless, then choose one that you think is stronger. Don't hesitate and stand there. Ma Qian said impatiently. Under Ma Qian's urging, a few minutes later, more than 40 people quickly chose the type of their superpowers, with only one exception. Li Chunqiu pursed his lips and stood at the back, his eyes constantly wandering between the 3 teams. What's wrong with you? Ma Qian's sharp eyes fell on Li Chunqiu. Don't choose. Wait for me to choose for you? Brother, if you don't know what to choose, choose strength. Many people choose this, a young man shouted to Li Chunqiu. Li Chunqiu did not respond to the other party, but looked straight at Ma Qian. I think all 3 types of me are good, so can I choose all of them? Chapter 21 Doubts. What? A look of surprise appeared on Ma Qian's face. I'm good at all 3 abilities, whether it's strength, speed, or defense. Can I take the 3 together? Li Chunqiu repeated. Ma Qian smiled jokingly. Your ability is not very special, so you want to test all 3 types and take the highest rating as your own ability rating? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone on the field suddenly realized. Fuck, why didn't I think of this idea? This kid is such a thief. He didn't choose because of this. I give up. Is it too late for me to leave the team now? What the hell are you thinking? You've already made your choice, so how can I let you choose again? For a moment, those who made hasty choices all showed looks of regret on their faces, and adhering to the principle that if I didn't get this advantage, others couldn't take this advantage either, they objected loudly. Everyone only has one chance. Doing this is breaking the rules. You must not agree to him. If you think your abilities are useless, just pick one at random. If you try all three, there's an 80% chance that it's the right one. Why throw that person away? Choose quickly, don't waste our time. Facing everyone's doubts, Li Chunxiu remained calm, as if he had heard nothing. Elephants don't care about ants, and Li Chunxiu doesn't care about clowns. At the same time, the screen room was not too quiet. Interesting. Although this guy doesn't have much strength, he's very quick-witted. It's clearly written in the data book that the ability is very specific, that is, strength. So why not just choose strength? Why do you have to do so many tricks? Maybe he just wants to prepare a few more routes for himself. You guys watch here. I'm going to go out for some fresh air. Ma Tianjiu from the War College stretched lazily, left his seat, and walked slowly towards the door. I need to pee urgently. Let me go to the toilet. Su Yi from Changya Academy rubbed his lower abdomen and walked towards the door. As the two of them left, everyone with a discerning eye could see the deep meaning behind this, and so, I suddenly feel hungry, so I go out and buy some buns. My eyes are so sore, go out and take a look. My butt can't stand sitting for so long, go out and stand for a while. In the theater, people in the front rows left one after another, but people in the back rows remained as steady as a rock, and no one left without permission. Zhu Cheng, who was sitting in the last row, scratched his head and cautiously poked the young man sitting next to him with his hand. Young man, what's going on? Why are all these people leaving? The young man glanced at Zhu Cheng calmly, then returned his gaze to the screen. I left early to compete for Qi Mingyue. Ah, isn't the test not over yet? Zhu Cheng asked in confusion. The young man propped up his head and said tiredly, after the evaluation of the elemental and special systems, it's almost over. The upper limit is very low. It's hard to produce a few in a company of 40 people. What's the point of watching it? Then why don't the people in the back rows fight for it? Zhu Cheng's clear eyes were full of stupidity, as if it was about to overflow in the next second. The young man glanced at Zhu Cheng speechlessly. They can't compete with us, so they will just be the background if they go. What about you? Why don't you go? Zhu Cheng continued to ask. The young man clenched his fists. I don't want to go. Do you think it's okay? That's fine too. After all, everyone has their own aspirations. In the energy measuring field, Ma Qian looked at Li Chunxiu quietly, and Li Chunxiu did the same. After thinking for a few seconds, Ma Qian said coldly, okay, the rules allow it. There are the most strength-type people. You will test strength first, and then speed and defense. This way we can get off work earlier. Li Chunxiu nodded. Thank you for your understanding. After saying that, Li Chunxiu walked to the front of the power team and stood there. I'll go, Okay, stop talking. Even if you test 3 times, the result will be the same. Instead of arguing here, you should think about how to cheat later. Oh. The man sighed as he looked at Li Chunxiu's back. The power type has the largest number of people, so it is led by Ma Qian himself, while the other teams are led by other staff members. Soon, under the leadership of Ma Qian, everyone came to the energy measuring platform of the previous element system. Obviously, the rating location for the strength type was also here. The rules are the same as before. Go in and attack the energy measuring body. The rating will be displayed after 1 minute. Go in. Ma Qian shouted to Li Chunxiu in an imperative tone. Li Chunxiu didn't care when he heard it. He stepped over the guardrail and walked to the energy measuring body. Adjust your breathing and start. Don't dawdle. There are more than 20 people behind you. Ma Qian shouted loudly. Li Chunxiu reached out and touched the energy measuring body, turned to look at Ma Qian, and said something that surprised everyone. Is this test piece strong? If I break it, I won't be asked to pay for it. The field was completely silent. A few seconds later, a sneer sounded in the crowd. This laughter seemed to turn on a switch. The silence was instantly broken and all kinds of sarcastic voices poured in. Does this kid want to be an internet celebrity? He's deliberately doing this to create a foolish persona. The level 1 ice element couldn't even leave a trace on it. How dare he ask such a question? To be honest, if he's not pretending and is really stupid, I still like this kind of person. Your husband. Don't curse people so dirty. There was laughter not only here, but also in the screen hall. Ha ha ha, young people nowadays are so interesting. When I was young, I was as crazy as he was. I thought I was a one-in-a-million genius. Later, I was beaten by my teacher, and the disease was cured. Who knows if this kid is really capable? Look how calm he is. He's not panicking at all. Indeed, even if you don't choose the path of a destiny person, going to film school is also a good way out. Compared to the laughter of others, Zhu Cheng's face was full of tension, with his hands quietly clutching his pants. The young man sitting nearby asked, "What's wrong? Do you know this guy?" Zhu Cheng nodded without turning his head. "Yes, I brought him here." "Haha, how strong is he?" the young man asked curiously. "I don't know, but he said he was very strong, and I think he was very strong too. But what he said was stronger than I thought. He might be a little bit strong, but this strength should be lower than what he said. It's closer to what I said, but it should be strong." "Ah." The young man's mouth twitched. "Have you ever learned crosstalk before?" Ma Qian, who was standing at the energy measuring platform, saw Li Chunqiu staring at him and said with a smile, "Why are you looking at me? Go ahead and hit me." "You haven't told me yet whether I have to pay for this?" Li Chunqiu said calmly. "Hit me with all your strength. If you break something, I'll pay for it. It has nothing to do with you." Ma Qian sneered. It was the first time he saw such a stupid person. He broke the energy measuring body without any effort. Did he think he was a Superman? Only after hearing the satisfactory answer did Li Chunqiu feel relieved and brought his left knee to his chest. Compared to fists, knees actually have greater destructive power and are harder, and are more suitable for breaking things than fists. Chapter 22. Is this a ban? Bang! Li Chunqiu's knee hit the energy measuring body like a cannonball, and a sharp sonic boom suddenly sounded on the field. Before everyone could react, the energy measuring body exploded like a piece of tofu and exploded like fireworks in an instant. Sharp fragments, wrapped in blue electric currents, shot out in all directions, continuously embedding into the blue light curtain and leaving clear scratches on the silver floor. In the gray smoke, Li Chunqiu slowly lowered his knees and said calmly, "What level is this?" No one answered. Everyone felt as if they were struck by lightning. Their lips trembled constantly, but they could hardly make any sound. The same was true for Manux. He felt as if his brain had been hit by something, buzzing, unable to think or move. Inside the theater, everyone who was originally laughing and talking fell silent, staring blankly at the screen with wide eyes, as if their eyeballs were about to fall out of their sockets at any second. The young man sitting in the last row looked at the big screen as if he was looking at a monster, and at the same time pulled Zhu Cheng's arm with his hand. "Brother, is this guy a banned one?" Zhu Cheng did not respond. His mind was in a mess at the moment. The words Li Chunqiu said before were like a magic sound, echoing in his ears. "Normal. 3 bands, close to 4 bands with all my strength. This guy is not lying." Zhu Cheng spoke tremblingly. His voice was particularly clear in the quiet hall. Suddenly, a middle-aged woman in the second-to-last row stood up, rubbed her belly, and trotted towards the door, mumbling, "I can't hold it anymore. I can't hold it anymore." The woman's departure seemed to turn on some kind of switch, and people in the back rows kept standing up and leaving the theater with all kinds of fancy excuses. As more and more people left, the remaining people didn't even bother to make excuses and just ran out. The only people left on the scene were the police, who were still sitting quietly in their places. Gong Tongxi. Just when Gong Ran was about to come to his senses, a voice came from behind and brought him back to reality. "Ah, what's wrong?" Gong then turned his head belatedly. "Gong Tongxi, I hope you don't tell the people in the first few rows about this man. Qi Mingyue is enough for them." After saying this, the man followed the others and ran out of the hall. Energy test bench. Li Chunqiu dusted himself off and walked out of the center of the explosion step by step. His figure became clearer and clearer in everyone's eyes. Seeing that no one responded to him, Li Chunqiu spoke again. "What level is this?" After 2 rounds of questioning, Ma Qian's vocal cords finally regained consciousness. This, I don't know." A single word caused 1,000 waves of shock. Everyone finally came to their senses. A pair of eyes with mixed emotions stared at Li Chunqiu, with shock, fear, and confusion. "This is broken? Am I seeing things?" "You read that right. It's really broken. The level 1 elemental system couldn't even leave a mark on it, and this one's knee is broken? You must be kidding me. This is a ban. Who else's ban is so outrageous?" Upon hearing this, Li Chunqiu glanced at those people indifferently. In an instant, everyone who met Li Chunqiu's eyes subconsciously stepped back, not because of fear, but because of awe of power. Li Chunqiu jumped out of the guardrail and walked towards Ma Qian. Seeing this scene, Ma Qian started to panic for no reason. His legs went weak, and he was about to fall when Li Chunxiu reached out and grabbed him. Aren't you the one in charge of rating? Don't you know what I should rate? Li Chunxiu looked down at Ma Qian with his dark eyes. I. Ma Qian stammered for a long time and couldn't utter a complete sentence. Li Chunxiu showed a kind smile. Why are you afraid of me? There are so many people here, and I can't kill you. What is there to be afraid of? What is my rating? At this moment, Ma Qian was confused. He really didn't know how to answer Li Chunxiu's words. It's like a child is eating a lollipop, and a middle-aged man runs over and crushes the lollipop with his bare hands, then asks kindly, Kid, what do you think my grip strength is? What could a child know? The child only knew that the big man could kill him with one punch. Ma Qian was silent for a long time, and finally said in a low voice, This? I really don't know. I have to let someone higher up to judge. Ma Qian pointed his finger toward the sky and forced a smile on his stiff face. Based on my current strength, do you think it will be difficult for me to join one of the 4 major colleges? Li Chunxiu asked again. Li Chunxiu didn't really like to be in the spotlight. If he could get into one of the 4 major academies by breaking the energy and physical fitness tests, he wouldn't want to test his speed and defense anymore. Ma Qian was shocked when he heard Li Chunxiu's words, as if he had heard something incredible. Seeing the other party's reaction, Li Chunxiu frowned slightly. Is it still a little uncertain? No. Ma Qian hurriedly shook his head. If you are really the first ban, then you should be the one choosing the 4 major colleges, not the 4 major colleges choosing you. Really? There was a hint of doubt in Li Chunxiu's eyes. I won't lie. Ma Qian said sincerely. When Li Chunxiu heard this, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Before, he had thought that it was difficult to get into the 4 major academies. After all, netizens on the internet said that the 4 major academies were selected from the best of 10,000, and only true geniuses could get in. He didn't expect that he could just choose randomly based on the strength test. The threshold was a bit low. Just as Li Chunxiu was about to ask about the admissions matters of the 4 colleges, a young man in uniform hurriedly ran over from a distance. The young man stopped 1 meter away from Ma Qian, glanced at Li Chunxiu timidly, and reported to Ma Qian, Team leader, there are a lot of people gathered at the entrance of the energy measurement field, and they want to see this person. The young man signaled Li Chunxiu with his eyes. Are they those people from the academy? Ma Qian asked. The young man nodded. Seeing this, Ma Qian looked at Li Chunxiu and said, Do you want to go and take a look? I'm free anyway. I'll go take a look. After Li Chunxiu finished speaking, he walked towards the main gate of the square, leaving only his thin back to everyone. At this time, the entrance to the square was crowded with people. They were crowded with their arms and bodies, and stretched their necks to stare in the direction of the square gate. When Li Chunxiu's figure appeared in their sight, it seemed as if a sun was rising in everyone's eyes. Hurry, act according to the plan. The old man standing at the front of the crowd raised his arms forward. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 dark shadows rushed out from the crowd and ran straight towards Li Chunxiu. Chapter 23. The problem may be a bit serious. Looking at the 2 people running towards him like bandits, a trace of vigilance flashed in Li Chunxiu's narrowed eyes, and the hands hidden in his sleeves clenched unconsciously. Call. A gust of wind blew past, and 2 tall and strong middle-aged men stopped in front of Li Chunxiu. Before Li Chunxiu could speak, one of the men smiled and stretched out his hands to grab Li Chunxiu's hands through his sleeves, and said excitedly, You are more handsome in person than on the screen. Hello, Li Chunxiu. I am the admissions officer of Nanchi College City number 11. Hello. I am the admissions officer of Yuanluo College in City number 11. Hello. Another person also came up and said, Hello. Li Chunxiu nodded belatedly. More than 40 colleges are waiting to discuss with you in detail. Let's go and find a quiet place to have a good chat. It's too noisy here, and it's not very convenient. While talking, the 2 walked to both sides of Li Chunxiu, put their arms through Li Chunxiu's armpits, and lifted him up abruptly. Time is money. We will take you away. Don't be afraid. After saying that, the 2 of them quickly alternated their feet and ran towards the gate of the square like the wind, carrying the confused Li Chunxiu. Although Li Chunxiu was somewhat confused, he did not resist. If he wanted to leave, no one could stop him. When the group of 3 arrived at the entrance of the square, the people blocking the entrance dispersed. The car is at the door. Let's hurry. Can you please sit down? No problem. Let's go. Okay, follow me. After a quick exchange of ideas, a group of 40 people followed Li Chunxiu and ran towards the police door. The road was smooth, and all the police officers gave way. This sudden series of events made Li Chunxiu's mind a little confused for a while. He looked at the man next to him with suspicion. Are you really from the admissions department of the college? Why do I feel like you are kidnappers? Don't be nervous. We are not kidnappers. If we were kidnappers, why would the police turn a blind eye to us? The man laughed as he ran. Then why? Don't worry. Everything we do is for your own good. We have absolutely no intention of persecuting you. I guarantee this with my personal integrity. Looking at the man's sincere and determined eyes, Li Chunxiu temporarily put aside his doubts. Soon, a group of people took Li Chunxiu into a spacious bus. After the last person got on the bus, the driver stepped on the accelerator and drove away from the police gate at high speed. When the bus drove onto an empty road, the driver shouted without looking back, "Quick, Huang Jun, use your special ability to hide the bus." A thin man in the car stood up, put his palm against the window, and then nothing happened. Of course, this was only inside the car. On the wide road, the bus traveling at a speed of 75 miles per hour became increasingly lighter in color, as if the paint had been blown away by the whistling wind. Finally, it disappeared completely without a trace under a speed camera, and only the roar of the car remained, proving its existence. The police at 10:30. Ha ha ha, those who belong to the war college are still those who belong to the war college. What's the point of having so many people there? It's better to take a rest in the cinema room. Chi Ming just couldn't get past one person. What are you so proud of? My senior told me yesterday that he recruited someone in City 89. Do you have one this year? Yo yo yo, who just said in front of Chi Mingyue that your future is limitless? You are a rare talent. Changya Academy will be glorious because of you joining, and you will be someone who will go down in the history of the school. And he may have more than one ability, but the police can only detect it. Are you envious, little Shuzi? I envy you, uncle. You are so... Okay, if you don't have any tricks, then you don't have any tricks. Can you be a little more magnanimous? That's right, a 44-year-old is acting like a child, cursing. The quality of the students in Changya Academy really needs to be improved. Messy footsteps and discussions were heard from outside the screen hall, followed by a large group of people walking in from the main entrance of the screen hall. These people were the same group that left the screen room first. Everyone, Ma Tianjiu, just made a move, eh? Ma Tianjiu, with a beaming face, walked into the theater and was about to show off, but all he saw were empty seats, with only some people sitting on the police side. Hey, why are all the people gone? Has the energy test ended? Sui, who followed closely behind, asked in confusion. Are you blind? Can't you see that the ratings are still being shown on the screen? I think there's probably some kind of extreme body system appearing. All these people have left after one level of extreme body. Sigh. It's not easy for these last-place colleges to recruit students. As they were talking, they returned to their previous seats. Gong Ran and his group kept silent tacitly. They said, if you don't ask me, I won't tell you. If you ask, I won't say it clearly either. After all, no one wants to offend others. At this time, Su Yi, who had just sat down, turned his head and looked at Gong Ran. Gong Sidong. What level of supernatural power attracted them all? I don't think there seems to be any special extreme physical abilities in the information booklet. Gao Xing from Changwu College was flipping through the information booklet in his hand. He's just a person whose rating is a bit vague. Gong Ran said somewhat unnaturally. Blurred. Ma Tianju raised his eyebrows and asked curiously, who is blurry? Gong Ran turned his head away with a guilty look on his face. This is just a young man with a simple and unpretentious ability. Haha, they didn't let you tell us because they were afraid that we would snatch people away, someone said with a smile. Gong Ran neither denied nor admitted what he said, but his expression was also a disguised admission. These people really underestimated me. I'm just an extreme physical system. No matter how outstanding I am, I won't leave before the test is finished. Indeed, no matter how outstanding that person is, he can't be better than my Chi Mingyue, haha. Ma Tianju laughed complacently, not noticing the abnormal expressions of the policeman at all. A few minutes later, a woman asked in confusion, why is it always speed and defense, not strength? Gong Ran straightened up, the corners of his mouth twitching unconsciously. Yes, the measurement of strength is more interesting. Let Gong Sidong release his strength, someone agreed. Gong Ran rubbed his nose. That power-type energy measuring body is broken. Broken? Chun Shueshan from Tianyuan Federation College frowned. The energy measuring body was airlifted here by the Antong Division. It has a service life of 100 years. How could it be broken? It is indeed broken. Someone accidentally broke it when testing its energy. Zhang Kong, who was sitting next to him, spoke first. Zhang Kong is right. It broke accidentally. Gong Ran nodded. Gong Sidong. Was it accidentally broken? Chen Shuishan had a few big question marks on his forehead, and then continued. Can you adjust the surveillance so I can take a look? I am proficient in mechanical maintenance, and I can fix anything unless it is a major problem. Otherwise, the test will not be completed, and I cannot leave according to the rules. This may be a big problem. Chapter 24 Gao Xing's Collapse. What do you mean? What do you mean the problem is a bit serious? Chen Shuishan's eyes were full of confusion, and then he shouted to the staff operating the screen. Let me see the situation of the energy measuring body. The staff standing at the control panel had an unpleasant look on his face and looked at Gong Ran for help. Gong Ran hesitated for a while and finally nodded. As the screen flashed slightly, a picture appeared in front of everyone. On the messy energy measuring platform, workers in protective clothing were carrying the fragments of the energy measuring body, and the yellow cordon had completely blocked the surroundings. Outside the yellow cordon, those destined ones were looking at the broken energy measuring body and talking among themselves. The heads of various colleges in the screen hall fell silent after seeing this scene. This is called being accidentally broken? What happened? Did the energy measuring body malfunction and explode? There seems to be no precedent of an energy measuring body self-destructing. Tong Gong. Chen Shuishan swallowed his saliva and said in disbelief, Are you sure this was not blown up by a bomb, but was accidentally destroyed by someone? Gong Ran looked a little unnatural. It was indeed destroyed by someone accidentally. Chen Shuishan suppressed his fear and shouted to the staff controlling the screen again. Let me see who broke the energy measuring body. It's really strange that a banned energy measuring body can cause a program failure of the energy measuring body and cause it to explode. Let him go. Gong Ran nodded. He had done his best in hiding until now. The big screen flashed again, and the image of Li Chunqiu measuring energy appeared on the big screen. At this moment, Li Chunqiu in the image was asking Ma Qian whether he should pay compensation for damaging the energy measuring body. Hey, why is it this kid? Did he break the energy measuring body? Chen Shuishan looked at the detailed information of Li Chunqiu in the data booklet. Divine power? This ability can't possibly cause the program of the energy measuring body to malfunction and then self-destruct. Gong Sidong, did he use any mysterious weapon in violation of the rules? After the resurrectors appeared, some ordinary tools also changed and possessed incredible abilities. These tools were collectively referred to as xuanqi, which means mysterious tools. As long as one lives in human society, everyone has some understanding of mysterious weapons to some extent, and Gong Ran, as the commander, is definitely no exception. Gong Ran lowered his head and recalled for a while, then said in a somewhat unsteady tone, I think it should be. This kid is about to take action. Ma Tianjiu folded his arms and looked at the screen curiously. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's attention was focused on the screen, and naturally no one paid attention to Gong Ran's words. Use your knees? Even though your knees are powerful, they are far inferior to your fists in terms of flexibility and speed. The energy body is measured based on the cumulative damage rating. Doesn't this kid even know this? Gao Xing from Changwu College shook his head in disappointment. Such a mediocre ability cannot be changed by using skills. That's true, but what does this kid use? Bang! Before the man could finish his words, a huge explosion sounded from the speakers, and the energy measuring body on the screen exploded into pieces in an instant like a piece of tofu. Everyone was stunned. The admissions officers of each college had frozen expressions, and their pupils gradually dilated at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even the policemen who had seen this scene before were shocked at this moment. Gao Xing stood up tremblingly, his eyes filled with excitement that seemed to be condensing into substance. Gong Sidong, is this person really a forbidden person? Among the 4 major academies, only their Changwu Academy advocates the extreme body system and hand-to-hand combat, but the extreme body system is not like other systems. The upper limit of supernatural powers is too low, so there are very few people with the destiny of the powerful extreme body system. The extreme physical abilities of previous years are almost extinct, let alone someone like Li Chunqiu who is very likely to be an extreme physical ability. At this moment, Gao Xing felt that Li Chunqiu was his ray of hope, illuminating his future. He had to take down this guy no matter what. After hearing Gao Xing's words, Gong Ran said hesitantly, It should be, after all, that's what the forbidden instrument said. Ha ha ha. Gao Xing laughed. This guy is destined to be from our Changwu College. Everyone, give me some face. The others also came to their senses at this time and stood up excitedly. Compared to Qi Mingyue's uncertain level of supernatural power, the supernatural level of this kid in front of him is definitely real. How much is your face worth? Talents like this are more suitable for our war college. Shi Mingyue has been recruited by you. Can you please have some shame? I. Okay, stop arguing. Sui interrupted the quarrel and turned to look at Gong Ran. Where is the child now? Hearing this, a series of fiery gazes fell on Gong Ran, like a group of hungry wolves. Gong Ran was frightened by being stared at, but he still said, let's go. Gone? Sui frowned. Well, he was taken away by the heads of the academy other than you. Gong Ran said timidly. Bang! Gao Xing slammed his fist on the seat and said angrily, these shameless people, Gong Sitong, where did they go? I don't know either, but it should be within 100 miles. Gong Ran's voice became smaller and smaller. Gao Xing's chest kept rising and falling, and his face instantly turned from pale to red. Fuck, these bastards. After saying that, Gao Xing strode away towards the door, and the others did the same. Hushi Hotel top floor presidential suite. Li Chunxiu sat on the soft leather sofa, and his entire but seemed to sink into it. 1 meter away from Li Chunxiu, there were densely packed people, some sitting and some standing, but they all had one thing in common. Everyone had a bright smile on their face. I don't quite understand. We are just discussing something. Why do we have to drive from the city to the suburbs? Isn't this really kidnapping? Li Chunxiu hesitated. How could it be kidnapping? Have you ever seen kidnapping people and taking them to the presidential suite, where they were treated to good food and drink? Someone immediately retorted. It really doesn't look like kidnapping. Li Chunxiu's eyebrows showed a thoughtful look. It's a bit like hide and seek. Are you afraid that I will be recruited by other colleges? So you brought me here? After hearing this, the smiles on everyone's faces became a little forced. Is the person in charge of Changwu College here? Li Chunxiu asked with his eyes lowered. No one responded. Is the person in charge of the Long Night Academy here? No one responded. Is there one from the top 10 colleges? Still no one responded. Li Chunxiu's face turned dark, and when he stood up and was about to leave, a man grabbed his arm. Kid, a small academy has its advantages. You won't lose anything by listening to us. If you are satisfied, that's great. If not, we will send you back. It never hurts to learn more. Chapter 25, Star Academy. Hearing this, Li Chunxiu stood there and thought for a while. Since I'm here anyway, I don't think I'll lose anything by listening. Thinking of this, Li Chunxiu sat back down, looked at everyone and said, then you guys talk. Everyone looked delighted and started chatting, while pulling Li Chunxiu's arm. Think about it. Aren't there a lot of geniuses in those top-ranked colleges? Are you unique for entering those colleges? Will the colleges treat you like a treasure and train you? That's right. They don't treat you as a treasure, but we do. Once you come, you are the treasure of the whole school. All resources are yours, and everyone can serve you. Do you think the 4 major colleges can do this? Except for the teaching staff, we can't compare with you, but we can give you better everything else. Whatever resurrection beast you want to eat, as long as the academy has it, it's all yours, unlimited. If you come to Yuelon College, you don't need to live in the student dormitory. You can live in the villa with your tutor. You can live with whoever you want. They are just talking big. Let me talk about the reality. 1 hour later. When you and your wife have children in the future, you don't have to worry about schooling. The school district houses around the number 1 middle school are all assets of our college. You. Boom, boom, boom. Just then, there was a knock on the door, and the originally noisy room suddenly became quiet. Li Chunxiu, who was drowsy after listening to this, looked towards the door. Are those people coming here? No way. Didn't I make the bus transparent? Yeah, even if we can find it, it won't be that fast, right? Everyone was talking quietly, but no one was willing to get up and open the door. I know you are all in there. Open the door and let me join in the fun. A young voice sounded from outside the door. Everyone in the room looked at each other, and one of them bravely asked, Who are you? Star-picking Li Shu. The young man outside the door said calmly. The 4 light words rang in everyone's mind like thunder, and everyone was stunned. If you don't open the door, I'm going to force my way in. The young man's voice was tinged with sarcasm. Hearing this, the young woman standing near the door looked back at everyone. Seeing that no one said anything and no one objected, she turned the doorknob with a click. The door was pushed open, and a young and handsome man walked in with a smile, followed by a middle-aged man with a simple and honest look. Li Chunxiu knew this middle-aged man. Wasn't he Zhu Chang who drove him to the police station? Uncle Zhu, why are you here? Li Chunxiu asked curiously. Zhu Chang smiled at everyone somewhat restrainedly, then looked at Li Chunxiu. I came here with this child. Yes, I brought Uncle Zhu here. The young man smiled brightly, walked slowly to Li Chunxiu and stretched out his hand. Let me introduce myself, Li Shu from the Star Picking Academy. An ordinary resident, Li Chunxiu. Li Chunxiu stretched out his hand and shook hands with Li Shu. There was a subtle flash of vigilance beneath Li Chunxiu's deep eyes. His sixth sense told him that the young man in front of him with curved eyebrows was very strong and difficult to deal with. Oh, what a coincidence. We are from the same family. Li Shu smiled kindly, then withdrew his hand and looked at the other people in the room. Have you finished talking? If you have, it's my turn. After a few seconds of silence in the air, an elder with high moral character stood up and said, We have almost finished talking. You can go ahead. Thank you. Li Shu put his hands together and thanked him, then sat down next to Li Chunxiu without any hesitation. Haven't you heard of the Star Picking Academy? Li Shu said in a low voice. Li Chunxiu nodded doubtfully. Logically speaking, since these people were so afraid, this academy should be among the best in the Federation, but he had never heard of the Star Picking Academy, the academy for those who are destined to succeed. Li Shu didn't seem surprised and explained, Star Picking Academy is not a traditional academy, so it is not included in the ranking of Destiny Academy. In addition, the academy is not located in the city, so naturally few people know about it. Not a college in the traditional sense? Li Chunxiu showed a hint of confusion between his brows. In fact, in my opinion, our college is just an ordinary college. Non-traditional is the outside world's view of our college. Does anyone here want to tell us what you think of Zhaixing? The old man said slowly after hearing this, Haha, since you want me to tell this child, then I will tell you. In the following time, the old man completely spread out the Star Picking Academy in front of Li Chunxiu. Star College is a college with a graduation rate of only 32%. The reason for the low graduation rate is not because the courses are difficult, but because most people do not live to see the day they receive their diplomas. The Star Picking Academy firmly believes that only when one is on the brink of death can one's full potential be truly stimulated, so they encourage killing and fighting. All tasks assigned by the college are directly connected with the Security and Communications Bureau, and all resources have to be grabbed by oneself. Whoever is stronger can be the teacher, and whoever is stronger can make the rules. This is the so-called Star Picking Academy, an academy that is above federal laws. In the room, Li Chunxiu asked the old man in confusion, How can the Federation allow a college to be above the law? Before the old man could speak, Li Shu spoke first. Graduates from the Star Picking Academy are all geniuses among geniuses, and they all hold important positions in the Federation. The current director of the Security and Coordination Department graduated from the Star Picking Academy, and the last president of the Federation also graduated from the Star Picking Academy. After hearing what Li Shu said, Li Chunxiu suddenly understood. No wonder they are above the law. It turns out that those above them are their own people. Although the environment of star picking is harsh, if you are strong, it will be heaven. It's up to you to choose. If you want to go to 3012 downstairs to find me. After saying that, Li Shu took Zhu Cheng and left the room. After the door was closed, the originally quiet room suddenly became lively. Kid, don't be fooled by what Li Shu said. Zhaixing is not a place for human beings. It's full of warlike lunatics. That's right. Moreover, Zhaixing always forces students to accept missions. Those missions are thrown to the Security and Control Bureau because the police can't handle them. You are only a banished person now, and you don't have any background. How can you deal with those resuscitators? You have to live well first before you can think about becoming stronger. Even if you don't join the Star Picking Club, you can still go a long way and have a good life. Don't be fooled by the president or the general. They are all lies. Everyone advised earnestly. Li Chunxiu shook his head. You are wrong. I can only live well if I become stronger first. Thank you for your hospitality. Li Chunxiu stood up, nodded politely to everyone, and then left the room. Chapter 26 News Report. Li Chunxiu came to the house number mentioned by Li Shu, hesitated for a while, and then knocked on the door. The door opened with a click, and Li Shu poked his head out from the door frame, grinning. Hey, I knew you would come. Come in. Li Chunxiu pushed the door open and sat on the sofa with Li Shu. I want to become stronger. The Star Picking Academy is a good fit for me. I want to join the Star Picking Academy. Li Shu smiled and pushed a cup of coffee on the table in front of Li Chunxiu. Welcome, but Zhaixing is different from other colleges. You can't just join after being invited. You need to complete the college entrance examination and pass the examination before you can join. What assessment? Li Chunxiu asked with a raised eyebrow. I don't know at this stage. After all, the assessment is decided by the college. I will send you a text message later. Li Shu shook his head and then stood up. Any other questions? No more. Li Chenxio responded. If there's nothing else, I'll leave. After all, I came here for a mission. By the way, you can stay here for the next few days? As he spoke, Li Shu took out a black room card from his pocket and placed it on the table. You made such a big fuss in front of the police, so I guess your place won't be very quiet. Stay here to avoid the limelight. Your boss and your brother Zhu Cheng are already on their way to pick you up. Thank you. Li Chenxio thanked him. It's a piece of cake. Li Shu waved his hand casually and walked out of the room. Li Chenxio was the only one left in the empty room. He lay on the sofa, his dark and bright eyes staring straight at the ceiling, picking the stars intentionally. His eldest uncle and second uncle are both his uncles, Gao. The familiar ringtone sounded again. Li Chenxio answered the phone and put it to his ear. Hello? You little brat, what the hell have you done? Why are there so many reporters in the store? Didn't my second brother tell you that I was going to test my energy? You were so kind to bring this up. Your second brother is still lying on the bed with his, but sticking up. Don't worry, everyone will get a share. Li Chenxio's face turned dark, and he subconsciously reached out and touched his butt. In the following time, Li Chenxio explained to Li Ji in detail the cause and effect of the whole incident. Just as Li Ji was about to curse, he quickly hung up the phone. Li Chenxio let out a long sigh. Facing the old man Li Ji, he really felt an indescribable feeling of powerlessness. Relaxing times are always short. When it was almost 12 o'clock, there was a knock on the door. Li Chenxio, who was lying on the sofa, shuddered all over and walked reluctantly to the door and turned the doorknob. 3 familiar faces appeared in front of Li Chenxio. Li Ji with a gloomy face. Li Qingxia holding her buttocks. Zhu Cheng has a simple and honest face. Shaoli, congratulations. When you become rich in the future, remember to come visit the Public Security Bureau. I have sent the person away, so I will leave first. Zhu Cheng said with a smile, but his smile was no longer as pure as before, and there was a sense of distance in it. Wait a minute, Uncle Zhu. Li Chenxio hurriedly reached out and grabbed Zhu Cheng's arm. It's almost noon. Let's have a meal and rest here before leaving. He couldn't let Zhu Cheng leave. If he left, Li Ji would have no limits in scolding people. This is not good, Zhu Cheng said awkwardly. Li Ji looked at Zhu Cheng with a gentle expression. You sent us here, so it's only right that we treat you to a meal. Yes, let's eat together. I searched online and found that meals in the rooms above the 30th floor of this hotel are free. It would be a waste if you don't eat. Li Chenxio winked at Li Qingxia, and the two of them pulled Zhu Cheng into the room in tacit understanding. Li Ji also followed with a gloomy face. In order to prevent the air pressure in the room from being too low, Li Chenxio turned on the TV and played a comedy movie. As Li Chenxio expected, under Zhu Cheng's restrictions, Li Ji did not throw a tantrum. These big hotels are so high-end. You place your orders using a tablet, and the waiters deliver them directly to your room. Wow! Li Qingxia exclaimed while holding the hotel's tablet. Order more meat. Li Chenxio instructed. Exclamation point. Li Qingxia replied without even raising her head, her fingers continuously tapping on the screen. Soon, plates of delicious dishes with good looks, aroma and flavor were brought to the room, and the tempting aroma wafted through the room. After Li Ji and Zhu Cheng exchanged some pleasantries, they began to eat. Wow, this tastes so good. It's completely different from what you get in those fly-in-the-wall restaurants out there. Zhu Cheng praised with a smile. Li Ji nodded. Yeah, I don't know why. This fried rice feels better than mine. Beep. Before Li Ji could finish his words, the screen of the TV playing a movie in front of the dining table suddenly flashed, and a well-dressed female host appeared on the screen. Hello, everyone. I am Yang Hua, the External Affairs Director of the Police Intelligence Department. Recently, a highly dangerous resuscitator appeared in our city. For the safety of the general public, the police decided to release the information of this resuscitator. Please do not turn off the TV and watch it carefully. As the female host finished speaking, the picture on the screen flashed, and a shaky video began to play on the TV. It was the video of Li Chenxio fighting with the police at the bridgehead last night. At the dining table, the 4 people paused at the same time and raised their heads. Li Ji and Li Qingxia subconsciously glanced at Li Chenxio, but this scene was not noticed by Zhu Cheng standing by. In the video, Li Chenxio controlled the water droplets, like a god of death walking in the rainy night, reaping lives. It's so horrible. Zhu Cheng frowned. An entire action team was killed so easily. Ahem. Li Ji coughed a few times unnaturally and agreed solemnly. Yes, it's terrible. I never thought that there was such a terrible resurrector hidden in City 11. Zhu Cheng nodded in agreement. Every time I think of this resurrectionist still hiding among the people, I get chills down my spine. When I go to some unfamiliar places now, I always have the illusion that this resurrectionist is staring at me nearby. As soon as these words were spoken, Li Ji and Li Qingxia trembled visibly, and even the dining table shook slightly. "What's wrong with you?" Zhu Qing asked with concern. Li Qingxia forced a smile and said, After hearing what you said, I felt a little scared for some reason. I always felt that this room was creepy." Li Chunxiu, who was sitting next to Zhu Cheng, looked at Zhu Cheng with a strange expression. He really wanted to say to Zhu Cheng, "Your illusion is so accurate. What's there to be afraid of? There are only 4 of us in this room. Could that resurrected being possibly transform into Chen Qiu's appearance and sit next to me and eat with us?" Zhu Cheng patted Li Chenqiu's shoulder happily. Chapter 27-096 Disaster. Puff. This time, Li Chenqiu couldn't hold it anymore and the drink he had just drunk came out. "Hey, what's wrong with you?" Zhu Cheng patted Li Chenqiu on the back with concern and tore off a tissue and handed it to Li Chenqiu. "It's okay. I just drank a sip of water and I choked when you slapped me, Uncle Zhu." Li Chenqiu took the tissue and wiped his mouth. I'm sorry. I don't know how to control my strength when I hit someone. Please don't take it to heart." Zhu Cheng said apologetically. "It's okay, Uncle Zhu. Just continue watching the news. You should pay attention to news reports about public safety." Li Chenqiu waved his hand. He was really afraid that if this person continued talking, he would expose all his secrets. Eat. Don't let the food get cold." Li Ji picked up a piece of fat and put it in Zhu Cheng's bowl. "Why are you serving me food? This is so embarrassing." It's okay. Eat more and talk less." The video on TV was not long, just a few minutes, and it ended quickly. The picture flashed and the host appeared on the screen again. After killing the 4th action team, this resuscitator retreated to the bridge with hostages. Since the surveillance cameras on the bridge were destroyed, we don't have any video footage from the bridge, but we have invited Zhang Kong, the commander-in-chief at the time, to restore the situation for everyone. Please come on stage." The host looked to his left, and the burly Zhang Kong walked from the left side of the screen to the host's side, facing the TV screen with a serious expression. "Hello, everyone. I am Zhang Kong, the commander-in-chief of that operation. Now let me recount what happened at that time." Zhang Kong's face was heavy, with undisguised fear and pain in his eyes. "At that time, we deployed all forces by sea, land, and air to completely surround this resurrectionist. We thought we could wipe it out, but we underestimated this resurrectionist. He didn't want to negotiate with us at all and killed the hostages directly. In anger, I gave the order to purge and helicopters and missiles were launched in full force. Faced with these terrifyingly powerful missiles, the resurrector grabbed a missile with his hands and crushed it with his bare hands without any injury. The other missiles were also confined in the air by his water flow and exploded on the spot. The explosion directly destroyed the Lujiang Bridge. Just as I was about to command the troops to launch a second round of attack, I saw a scene that I will never forget." Zhang Kong was silent. He propped up his forehead with his hand and hid the upper half of his face in the shadow. Half a minute later, he spoke. "We were surrounded by planes made of water and suspended tanks. There was no way to survive. We were like lambs to be slaughtered. Just when I thought the police were going to be wiped out, the resuscitator smiled playfully, slapped me a few times, and said something that I will never forget. Killing you is meaningless. I want you to live under my shadow. Let the police be afraid of me. Let the whole city be afraid of me." After saying this, he turned into raindrops all over the sky and disappeared without a trace. By the end of his speech, Zhang Kong's voice could no longer stop trembling. If it weren't for the female host beside him supporting him, Zhang Kong would have collapsed to the ground. "Thank you, Commander Zhang Kong Zhang, for telling us what happened on the bridge. Please send a few people to help Commander Zhang Kong Zhang down." Li Chunxiu, sitting in front of the TV, opened his eyes wide and even chewed his food slowly. "This is what I did myself. I used water to create airplanes and tanks, crushed missiles with my bare hands, and imprisoned all missiles with my thoughts. If you were so strong, why would you wait for the rainy day and just go and kill the police alone on a sunny day? Isn't that nonsense?" At this moment, Li Ji and Li Qingxia both looked in the direction of Li Chunxiu at the same time, with surging fear and doubt under their dark pupils. Is our little Chiozi so incredible? It's horrifying. This resurrector is so powerful. Zhu Cheng put down his bowl and chopsticks in surprise. His eyebrows and eyes seemed to be twisted together with fear. It shouldn't be that great. It always feels a bit far-fetched. Li Chunxiu pretended to be calm and spoke. Zhu Qingyi said righteously, The police will not lie. This is related to the safety of the people. Indeed, the police will not lie when it comes to major issues. Li Chinxiu agreed. On TV, after Zhang Kong was helped down, host Yang Hua said calmly, "The police have reported the news of this resuscitator to the Security Bureau. The Disaster Assessment Department of the Security Bureau has completed the disaster assessment of this resuscitator. Please take a look." Yang Hua stood aside, and the electronic screen behind him lit up. Li Chinxiu's appearance and information at that time appeared on the electronic screen. No. 096 flood. Disaster level. High risk. Superpower level. Prohibition level. Above the 5 prohibitions. Region. City number 11. Although this resurrectionist is extremely powerful, please do not panic. The Security and Control Department has already accepted this high-risk disaster, and a team will be here soon to clear it up. If you find any traces of floodwater in the city, please contact the police immediately. Goodbye. Beep. The TV screen flickered, and the movie continued to play normally, but the room was unusually quiet. Li Chunxiu pursed his lips, appearing calm on the surface, but his heart was in turmoil. This is too outrageous. My current strength is only close to the level of level 4. How can I be rated as level 5 or above? That would be fine. The most serious thing is the high-risk disaster. The 4 words, high-risk disaster, represent too heavy a weight. It's not that he is afraid. It's just that high-risk ones will be very troublesome. Apart from other things, just the ability of Jishui is basically a living sign of disaster water. It can't be used casually. After all, the intelligence investigation ability of the Security Bureau is extremely outrageous. It is said that a few years ago, a high-risk disaster used its special powers to roast a wild boar in an uninhabited area and eat it. Following this clue, the Antong Division traveled thousands of miles and eliminated this high-risk disaster in city number 98. Of course, there is some exaggeration in this, but it also indirectly shows the power of the Security and Coordination Bureau. High risk. Zhu Cheng stood up. A high-risk disaster has occurred in City 11. I guess the Public Security Bureau is going crazy right now. I have to go back. Let's go after we finish eating. We haven't even taken a few bites yet. Li Ji said politely. I'm already very full. Thank you for the treat. Li Chunxiu wiped his mouth and stood up. I'll see Uncle Zhu off. Li Chunxiu sent Zhu Cheng to the car before returning to the hotel room. As soon as he entered the door, he noticed that the air was almost stagnant and the silence was oppressive. Li Ji still maintained the same posture as before Li Chunxiu left, sitting quietly on the chair. When he heard the noise at the door, Li Ji turned his head stiffly. For a moment, Li Chunxiu felt as if he was being stared at by a monster and got goosebumps all over his body. Li Chunxiu, are you a kangaroo? Why are you so? Just as Li Ji was about to curse, Li Chunxiu put his finger to his lips, made a hushing gesture, and pointed at the wall with his finger. Chapter 28 Security guards go up the mountain. Walls have ears. This is what Li Chunxiu wanted to express. Li Ji glared at Li Chunxiu fiercely and sat back in his chair. Talking without restraint in an unfamiliar environment would be fine if no one discovered it, but if someone discovered it, you would not be able to survive in human society. Li Ji was not a fool, so he naturally knew the seriousness of the matter. Eating is the most important thing in the world. Don't think about those other things. Come over here quickly, Xiao Qiuzi, and eat with us. Li Qingxia trotted forward, took Li Chinxiu's hand and sat on the chair, smiling and continued at the dining table. We'll stay here for the next few days, eat and drink well. Boss, you haven't had a rest for a long time. Take this opportunity to have a good rest. Li Ji rolled his eyes at Li Qingxia and said, You're talking too much nonsense while eating? In the following days, the outside public opinion became louder and louder. Li Chinxiu's ordinary name, like a rising star, occupied all the news headlines in city number 11 overnight. It has become the focus of public opinion and a subject of discussion among people after dinner. This fried rice restaurant has been closed for a few days. I was thinking of going to meet the Destiny Man. How can it be open for business? Look, there are reporters lying in ambush on all sides, and the hotel next door is fully occupied by those who are recruiting students from the academy. How can it be open for business under such circumstances? Breaking up the energy body with one punch, this is really abnormal. I wish I could become such a destined person. Go back and drink more. You will have all kinds of dreams. Li Chinxiu's life story is really pitiful. He was abandoned by his parents when he was young and had to pick up food from the garbage dump to grow up. Now he has been adopted by a restaurant and finally has a home. It can be said that after all the hardships, there is happiness. After so much suffering, I can finally live a good life in the future. What these people didn't know was that the child who was picking up food from the garbage dump had already starved to death on a cold winter night, but his appearance still existed and he was given the name Li Chinchio. The outside world is in turmoil, but the hotel is quiet. The three of them stayed quiet and didn't go out, focusing entirely on eating. Especially Li Chinchio. If he was not sleeping, he must be eating meat. It's not that Li Chinchio wanted to take advantage of this, but because of a phone call a few days ago. On the afternoon after seeing Zhu Qing off, Li Chinchio received a call from Wu Shan from the Public Security Bureau. The test report came out, and the corresponding person was not found in the database. In other words, the person in the hotel room on the 4th floor that night was most likely a resurrected person or a destined person. After that, he learned from Li Qingxia that several high schools in City 11 organized a bonfire party to relieve the exam preparation pressure of senior high school students. The venue for the party was set at North Huangshan, and the time was exactly April 16th, which was circled on the hotel calendar. This also shows that the mysterious man in the hotel is not targeting him, but the 4th high school, who would secretly monitor the 4th senior high school and circle April 16th on the calendar. There is only one possibility, that is someone with ulterior motives. As for whether this person is the one who is destined to protect the students, or the one who wants to massacre the students, Li Chenxiu doesn't care. He only cared about one thing. If he were to attack more than a few thousand students, would that mean that on April 16th, there might be a large number of forbidden creatures appearing in Beiwangshan? If he wants to paint the carvings on the palace walls, he needs to kill people. Beiwangshan may be a springboard for him to improve his strength. In order to meet this uncertain battle, eating meat to replenish life energy and improve body functions is the only thing Li Chunqiu can do now. In the hotel room, Li Chunqiu sat in front of the French window with a cup of coffee, looking down at the ant-like humans from above. The 3 o'clock sunlight refracted through the glass onto his face, adding a hint of false warmth to his indifferent eyes. Li Qingxia came over from the sofa and patted Li Chunqiu on the shoulder. "Send me the bus stop. Let's go." Li Chunqiu finished the coffee in his cup in one gulp, stood up and said, "Send me the location. I'll go there alone." "Alone?" Li Qingxia raised her eyebrows. "Who told you that I'm alone? I've registered too." Li Qingxiu turned around in surprise and asked, "You're going to work as a security guard on Beihuang Mountain too?" "Yes, from 6 p.m. to 1 a.m., a total of 7 hours, you can get 250 yuan, and it also provides food, accommodation, and transportation. How can I miss this part-time job that pays daily?" Li Qingxia said as a matter of course. "Don't go. Stay with the boss in the hotel. Let me see the address." As he said that, Li Qingxiu reached out to grab Li Qingxia's cell phone. "What for?" Li Qingxia took a step back. "It's up to you to decide whether I go or not. You're just a younger brother. How can you control me?" "You." Li Qingxiu took a deep breath, resisted the urge to hit someone, and said calmly, "There may be some dangers on this trip to Beiwangshan. It's not safe for you to go." Li Qingxia narrowed her eyes upon hearing this and asked in a deep voice, "What danger?" "I don't know, but it's dangerous anyway." Li Qingxiu shook his head, and after a while he added, "It could be very dangerous." "Then why are you going?" "You can't go," Li Qingxia said in a firm tone, and at the same time, while Li Qingxiu didn't react, he directly deleted the address information on the mobile phone. "I deleted the address. Don't even think about going there for the part-time job. If you dare to go to Beiwangshan alone, I'll tell the boss." "Li Chunqiu, you are in your 20s. Why are you acting like a child? I must go there today. It doesn't matter whether you tell me the address or not. It's just a matter of convenience," Li Qingxiu said firmly. You, if you know the danger, why are you going there?" Li Chunqiu said as a matter of course, "Why can't I go? It's not dangerous for me, but it's beneficial." Li Qingxia hesitated for a while, then said stubbornly, "Then I'll go too. I have to watch you." "Brother, don't you know your own level? If you are in danger and I can't protect you in time, what will you do? I can see farther than you, and I still need you to protect me. If there was any danger, I would have run away long ago." After Li Qingxia's persistent argument, Li Qingxiu finally agreed. After leaving a note for Li Ji, the two went to the stop for the security vehicle. On the side of the wide road, 5 buses that had not yet started were parked. Li Qingxiu, who was wearing a mask, saw this scene with a hint of doubt in his eyes and asked Li Qingxia beside him, "Are these 5 cars all carrying security guards?" "How would I know? Let's go over and ask later," Li Qingxia muttered and took Li Chengxiu to the door of a bus. "Name?" a young man squatting in front of the car asked without raising his head. "Li Dashin. This is my younger brother, Li Dahai." Li Qingxia smiled and pointed at Li Chengxiu. Because Li Chengxiu is so famous, Li Qingxia used a fake name when registering his information. This is also the reason why Li Chunxiu wears a mask. As for why he didn't change his appearance, it was not that Li Chunxiu didn't want to, but that he couldn't do so. The urban area of City Number 1 is basically fully covered by surveillance, and Li Chunxiu's figure will always be exposed under the surveillance. Even if he changes his appearance, he can't be truly invisible. If someone really wants to investigate him, they will definitely find some clues by following the clues. Moreover, there is a great possibility that his ability to change his appearance will be exposed, and people with ulterior motives may even connect it to the flood that appeared out of nowhere. The reason why the Lujiang Bridge was not discovered last time was because Li Chunxiu buried his clothes on the bank of the Lujiang River in advance, and used the river current to avoid all surveillance and go to the Lujiang Bridge to commit the crime. So the police could not find any clues afterwards. And Lujiang is not involved in this operation. In this case, it would be better to cover it up openly. If you encounter a resurrected one on Mount Beihuang, just show your true identity and eliminate him. If you encounter a destined one, find an opportunity to kill him. There aren't many surveillance cameras on the mountain anyway, so just leave no traces. Chapter 29 Situation? Li Dashin, Li Dahai, let me look for him. The young man fiddled with his phone screen. I found him. Go wait for him in the bus. It'll leave in 10 minutes. Well, that's troublesome. Li Qingxiao responded and walked into the car first. Li Qingxiao glanced at the young man without leaving a trace, then stepped towards the car door. The moment he bent over and walked into the car door, a heart-pounding chill rose from the soles of his feet. Li Chunxiu paused for a moment, but soon returned to normal, and calmly followed Li Qingxiao to sit in the empty seat in the last row. There were about 40 seats in the bus, with only 2 or 3 empty, and it was basically full. Li Chunxiu lowered his eyes and looked out the window. His brows unconsciously frowned. For some reason, his heart started beating faster since he got on the car, and his nerves were tense, as if his body sensed some threat and began to remind himself to stay alert in all aspects. But there was nothing unusual in the carriage. Some people were sleeping, some were looking at their phones, and some were talking. Everything was peaceful. Hee, the part-time job I found is not bad, right? It includes a car to pick you up and drop you off. Li Qingxiao nudged Li Chunxiu with her elbow. Li Chunxiu folded his arms and shrank back. My second brother is amazing. City number 11 has everything. Suddenly, Li Chunxiu's voice stopped. His pupils suddenly shrank, and he turned to look at the seat opposite. Over there, a young man with a literary look and wearing half-frame glasses was sitting by the window, watching short videos out of boredom. Just now, Li Chunxiu noticed that someone was looking at him. He was very familiar with that feeling, cold and murderous, just like the look he got in the hotel last time. Li Qingxiao noticed Li Chunxiu's abnormality and asked in confusion, "What's wrong with you?" "I saw a familiar friend, so I went to say hello." Li Chunxiu responded casually, walked out from the seat inside, and sat down next to the young man. The young man looked at Li Chunxiu in surprise, and then continued to look at his phone as if nothing had happened. Li Qingxiu shook Li Chunxiu's arm across the aisle, signaled the literary young man with her eyes, and put on a puzzled look. Li Chunxiu shook his head and signaled Li Qingxiu with his eyes not to meddle in other people's business. Tisk. Li Qingxiu curled her lips, turned her head away, and ignored Li Chunxiu. Time passed slowly, and within 10 minutes, several more men got on the carriage, filling the entire carriage. The young man walked onto the bus and shouted, "It's time to leave. Everyone fasten your seatbelts." Having said that, he sat in the driving seat. After warming up the car for a while, he stepped on the accelerator to start the car and drove towards North Huangshan. After fastening his seatbelt, Li Chunxiu glanced sideways at the young man next to him. Seeing that the other party had no reaction, he supported his chin with his hand, tilted his head, and looked at the other party without saying a word. A minute later, a look of disgust appeared on the young man's face, and he said softly, "I am not." Li Chunxiu grinned, "Me neither." "Then why are you looking at me all the time?" The young man pushed his glasses frame and asked without turning his head. Hee, because you also peeked at me." Li Chunxiu's eyebrows slightly curved. "Have you forgotten that time in the hotel?" After these words were spoken, the young man's hand that was scrolling through the video paused for a moment, but there was no sign of abnormality on his face. He put down his phone and looked at Li Chunxiu in confusion. "What hotel? Am I crazy to go to a hotel with a man?" Li Chunxiu looked calm upon hearing this, and asked in a low voice, "Let me ask you, what does April 16th mean to you in the hotel circle, and what are you going to do in Beiwangshan? Are you sick? What's the circle date of April 16th? What am I going to do in Beiwangshan? What am I doing as a part-time worker?" The young man scolded unceremoniously. "Do you think I can't kill you, resurrectionist?" Li Chunxiu's expression gradually turned cold. He reached out and grabbed the young man's palm, then cut it with his fingertips. The young man's pupils trembled and he clenched his fist and was about to pull it out, but Licentio's palm was like a crab's claws and could not be shaken. 2 seconds later, the skin around the bloodstain moved slightly and returned to normal in the blink of an eye. Only the bright red blood proved that it was not an illusion. Your strength is only a level 2, forbidden one. What qualifications do you have to lie in front of me? Just answer whatever I ask. Do you understand? Licentio smiled brightly. The young man raised his lips and asked, "Are you from the police or the security bureau? Don't you understand your situation?" Licentio asked, "Do you understand?" There was a gleam of contempt in the young man's eyes. The moment he finished speaking, dozens of eyes focused on Licentio, and his heartbeat also accelerated at this moment. After hearing Licentio's heartbeat, the young man smiled with satisfaction. "I can hear your heart beating so fast. It seems you know nothing and are just a reckless man who happened to come here. You take your money, we do our business, we live in peace. Don't try to cause any trouble, otherwise you will die even if you are the top 3 forbidden strength." The young man smiled jokingly, pulled his hand away, and continued to watch short videos as if nothing had happened. But what the young man didn't know was that a quickened heartbeat has 2 meanings. One is fear, and the other is excitement. There was a barely perceptible excitement in Licentio's dark eyes, and within this excitement, one could even see a hint of madness. Long-term repression and surging hatred have already subtly changed Licentio's heart, and madness is the underlying color of the deepest part of his soul. After driving for half an hour, the bus finally reached the top of the mountain. At the driver's call, everyone got off the bus one after another. This is an open-air parking lot. Next to the parking lot is a 6-story hotel. After getting off the car, more than 200 people were taken to an open space by a middle-aged man. Licentio and Licentio stood at the back of the crowd, constantly looking at other people, as if they were looking at stacks of federal coins. "Xiaochiozi, what happened in the car just now? Why are you suddenly being stared at by so many people?" Licentio asked in a low voice with his head down. More than half of the more than 40 people in the car just now were resuscitators. They were all in the same group. I offended one of the resuscitators, and then all the other resuscitators looked at me. Licentio said lightly, "Oh, it's a resurrector. No wonder. Wait." Licentio turned her head in surprise. Licentio nodded calmly. "Don't be nervous. They are not that powerful. If they were, I would get goosebumps. There is a resuscitator who can sense my strength, but he is not panicked. This is intriguing." "You." Licentio swallowed her saliva, pulled Licentio back a few steps, and asked in a low voice, "Will they attack you and me later?" "Maybe, but not now. They should be carrying out some mission, and it is not convenient to expose themselves now." Licentio guessed. Then let's quickly contact Tainong. Beihuang Mountain is right next to the city wall of the no man's land, and it's on the top of the mountain. Do you think your cell phone can still get a signal? You can only use a satellite phone, but I guess a satellite phone is useless. If I can think of it, they can definitely think of it too. So, let's just wait and see. Chapter 30 Massacre. When the person at the front of the crowd saw that everyone had arrived, he raised his megaphone and shouted, "Get your hotel room card and security uniform from me, then go back to the hotel and have a rest. Someone will come to call you when the time comes." Next, everyone received their room cards and uniforms in an orderly manner. Most people's rooms are on the 1st to 3rd floors, and only a very small number of people are assigned to the 6th floor. Licentio and Licentio were assigned to room 628 on the 6th floor. It was a double room located on the westernmost side of the corridor, and also the farthest room from the corridor entrance. After finishing a series of messy things, everyone left the parking lot one after another. Licentio and Licentio did not linger outside for long, and went to the assigned rooms early. The room is furnished in a very conventional manner, with a double bed and a toilet. Licentio lay on the bed, looking at the ceiling quietly, as if thinking about something. "It's over. The call can't be connected," Licentio said while staring at the signal bar on the phone. "I'm not a fool. How could I give you the chance to tip off?" Licentio rolled his eyes at Licentio speechlessly. "Oh my God. Why didn't you tell me in advance that there were so many resurrected people here?" Licentio pressed the phone into the quilt and turned to look at Licentio. Licentio sat up and scolded with a smile. "Didn't I tell you that you insisted on coming here?" Licentio hesitated for a long time and couldn't say anything. Finally, he sighed helplessly. "Forget it, Xiaochiozi. Let's run away before they want to make a move. Maybe we can still make it in time." "Run? Go to the window and look around the hotel to see if there is anyone there," Licentio said, pointing at the window. Licentio walked over doubtfully and looked around. After a few seconds, his expression changed from questioning to surprise. Just as Li Chunxiu said, every 100 meters around the hotel wall there were a few idle young men squatting, puffing away cigarettes. There are estimated to be over 200 resurrected people on the 5 buses. In addition to these, there are other resurrected people. As for how many there are, I don't know. If we want to go out, fighting is inevitable, Li Chunxiu said calmly. Hearing this, Li Qingxia's face turned pale. She took a few steps back stiffly and sat on the bed. Li Chunxiu ignored Li Qingxia and said to himself, "Brother, why do you think they want to gather so many resuscitators? Everything is nothing more than interests or hatred. What are they? If it is about interests, what interest can drive so many resuscitators? It should not be as simple as killing and eating people, or taking revenge on society." The more Li Chunxiu thought about it, the wider his grin became, and the paler Li Qingxia's face became as she listened. At the same time, in a room on the first floor of the hotel, a dark-skinned, sturdy man was lying on a soft bed with his upper body naked. 2 thinly dressed women were kneeling on both sides of his knees, massaging the man's thighs tremblingly. "Help me relax. Maybe you can survive if I'm in a better mood," the big man said casually. Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the door. "Come in," the big man shouted at the door. The door slowly opened and a young man with a scholarly look walked in. This man was the one who had sat next to Li Chunxiu before. "Wan Qing, is there anything wrong?" the big man asked in a deep voice. Wan Qing didn't say anything, but looked at the 2 women kneeling on the bed. The big man sat up impatiently, grabbed the dagger on the bedside table, and slashed at the necks of the 2 women with lightning speed. Phew! Bright red blood spurted out, dotting the pure white quilt with red spots. The big man wiped the blood splashed on his face with a pillowcase, kicked casually with his feet, and the bodies of the 2 women fell to the ground like mud. "Brother Su, everyone has been settled," Wan Qing said respectfully. Su Yuan nodded with satisfaction. "Good, let's act according to the plan above. By the way, let the brothers stay alert, because we may have a tough battle with the New World tonight." "A tough battle?" Wan Qing frowned slightly. "Aren't our underworld and the New World in a cooperative relationship this time? We are just cooperating to open the sealed box. Whoever gets the things in the box will be determined by strength. Otherwise, why would we summon so many ghosts and even let Lord Horseface to take action for such a small matter as opening the box?" Su Yuan explained calmly. "I see." Wan Qing nodded. "By the way, Brother Su, do you remember what I told you last time? A few days ago, my ability sensed the top 3 forbidden life form. What's wrong? Is there any problem?" Su Yuan raised his eyebrows. Wan Qing said solemnly, "I don't know if it was a coincidence or intentional, but that person got on the bus and discovered that I was a resuscitator." "What?" Su Yuan's eyes suddenly became sharp. "Is it someone from the Security and Control Division? Do they know about our affairs?" Wan Qing narrowed his eyes and shook his head. "This man knows nothing about our affairs and acts very recklessly. The Antong Division would never do such a reckless thing. Moreover, this man is very timid." After our people glared at him, he stopped talking. Su Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and said slowly, "Where is that person now?" "I arranged for you to stay in room 628 of the hotel." Wan Qing pointed upwards. "If it's not the Antongsai, everything will be easy. You take the brothers on the 2nd floor to meet up with Lord Horsefaced first. The other brothers, and I will come to meet up with you after we deal with the people in the hotel," Su Yuan instructed. At this time, Li Chunxiu was completely unaware of the impending danger and was eating instant noodles with Li Qingxia. An hour passed in a flash, and soon it was 5:30. "Xiao Qiuzi, some security guards have gone out. Let's go quickly." Li Qingxia, standing in front of the window, pointed at the hotel gate and said, "People said they would notify us when the time comes, but they haven't notified us yet. Why are you so anxious?" Li Chunxiu, who was lying on the bed, said casually. Li Qingxia ran to Li Chunxiu with an anxious look on her face. "I mean, we blend into the crowd and then sneak out halfway. Who wants to attend this crappy class?" As he spoke, Li Qingxia tugged at Li Chunxiu's arm, trying to pull him up from the bed. But Li Chunxiu was like a weight, as steady as Mount Tai and motionless. "Why do you always treat others as fools? Are they villains? Their intelligence drops when they meet a protagonist like you. We can't just sit there and wait to die." Li Qingxia said helplessly. "Who said waiting means sitting still and waiting to die?" Li Chunxiu turned over, got out of bed, walked to the window, lowered his eyes and looked down. "It seems that these people are not going to play with me." "Ah!" Just then, a terrified scream came from downstairs. Chapter 31: The Gossip in the Corridor. The appearance of this shout was like a match lighting a firecracker. The chaotic and dense footsteps made the ground of the entire building shake. The shrill screams and fighting sounds echoed along the stairs in the corridor on the 6th floor. This? Li Qingxia's face turned pale in an instant, and his body was stiff and straight, like a taut string. Xiao Xiao, Qiuzi, can you beat him? Li Qingxia asked in panic. Li Chunqiu turned around after hearing this and said softly, I can fight. However, when he said the word fight, the voice suddenly paused. Li Chunqiu lowered his head and looked at his exposed arms. His fair skin was now covered with small goose skin-like bumps, which was a warning from the body. At the same time, in the corridor on the 6th floor, people who heard the noise opened their doors and cautiously stuck their heads out. Lulu, what's going on downstairs? I don't know. There shouldn't be any bandits these days, right? Could it be that a resuscitator has entered the hotel? As soon as these words were spoken, the field suddenly became quiet and everyone's faces suddenly turned pale. At this time, a young man timidly said, I'll go to the stairs to take a look. After saying that, the man carefully opened the door and walked to the stairs tremblingly, holding on to the wall. Be careful. The girl in the same room poked her head out and said timidly. The man turned around and smiled at the girl. Don't worry. Phew. Bang. The sound of flesh being broken and the sound of impact occurred at the same time. White dust fell from the walls of the corridor, and the lights made a hissing sound and flickered intermittently like in a horror movie. The young man's face was right next to the light. Under the reflection of the light, his smiling face was flashing at the same frequency. The 1.8-meter tall man was swaying in the air like a feather. Under the light, everyone saw not only the young man's appearance, but also a tongue that pierced the man's head and extended to the stairs. Hee, it's good to come up early. An eerie voice came from the corner of the stairs. Accompanied by a wet sound of footsteps, as if the soles of the shoes were wet, a beautiful young woman walked out from there. She opened her mouth, drops of green saliva flowed from the corners of her mouth, and her slender tongue wriggled in the air like an earthworm. Husband! The woman in the same room shouted at the top of her lungs. The woman at the stairs looked over when she heard the voice, a hint of cunning flashing in her narrow and beautiful eyes. Call out. The next second, the woman's tongue stretched out like a giant python, shooting a small hole in the door blocking the woman's body, and directly pierced the woman's heart with a puff. Since you love each other so much, how can you let him die alone? The woman said jokingly. It's the resuscitator. It's the resuscitator. At this time, people finally came back to their senses from their trance, and the bang-bang sound of doors closing was like firecrackers. The woman raised her lips in an alluring arc, twisted her waist, and came to the door of room 601. Hide well, I'm going to kill you. After hearing the noise outside the door, the middle-aged woman in the room hid her 6-year-old daughter under the bed. Xiaoya, be obedient and don't make any noise. If you don't make any noise, your dad will take you to the amusement park every day. The woman put her face against the cold floor and held the girl's small hand tightly with her big hand. Although she was smiling, tears kept falling on the floor. Mom, I'm scared. The girl stammered, her red eyes as crystal clear as broken glass balls. Don't make a sound, no matter how scared you are. After saying that, the woman let go of the girl's hand, ran to the bathroom and closed the door. A few seconds later, bang, the woman kicked the door open and walked in. When she reached the bathroom door, the tightly closed door suddenly opened, and then the middle-aged woman grabbed the mop with both hands and smashed it on the woman's head. Puff. Ridiculous. The woman pulled out the fingers that were inserted into the woman's head and showed a disdainful smile. The girl under the bed couldn't see the whole picture of the two people. She could only see her mother's feet suddenly appear and then fall down. Mom! The girl couldn't help but scream. Just as she was about to cover her mouth, the sound of wet footsteps sounded in her ears. When the girl turned her head, she happened to see the side half of the woman's face. Turns out there is a beautiful little girl. When the woman was about to reach out to grab the girl, a dull sound of footsteps came from outside the door, interrupting her actions. At the door, Li Chunqiu walked into the room with his hands in his pockets, kicked away the corpse blocking his way, walked up to the squatting woman, and looked down at her. You, Li Chunqiu? There was a hint of surprise in the woman's eyes. Li Chunqiu asked in surprise, Am I so famous that even the resuscitators have heard of my name? Call out. Before Li Chunqiu could finish his words, the woman's tongue shot out like a bullet. Just when the tongue was less than 10 centimeters away from Li Chunqiu, his head tilted and the tongue passed by. Then Li Chunqiu reached out and grabbed the woman's tongue, threw her out of the room with force, and hit the wall with a bang. The terrifying force made the wall behind her become like a spider web. This resurrector was not the one who gave him goosebumps. He only had the strength of entering the second forbidden realm. Hawahu, the woman panted, her eyes full of horror. How could the focal figure of city number 11 suddenly appear here? She didn't have time to think about this question. Just as she was about to get up and run towards the stairs, a breeze blew by. Before the woman could react, a big hand pressed her head directly into the wall with a bang. After holding down the woman's head, Li Chunxiu used his other hand to clench his fist and hit the woman's jawbone from bottom to top. Click, click. The sound of bones colliding and smashing was heard on the field. The woman's jaw instantly became broken into pieces, and her 2 rows of teeth directly bit off her own tongue under the action of external force. The severe pain caused her limbs to twitch uncontrollably, and she kept emitting woo-woo, wailing sounds from her mouth. Although the resuscitator can regenerate, it does not mean that the resuscitator is not afraid of pain. Let me ask you, what is your purpose in coming to Bei Wangshan? Why did you come? How many people are here? And what is the strength of the strongest one? Li Chunxiu asked coldly. A few seconds later, the woman recovered from her injuries. She stared at Li Chunxiu viciously and threatened. Do you know whose woman I am? Let me go and I have no idea. Li Chunxiu pressed hard with his palm, and with a bang, the woman's head exploded, turning into a light blood mist. Chapter 32. And Tong Sai sends greetings to you. After killing the woman, Li Chunxiu wiped his bloody hands with his hands on her clothes. After hearing the chaotic footsteps coming from the stairs, he walked over. In the narrow stairwell, the resuscitators rushed to the 6th floor like a ball of bees. Their bodies were covered in blood, and they were chewing raw meat that they had not yet swallowed. Everyone's eyes were filled with greed and bloodthirstiness. There's only one layer left. If I eat a few more, I'm sure I can break through the second ban. Don't push, kid. Why are you in such a hurry? How can you eat a beautiful person if you don't hurry? The young man in the front bared his teeth, and bright red blood slowly overflowed from between his teeth. Just as he was about to reach the staircase exit, a young man walked out from the corner. This man was Li Chunxiu. Ha ha ha. The young resuscitator showed a crazy smile, tilted his head, and was about to bite Li Chunxiu's neck. Too slow. Li Chunxiu raised his arm and slapped the resuscitator's head like swatting a fly. Bang. The next second, the opponent's head was shattered like a watermelon, and a sticky unknown liquid covered the white wall. The sudden change frightened the resuscitator behind him. He grabbed the railing of the stairwell in horror and tried to retreat, but the others behind him did not give him a chance and pushed him in front of Li Chunxiu. I am good. Bang. The head exploded again. Li Chunxiu shook the blood off his hands and walked downstairs step by step. The resuscitator standing in front of him followed the footsteps of the previous resuscitators as soon as he realized that something was wrong. After killing 7 or 8 resurrectors in succession, the other resurrectors finally realized that something was wrong and shouted to the back. Back off, everyone back off. There is someone who looks like a 3 forbidden person. Damn it, back off. Don't push if you don't want to die. After hearing these shouts, the frantic resuscitators finally regained their sanity and retreated to the corridor on the 5th floor, staring at the direction of the stairs with fear in their eyes. Snap, snap, snap. Li Chunxiu slowly appeared in front of everyone, stepping on the blood. Isn't this Li Chunxiu, the destined one with supernatural powers? Why is he here? Li Chunxiu ignored everyone's questions and looked sharply past them to the end of the corridor. Su Yuan happened to walk out of the room at the end of the corridor, with blood still stained at the corner of his mouth. As if by some mysterious force, Su Yuan turned his head at this moment and looked intently at Li Chunxiu. The two people's eyes collided out of nowhere. Interesting. Su Yuan's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He pushed away the resuscitator who was blocking his way and walked towards Li Chunxiu. Li Chunxiu in the distance smiled slightly, and his calm eyes fluctuated a little, as if a ball of fire was looming under the water. He was curious and excited about a resurrected person who could make him feel threatened. Although this was not the final battlefield he had planned, it would not hurt to give it a try. Thinking of this, Li Chunxiu moved his feet, and the whole person flew out like an arrow, killing the resurrected person in the corridor. Don't be afraid, let's... Bang. Li Chunxiu kicked the opponent's head with a whip kick. The other resurrected people were stunned at first, but they quickly reacted and swarmed towards Li Chunxiu. But most of them are banned once, and only a very small number are banned twice. The gap between them and Li Chunxiu is really too far. Li Chunxiu was like a wolf among a flock of sheep, reaping everyone's lives with ease, as if he was in an empty space. But the easy slaughter did not bring a trace of joy to Li Chenxio's eyes. Instead, his doubts grew stronger. When I went to the palace in my dream last night, I found that the coloring of the second mural had been completed by nearly 70%. Logically speaking, after killing so many resurrected people, the third superpower should have awakened. Why can't I feel anything? But before Li Chunxio had time to think deeply, a chill rose from his back. At the critical moment, Li Chunxio gathered all his strength in his calves and retreated to the side. Bang! The hard concrete floor was smashed through directly, and the horrifying wave shook all the revivers around it away. Fine and dense pebbles shot out in all directions like bullets, bringing up bloodstains. In the gray smoke, Su Yuan put away his fist and looked at Li Chunxio like a wild wolf. Not bad. A 3-band can actually dodge my fist. You're not bad. You're able to make me give in, Li Chunxio said with a smile, but his eyes were full of vigilance. His strength is close to the 4 forbidden levels, while the man in front of him is a real 4 forbidden level, and he is still a strong one among the 4 forbidden levels. Hee hee. Su Yuan laughed in a low and gloomy voice. Suddenly, his figure flashed and tore through the air. He clenched his fist and smashed towards Li Chunxio fiercely. The terrifying force made a sharp sonic boom in the air. Faced with such an attack, Li Chunxio turned on his toes, facing his back to the end of the corridor, and casually protected himself with his arms. The moment the two collided, Li Chunxio kicked his feet backwards, relieving the force while using the opponent's force to fly backwards. Not good. Su Yuan realized something was wrong instantly, but when he wanted to reach out to grab it, it was too late. Jump! Seeing that he was about to break through the glass window in the corridor, Li Chunxio shouted at the top of his voice towards the upstairs. Bang! The broken glass pieces splashed outward like exploding bubbles, emitting beautiful colors like colored glass under the setting sun. At the same time, Li Qingxia, who had been squatting on the 6th floor in advance, gritted his teeth and jumped down, landing right on Li Chunxio's back. The two figures fell straight onto the roof of a car like a graceful curve. I'm so scared, huh? Li Qingxia touched her little heart in horror. It's not over yet. Hold me tight. Li Chunxio looked forward calmly. There stood a man and a woman, staring at Li Chunxio with cold eyes. Is it also the top 3 bands? Li Chunxio's mouth curled up slightly. Relying on his 6th sense, he roughly understood the strength of the two people, which was not much different from his own, and was on par with them. At this time, Su Yuan on the 5th floor walked to the window and looked at Li Chunxio with a stern look. Li Chunxio, why are you here? Hee hee. Li Chunxio chuckled. I would like to say hello to you on behalf of the Yanong Division. The moment he finished speaking, Li Chunxio used his absolute control to concentrate all his strength in his legs and pounced out like a cheetah, directly passing the man and woman and rushing towards the undeveloped forest. After hearing this, Su Yuan, who was standing in front of the window on the 5th floor, turned pale at a speed visible to the naked eye. He pointed in the direction where Li Chunxio left and shouted loudly, Go after him! After saying that, Su Yuan jumped down from the 5th floor and chased in the direction the two people left. Su Yuan had no choice. What the other party said might be a lie, but it might also be the truth. He couldn't afford to take the risk. Chapter 33 Underwear in the Water. The setting sun was scattered on the ground through the gaps between the leaves. Li Chunxio carried Li Qingxia on his back and shuttled between the trees and forests, sometimes turning left, sometimes turning right, sometimes jumping up, and sometimes sneaking. Like an elusive ghost, it makes those who are being revived behind it suffer terribly. This kid was born in the year of the monkey, right? Why is he gone again? No matter how fast he runs, where can he run to? The way down the mountain is not here. Su Yuan looked at the direction Li Chunxio left and instructed the two people around him. You two lead the team and form a circle around Li Chunxio. Remember, our goal is not to kill this kid, but to prevent him from going down the mountain. After we delay him until Master Horsefaced opens the barrier, we will leave. Clear. The man and woman looked at each other and ran away. In the forest, Li Chunxio's heavy breathing was as dull as thunder, and beads of sweat oozed from his forehead. Xiao Qiuzi, why are you running over here? Li Qingxia said in confusion. Li Chunxio looked deep in his eyes and said in a steady tone, There is no surveillance here, so it doesn't matter if my skills as a resuscitator are exposed. Second brother, use your nose to see where the air is more humid. Show me the way. You don't want to fight them all, do you? Li Qingxia said in horror. How can you possibly win? You don't even know their abilities. How can you fight them? Li Chunxio's mouth curled up when he heard this, and a scarlet light flashed in his eyes. Wealth and honor are sought in danger, and surviving in desperate situations is interesting. If I pursue safety in everything, then how boring my future will be. At this moment, there was no trace of fear in Li Chenxio's eyes, and the madness suppressed in the deepest part was completely exposed. He is rational in most cases, but rationality also means repression. Since some things can no longer be solved rationally, then he might as well be a madman. After hearing what Li Chenxio said, Li Qingxia hesitated for a while and said, 10 o'clock. Li Chenxio nodded, braked suddenly and stopped, and said to Li Qingxia, run to the 2 o'clock direction. Why? Li Qingxia scratched his head. It's too inconvenient for me to take you with me. Run over there. I'll draw your attention. With your own abilities, it won't be a problem for you to survive. Good luck. Li Chenxio waved his hand and ran in another direction, leaving Li Qingxia standing there in a daze. After leaving Li Qingxia, Li Chenxio returned to his normal speed. He would kick down some big trees when passing by. The huge noise was like a beacon in the forest, attracting everyone's attention. After running for more than 10 minutes, the sky looked a little tired, and the dark blue of the sea replaced the afterglow of the sunset. Li Chenxio finally found the small stream he had been longing for. The stream is not wide, less than 2 meters, and the water depth is less than 1 meter, but this is enough for Li Chenxio. To put it simply, the ability of Jishui is to play with water at will, but the prerequisite is that there must be water. Although Li Chenxio can turn himself into water, this is a bit troublesome. Simply put, using it too much will make you dizzy. Li Chenxio threw his cell phone into the grass beside him and jumped directly into the stream. The moment he entered the water, Li Chenxio disappeared directly into the stream, with only his clothes sticking crookedly to the riverbed. A few minutes later, Su Yuan and dozens of people hurriedly came to the stream. Brother Su, there are clothes in the water, someone shouted, pointing at the stream. Su Yuan's eyes were like swords. He moved his body, and his 5 fingers stretched out from the water like eagle claws, grabbing a underwear. Su Yuan stared blankly at the wet underwear in his hand. A trace of disgust flashed in his eyes and threw it into the water. The group of people around him also jumped into the water and took out various clothes, including coats, pants, socks, shoes. This is Li Chenxio's clothes. What does he want to do? Even if he wants to escape along the stream, there is no need for him to take off his underwear, right? Su Yuan looked puzzled. He looked at the stream, then at the dark mountain road ahead, and for a moment he was undecided. Brother, let's keep chasing them. They are surrounded by our people. There is no way they can sneak out quietly. If anything happens, we still have walkie-talkies and flares. Anyone we meet can ask for help in time. Su Yuan nodded in agreement. That's right, but we have to leave a few people here. I have a feeling that Li Chenxio might come back to wear underwear. Li Chenxio, who turned into a stream and hid in the water, was speechless. What the hell is this logic? But what Su Yuan said was right. He would indeed have to wear underwear later. After Su Yuan arranged the personnel deployment, he quickly left here and ran deeper, leaving only 3 people here to monitor the clothes. We still have to monitor the clothes. If the people run away, who will come back to put on the clothes? A young man walked to the stream and threw stones into the river out of boredom. Never mind, press. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, 3 drops of water shot out from the water surface. Before the 3 people could react, the 3 drops of water pierced through their eyebrows with a puff sound. At this point, dead. After the 3 people died, a stream of water rushed out from the water surface, carrying the clothes floating on the riverbed, and in the blink of an eye it turned into the appearance of Li Chenxio. Li Chenxio looked at his wet clothes and shook them gently. Water droplets floated up from his body and fell around him. He then returned to his previous refreshing appearance. After doing all this, Li Chenxio walked up to a corpse, stripped off the other person's security uniform and put it on himself, then disguised himself as the other person. It should be quite similar. Li Chenxio patted his face, and with a thought, he controlled the stream water to sweep the bodies of the 3 people into the water, and with a few bangs, they were crushed into a bloody mist. In the dark forest, beams of yellow light swayed between the shadows of the trees. More than 50 resuscitators carefully searched for Li Chenxio's trace. The leader was the man downstairs before. His name was Zhang Tong, a top 3-band resuscitator. "Ah, help!" In the silent forest, a terrified cry for help suddenly sounded, approaching Zhang Tong at a rapid speed. "Be alert!" Zhang Tong raised his arm, and the resuscitator behind him immediately stopped and looked nervously in the direction where the voice came from. Soon, a panicked figure rushed out from the woods. Seeing this, everyone pointed their flashlights in the direction of that person, and his situation was completely exposed to everyone. His clothes were torn and full of holes, with bright red blood all over his body. He looked like a zombie in a movie, hideous and terrifying. Isn't this Shwedaong? Chapter 34. Floods appear. Isn't Shwedaong following Brother Su? How did it become like this? Could something have happened to Brother Su? Impossible. Brother Su is a forban. Everyone discussed in a panic, and their already timid hearts became even more uneasy. Shwedaong's footsteps were getting closer and closer, and the distance between him and the crowd was getting closer and closer. When the distance was only a few dozen meters, perhaps because he was tripped or exhausted, he suddenly fell forward and hit his face on a stone. Crack. The crisp sound of bones cracking and the sticky sound of flesh and blood were heard. By the time Shwedaong propped up his upper body with trembling hands, his face was already a bloody mess with blood flowing everywhere. However, after a few seconds, the injuries slowly recovered in front of everyone, and apart from the blood on the face, there was nothing else. Help, help. Shwedaong stretched out his hand towards Zhang Tong, who was standing in the front. Seeing this, Zhang Tongyi flashed in front of Shwedaong and dragged him up. Aren't you following Brother Su? How did you get yourself into this state? Where is Brother Su? After Shwedaong paused for a while, he told Li Chinxiu everything that had just happened. However, only the first half was correct, and the rest was completely made up by Li Chinxiu. That's right, Shwedaong at this time was Li Chinxiu in disguise. Just when the three of us were guarding the underwear as Brother Su instructed, the man who had been with Li Chinxiu suddenly jumped down from the tree and attacked me without saying a word. He was the second Forbidden Destiny person, and even if the three of us joined forces, we were no match for him. Later, I was the only one who escaped. Having said that, Li Chinxiu lowered his head in shame. After all, being a deserter was not a glorious thing. Zhang Tong angrily kicked Li Chinxiu to the ground and said, "Idiot! Don't you have a walkie-talkie and flares?" Li Chinxiu pointed at his clothes aggrievedly. "When I pulled myself away from the battle and wanted to use them, they were all broken. I had no choice but to run back for help. Lead the way. Everyone behind you should follow." Zhang Tong shouted at the top of his voice. Seeing that Li Chinxiu was still sitting there motionless, he started to scold him. "What are you standing there for? Lead the way." Li Chinxiu seemed to be frightened. His whole body trembled, and he nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Oh, okay. I'll lead the way." After saying that, Li Chinxiu staggered to his feet and led the crowd. This place is not far from the stream, but the prerequisite is to walk in a straight line. If Li Chinxiu does not interfere, it will take this group of people more than 3 times as long to search for the stream. This was something Li Chinxiu could not allow. He had to defeat this group of people one by one before Su Yuan noticed anything unusual and awaken his third superpower before he would have a chance to fight. Led by Li Chinxiu, the group soon arrived at the stream. Even after nearly 20 minutes, the air still carried a faint smell of blood. Zhang Tong walked to the stream and looked around. A hint of doubt appeared in his eyes. "Didn't you say that there was a fierce fight here? Why is there no trace of fighting here?" Li Chinxiu was about to say something when a drop of water suddenly condensed out of thin air in the air, and with a whoosh sound it pierced directly through his forehead. With a bang, Li Chinxiu fell to the ground with his eyes wide open. The sudden change shocked everyone present. Even Zhang Tong, who was standing next to him, was no exception. "Hey, what's wrong with you?" Zhang Tong kicked Li Chinxiu, but Li Chinxiu didn't respond at all. At this time, a resuscitator squatted down and pushed aside the hair on Li Chinxiu's forehead, and finally found a small hole between his eyebrows. The resuscitator's pupil shrank when he saw this scene. He raised his head and stammered, He seems to be dead?" "Dead." Zhang Tong squatted over, and when he saw the small hole on Li Chinxiu's forehead, his pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle tip. How could he kill someone in front of him without anyone noticing? The next second, Zhang Tong nervously shouted, "Be on guard. Form a defensive formation." More than 50 resuscitators were immediately divided into 10 teams, with each team separated by about 15 meters. This was a distance that could take every team into consideration while avoiding total annihilation. But for Li Chinxiu, this was of no use. He didn't need to fight in close combat. He just had to lie on the ground, condense the moisture in the air into water droplets, and then aim and shoot. He could get the job done while lying down. The atmosphere on the field became increasingly oppressive, and the rustling sound of leaves in the wind suddenly made everyone's nerves tense. The silence at this moment was like the silence of death. The longer it dragged on, the more panicked everyone became. They didn't know when someone would die again, and every second was extremely tormenting. A minute later, Someone finally couldn't stand it anymore and whispered to Zhang Tong, "Brother Zhang, why don't we go first? It feels like there's no one here." Zhang Tong frowned and hesitated for a while, then nodded. "Well, let's leave here first and continue searching as planned." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's hearts subconsciously relaxed, and at this moment, Li Chunxiu took action. "Call out." A barely perceptible sound of breaking wind was heard, gently carrying away a few drops of crimson. Several resurrected people fell onto the wet soil before their smiles faded away, and they were never able to make the next expression. Someone died, and someone else died. Before the man finished speaking, dense water droplets like rain shot towards everyone. The sound of flesh being broken rang out continuously on the field, and the bright red blood fluttered in the wind at night like a red ribbon. Some people tried to block the water droplets with their arms, but it was completely futile. The water droplets could penetrate every hole, and only Zhang Tong, who had 3 bands, could resist them with ease. This attack method is that high-risk disaster 096 flood. "Brother Zhang, save me. Brother Zhang, save me. Why is Zaishui here? Isn't he also a resurrector? It's over. We can't handle high-risk disasters." For a while, there was constant wailing on the field, and the emotions of despair and fear spread among the crowd like a plague. Watching the people around him fall one by one, Zhang Tong's eyes were bloodshot. When he was about to pull the flare in his arms, a half-meter wide water column rose from the water surface and rushed towards Zhang Tong like a giant dragon. In such a hurry, Zhang Tong had no time to dodge, and the water column knocked him out with a bang, and even the flare and walkie-talkie on his body were damaged. "Bastard!" Zhang Tong shouted angrily, and stood up to snatch the flares from others, but he soon found helplessly that the flares and walkie-talkies on others were destroyed by water droplets. A deep feeling of powerlessness rushed straight to the top of his head. At this moment, Zhang Tong had only one question in his mind. Why would a high-risk disaster be here and ambush us here? Does this make sense? Chapter 35 Final Request. As time passed, more and more resuscitators fell. During this period, Zhang Tong tried many times to break through the encirclement and escape, but every time when he was about to succeed, several columns of water would rush up into the sky and press him back, making Zhang Tong miserable. Li Chunxiu, who was lying on the ground, frowned and did not show any joy at the success of the ambush. Why hasn't the third superpower appeared yet? Li Chunxiu asked himself in his heart. After fruitless thinking, Li Chunxiu devoted part of his mind to sleep, and his consciousness entered the palace. The palace is still magnificent and bright, and the 12 murals are still lifelike. Li Chunxiu walked to a wall. On the wall was carved a man with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and an extraordinary handsome look. Although the man in the mural has a human appearance, some other parts of his body do not resemble a human, but rather resemble an animal. 2 snake-like creatures hung on his broad earlobes, hideous flame patterns crawled on his naked upper body, and under his feet were 2 mighty dragons. He stood above the clouds with his lowered eyes as if examining something. Although this was not the first time he had seen this wall carving, every time Li Chunxiu came here and saw this man, he always felt an indescribable heaviness in his heart, just like an ordinary person seeing the president of the Federation. He could not say he was afraid, but he was in awe. Li Chunxiu walked forward and placed his hand on the wall carving, his brows full of confusion. Strange, I've already colored everything, but why can't I feel the third ability? Didn't I awaken the extreme water last time I finished coloring everything? Is there any change this time? Previously, the process of his awakening the extreme water was very simple. He awakened the extreme water the moment he finished coloring. There were no fancy tests or anything. Li Chunxiu closed his eyes and searched for his omissions in the long river of memory, trying to find the places that he had not noticed when awakening the extreme water. At the same time, almost all the resurrected people in the outside world had died, and only Zhang Tong was standing there alone. He looked to the left, then to the right in panic, like a crazy idiot. "Zaishui, come out right here. You are hiding in the dark and killing people. Do you deserve your title of high risk?" Zhang Tong shouted loudly. "Are you scared like this because of the death of 50 or so resurrectors?" A teasing voice came from behind Zhang Tong. "Who?" Zhang Tong turned around in horror. Suddenly, he froze in place as if he had seen something terrifying. Beside the stream, Xue Deong, who was supposed to be dead, or to be more precise, Li Chunxiu, who died in Zhang Tong's eyes, slowly stood up. "Xue Deong, shouldn't you be dead?" Zhang Tong stepped back in shock. "Cut me until I can't regenerate, and I will die naturally. Li Chunxiu raised his arm and hooked his finger at Zhang Tong. Zhang Tong swallowed his saliva and asked in doubt, "Who on earth are you? Where is the disaster water?" Li Chunxiu did not answer the other party's question. Radiating cracks suddenly erupted from under his feet. He flashed above Zhang Tong's head like a ghost in the dark night and punched Zhang Tong in the face. The terrifying wind from the fist blew the flesh on Zhang Tong's face back like waves. It can be predicted that if this punch was landed, Zhang Tong would probably die here. Roll! Zhang Tong screamed like a wild beast. His clenched fists swelled up as if they were injected with air, and he smashed towards Li Chunxiu without fear. Bang! A terrifying gust of air erupted from the two of them, and the surrounding corpses and leaves rushed in all directions. Die! A ferocious smile appeared on Zhang Tong's face, and his other hand hit Li Chunxiu's ribs in a tricky and cruel manner. Facing such a tricky attack, Li Chunxiu remained calm as usual and said one word lightly, "Not." The moment the words fell, the sound of crackling of ice came from Zhang Tong's body, and a thin layer of ice covered Zhang Tong's entire body visibly. Although this thin layer of ice was harmless to Zhang Tong, it slowed him down a beat. If you want to win in a battle, you don't actually need too many strategies, you just need to be one step faster. At this moment, Li Chunxiu's left hand formed a palm knife, tearing through the air and slashing towards Zhang Tong's neck. Phew! The blood shone like an ink-splashed oil painting under the cold moonlight. Zhang Tong's body fell straight down, and only his head was held in Li Chunxiu's hand. All this seems simple, but it is actually not easy to do. In order to end the battle quickly without wasting time, Li Chunxiu had been attacking Zhang Tong with water jets. It seemed that the purpose was to prevent the opponent from leaving, but in fact the deeper purpose was to make the opponent wet all over so that his ice element could be put to good use and kill him with one blow. "You are so strong that my arm is numb." Li Chunxiu shook his arms, and at the same time used his mind to control the water droplets to hinder Zhang Tong's regeneration. Water element, ice element, immortality between eyebrows. You? What are you? Zhang Tong's voice trembled. He had never seen a resurrected person who possessed two superpowers at the same time and could pass through eyebrows without dying. "I don't know either, but if you must hear an answer, it's a miracle." "I am a miracle." Li Chunxiu smiled. "Miracle?" Zhang Tong murmured to himself. A self-deprecating smile appeared on his face, and the color in his eyes gradually dimmed. As he approached death, Zhang Tong became calmer and no longer looked as crazy as before. "I ask you, what is your purpose in coming here? Who is the strongest, and how many people are here? If you talk nicely, I can let you go." Li Chunxiu said sincerely. "Let me go?" Zhang Tong smiled palely. "Although I am timid, I am not a fool. I know so many of your secrets. How could you let me live?" A trace of surprise flashed in Li Chunxiu's eyes. "Then you go and die." Wait a minute. I won't tell you until you do something for me." Zhang Tong hurriedly stopped Li Chunxiu. "I don't have that much free time. Please help me delete the browser history on my phone, as well as the downloads and saves on the network disk. I'll say it after you delete it. Please." Zhang Tong interrupted Li Chunxiu before he finished speaking. Li Chunxiu was silent. After a few seconds, he nodded and took out a mobile phone from Zhang Tong's trouser pocket. "The password is 13432. Delete it quickly," Zhang Tong said anxiously. Li Chunxiu shook his head, took out a flare that he had prepared in advance from his arms, and set it off in front of Zhang Tong. The red light rushed into the night sky, gradually brightening until it overwhelmed the stars and the moon. Zhang Tong moved his eyes away from the flare and looked at Li Chunxiu in disbelief. Are you crazy?" Li Chunxiu smiled harmlessly and said slowly, "Tell me everything before they arrive. If what you say does not satisfy me, or if you haven't finished talking when they get here." Li Chunxiu paused and shook Zhang Tong's phone in front of him. "Not only will I not delete what you said, I will also publish it online and tell your family, friends, and teachers, so that you will become famous in the Federation." After hearing this, Zhang Tong's face turned pale, and large mouthfuls of blood flowed out of his mouth. Your password is 13,432. I remember it clearly. No need to repeat it. Just a reminder. You don't have much time left." Chapter 36. Tongxi arrives. Zhang Tong's pupils kept trembling and bloodshot covered the whites of his eyes. If looks could kill, Li Chunxiu would have been beaten to a pulp. Although Zhang Tong was so angry that he gritted his teeth, he still loosened his teeth. On Beihuang Mountain, there are now two resurrection forces from the No Man's Land. One is the underworld where I am, and the other is the New World. Both are the leading level existences in the No Man's Land. Li Chinchio raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that there was a force composed of resurrectors in the no man's land, and there was also a name called Hades. Isn't the word Hades a phrase discovered by the archaeological team from a piece of broken walls? However, Li Chinchio did not delve into this further and continued to listen to what Zhang Tong said. The reason why we came to Bei Wangshan this time is because a few months ago, the New World found a sealed box in the cursed land of the no man's land. Do you know what the cursed land and the sealed box are? Li Chunchio shook his head. I don't know. Ah. Zhang Tong's eyes were full of surprise, but he still explained carefully. In some areas of the no man's land, the rules are twisted for unknown reasons. For example, drinking water doesn't quench your thirst. You have to eat dirt to quench your thirst. The faster you run, the slower you go. The slower you walk upside down, the faster you go. I don't know if it's because of the distortion of the rules, but these places have also bred some life forms beyond ordinary people's cognition. They are like the indigenous people of this place, adapting to all the rules and having terrifying strength. This is the so-called cursed land. The so-called sealed box is a special kind of mysterious weapon. Simply put, it is used to store items, but it can only store mysterious weapons. Once the lid of the sealed box is closed, it is not so easy to open it. You must follow the rules of the sealed box itself. For example, some sealed boxes have rules that require them to be soaked in water for a year, and some require them to be hacked with a knife 10,000 times. There are all kinds of rules, and only after they are completed can they be opened. This is a sealed box. Li Chunchio suddenly realized, so that's how it is, but there is one thing I don't understand. Why does a sealed box appear in the cursed land? Eating creatures from the cursed land or some strange plant fruits can improve the physical body. So many people with destiny will go to the cursed land to seek improvement. But in the cursed land, blessings and disasters are interdependent, and even powerful people with destiny are at risk of losing their lives. If they are faced with a desperate situation where they are sure to die, in order to prevent their profound weapons from falling into the hands of the enemy, they will put their profound weapons into the sealing box. Hearing this, Li Chinchio's lips curled up, and his eyes in the darkness seemed to brighten a little. Interesting. What are the rules of the sealed box on Beihuang Mountain? Zhang Tong said in a deep voice. Killing 10,000 people in front of the box. The New World had already completed 4,000 people before that. In order to complete the last 6,000 people, the New World approached our underworld and proposed the idea of cooperation. Because our underworld has some power in city number 11, they proposed that the underworld people organize this bonfire party, and they in the New World will be responsible for completing the rules of the sealing box, and then they will take the mysterious instruments, and all the bodies will belong to us. Li Chenchio chuckled and said, according to what you said, you in the underworld don't need to make any effort at all. Just sit back and enjoy the fruits of your labor. But looking at your mighty posture, are you going to fight? The power of the mysterious weapon is strange and unpredictable, so my underworld naturally wants to compete for it. I don't know how many people from the New World came to this operation, and I don't know who the strongest one is, but I know something about the underworld. There are nearly 300 resurrected people. How many are above the third level? Who is the strongest? How strong is he? And what abilities do they have? There are less than 10 people with the 3 forbiddens at most. The strongest one is called Horsefaced. Of course, this is just his code name. I don't know what his special abilities are or how strong he is. I only know that he is very strong. A trace of awe flashed in Zhang Tong's eyes, and even his expression became a little more solemn. How does he compare to that big guy just now? Li Chinchio's eyes were stern. Su Yuan? Zhang Tong sneered, one move is enough. As soon as these words were spoken, Li Chinchio's expression instantly became solemn. Su Yuan himself was unable to fight head-on now, so how terrifying must the horse-faced demon be to be able to kill Su Yuan in one move? How could he seize the mysterious weapon? Thinking of this, Li Chinchio took a long breath, stared into Zhang Tong's eyes and said, let me ask you one last question. Where can I find a satellite phone on Mount Beihuang? City, entry, and exit points. The black steel wall stood under the night sky. On top of the wall, a dozen white beams of light fell on the quiet wilderness, guarding against the resurrected beasts that might appear around at any time. Real. From the darkness in the distance, the sound of wheels rolling and rubbing could be heard. The roar of the engine broke the tranquility of the wilderness, and the bright headlights rose and fell in the darkness. After the soldiers on the city wall noticed the heavily armed pickup truck, they hurriedly used the intercom to verify license plate number, contact, request verification. There was a click-click sound of keyboard tapping on the other end of the intercom, and after a while, a voice came back. Verification completed. Security and Control Department High Risk Elimination Team 14, estimated arrival time 1814, current time 1812, meets the requirements. The first checkpoint has been opened. Please verify your identity. Got it. The soldier put away the walkie-talkie and hurried away with the other soldiers on the city wall. In front of the indestructible city wall, the sound of steel clanging suddenly rang out. The 50-meter-long iron gate slowly moved to both sides, making a deafening roar. However, behind the iron gate is not the highway of city number 11, but another iron gate. There are countless holes between the two iron doors. Once there is any problem in identity verification, these holes will fire bullets and missiles to accurately eliminate the enemy. The sound of the pickup truck engine was getting closer and closer, and soon it slowly entered the iron gate, then braked suddenly and stopped in the middle. All people on board, please get off the vehicle and undergo verification. A horn sounded from all directions. The car door slowly opened, and 2 men and 1 woman walked out of the car calmly. They were wearing uniform camouflage combat uniforms and stood tall. Although they did nothing, they gave people a faint sense of oppression. The woman in the lead was called Yu, 31 years old. She was a member of the 14th High-Risk Purge Team of the Security Bureau and was also the person in charge of this operation. After some verification, the second iron gate slowly opened, and the 3 men drove the pickup truck out of the entry and exit checkpoint and disappeared into the night. At the same time, at the intersection of the entry and exit checkpoint, police jeeps were parked on both sides of the road, and Gong ran and a group of people were waiting anxiously. Director, the chief of the security department is here, but it seems that not many people have come, said one person, pointing in the direction of the heavy-duty pickup truck. Quantity is more important than quality. Say this less in the future. Gong Ran glared at the other party, then led everyone to meet him. The people who are going to clean up the flood in 096 are here. Chapter 37, I'm going to kill you. On the North Huangshan Mountain, beside the stream, corpses were lying in all directions on the ground, piled up on top of each other. The bright red blood had formed countless small red pools on the uneven land, reflecting the eerie bright moon. Li Chunxiu sat lazily under an old locust tree, tapping the pool of blood beside him rhythmically with his fingers, making a clicking sound, and drops of blood slowly slid down his fingertips. It's finally here. Li Chunxiu's eyes were dark, and he slowly closed his eyes, motionless like a dead person. At this moment, a chaotic sound of footsteps came from a distance. More than 50 resuscitators rushed to the vicinity. The young woman in the lead, Feng Qian, raised her arm to stop everyone from moving forward. Stop, don't get close to the front. Feng Qian raised her arms and shouted in horror. When everyone's flashlights shone on the stream, a chill rushed up from the soles of everyone's feet to the top of their heads, and the atmosphere of fear spread quickly like the flu. Are they all dead? How could it be? How could it be, brother? One of them turned pale in an instant, stared at a corpse beside the stream with red eyes, and walked forward uncontrollably. The man standing next to him grabbed him, pointed at the corpses beside the stream, and shouted coldly, "Are you crazy? Don't you see so many people died there? My brother." "Shut up and wait for Brother Su to come." Feng Qian shouted impatiently, "Whoever wants to die can go ahead and die. I won't stop them." After Feng Qian's shout, those people whose emotions were a little fluctuating gradually calmed down, looked around warily, waiting for Su Yuan's arrival. Feng Qian looked at the corpses by the stream with serious eyes, and her breathing became rapid involuntarily. More than 50 resurrected people, including Zhang Tong, who was in the top 3 forbidden areas, died quietly and couldn't even escape. Was this done by people from the New World, or was it Li Chunxiu? Li Chunxiu, who was standing under the old locust tree, raised his eyebrows, opened his eyes, and looked in the direction of Feng Qian and others in surprise. He thought the other party would come running over in a hurry, but now it seems that he underestimated the other party's caution. Since we can't ambush him, let's kill him. A hint of scarlet flashed in Li Chunxiu's eyes, and he slowly stood up, holding on to the old locust tree. The two sides were not far apart, so Feng Qian and his group naturally heard what was happening from Li Chunxiu's side. "Sister Feng, there seems to be someone there," someone said vigilantly. Feng Qian took a few steps back and ordered, "Shine the flashlight over there." In an instant, countless white beams of light gathered on Li Chunxiu, and his figure was exposed to everyone without any cover. "Shuedeong." "Sister Feng, that's Shuedeong, Brother Su's follower," a man with a pointed chin and monkey face spoke. "Why is he here? Isn't this Zhang Tong's team?" Feng Qian muttered to herself, and then shouted at Li Chunxiu, "Shuedeong, come here." "Good." Li Chunxiu responded calmly, and with big strides he quickly walked to a position 10 meters away from the crowd. Just when he wanted to take a step closer, Feng Qian reached out and stopped him. Feng Qian looked Li Chenxiu up and down, with a hint of suspicion in her eyes. "Let me ask you, what happened here before? Why are you the only one who survived? How did they die?" Li Chenxiu smiled and walked towards Feng Qian without saying a word. "You? What are you doing?" Feng Qian stepped back step by step. "I'm going to kill you." Li Chenxiu's figure flashed, and with terrifying speed he pushed all the fallen leaves on the ground to both sides. Feng Qian's hair just fluttered in front of her forehead, and Li Chenxiu's cold face appeared in front of her, with a fist following like a shadow. Just when Li Chenxiu's fist was about to hit Feng Qian, she suddenly opened her mouth and said, "Move." Bang! The sound of a head breaking was heard on the field, but the person who died was not Feng Qian, but a male resuscitator. Li Chenxiu put away his fist and turned to look at Feng Qian, who was standing a few meters away in shock. The sudden scene frightened the resuscitators present, and they all retreated backwards in confusion. "Shuedeong, what are you doing?" someone asked with the courage. Before Li Chenxiu could speak, Feng Qian spoke first. "He is not Shuedeong. Prepare to fight." After saying that, the space around Feng Qian seemed to twist, and the next second a gust of fist wind hit Li Chenxiu's back of the head. Li Chenxiu used his waist to move his entire upper body to the side, and the hair on his forehead brushed against Feng Qian's fist. "Your special ability is quite interesting. You can actually switch shapes with others." "I almost got caught," Li Chenxiu said with fear on his face, but there was no trace of panic. Li Chenxiu would find it difficult to deal with an opponent with long-range or large-area killing abilities, but he would not feel any pressure in close combat. Although the two men's strength and speed are not much different, their control over the body and coordination of strength are vastly different. "I hope you stay this relaxed." Feng Qian sneered and swung her fists at Li Chenxiu continuously like waves. At this moment, Li Chenxiu was like a boat on the waves. Although it was shaky, it could always survive and find a way out. What a powerful boxing style. One move after another, it's really pleasing to the eye. Li Chenxiu exclaimed. But to Feng Qian these words sounded like naked mockery. "What are you all standing there for? Attack together!" Feng Qian shouted. At this moment, she finally understood why Zhang Tong and others were wiped out. The special ability of the man in front of her was disguise. This person first killed Zhang Tong by sneak attack, and then killed the others effortlessly. As for the other party's identity, Feng Qian already knew it clearly. Apart from the new world, who else would need to do this? "Humph, now that I've seen through your disguise, let me see how you continue to remain calm," Feng Qian said secretly in her heart, and her hands became faster and faster, using her special powers to continuously attack Li Chenxiu from various strange angles. This place is not narrower than the hotel corridor. With more than 50 people besieging him and Feng Qian's occasional dirty tricks, even though Li Chenxiu has absolute control over his body, he still suffered a lot of injuries. However, for a resuscitated person, these injuries are not a big deal. Wind blades, earth spikes, fire burns, one after another, the fancy superpowers continued to penetrate Li Chenxiu's thighs, arms, and chest. But there was no expression of pain on his face, only almost crazy excitement. This feeling of being at a loss was so fascinating to him. The intense pain stimulated Li Chenxiu's brain again and again. Under such circumstances, endorphins were secreted at a rapid rate, spreading throughout his entire nerves, making his movements faster and faster and his observation skills more and more meticulous. On the contrary, the resurrected people who besieged Li Chenxiu became more and more terrified and desperate as the fight went on. Damn it! Does this guy have no sense of pain? Is he a robot? It's fine if it doesn't hurt, but why is it getting faster and faster? Is he taking drugs? I can't even hit him between the eyebrows. Does this guy have a motor in his head? Just as Li Chenxiu was gradually gaining the upper hand, Feng Qian jumped into the air, twisted her hips greatly, and used her calves to whip towards Li Chenxiu's head like a long whip. Li Chenxiu's eyes fixed, and just as he raised his arm to block in front of him, Feng Qian opened her red lips slightly. "Move?" Chapter 38, Su Yuan arrives. Li Chenxiu suddenly felt a flash before his eyes, and the space around him seemed like a pair of huge hands, tearing him apart and then reassembling him. When he came to his senses, he was shocked to find that he was no longer on the ground, but in the air, still kicking. That's right, Feng Qian used her supernatural powers to exchange positions with Li Chenxiu, and the offensive and defensive momentum of the two has undergone a drastic change. Bang! Li Chenxiu's whip kick hit Feng Qian's arm, but this attack only had the force of inertia and had no lethality at all. How are you going to hide this time? A hint of viciousness flashed in Feng Qian's eyes. She blocked Li Chenxio's arm and grabbed his ankle like an eagle's claw, then pulled him towards the ground. There was no leverage in the air, and Li Chenxio felt like his hands and feet were tied up, with no way to counterattack. This was also Feng Qian's purpose. Interesting. Li Chenxio raised his eyebrows, and a barely perceptible curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. After Li Chenxio's head entered Feng Qian's attack range, Feng Qian's upper body leaned back, and one leg was raised high in an instant, forming a straight line with her upper body, like a sudden rainstorm, and lashed towards Li Chenxio's head with unparalleled momentum. For a moment, everyone's eyes were filled with excitement and anticipation. Even Feng Qian was no exception. It's going to succeed. Feng Qian's eyes were full of excitement, as if she had already seen Li Chenxio's head shattered into pieces like a watermelon. The moment the two touched, Li Chenxio's head cracked instantly and exploded with a bang. But what was sprayed in the air was not blood, but clear water. How could this happen? Feng Qian widened her eyes, with countless question marks popping up in her mind. What's going on with this splash? Doesn't this person in front of me have the ability to change his appearance? Why has he turned into water now? Can elemental powers transform a part of the body into an element? Why has she never seen it before? And the most important point is, why can the body still move even though the head is broken? But before she could think of an answer, drops of water shot in all directions like bullets. Before everyone could react, they were pierced through the forehead and fell to the ground one after another. What's going on? Help, Sister Feng. Help me? Those resurrected people who were lucky enough not to be killed directly shouted at Feng Qian. But at this time, Feng Qian had already been entangled by Li Chenxio and could only barely protect herself, let alone save others. Because everyone was very close to Li Chenxio in this massacre, in just a few seconds, only Li Chenxio and Feng Qian were left on the field. The extreme tension and physical and mental exhaustion had already overwhelmed Feng Qian. She was completely unable to resist Li Chenxio's attack. She could only use her special powers to constantly exchange positions with the corpses on the ground to delay time and wait for Su Yuan's arrival. At this time, Su Yuan was rushing towards the stream at a very fast speed, leaving a trail of afterimages under the moonlight. It only took him a minute or two to reach the place where the flare was launched. When he saw this tragic scene by the creek, Su Yuan's burly figure trembled violently, and the horror in his eyes seemed to condense into substance. Dead? How could he be dead? Su Yuan said in a trembling voice. He was so shocked that he even selectively ignored Feng Qian, who was fighting. Feng Qian, who was far away, saw Su Yuan and shouted at the top of her lungs, "Brother Su, Brother Su, Brother Su." After the third shout, Su Yuan finally came to his senses, but it was too late. When Feng Qian started to call for help, her dodging rhythm had already shown a flaw. Li Chenxio put his fingers through Feng Qian's arms and pierced Feng Qian's forehead with a puff. Li Chenxio was about to retract his fingers, but after sensing the strong wind approaching from behind, his upper body bent downward. The next second, a fist that seemed to carry 1,000 pounds of force passed by Li Chenxio's back. The terrifying force directly tore through Li Chenxio's clothes, leaving a long bloody groove on his body. But Feng Qian was not so lucky. Her head was blown into a bloody mist. Ding! Su Yuan hit the ground like a small mountain. The force caused a gust of air to spread out, shaking the surrounding trees crookedly. I thought it would take you a while to come, but I didn't expect that a big guy like you could be so fast. Li Chenxio pulled off the clothes hanging on his body, revealing his muscular and perfect upper body like a sculpture. Su Yuan turned around with a gloomy face, suppressed the anger in his heart and asked, "Who are you and why did you kill my people? Didn't we just fight before? Why don't you recognize me?" Li Chenxio said with a smile, and at the same time returned to his original appearance. Li Chenxio? Su Yuan said in disbelief. Did you kill these people? What's wrong? Do you think I can't do it? Li Chenxio tilted his head and stared at Su Yuan with a smile. You are just a third-level forbidden person. You have no ability to kill them. Call out your accomplices. While speaking, Su Yuan's eyes kept wandering in the shadows around him. My arm is in my own hand. You can find out if you try it or not. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Chenxio's eyes suddenly became sharp, and he pounced out like a python hunting its prey, much faster than before, exerting his absolute control over power to the extreme. Su Yuan narrowed his eyes and raised his elbow to rush forward. Bang! A thunderous crash sounded in the mountains and forests, and the green leaves on the trees rustled and fluttered towards the sky. After the unsuccessful attack, Li Chenxio did not dare to delay. He put away his fist and raised his knee to hit Su Yuan's crotch, forcing Su Yuan to be on guard and giving Li Chunxiu a chance to escape. Dozens of meters away, Li Chunxiu looked at Su Yuan solemnly, his eyes full of fear. Although he could control the strength of his whole body, fighting was all about reaction. How could the strength that he constantly deployed be able to defeat the real four bands? No wonder Feng Qian died in your hands. You are quite capable. Su Yuan smiled grimly and rushed towards Li Chunxiu with his fists clenched. The two men fought in the forest like wild beasts. The fierce battle caused the surrounding trees to fall down one after another, and deep pits appeared one after another. Su Yuan's attacks became more and more fierce, and Li Chunxiu could only dodge in a panic to avoid getting hurt. Li Chunxiu's chance of winning is very slim now, but it is not impossible. Only by hiding the murderous knife in the dark can he have the possibility of defeating the strong with the weak. On the field, in the gray smoke and dust, Li Chunxiu rushed towards Su Yuan like a fish fin on the sea, and his clenched fist made a deafening sonic boom. Madness! Su Yuan gave a cunning smile and put his forearm around Li Chunxiu's wrist at a strange angle. Chapter 39: A Weird Way to Die. Click. When Li Chunxiu's fist was still more than 10 centimeters away from Su Yuan's face, he could no longer move forward or backward, as the opponent's hand tightly grasped his wrist like a pair of pliers. How cautious! Su Yuan smiled triumphantly. Li Chunxiu looked calm. Just as he was about to transform his fist into a stream of water to penetrate Su Yuan's forehead, the other party did something that left him confused. Su Yuan held Li Chunxiu's hand and turned it over, and the two of them crossed their fingers and shouted loudly, "Same fate, open." At this moment, Li Chunxiu felt as if there was a vague connection between him and Su Yuan, as if there was a thread connecting him and the other party. After doing all this, Su Yuan immediately withdrew and retreated, stopping a few dozen meters away from Li Chunxiu. Li Chunxiu looked at the other party in confusion. "Why don't you fight?" Su Yuan shook his head mysteriously. "Don't you want to ask someone about my abilities before fighting me? There's no point in fighting if you know so much," Li Chunxiu said in a deep voice. In order to win this battle, he designed several ways to win, but now that he hasn't even exposed the resuscitator and extreme water, the opponent suddenly stopped fighting. "What's going on?" "Hee, within an hour, you will be mine. My special ability is called Same Fate. Simply put, whatever injury you suffer, I will suffer the same injury, and whatever injury I suffer, you will suffer the same injury. This effect will last for 1 hour, which means that if you want to survive, you have to listen to me." A hint of pride flashed in Su Yuan's eyes. In fact, he didn't want to use his special abilities, but after seeing Li Chunxiu's strength, he suddenly had this idea. The first and second forbidden resurrectors are dead. Their role is just to slaughter and search for humans, which is insignificant. But the third forbidden ones are different. They all have missions. Now that the 2-3 bands under his command are dead, someone must fill this vacancy. The destined one in front of him who can temporarily fight against the 4 forbidden ones is undoubtedly the best choice to fill the vacancy. After hearing this, Li Chunxiu finally understood what the other party was up to. The injuries of the resurrected can be recovered immediately, but the destined cannot. It is obvious that Su Yuan regards himself as the destined and wants to threaten him by using self-mutilation. Thinking of this, Li Chunxiu smiled speechlessly. "If I blow my own head off now, will you die?" "Yes, but do you dare? Now listen to me obediently. I will give you freedom in an hour. Otherwise, if you become disabled or die, you can't blame me for not giving you a chance," Su Yuan said coldly. Li Chunxiu's mouth twitched, and he didn't know what to say for a moment. Then he put his finger on his forehead in front of Su Yuan. "I'll give you a chance to live. Tell me everything you know, and I can let you live." "What did you say?" Su Yuan put his hand on his heart, as if he had heard a big joke. "I'll give you a chance to. Follow my orders, and I'll give you a chance to live. I'm different from you. I won't die even if I pierce my forehead. Are you sure you want to gamble with your life?" Li Chunxiu advised kindly. "I bet you don't dare. If you have the guts, die with me. It's no use talking big here." Phew. Before Su Yuan could finish his words, a stream of water shot out from Li Chunxiu's fingertips and pierced through his eyebrows. At the same time, a small bloody hole appeared on Su Yuan's forehead. The difference is that Li Chunxiu's hole recovered quickly, but Su Yuan fell down tragically, his eyes staring at Li Chunxiu, as if asking why. Li Chunxiu walked up to Su Yuan and said helplessly, "I've already told you that I won't die if I get pierced through the center of my forehead. Why don't you believe me?" Puff. Su Yuan's face turned red and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. Then his head tilted, and he died completely. Li Chunxiu couldn't help laughing when he saw this ridiculous scene. He squatted down and took out a satellite phone from Su Yuan. After some searching, I dialed the police number. Hello, this is City Police number 11. A pleasant female voice came from the other end of the phone. Yes, yes. I'm looking for you. Li Chunxiu spoke anxiously, and his words showed panic. Don't get excited. Did you encounter a resuscitator? Please tell me your exact location, and we will send someone to eliminate you immediately. I encountered it. I encountered the disaster water. No, I saw it. I saw the disaster water and a large number of resurrectors. Come quickly, come quickly. Li Chunxiu said stutteringly. What? The voice on the other end of the phone immediately became nervous. Are you sure you saw the 096 disaster water? Not only the disaster water, but also many resurrectors. They are all gathered at the top of Beihuang Mountain. Okay, calm down first, and then you can give me a brief introduction. Sizzle. Before the woman could finish her words, the satellite phone made a sound like a short circuit, and no more sound came out. At the same time, the originally deep night sky seemed to be stained with blood. All the moons and stars took on a bloody scarlet hue, as if a canvas covered the entire top of Mount Beihuang. But if you look from outside North Huangshan, the top of the mountain is still the same as usual, without any change, peaceful and tranquil. Li Chinchio's eyes were deep. He threw the satellite phone to the ground and stomped it into pieces. Before he could take the next step, a loud and deafening sound like a tsunami rose and fell in the distance. Although Li Chunxiu could not hear what was being shouted specifically, he could clearly feel the fear coming towards him. Li Chunxiu knew that the killing had begun at the bonfire party, and the hysterical shouting of thousands of people caused such a noise. So fast? Li Chunxiu frowned slightly. Things happened unexpectedly quickly. According to his original thought, since the TV said a few days ago that the Security and Control Bureau would come to deal with the flood, the other party's people may have arrived in city number 11 by now. Since they were sent to eliminate high-risk disasters, they must be very strong. If he told the police the whereabouts of the disaster, the people from the Antongsai would come to Beiwangshan and might be able to tie down the masters of the underworld and the new world, and he would have the opportunity to fish in troubled waters. But now the killing came too quickly, and maybe before the people from the Antongsai arrived, these two forces had already taken the mysterious weapons and left. This was something Li Chunxiu didn't want to see. I hope there are less than 10,000 people. Li Chunxiu prayed silently in his heart. If the number of people was less than 10,000, these resurrectors would definitely send people to capture humans again. He might be able to delay the time and create a righteous image and build an external personality. Crunch. In the shadows in the distance came the sound of a branch being stepped on. Li Chunxiu turned his head and saw Li Qingxia standing timidly behind a tree. Xiao Xiao, Xiaozi, did you do all this? Li Qingxia looked at the corpses all over the ground. His vocal cords were like those of a broken house, and his voice was intermittent and weak. Second brother? Li Chunxiu frowned slightly. Why are you here? Li Qingxia swallowed her saliva and slowly stood up, holding onto the tree. I heard the noise over here, and I got a little worried, and then I came over. Li Chunxiu's eyes were cold. But according to your speed, you shouldn't come so fast. Chapter 40 The Gear of Destiny. After these words were spoken, the air between the two of them became a little colder. Li Qingxia was slightly stunned, looking a little overwhelmed. I just ran here, that's the speed. Maybe it has something to do with my special ability, so I took some shortcuts. Li Chunxiu narrowed his eyes slightly. What direction did you go after we separated? Just at 2 o'clock as you said. What's wrong? Li Chunxiu was silent for a while after hearing this, and squinted his eyes to look at Li Qingxia carefully. If the other party walked in the direction he said, it would take him at least 10 minutes later than now to come over after hearing the noise. But there is also a possibility, that is, Li Qingxia did not go in the direction he said, so he was able to arrive so quickly. But he is just a forbidden person. How could he escape the search of these resurrectors? This does not make sense. Thinking of this, Li Qingxiu re-examined his second brother. Are you mad with anger? Why are you staring at me like that? I'm your brother. You can't do this. Li Qingxia hugged himself tightly and backed away cautiously. Li Chunxiu rolled his eyes at the other person. I'm going to kill you like crazy, and you can still stand here quietly? After saying that, Li Chunxiu bent down and picked up Su Yuan with one hand, bit his neck and sucked his blood in big gulps. At this moment, Su Yuan's burly body shriveled at a speed visible to the naked eye. Xiao Qiuzi you. Li Qingxia looked at Li Chunxiu in shock. After sucking Su Yuan's blood, Li Chunxiu let go of the other's shrunken body, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said, I have shed too much blood in this place. If someone suspects me and gets my hair or other verification, they can find me. So I must break the second ban and change my genes. While Li Chunxio was talking, he kicked a corpse in front of Li Qingxia and said, "Brother, you should drink some too. After all, human blood is very expensive out there." This? Li Qingxia stood there motionless for some unknown reason. "This is no different from what you usually drink. It's just a little fresher. If you mind, forget it," Li Chunxio said lightly, then walked to Feng Qian's body and lifted her up with one hand. But this time, he didn't start singing directly. Instead, he closed his eyes as if he was adjusting something. After drinking Su Yuan's blood, his body was already in a saturated state. The surging life energy was nourishing every cell and slowly improving various physical functions. Li Chunxio could clearly feel that he was only one step away from the qualitative change of the second ban. He could overcome this step by waiting, but Li Chunxio had no time. He chose to use more life energy to break through the shackles of his body. Li Chunxio took a deep breath. It shouldn't be painful to have your whole body torn apart. Li Chunxio grinned and bit Feng Qian's neck. Red blood flowed out from the carotid artery, went down Li Chunxio's throat into his stomach, and then transformed into life energy and flowed to every part of his body. In an instant, Li Chunxio's eyes turned blood red. His body trembled uncontrollably, and tearing and wriggling sounds rang out in his body. It seemed as if there were densely packed centipedes under his fair skin, moving back and forth. Li Chunxio had never experienced such pain. He felt as if he was lying on a bed covered with needles, rolling back and forth. His body was constantly being pierced and torn, and the pain was getting worse. But even so, Li Chunxio did not shout. He let go of Feng Qian and walked into the forest alone. At the same time, he shouted back without looking back, "I'm going to find something. Second brother, wait for me here." "Okay, be careful," Li Qingxia shouted with concern. After Li Chunxio completely stepped into the shadow, his body suddenly became like a broken porcelain doll, covered with fine bloodstains, and bright red blood slowly flowed out along the bloodstains. As Li Chunxio took the next step, his leg collapsed like mud mixed with water. He lost his support and fell to the ground with a bang. He was like a puddle of mud and was enveloped in endless pain. Fortunately, Li Chunxio had destroyed his tear glands and vocal cords in advance, so he did not cry and no sound was made. In the darkness, one could only see a non-human-shaped batter boiling like water. Beside the stream, Li Qingxia walked among the corpses with his hands in his pockets. His leisurely posture was completely different from before. He actually killed them all. If I had known, I wouldn't have come here. I wonder if he will suspect me. Li Qingxia tapped his chin rhythmically with his fingers. After thinking for a while, Li Qingxia smiled helplessly. "Forget it. Let's just leave it to fate." After saying that, Li Qingxia took a step forward. When his footsteps fell again, Li Qingxia's figure had come to a position 100 meters away and sat down quietly, waiting for Li Chunxio to take the next step by step. Ever since the name Li Chunxio appeared, the gears of fate have already started turning quietly. If Li Chunxio could remain skeptical about everything, he might be able to see some things clearly, such as who called him to the gate of the 4th senior high school, who pointed to the wrong floor, who found the part-time job, and who made him see the people on the bus. North Huangshan bonfire party. If it was 10 minutes ago, there were laughter and joy everywhere. But now, 10 minutes later, there is a river of blood and broken limbs everywhere you look. A group of resurrectors in security uniforms were searching the square for humans, pretending to be dead. In front of a blazing bonfire, 2 men stood facing each other. Between them was a wooden box with a string of bloody numbers on the front of the box, 9413. One of the men had a dark complexion, chapped lips, and his exposed skin was pale. The other man had a well-proportioned figure and always had a faint smile on his face. "Horse-faced master, we agreed that this operation would be handled by our new world. Your underworld is so kind-hearted that you dispatched more than 200 resurrectors at once and also sent a master like you. Aren't you afraid of accidents? Besides, it will be easier to move thousands of corpses at a time if more people are involved." The man with a gloomy expression responded with a smile. "Since we are just transporting corpses, why do your people have to follow us when we go to other places to search for surviving humans?" Shen Yuing's pupils deepened. "Aren't you afraid of some accidents?" The horse-faced man smiled, but his eyes were full of tenderness and friendliness. "That's a good point. Have you anticipated that our people would encounter some kind of accident in Beiwangshan? I'm not sure about that, but I think if you leave now, maybe this accident won't happen. What if we don't leave?" Shen Yuang lowered his eyes. "Then I can't guarantee that you can leave here alive. The horse-faced guard tilted his head and revealed a creepy smile. He pulled out a sword from his waist and inserted it next to the wooden box. Chapter 41. Fierce Battle at Baiting Hotel. The two people fighting did not know that the police and the security bureau had already learned about the situation here because of Lee Chuncheo's phone call and had already formulated a battle plan. Compared to the bustling city, the empty mountaintop is the police's comfort zone. Although their individual combat effectiveness is not strong, these can be compensated by hot weapons. After all, no matter how powerful the resurrectors are, they are all carbon-based creatures. 1 or 2 band bullets can sweep them away, 3 band bullets can compete with them, and above that, missiles are used. If missiles don't work, then that's the Security and Communications Bureau's job. Near Beiwangshan Creek, in the shadow where the moonlight could not penetrate, Li Chunxio put on the clothes of a dead body and walked out like a normal person. Li Qingxia, who was hiding under a tree, immediately stood up and trotted over when she saw Li Chunxio. Xiao Qiuzi, do you know that leaving a banned resurrected person in a place like this is a very dangerous thing? Li Qingxia ran forward and grabbed Li Chunxio's arm tightly. Except for the few resurrected people around Su Yuan, who have disappeared, the rest are basically dead. What are you afraid of? Li Chunxio pushed Li Qingxia away with disgust. If I were as strong as you, would I be afraid? Li Qingxia paused and said, by the way, did you kill all these people? Li Chunxio glanced at the corpses on the ground and nodded. You have seen my supernatural power in the video. It is easy to deal with those below the 3 forbidden levels. I have to do it myself for those above that. Li Qingxia took a deep breath and said, oh my god, are you really a human? How did you become so powerful quietly? If you eat more, you will naturally become stronger. Let's go out and take a look at the situation. Li Chunxio patted Li Qingxia on the shoulder and walked out of the forest first. Li Qingxia hurriedly followed him and said, what are we going to do? And, Xiao Qiuzi, why is the sky turning red? Beiwangshan is a flat-topped mountain. As a tourist destination in city number 11, it has many large hotels and camping bases. However, due to the proximity to an uninhabited area, no base stations have been built, and the lack of network has discouraged a large number of young people from visiting. However, this does not affect the splendor of the sunrise and the afterglow of the sunset. Every evening at around 6 or 7 o'clock, the aroma of sizzling meat would waft from the barbecue area. The stir-fry restaurant was always crowded with customers, and there were always couples walking hand in hand on the side of the road. But all of this was shattered tonight. The glass of the stir-fry restaurant was covered with bloody handprints, and vehicles on the road were piled up in a haphazard manner. From time to time, one could hear women's cries for help and the evil laughter of resuscitators coming from the cars. After being abandoned by the law, the moral bottom line of most resuscitators collapses. This is not accidental but inevitable. Under the frequently flickering streetlights, Li Chunxio slowly walked out of the shadows. After leaving the forest with Li Qingxia, the two went to the venue of the bonfire party together. Afterwards, Li Qingxia used her special vision to see the numbers on the wooden box, which gave Li Chunxio a glimmer of hope. The sealed box has not been opened yet, so he still has a chance. If he can drag the people from the Antong division and lure those 2 people away, he may be able to compete for the so-called mysterious weapon. As for whether the other party would just take the box and run away, Li Chunxio couldn't say for sure, but it was better to try than to wait and see. What if it succeeded? Now he only needs to do one thing, which is to delay the opening of the sealed box. Simply put, it is to slow down the speed at which the resuscitators search for humans. On the empty street, Li Chunxio walked with his hands in his pockets to a shaking car. Through the car window, Li Chunxio clearly saw that a young resuscitator was trying to use tough means to coerce a young girl with an innocent face. The sound of clothes being torn and crying in the car mixed together, which was particularly harsh. Seeing this, Li Chunxio clenched his fist and smashed the car window with a bang. He grabbed the collar of the resuscitator with open fingers, dragged him out, and threw him to the ground. Oh my god, do you have a fucking... Before the young man could finish his words, Li Chunxio stepped on the young man's arm and broke it. Ah! The intense pain instantly made the young man's face hideous, and he struggled on the ground. The girl in the car held her clothes tightly, bit her lips and looked at Li Chunxio excitedly, tears sliding down her cheeks. Li Chunxio? Li Chunxio turned his head. Do you know me? The girl wiped her nose excitedly and nodded. I saw you. On TV. Yeah. Li Chunxio responded casually, and then turned his attention to the resurrected person. Let me ask you, where did your main force go? You are from the New World? The young man asked through gritted teeth. I'll ask you one last time. Where is your main force going? If you don't tell me, you'll die. Licentio raised his foot and stepped directly on the young man's face. Asshole. The young man transformed his hands into wolf claws and grabbed Licentio's crotch. Be careful, his claws are sharp, the girl shouted nervously. Facing the young man's claw attack, Licentio exerted a little force with his toes, and with a bang, he stomped on the young man's head, and the opponent's arm also dropped weakly at this moment. Licentio has now broken through the second ban, and his true strength is on par with the 4-ban. If he uses all his means, he can barely fight against the 5-ban. A 1-ban resurrected person is no different from an ant to him. You. The girl leaned towards the car with some fear when she saw this scene. Living in peace, she had never seen such a scene before. Licentio turned his head and looked at the girl. Do you know where there are survivors gathering nearby? Yes. We at number 1 senior high school are divided into classes and go to the bonfire party in order. There are 2 classes behind me still staying in the hotel, the girl said timidly. Number 1 senior high school? A barely perceptible trace of reminiscence flashed across Licentio's eyes. He hadn't heard the name of his alma mater for a long time. At the same time, at the baiting hotel, which is 1,000 meters away, several buses were blocking the gate, and more than a dozen security guards were half crouching inside the buses, shooting at the resuscitators at the door through the windows. Chi Mingyue, come back quickly. We are running out of bullets. Sheriff Wu Shan, who was lying behind the car window, shouted at the top of his lungs while firing his pistol continuously to assist Chi Mingyue, who was fighting the resuscitator. At the entrance of Baiting Hotel, a dozen resurrected were besieging a handsome young man, who was none other than Chi Mingyue. Chi Mingyue was in a very bad condition at this time. His face was pale and his clothes were torn into strips, hanging diagonally on his body. Even though he was controlling 2 level 2 resurrectors, he was still no match for the siege of more than a dozen resurrectors. Good boy. 1-ban can actually hold back so many of us. He can't hold on any longer. Try harder. Once we kill him, all the people inside will belong to us. The resurrectors became more and more excited as they fought, and their attacks enveloped Chi Mingyue like a rain curtain. Although the security guards' bullets could help Chi Mingyue share some of the pressure, they could only share it and could not solve it. Captain, I'm out of bullets. Zhu Cheng pressed his finger on the unresponsive trigger and looked at Wu Shan in panic. If you don't have bullets, use the things in the car to smash them. Chi Mingyue is at the front, and we can't retreat. Wu Shan gave the order with red eyes. Okay. Zhu Cheng responded loudly. Just as the situation was getting worse, a chaotic and dense sound of footsteps came from the back of the bus. Chapter 42, A Worthy Death. 70 or 80 young boys ran out of the hotel building, each carrying a bag full of sharp objects, such as photo frames, broken mirrors, and smashed teacups. Damn it, do you really think we are soft persimmons? Come on, everyone. There are only a few dozen resuscitators. Are we afraid of them? Those who can shoot accurately should shoot at the resuscitator's head, and those who can't shoot accurately should shoot at his body. If we can get through this difficult time, we can all survive. If we can't, we will die. No one can leave a way out for themselves. The few people running in the front shouted loudly to the people behind them. For a moment, the group of people who were somewhat depressed raised their heads, and the fear in their eyes faded a little. Wu Shan hid his head behind the car window when he heard the sound, and turned to look behind him. Are you crazy? Go back and hide. Faced with Wu Shan's scolding, the teenagers did not choose to retreat. Instead, they rushed into the bus one after another and squeezed towards the broken windows. Soon the empty carriage was packed with people, and all kinds of miscellaneous items were thrown out of the windows and hit the resuscitators at the door. Wu Shan was speechless and looked at a middle-aged woman wearing round glasses squatting beside him. What are you doing? A teacher doesn't protect his students, but leads the charge. Do you think you are leading the troops into battle? The middle-aged woman rolled her eyes at Wu Shan, grabbed the glass pieces in her bag and threw them out of the window, saying, If you can eliminate these resurrectors, why would I bring my students out? Wu Shan's face instantly turned red when he heard this. He said nothing, just silently clenched his pistol and continued shooting. With the participation of these students, the situation finally eased. Damn it, you guys go and deal with the people on the bus. The leading resurrector shouted to the others around him. After hearing the order, the 4 resurrectors broke through Chi Mingyue's defense line under the cover of others and rushed towards the bus at a rapid pace. Get back here. Chi Mingyue's face turned pale when he saw this scene, and he rushed directly into a resuscitator like a wild bull, pressing his knees on the opponent's chest and crushed him under him with a bang. When he was about to stand up and rush towards the resurrectors, a foot kicked him from the side. Qi Mingyue was unable to dodge and was kicked 10 meters away, hitting the street lamp on the side of the road. With a loud crack, the street lamp broke and fell from the sky, knocking Qi Mingyue, who had just stood up, back to the ground with flashing sparks. Qi Mingyue. Zhu Cheng in the car turned pale, pulled out the dagger from his waist, jumped out of the car window like a fish, and fell to the ground in a mess. He took a deep breath and rushed towards the resuscitators who were approaching the bus quickly with a fierce look in his eyes. Zhu Cheng, are you crazy? Wu Shan slammed his fist against the seat, and then followed Zhu Cheng's steps and jumped out of the window. Anyone with no bullets in their pistols, get out of the car. The security guards in the car looked at each other. A hint of determination flashed in their frightened eyes. They drew their daggers, jumped out of the window, and followed Wu Shan's steps to rush towards the four resurrectors. Roll. When Zhu Cheng was still a few meters away from the resuscitator in front, he took a step forward, held the dagger in reverse, and stabbed it diagonally at the resuscitator's forehead. But his speed was still too slow compared to Eugene's resurrectionist. The resurrectionist easily dodged Zhu Cheng's attack by just turning sideways. By the time Zhu Cheng reacted and tried to raise his arm, his wrist had already been grabbed by the resuscitator. Fool, are you worthy enough to fight with me? The resuscitator showed a disdainful smile and bent his 5 fingers back with force. With a click, Zhu Cheng's palm was directly parallel to his forearm, and red blood spurted out from the bloody fracture. Uncle Zhu Cheng. Qi Mingyue shouted loudly while being pressed under the streetlight. He was just about to use his mind to control the 2 resuscitators to go to the rescue, when a hot current suddenly surged from his throat. Qi Mingyue's face turned red, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, losing control of the 2 resuscitators. Stop fighting, it's me. The besieged resurrected shouted sternly. Upon hearing this, the other resurrected stopped what they were doing and turned their eyes to the bus. Damn it, cripple them all. Just leave them alive. The leading resurrectionist gave an order, and more than a dozen resurrectionists rushed out like lightning. Wu Shan and his men were like tofu. They were instantly defeated and knocked to the ground. For a while, there were constant wailing and the sound of broken bones on the bus. The 2 resurrected people who were controlled by Qi Mingyue did not rush towards the bus, but slowly walked in front of Qi Mingyue and looked down at him. Cough, cough. Qi Mingyue coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood and looked up at the 2 of them. You little brat, did you have a lot of fun just now? Did you enjoy controlling us? One of them smiled grimly, grabbed Qi Mingyue's neck and pulled him out from under the lamppost. If you want to kill me, just kill me. Why so much nonsense? Qi Mingyue's voice was weak, and there was a barely perceptible expectation in his eyes. He had cared about many people in his life, but all of them passed away one after another. His best friend died on a bridge. His father died on the way to seek justice for Aunt Suyu. His grandfather also died due to unaffordable medical expenses. This time, Qi Mingyue fought to the death not because of his noble character, but because he was a little tired. If you don't want to live a little longer, then I'll grant your wish. The resuscitator looked at Qi Mingyue coldly, then raised his leg and stepped on Qi Mingyue's head. Is this what Grandpa said before he died, that it's a worthy death? Qi Mingyue smiled and slowly closed his eyes. A breeze blew by, and Qi Mingyue smelled the shabby and warm smell in the 2 building in a trance. Bang! Blood-colored fireworks bloomed at this moment, and bits of moisture splashed onto Qi Mingyue's face. Qi Mingyue reached out his hand tremblingly and touched his face. He put his wet fingers to the tip of his nose, and a fishy smell rushed into his head. Qi Mingyue asked doubtfully and opened the pair of eyes that he had no intention of opening. He saw it. Even though his vision was blocked by the blood on his eyelashes, Qi Mingyue could clearly see the headless corpse standing in front of him. The lifeless resuscitator slowly fell to the side, and a young man with half of his face in shadow appeared behind the corpse. The dim streetlights illuminate the young man's eyes, and his deep pupils seemed to be able to hide all emotions. This person was none other than Li Chenxiu, who was also Chenxiu 2 years ago. Chenxiu? Qi Mingyue's voice was as soft as a mosquito, and his pupils couldn't stop dilating. Chapter 43. Why retreat? Li Chenxiu lowered his eyes full of coldness. I have never heard of such a thing as cowardice and weakness being worthy of death. It is really ridiculous. The second forbidden resuscitator standing aside looked at the headless corpse on the ground, then at Li Chenxiu. His legs began to tremble uncontrollably, and his feet went soft and he fell to the ground. This is too damn fast. I just saw a black shadow and my companion next to me died immediately. What the hell is going on? You. Before the other party could finish his words, Li Chenxiu kicked him in the head. The terrifying speed made it impossible for the second-level forbidden resurrectionist to see clearly. He could only perceive a black shadow coming towards him. Bang! Blood is flying everywhere. The sound of the explosion quickly attracted the attention of other resuscitators. For a moment, all the resuscitators stopped what they were doing and stared at Li Chunxiu with wide eyes. This, Li Chunxiu? Wu Shan, who was lying on the ground, looked blankly in the direction of Li Chunxiu. His eyes, which were as lifeless as a dry well, showed a slight fluctuation. A single word caused 1,000 ripples. When the three words Li Chunxiu came out, whether they were resurrected or ordinary people, they all thought of the evil destiny man in city number 11, Li Chunxiu, the one who shattered the energy measuring body with a single blow, the man of the hour on this energy measuring day. It's really him. I've seen him on TV reports. Li Chunxiu of the extreme body system. We are saved. We are saved. Those humans who were in despair cheered, but on the contrary, those who were revived were confused, with undisguised fear in their eyes. The second ban was killed instantly. So what's the difference between me banning him and giving away food? On the side of the road, Li Chunxiu wiped the blood off his palm with the corner of his clothes and said to Qi Mingyue without even looking at him, "My name is Li Chunxiu. Don't call me by the wrong name next time." After saying that, Li Chunxiu turned around and looked at the resurrected people at the hotel entrance. His sharp gaze cut through everyone's face like a sharp knife, making the fear in their hearts even greater. You, don't come over here." A male resuscitator grabbed a bloody girl next to him and blocked her in front of him. "Let me go, or I'll kill her. Back off to the crossroads over there. Do as we say, or no one will live." Seeing this, the other resurrected people followed suit, grabbing those who had become disabled and standing in front of themselves, looking at Li Chunxiu with fear. "Save me. I don't want to die yet. I have such good grades. How can I die here? Big brother, save me. Teacher, please tell Li Chunxiu to step back." The people being held hostage were so frightened that they shouted for help. The timid ones even burst into tears. Everyone is afraid of death. Who doesn't? A resuscitator saw Li Chunxiu standing there motionless and shouted, "Quickly retreat. Didn't you hear me? What are you still standing there for?" Wu Shan struggled to stand up and shouted excitedly, "Li Chunxiu, listen to them and retreat. We can't let these children die here. Yes, human life is at stake. I beg you. These children are innocent." The middle-aged woman also pleaded. "Retreat?" Li Chunxiu walked slowly to the front of the gate. "Why should I retreat? Letting the tiger go back to the mountain for the sake of a few lives will cause more innocent people to die in the tiger's mouth. This is not a good choice." As soon as these words were spoken, the resurrector, who had originally been showing joy, suddenly froze in his expression and looked at Li Chunxiu with horror. The middle-aged female teacher cursed, "Are you crazy? These kids?" "Shut up." Li Chunxiu shouted coldly. A faint chill surged from his body, frightening the female teacher so much that she shivered and dared not speak again. "I'll give you 10 seconds to think about it. Either you release these people, and I'll leave you with intact bodies. Or you don't, and I'll blow your heads off." As he spoke, Li Chunxiu raised his arms, stretched out his 10 fingers, and dropped them one by one in the biting cold wind. The resuscitator was stunned when he heard this, but he immediately reacted after a moment. "Wait, calm down. Let's discuss why we must fight and kill each other. Yes, these children still have their prime years. It's not worth it for them to die here. Do you know that you will be cyberbullied for doing this? Don't let us ruin your reputation." The resuscitators panicked and tried to persuade him earnestly. "If a destiny being who is comparable to the top 3 forbidden ones is determined to kill you, it will be useless even if you run yourself to pieces. There are 5 seconds left. Think quickly." Li Chunxiu put down his arms, bent down and picked up an iron soup spoon from the ground, and said coldly, 3 seconds. "Wait, let me explain." No chance." A cold light flashed in Li Chunxiu's eyes, and the ground beneath his feet instantly shattered into a spider web. The whole person turned into a ghost and flashed out, tearing through the air at a terrifying speed, bringing up a violent gust of wind, completely breaking the tranquility of the night. The resuscitator standing at the front had not yet reacted when his head was smashed to pieces by the spoon in Li Chunxiu's hand. Blood mixed with white sticky substances splattered on the slow down sign at the door. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of bursting continued to be heard, and the resuscitators could only hear the sound but not see the people. Seeing their companions around them suddenly die inexplicably, these resuscitators were completely panicked, dropping the hostages in their hands and running in all directions for their lives. But all this was in vain. Li Chunxio was like the god of death in the dark night, reaping these people's lives effortlessly. In just a few breaths, all these troublesome resuscitators were killed, without a single one left. In the shadows around the hotel, those people from the underworld who were ready to wait behind the scenes retracted their little heads and quietly slipped away, fearing that they would hinder Li Chunxio's eyes. At the hotel entrance, Li Chunxio threw down the twisted spoon in his hand under the horrified gaze of everyone and said calmly, "All the resuscitators are dead, and 2 students are dead. This is my limit." Everyone was silent, so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. What kind of monster is this? All the resurrectors were killed by one person in just a few seconds. Is this a movie? Is this a game played at double the speed? Qi Mingyue, who had already stood up with difficulty, was stunned for a long time after seeing this scene. He thought that it was incredible that he could control 2 second-level forbidden people with his strength, but when he saw Li Chunxio taking action, he realized that there are always people better than you. This is outrageous. Li Chunxio ignored the shocked crowd and walked up to Wu Shan. "Captain Wu, do you know anything about this area?" Wu Shan suppressed the shock in his heart and nodded stiffly. Li Chunxio squatted down and pointed at his shoulder towards Wu Shan. "Come up, take me to other places where survivors are gathered." Chapter 44. Prisoner Mirror. The winding road among the mountains and ridges is like a huge silver python, lurking in the cold moonlight. One after another, military off-road vehicles and heavy transport trucks coiled up the mountain. The neat team was like a wolf pack with clear division of labor, exuding a solemn and murderous atmosphere. Above the convoy, dozens of armed helicopters were arranged in a neat triangle formation like guarding falcons, hovering over the convoy in an orderly manner. The vehicles have a cloverleaf logo printed on half of their bodies and a light blue sphere printed on the other half. The former is a police force, and the latter is a federal army stationed in city number 11. In a jeep in the middle of the convoy, 3 members of the 14th Action Team of the Security Command were sitting in the back seat and the co-pilot seat respectively. The person in charge of driving the car was the police commander Gong Ran. Yiyu, the chief of the operation, leaned against the passenger window, holding his cell phone and listening to a recording over and over again. It was the recording of Li Chunxio's previous call to the police operator for help. "You said the person who made this call was Li Chunxio, who participated in the energy testing day a few days ago. Are you sure?" Yiyu turned off the phone screen and asked Gong Ran beside him. "About 80 to 90%. I have a very deep impression of his voice." A hint of resentment flashed in Gong Ran's eyes. Yiyu raised his eyebrows. "Why is it so profound?" Gong Ran's face turned dark. How could he not be deeply moved when the other party cursed him so harshly? "It's nothing. It's just that this kid is quite outstanding, so I paid more attention to him." Gong Ran smiled awkwardly. Ding-ling-ling. Ding-ling-ling. At this time, the fixed phone in the Jeep rang. Yiyu picked up the call and at the same time reached out and pressed the hands-free button so that the other 3 people in the car could hear it. "Director C, I'm Su Xian, the leader of the 2nd Action Team. I have something to report." A male voice came from the other end of the line. Yiyu said calmly, "Go ahead, your Sitong is listening beside you." "Ah, I see, Commander. We followed your instructions to investigate the vehicles and people that have been in and out of Beiwangshan in the past week, and found a large number of unidentified suspicious persons. These people all took the underground train to the number 11 train station with temporary passes, and then went to Beiwangshan in various identities such as security guards, tourists, magic groups, and university clubs. They are suspected to be resuscitated people." Gong Ran, who was driving the car, frowned and stole a glance at Yiyu beside him. Seeing that Yiyu didn't speak, he continued to ask, "How many ordinary people are there on the top of the mountain now?" There was silence on the other end of the phone for a while. "A lot. Normally, the number would be between 2,500 and 3,100. But today, because many high schools are jointly hosting a bonfire party, the number of people is estimated to be between 8,000 and 8,300. When Gong Ran heard this number, his heart skipped a beat and the whole car shook. After a while, he pretended to be calm and said, "I understand. Stay alert. If you encounter anyone suspicious, just shoot them. There is no need to verify their identity. Clear." Beep, beep, beep. The person on the other end of the phone hung up. Yiyu rubbed her temple tiredly. This matter was bigger than she thought. It was far more than just eliminating a high-risk animal. "Xiao Yi, do we need help?" An older man in the back seat asked in a deep voice. Before Yiyu could reply, another team member in the car, Zhang Kong, shook his head. "Uncle He, it's too late." Yilu smiled helplessly. "That's true. We have time to wait, but the people in the mountains can't wait." Bang! At this moment, The sound of a vehicle collision came from the front of the convoy, and Gong Ran braked suddenly to stop the jeep steadily. Gong Ran then pushed the door open and got out of the car, grabbing the intercom and shouting, "What's going on up ahead?" There was a buzzing sound from the other end of the intercom, and then it returned to normal. "Tong Zong, there is an invisible barrier on the road ahead, and we can't pass." "Ah, invisible barrier?" Gong Ran was slightly stunned and looked at Yu for help. Yu pushed the door open and got out of the car. He walked to Gong Ran and asked into the intercom, "Will it be like the surface of water when it touches it, with ripples forming?" Yes, yes, just like the surface of the water." The person on the other end of the phone responded hurriedly. Hearing the reply from the other end of the phone, Yu's expression instantly became solemn. "It's the mysterious weapon of the new world, the prisoner heaven mirror." Bang bang. The other two people in the car pushed open the door and got out, also with horror on their faces. As members of the Security and Coordination Bureau, how could they not know the name New World, the most advanced resurrection force in the no man's land, a behemoth that could compete with the Federation? Sensing that the atmosphere was a little heavy, Yu spoke to comfort him. "Don't be nervous. The fact that they can use a mysterious weapon like the prisoner's heaven mirror shows that the people who came here are not strong, and they are even afraid of us. Otherwise, there is no need to hide. Let's break the barrier of the prisoner's heaven mirror first, and then make a plan based on the situation inside. That's all we can do." After dealing with the resurrectees in Baiting Hotel, Li Chenxiu took Wu Shan to search for small groups of resurrectees and clear them out. He became the savior in the eyes of countless survivors, but also the nightmare in the eyes of countless resurrectees. This situation caused the time for opening the seal box to be greatly delayed. After learning about this, the horse-faced demon in the underworld and Shen Yuanghua in the new world sent experts to kill Li Chenxiu many times. But this time, not only could they not kill him, they couldn't even find Li Chenxiu. Li Chenxiu did this intentionally, in order to leave people with the impression that he was strong but not powerful, so as to facilitate subsequent actions and allow these resurrected people to safely place the boxes in the square of the bonfire party. "Idiot, with so many of you, can't you even find a chosen one?" Horse-faced man kicked the man in front of him to the ground. The man held his stomach and stood up aggrievedly. "Sir, we want to look for him too, but this kid is like he has a radar in his head. Every time we are about to find his trace, he leaves in advance. Go, keep looking." The horse-faced man raised his hand and pointed into the distance. "I'll go right away. I'll go right away." The man nodded several times and stumbled out of the square. Shin Yuanghua chuckled at this and said, "What's the point of absorbing so many resurrectors? They are just garbage to make up the numbers." "What's so funny? Have you people from the New World found it?" Horse-faced guard asked sarcastically. Shin Yuanghua spread his hands and said as a matter of course, "There aren't many of us here, so isn't it normal that we can't find it?" Horse-faced guard. Boom. Suddenly, a sound like thunder came from the south of Beiwangshan, which is the direction of going up and down the mountain. Chapter 45 Definition of Man. The huge roar startled everyone present, and they all shrank in the opposite direction of the sound. "What happened?" someone asked in panic. But no one could answer his question, and for a moment everyone's attention was focused on Shen Yuanghua. At this moment, Shen Yuanghua frowned, his eyes fixed on the direction where the voice came from. Someone is attacking the barrier of the prisoner's heaven mirror. They are the military and the police. It seems that there are also people from the security and control department among them. That's impossible. I arranged 10 second-level bands on the way up the mountain to kill the humans who came up the mountain and prevent them from telling the police about the barrier. How could this happen? Did your people leak it? Having said that, horse-faced guard looked at Shen Yuanghua with suspicion. How can you say such ridiculous words without laughing? Shen Yuanghua glared at horse-faced demon in dissatisfaction, then reached out to grab the sealed box. "What are you doing?" Horse-faced man rushed forward and slapped Shen Yuangua's hand away. "What did I do? When people come, we have to retreat. Did I do anything wrong by taking away the sealing box of my new world?" Shen Yuanghua looked at Ma Mian vigilantly. "What do you mean by the seal box of the new world? This is an ownerless thing. Ownerless things should belong to our underworld. I advise you to put away those crooked thoughts of stealing. Otherwise, don't blame me for turning my back on you." The horse-faced man's eyes flashed with ferocity as he pulled out the sword that was stuck in the ground. "How dare you say such a thing so righteously? Also, what qualifications do you have to threaten me? Do you really think that I can't beat you?" Seeing this, Shen Yuanghua was no longer polite and showed the brass knuckles on his hands. "Humph, very good, then." Boom. Before horse-faced guard could finish his words, a deafening roar came from the south again. The second roar brought the two men back to their senses, and the tense atmosphere between them eased. You should also know that our strength is comparable. It will take a long time to determine the winner. The prison heaven mirror will not last long. Those people will come in soon, and by then, none of us will be able to take the sealed weapon box away. Shin Yuanghua looked serious. In my eyes, there are only two results. One is that I take the sealed box, and the other is that someone else takes it. I only accept the first one. If you give me the sealed box, I will give you a mysterious weapon in the future. The horse-faced guard said in a firm tone. Shin Yuanghua gritted his teeth and said, "Give it to me, and I will give you 2 mysterious weapons in the future. Give it to me, and I will give you 3 mysterious weapons in the future." Ma Mian's face was calm, and his heart was not beating. His sincere look almost deceived Shen Yuanghua. "Your grandmother, you don't intend to give it to me. It's like you can give me 2 mysterious weapons." For a moment, the two of them were in a stalemate again. After a few seconds of silence, Shen Yuanghua sighed and compromised. "How about this? There are almost 10,000 sealed boxes. How about we make a bet?" The horse-faced man nodded. "You go ahead. Let's go to the south to buy time, and let our men unlock the sealed weapon box. If there is a mysterious weapon with special powers in the sealed weapon box, it will belong to me. If there are swords, guns, sticks, etc., they will belong to you. How about it?" Shin Yuanghua said in a stern voice. Upon hearing this, horse-faced guard lowered his head and thought for a while, and finally agreed. After assigning tasks to their respective subordinates, Ma Mian and Shen Yuanghua headed south together, and the sharp sonic boom resounded throughout the entire mountaintop. At the same time, in a hidden alley, Li Chenxiu placed Wu Shan, who had disabled legs, next to the garbage dump and whispered, "Too many people have been taken to the bonfire square by the resuscitators. I'm going to save them. Captain Wu, you just stay here." Just as Li Chenxiu was about to get up and leave, Wu Shan grabbed his arm and said, "It's too dangerous. The more people there are, the more resuscitators there must be. If something happens to you, Captain Wu, the duty of the Chosen One is to protect ordinary people. I can't just watch these resurrectors kill people. If it's too dangerous, I won't act impulsively. If there's a chance, I must try it." Li Chenxiu pushed Wu Shan's hand away. "You." Wu Shan clenched his fists. "I am not as good as you. Be careful and take your life as the most important thing." Li Chenxiu nodded seriously, turned and ran towards the alley. When Li Chenxiu ran out of the alley and was exposed under the streetlight, a barely perceptible curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. After a few breaths, Li Chenxiu's figure appeared several hundred meters away and disappeared into the night. On a small hill a few hundred meters away from the bonfire square, a head poked out stealthily. This person was none other than Li Qingxia. When Li Qingxia was with Li Chenxiu before, Li Chenxiu told Li Qingxia everything and asked her to monitor every move in the square from here. "Huh." Li Qingxia yawned, rubbed her flowing bangs, and complained, "You left me here alone in such a cold day, and didn't even find me a blanket. It's so cold. Ouch, what the hell?" The sudden sound scared Li Qingxia so much that she covered her heart, and her heart suddenly jumped. Li Chenxiu, who was lying on the ground, looked confused and asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Are there bugs on the ground?" You. Li Qingxia pointed at Li Chenxiu tremblingly. "Do you think you are a ghost? You crouched quietly beside me, afraid that I would find you, right? Why blame me for your slow reaction? Get down quickly and don't let anyone find you." Li Chenxiu patted the ground, motioning Li Qingxia to lie down. Li Qingxia kicked Li Chenxiu as if she was acting coquettishly, and then lay down reluctantly. "What's going on? Brother, please use your eyes to take a look." Li Chenxiu shook Li Qingxia's arm. "Your bet was right. The 2 most powerful resuscitators have gone south. The sealed box is now at 9892. We still need..." Li Qingxia counted on his fingers. "We still need more than 100. 108 more people will die." Li Chenxiu said calmly. Li Qingxia nodded. "It's the same calculation as mine. Just wait for these resurrectors to capture another group of people and kill them. Are you confused? There are still more than 30 resuscitators and 60 to 70 ordinary people on the field. Once they kill all the ordinary people, and I kill them too, there will be 10,000 people." Li Chenxiu looked at Li Qingxia as if he were a fool. "Ah." Li Qingxia suddenly realized, "I thought we were not considered human." Li Chenxiu was slightly stunned when he heard this. After a few seconds of silence, he smiled and said, "Whether they are resurrected or ordinary people, to put it bluntly, they are all animals living in this world. The strong eat the weak, and the weak avoid the strong. Only the strong can decide who they are." Li Chenxiu stood up and looked down at the killing in the square. Chapter 46. The mysterious weapon appears, and everyone is shocked. The killing continued in Bonfire Square. Don't kill me, don't kill me. I can give you money. I have a lot of money at home. Aw. Phew. The sharp tip of the knife cut the boy's neck, and blood flowed along the direction of the blade, forming a long line under the night sky. The young man covered his neck in horror, but it was of no use. Blood flowed out from between his fingers, and the color in his eyes gradually dimmed before finally returning to calm. In 2 minutes, 76 lives turned into cold numbers, bringing the sealed box one step closer to being unlocked. A young man shook the blood off his fingertips and looked at the girl who died in his arms with regret. Hurry up and leave. Why are you still holding a dead body? Someone urged impatiently. The young man stood up and looked at the girl greedily. She looks so young. It would be great if I could have a relationship with her. At this moment, a breeze blew by, and an indifferent voice sounded from behind the young man. It's not too late for you to go down and talk to her now. Bang! Li Chunxiu crushed the opponent's head with his 5 fingers, then raised his foot, and a sword that was inserted diagonally into the ground fell steadily into his hand. The sudden scene shocked all the resuscitators present. Wait, you are. It's Li Chunxiu, run. A man who had come to his senses shouted loudly, but when he turned around and was about to take the next step, a cold light flashed from the corner of his eyes. Base. The moment the man's feet touched the ground, a thin line of blood stretched from his forehead to below his neck. Phew. Along with the sound of blood gushing out, the man's body split into 2 halves in front of everyone's horrified gaze and fell to both sides. The smooth cut was like the horizon. Li Chunxiu wiped the blood that splashed on his eyelashes with his fingers and rushed towards the other resurrected people in a flash. For a moment, the sound of blood gushing out and the sound of wailing formed a beautiful melody under the night sky. After killing the last resurrector with a single blow of his sword, Li Chunxiu stood up with his sword in hand and turned his head to look at the sealed weapon box. His scarlet eyes looked particularly cold in the moonlight. On the sealed box, the 4 numbers, 9999, were engraved on it, wriggling strangely like a worm. One more missing? Li Chunxiu frowned and was about to catch another person on the road when a faint cry for help came from the pile of corpses in the distance. Don't go. Help me. Li Chunxiu took back the step he was about to take and turned to look in the direction where the voice came from. In the pile of corpses, a bloody head squeezed out from the gap and looked at Li Chunxiu pleadingly. Li Chunxiu smiled and appeared in front of the girl as fast as the wind. Save me. The girl reached out her trembling hand and grabbed Li Chunxiu's trouser leg. Li Chunxiu nodded. Thank you. I'll give you a quick death. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Chunxiu's sword pierced the girl's forehead with lightning speed, ending her precarious life. The moment the girl died, the 9,999 that had been squirming on the sealed box finally turned into 10,000, and the gray-black dirt on the surface of the box also fell off in pieces. Plop, plop. A sound like a heartbeat came from inside the sealed box, and the entire box began to vibrate in rhythm with the heartbeat. Li Chunxiu held the sword in his hand and approached the sealed box cautiously, his mind full of doubts. Isn't there a mysterious weapon in the sealed box? Why is there a heartbeat sound? As if it had sensed Li Chunxiu's approach, the heartbeat in the sealed box suddenly became as deafening as thunder. The horrifying sound waves spread in all directions like a tsunami, and the corpses around were cracked by the shock. But to Li Chunxiu, all this was no different from tickling. He walked calmly to the sealed weapon box, thought for a moment, then raised the knife handle with both hands above his head and chopped down mercilessly. Bang! The sealed box exploded like tofu in an instant, and wood chips flew everywhere. Before Li Chunxiu could see clearly what kind of mysterious weapon was inside, a terrifying wave erupted in front of him, knocking him hundreds of meters away. Immediately afterwards, a dazzling blood-red beam of light shot up into the sky, broke through the barrier of the sky prison mirror with a bang, and pierced into the thick clouds, illuminating the entire sky of North Huangshan in deep red. Ha 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 ha. A sharp and piercing laugh resounded throughout the sky, shaking the clouds and causing strong winds to blow. Rumble. A loud noise came from the blood-colored beam of light, and then it was compressed into a thin layer, slowly pulling apart to both sides, and stopped only when it was 100 meters wide. Come on, come in. Don't you want to get me? The voice was filled with madness and expectation, just like the words spoken by a madman. Li Chunxiu stood up with the help of the corpse beside him, a hint of excitement in his eyes, and stomped his toes on the ground, rushing into the thick blood like an arrow and disappearing in this world. As the barrier of the prison heaven mirror was broken, Horse-faced Guardian and Shen Yuanghua, who were hiding behind the barrier to launch a sneak attack, had no way to hide and were completely exposed. However, the two did not run away, and the three people from the Intongsi did not take any action. At this time, everyone was looking at the bloody portal standing between heaven and earth in shock. Horse-faced Guardian's eyes widened. This is a sentient mystical weapon? Yi Yu, who was standing by, was shocked when she heard this. As a member of the Antong division, she naturally knew what horse-faced man meant. There are differences in strength among Xuanqi, but there is no clear-cut division of levels, because the abilities of Xuanqi are so varied that it is difficult to categorize them, except for one type of Xuanqi, spiritual Xuanqi. Link Xuanqi has independent consciousness, cannot be destroyed, has abilities beyond the comprehension of ordinary people, and is superior to all other Xuanqi. In addition, the Lingxian weapon has a unique function of recognizing its master. Only people who are recognized by it can use it. Such people are called spiritualists. The stronger the spiritualist himself is, the stronger the Lingxian weapon will become. The two complement each other. The last time a spiritual weapon appeared in the Federation was 19 years ago. That spiritual weapon was a spear named the Red Tassel Spear. This spiritual weapon was eventually obtained by a young man named Huang Fuqing, who is now the commander-in-chief of the Second Federal Army. Thinking of this, Yi Yu's breathing suddenly became rapid, and he subconsciously took a step towards the direction of the bloody portal. Snap! The sound of footsteps instantly broke the silence between them. The horse-faced man was the first to react. He stretched out his hand to grab Shen Yuanghua and pulled him back. Then he rushed towards the bloody portal like a cannonball. Ha ha ha! This spiritual weapon is mine. It's mine. Asshole, do you think a person like you is worthy of a spiritual weapon? Shen Yuanghua cursed angrily and disappeared from the spot with a move of his feet. When he appeared again, he was already several hundred meters away. Chapter 47 Rules of the Underworld. He Lu swallowed his saliva, turned his head and said to Yi Yu, Xiao Yi, the spiritual weapon must not be obtained by these people. Yes, Sister Yi, the spiritual weapon cannot fall into the hands of these resurrected people. Zhang Kong hurriedly agreed. We can go in, but our primary purpose in going in is to prevent the resurrected from getting the Lingxian weapon. Do you understand? Yi Yu said in a deep voice. Understood. I will put my own selfish desires last. Me too. The two nodded excitedly and agreed. After Yi Yu arranged the task for Gong Ran, he took the two of them to the bloody portal. At the same time, all the resurrectors with a little knowledge and strength on the top of the mountain rushed towards the bloody portal. After all, who wouldn't want to take a chance on a leap forward? The commotion at North Huangshan was so loud that even people at the foot of the mountain noticed the bloody sky. What's going on with the sky? Why has it turned bloody? I don't know. Look at the intersection leading up to Beihuang Mountain. There are so many soldiers standing there. Shit, is something serious going to happen? Ah, then what are we standing here for? Let's go. Don't worry. I'll record a video and post it on WeChat Moments first. The bright red moon hung high above the dark clouds, and the crooked trees formed a patch of forest. The damp and cold air was filled with a faint fishy smell, which wandered through the forest with the night wind. The pale red moonlight is like a thin layer of gauze, covering the quiet forest here with a hideous veil. Li Chunxiu stood under a big tree, looking around at a loss. Where is the mysterious weapon? The moment Li Chunxiu rushed into the bloody portal, he felt his eyes blurred. When he regained his sight, he appeared here inexplicably. After thinking it over fruitlessly, Li Chunxiu began to wander around the forest vigilantly. When he reached a stream, Li Chunxiu's pupils trembled and he suddenly stopped. He clenched his fist and stretched it in front of his eyes, muttering to himself, Why am I suddenly suppressed to the point of being banned? Gurgle gurgle. Before Li Chunxiu had time to think, a sound like stomach movement sounded in front of him. He looked up and saw dozens of neatly arranged blood-red small characters appear out of thin air before his eyes. All personnel have arrived, and the master recognition assessment has begun. The following are the rules and precautions. In the underworld, everyone's forbidden level will be suppressed to the first forbidden level, and the resurrected cannot heal themselves. Once entering the underworld, no one can exit midway. After entering the underworld, a corresponding mirror image will appear for each person. The mirror image has all the abilities of the original person, the same strength as the original person, and is immortal. The purpose of the mirror man is to kill the examinee. Please be careful. There are 5 keys scattered in the underworld. After the examinee collects all 5 keys, she inserts all the keys into the altar in the center of the underworld, and then the final examination can begin. 5 people are allowed to participate in the final examination. Good luck to everyone. When Li Chunxiu finished reading the last word, the color of the blood-red words gradually faded and finally disappeared without a trace. Master recognition test. Does the mysterious weapon still need to recognize its master? A question arose in Li Chunxiu's mind, but he quickly put it aside because there was a more difficult problem now. All the people have arrived, which means that there are other people coming in besides him. Although the addition of other people makes the result more variable, Li Chunxiu does not find it difficult. What really makes him feel difficult is the mirror man. According to the rules, everyone has a mirror image, and this mirror image also possesses all the abilities of the original body, so one's own mirror image has extreme water and absolute control. This is not the end. If your mirror image uses extreme water in front of others, it will be obvious who the cause of the disaster is. Li Chunxiu let out a long sigh, his brows filled with gloom. What should I do now? Kill everyone or find my mirror image and find a way to trap him? Forget it, let's take it one step at a time. Li Chunxiu stood up, changed his appearance with a thought, and walked towards the depths of the forest. Somehow, he always felt that there was a mysterious force pulling him. Along the way, Li Chunxiu did not encounter any mirror people. After walking for more than 10 minutes, a tall palace appeared at the end of his sight. This is a palace that is similar in style to a church, but it only looks like a church and has nothing to do with it. The white walls are covered with long scratches, and faint bloodstains can be seen that are no longer obvious. The broken arched windows creaked in the night wind, revealing a sense of weirdness and horror under the reflection of the red moon. At this moment, at the gate in front of the palace, there were 2 groups of people standing, one with 3 people and the other with 4 people, as if they were waiting for something. You are not allowed to enter unless you have 8 people. Your lousy palace has so many rules. Speak less. Spiritual weapons are conscious. Be careful not to be heard by the other party. After hearing this, the man curled his lips and said nothing more. Hey, someone's coming, it's Brother Lu Chong. Someone pointed in the direction of Li Chunxiu and shouted in surprise. In order to make things easier, Li Chunxiu changed his appearance into that of a 3 forbidden resurrector he had killed before, the Lu Chong mentioned by this person. It's really Brother Lu Chong. That's good now. We in the underworld now have 4 people. Haha. Everyone in the underworld was smiling happily, while the people in the new world had gloomy faces. Soon Li Chunxiu arrived at the palace gate, and before he could say anything, 3 people from the underworld surrounded him. Brother Lu Chong, I didn't expect you to be nearby. That's great. I was worried that we would be bullied by the people from the new world when we were 3 against 4. Now that you are here, everything will be easy. Hee. Weren't you 4 laughing happily just now? Why aren't you laughing now? A young man asked provocatively. I just smiled at you in a friendly way, but you saw it as a provocation. It's true that people with a bad heart see everything as dirty. You? Okay. Why are you waiting for me here? Li Chunxiu interrupted the other party unhappily. The young man rolled his eyes at the man, then smiled and explained to Li Chunxiu. Brother Lu Chong, come over here and take a look. The young man took Li Chunxiu to the door of the hall and placed his palms against the door. Gurgle, gurgle. The familiar sound of stomach rumbling sounded again, and a line of small bloody words appeared out of thin air. Palace of Doubt. This is the palace with the key of doubt. 8 people must push the door at the same time to open it. After completing the test in the palace, you will get the key of doubt. The Palace of Doubt? Li Chunxiu muttered to himself, and then asked, What do you mean by 3 against 4? Ah. The young man was stunned and said uncertainly, Shouldn't 8 people just be divided into 2 teams? It should be 4 against 4, right? Li Chunxiu. Chapter 48, Deadly Game. Li Chunxiu put his hands against the door and said without turning his head, Push the door. This place is quite spooky. Let's finish it as soon as possible and leave. Under Li Chunxiu's urging, the other 7 people stepped forward and placed their hands on the palace door. Start pushing. As the 8 people worked together, the motionless door finally began to shake, and pieces of spider webs and dust fell on everyone's heads. Clang. The heavy door was pushed open a crack, and a pungent smell of rotten wood rushed out from the gap and rushed into everyone's nostrils. Vomit. What's that smell? Ugh. The people standing on both sides of the door fell to their knees, covering their noses and retching. You'll get used to the smell. Li Chunxiu patted one of them on the shoulder, leaned sideways and walked into the palace through the crack in the door. Seeing this, the others also squeezed in despite the stench. The hall was very dark. Apart from the moonlight shining in through the windows, there was no other source of light. The terrifying atmosphere made everyone stand together. observing their surroundings vigilantly. As the last person walked into the hall, the door closed automatically with a bang, and the thunder-like sound echoed in the hall. Ghost! A resuscitator near the gate was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground, grabbing his companion's trouser legs and looking in the direction of the gate in horror. Can you please show some courage? The people in the underworld are watching us. Hurry up and get up. Oh. The man nodded aggrievedly, then stood up tremblingly while holding onto the wall. Licentio retracted his gaze, raised his foot, and walked forward. The moment his foot touched the ground, a whoosh sound like the wind rang out in the hall. Immediately afterwards, flickering candle flames spread inward from the walls on both sides of the gate. In less than a moment, the hall was brightly lit, and the entire scene in the darkness was exposed to Licentio's eyes. The hall is not big, only about 200 square meters. There is nothing special about it, and it looks empty everywhere. The only special thing is that on the ground in the center of the hall, there is a 9-square grid that looks like it was drawn with red chalk. Welcome to the Palace of Doubt. I am the owner of this palace. I believe that you are all here for the key of doubt. A vicissitudes of life voice came from all directions. The field fell into silence. After a few seconds, Licentio asked in a deep voice, "Where are you?" "That's not important. What's important is the key of doubt. You all came here for it, right?" Licentio did not refute, but nodded, "Yes. Where is the key to doubt?" "I'll ask the 8 of you to play a game. I'll give the key of doubt to the winner." As soon as he finished speaking, several blood-red numbers appeared out of thin air above the heads of the 8 people. Licentio looked up and saw number 1, floating above his head. Licentio turned around and found that there was a number on everyone's head. The smallest was his 1, and the largest was the number 8. "Hey, there's a number 6 floating above my head. What does that mean?" "I don't know. I also have a number on my head. It's 7. However, everyone's questions were soon answered. "From now on, the numbers above your heads will be your names, so it will be convenient for me to call you," the palace owner said with satisfaction. Seeing that no one on the field had any objections, he continued, "Now I am going to divide you into 2 teams. As for how to divide you, it will be based on the palms and backs of your hands. The backs of your hands will be one team, and the palms of your hands will be the other team. If anyone dares to collude or make eye contact, I will kill all of you." A gust of cold wind blew into the palace, and a bone-chilling chill rose from the soles of everyone's feet. Licentio turned around and shouted to the others, "Don't waste time. Hurry up." The 8 people formed a circle and stretched out their hands at the same time. 3 palms, 5 backs of hands. Unfortunately, Licentio got the palm. His teammate was number 3 from the underworld and number 6 from the new world. Number 6 was stunned when he saw the final result. "This number of people is unbalanced." "Hee," the palace owner chuckled. "I didn't say the number of people should be balanced. Now that the teams are divided, let me tell you about the game you are going to play. Do you see the 9-square grid on the ground?" Everyone nodded when they heard this. "Palace Master, hey, the game we are going to play is tic-tac-toe, a very simple game." "Tic-tac-toe?" Licentio raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect the so-called game to be this. The so-called tic-tac-toe game is that 2 people use circles and crosses to play on the word, well, whoever connects the symbols into a line horizontally, vertically, or diagonally is the winner. Licentio often played this little game with manhwa when they were young. However, because it was too simple, the 2 of them often ended up in a dead end. Yes, it's tic-tac-toe. Everyone has one chance to make a move. Whoever connects the circles and crosses into a line first wins. The loser. The palace owner paused and said, "Then die here." After hearing this, number 6, who was originally staying in the New World team, widened his eyes and asked in disbelief, "Died here? What? You think I can't do it?" The palace owner laughed jokingly. Number 1 took a few steps back in panic, and after a few seconds of silence, he shouted loudly, I don't want to play anymore. I don't want the key. I want to go out." As he said that, number 6 turned and ran towards the gate. But before he took a few steps, a cold light flashed under his feet. Phew! Blood splattered everywhere. A foot was thrown high into the air, and number 6 fell heavily to the ground. "Ah, my feet, my feet." "Wang Huan, are you okay?" The faces of several people in the new world changed, and they helped number 6 who had fallen to the ground. "Don't worry, I won't let him die before I finish the game. Just play the game, and don't let me kill anyone," the palace owner said casually, as if killing was as common as eating in his eyes. Before anyone from the new world could speak, number 3 from the underworld shouted at the top of his voice, "How can we compare? There are 5 of them, and 3 of us. Isn't this a losing situation? Li Chinchio also frowned at this moment. What number 3 said was right. If each person only had one chance to make a move, then he would have no chance of winning at all. But if the result was already determined, why didn't that person end the game? Don't be nervous. Each person only has one chance to make a move. Whether you can make a move depends on your own ability. Li Chenxiu raised his eyebrows. What do you mean? If a person wants to play chess, he just stands in the 9-square grid. Each square has different tests. Only after completing the test can he play chess. The palace owner said slowly. If we don't connect the lines in the end, how will we judge it? Number 2 asked solemnly. The side that occupies more grids wins. If it's a tie, let me think. Oh, then just kill them all. Isn't that interesting? Said the palace owner expectantly. Hearing this, a hint of murderous intent flashed in Li Chenxio's deep eyes. Chapter 49 The Real Rules. Let's start, starting with the ones with the most people. Is there anything you need to discuss? The 5 people did not respond when they heard this. They looked at each other, and there were 2 big words written on everyone's face. Confused. Who wants to go first? Number 2 broke the silence first. He looked past number 4 and number 8 standing beside him and looked at number 5 and number 7 standing behind him. Why are you looking at us? Shouldn't you 3 from the New World go first? Number 5 took a few steps back with an uneasy look on his face. That's right, Brother Lu Chong. Please say a word for us. Number 7 looked at Li Chunxiu for help. Li Chunxiu glanced at the other person indifferently, then turned aside and sat down under the candlestick embedded in the wall. Brother. Number 7 widened his eyes. The palace owner said with some displeasure, Number 7, please go ahead. I hate people like you who are disloyal. No pursed his lips and walked to the middle of the 9-square grid helplessly. I choose this one. The moment the words fell, Number 7's eyes suddenly became dull and lifeless. He stood there looking ahead like a zombie, as if he was going through something. For a moment, the field fell into an eerie silence. At this time, Number 3, who was on the same team as Li Chinchio, supported Number 6 and came to sit next to him. Brother Lu, what should we do? Number 3 asked anxiously. Just occupy some lines. What else can I do? Li Chunxiu looked calm, raised his hand and pointed at the broken leg of Number 6. You go up next. If the opponent doesn't occupy the middle, you take the middle. If he does, you can take anyone. Me. Number 6 pointed at himself in surprise and said with some embarrassment, My feet are like this? It doesn't matter. I'm not asking you to go up there and kill people. Didn't you see that Number 7 didn't even move? I guess it's just a simple brain teaser. Bang. Before Li Chunxiu could finish his words, Number 7, standing in the 9-square grid, suddenly exploded into a ball of blood mist and disappeared without a trace. Unfortunately, Number 7 failed the test. It's your turn. The palace owner's deep voice echoed in everyone's ears. Number 1 poked Li Chunxiu with his hand and stammered, This? Brother Lu, didn't you say it was a brain teaser? I'm just guessing. Li Chunxiu dismissed him casually, stood up and walked to Number 6. Go ahead, I wish you success. Number 1 curled up in the corner and said, Can I just wait? Li Chunxiu didn't waste any words. He picked up Number 6 with one hand and threw him to the middle position regardless of his struggle and wailing. We will choose here too. After Li Chunxiu said this, Number 6 stopped struggling and fell into a state of stupidity, just like Number 7 before. Just when Li Chunxiu turned around and took a few steps, a bang sound suddenly came from behind him. Number pawn. Ah. Li Chunxiu looked at Number 6, who was dead without leaving any trace, with a confused look on his face, his eyes full of horror. Are you kidding? It's gone in the blink of an eye. Are you kidding? Not only Li Chunxiu was confused, but everyone else was confused as well. What's going on? 2 people died before we even occupy this spot? What a pity. Next. The voice of the palace owner sounded again. Over there seemed to be dark clouds floating above the 4 people's heads, and everyone's face was gray and bloodless. Number 5 from the underworld was about to say something when the other 3 people's eyes shifted to him at the same time. Okay, I'll go. Number 5 smiled helplessly. He knew he had no choice. No walked into the 9-square grid and chose the square in the upper left corner, instead of choosing the middle one with more possibilities. Soon, Number 5 fell into the same situation as the previous 2 people, and Li Chunxiu stood by and watched him quietly. After a few minutes of silence, a buzzing sound was heard on the field. Number 5's eyes gradually became clear again, and his clear eyes were full of surprise. I succeeded. I succeeded. Is this true? Number 4 asked in disbelief. Of course. Number 2 grinned and looked at Number 5 with joy. Gurgle, gurgle. The sound of stomach rumbling came from in front of number 5, and a string of symbols appeared in front of him. Seeing this, number 1 looked at Li Chunxiu standing beside him and said, "Brother Liu, we chose the cross." "Well, then we'll make it happen." Li Chunxiu nodded. No stretched out his hand and clicked, and then a big, slowly appeared on the stone bricks under his feet. Seeing this scene, Li Chunxiu's mouth curled up slightly and a hint of enlightenment flashed in his eyes. But no one present noticed Li Chunxiu's expression. Under the coercion of Li Chunxiu, number 3 was forced to walk onto the 9-square grid and choose the position in the upper right corner. A minute later, number 3 exploded with a bang. Li Chunxiu's face turned dark, and he walked to the side with his arms folded. Now only pieces 1, 2, 4, and 8 are left on the field, and Li Chunxiu is the only one left. It's safe. We still have 3 chances. As long as we occupy one more point in the 9-square grid, we will win. Number 2 clenched his fists excitedly and turned to look at number 8, who had the lowest strength. "Go ahead. I believe in you. Come on." Number 4 squeezed number 8's arm and shook it vigorously. Okay, I'll try my best." In the end, number 8 was forced to move to the 9-square grid, chose the second row, and counted the first square from left to right. Under the gaze of everyone, number 8 followed in the footsteps of number 6 in 3 minutes and was killed without leaving any trace. For a moment, everyone's attention was focused on Li Chunxiu. Seeing Li Chunxiu standing there motionless, number 2 said dissatisfiedly, "Why are you still standing there? Come on." Li Chunxiu still did not move, but asked the palace owner, "Can I let them go first?" "Are you out of your mind? Number 8 is ours. It's your turn now. If you don't want to be blown into a bloody mist, you can commit suicide now." After hearing what Li Chunxiu said, the others looked at him as if he were a fool. Li Chunxiu ignored them and waited quietly for the voice of the palace owner. "If you try to escape the game, I will kill you." There was a hint of chill in the palace owner's voice. "After entering this palace, I have been wondering why it is called the Palace of Doubt. Now I understand." Li Chunxiu paused and continued, "It turns out that it is to make me question everything. Number 1, what nonsense are you talking about? Play chess quickly. Do you want to escape the game?" There was a hint of anger in the palace owner's voice. "Watchdog, which eye of yours saw that I was trying to escape the game? I'm just following the rules." Li Chunxiu turned sideways and looked at number 2's group. At this moment, he understood the real rules of the game. Chapter 50. You are the master of the palace. After he entered the palace, this guy who claimed to be the owner of the palace jumped out. He stated the real rules in an ambiguous way, and then used some tricks to lead him to associate some unfounded rules. Li Chunxiu came to this conclusion because he saw that number 5 could choose the circle and the cross by himself, which reminded him of what the palace owner had said before. Yes, it's tic-tac-toe. Everyone has one chance to place a piece. Whoever connects the circles and crosses into a line first wins. It was a very vague sentence. It did not specify who was the circle and the cross. It only said that whoever formed a line would win. It also did not specify that the winner was a group. Instead, it used a very spiritual who that was easily overlooked. If we add the word division before this sentence, it will naturally allow everyone to fill in the blank rules on their own. But if you put aside this sentence, put aside the misleading word tic-tac-toe, and put aside all other rules, the real rule will emerge. Whoever connects the circles and crosses into a line first wins. From the very beginning, this was an individual battle. There was only one key. How could it be given to a group of people? Li Chunxiu smiled and walked unscrupulously towards the direction of number 2 and number 4. He was not afraid that the so-called palace master would attack him because the other party simply did not have the ability to do so. Because the palace owner also said, "Don't worry, I won't let him die before the game is finished. Just play the game and don't let me kill anyone." The opponent cannot take action within the rules, which Li Chunxiu has just verified. If you can act at will, you won't have to keep repeating the words escape game. Number 1 and number 4 looked at Li Chunxiu walking towards them, and they couldn't come up with an answer for a long time. They couldn't understand why the palace owner didn't take action yet, nor did they understand what Li Chunxiu wanted to do by coming over. Was he going to fight 2 people at once? What do you want to do? You don't really want to break the rules, so let us go first. Don't think we are afraid of you just because you are the resurrector of the ice element. Go up and place the chess pieces and don't force us to take action. Number 2 said stiffly. Li Chunxiu did not stop when he heard this and flashed in front of number 2. You. Before number 2 could finish his words, Li Chunxiu kicked him with a whip kick and sent him flying. With a loud bang, number 2 was embedded in the wall and his life or death was unknown. Seeing this, Hao's legs went weak and he fell to the ground. looking at Li Chunxiu in horror. How could that be? Isn't the underworld suppressed to the level of forbidden? Isn't this okay? Don't come over here. It's against the rules. Number 1 supported himself with his hands and moved backwards little by little, and Li Chunxiu approached step by step. Number 1. Don't be so presumptuous. This is my territory. The palace owner's angry voice echoed in the hall like thunder. Hearing this, Li Chunxiu's eyes flashed with sarcasm. The strike you used to cut off number 6's foot just barely touched the 3rd forbidden level, so you must hide well, otherwise if I find you, I will chop you to death one by one. You. The palace owner wanted to refute something, but didn't know where to start. He stopped after saying only one word. Li Chunxiu smiled, and the last big stone in his heart fell. He was originally worried about whether the other party had hidden his strength, but now it seems that he had not hidden it at all. After number 4, who was lying on the ground, heard the conversation between the two, his dull mind finally understood something. Oh no, the owner of this palace can't do anything. After realizing this, number 4's lips turned pale at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the fat on his face trembled uncontrollably. He begged, Big brother, I'm not as good as number 2. He's more capable than me. It doesn't matter. If you die, I'll let him go. Li Chunxiu smiled brightly, bent down, grabbed number 4's neck, and dragged him into the 9-square grid. I hope you survive, come on. Li Chunxiu patted number 4's shoulder expectantly, and then exited the 9-square grid. After a few seconds, number 4's eyes became dull, and he stood there in a daze. When Li Chunxiu saw that the other party did not explode immediately, he squatted aside, touching his chin as if thinking about something. At a certain moment, Li Chunxiu suddenly raised his head. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and then he asked the palace owner curiously, I have a question. Who will give me the key after I complete the test? Why are you asking this? Asked the palace owner with some caution. Li Chunxiu smiled friendly. I'm just curious. There was silence in the hall for a while, and after a while the palace master continued, just play your game and don't think about those things. Li Chunxiu raised the corner of his mouth and stood up with his hands on his knees. Is the key in your hand? No one responded. Li Chunxiu patted his head helplessly. His brain was really in a ditch. He couldn't even understand such a simple truth. Since you will get the key if you win the game, the key should be either in the palace or with the guy who claims to be the owner of the palace. So why should you play such a dangerous game? Why not just go directly to the owner of the palace and ask for it? After realizing this, Li Chunxiu spread his hands and said, I don't want to play anymore. I don't think it's necessary to risk my life for a key. Having said that, Li Chunxiu walked towards the gate. The palace owner, hiding in the dark, gritted his teeth and stared at Li Chunxiu's back. Open the door, or I'll kick it if you don't open it. Li Chunxiu shouted impatiently. Asshole, what do you think this place is? The next second, a circular arc like a waning moon appeared above Li Chunxiu's head, tearing through the air and slashing towards his neck. Li Chunxiu's ears moved, and his head tilted, passing by the arc. Didn't I tell you to hide it? A cold light flashed in Li Chunxiu's eyes, and he raised his hand and pointed it at a place in the hall that was not illuminated by the candlelight. Concentrate? Li Chunxiu clenched his palms, and the blood mist floating in the hall instantly gathered into drops of blood, and in the blink of an eye turned into a large bloody hand grabbing towards the shadow. Ah! A shrill scream came from the clenched bloody hands. Li Chunxiu stretched out his hand and pulled, and the bloody hand appeared in front of him. Disperse, Li Chunxiu said lightly. The bloody hand trembled slightly and disappeared without a trace with a bang. A middle-aged man covered in blood fell to the ground. The man curled up on the ground, his eyes full of resentment, staring at Li Chunxiu. Li Chunxiu lowered his eyes to look at the man, then stepped on his face and said, You are the only one who calls me the master of the palace? Asshole! The man shouted loudly, raised his hand and was about to fire an arc at Li Chunxiu when a bloody blade appeared out of nowhere and cut off the man's arm with a puff. Chapter 51. Speculations about the Mirror Man. Oh, my hand! As the man screamed, his arm was thrown high into the air, but strangely, the arm did not spurt out bright red blood, but turned into a wisp of black smoke and dissipated in the air. There was no blood coming out of the place where the man was cut. Instead, black smoke billowed out like a chimney. His broken arm slowly recovered from the fracture, but the speed of recovery was completely incomparable to that of the resuscitator. It was as slow as a turtle. A hint of curiosity flashed in Li Chunxiu's eyes. Although he was curious, he did not delve into the question. Instead, he asked the man, Where's the key to doubt? Tell me now. Don't force me to break your bones inch by inch and torture you beyond recognition. Boy, I can't die in the underworld, so? The man showed a crazy smile. I won't tell you anything. Even if you pass the test, I won't give you the key of doubt. Okay, it's okay. Let's take it slow. Li Chunxio smiled brightly and squatted beside the man. After, half an hour later. I was wrong. I was wrong, I said. The man shouted listlessly while lying on the ground. His body was like a leaky chimney, emitting billowing black smoke. He no longer had his previous arrogant attitude. Li Chunxio patted the other person's face and said jokingly, "Didn't you say you wouldn't tell me anything? I was blinded by anger at the time, so I said those immature words." Li Chunxio smiled and nodded. "It is a great honor to know your mistakes and then improve them. Tell me, where is it?" The man stretched out his hand tremblingly and spread his palm in front of Li Chunxio. The next second, the man's palm slowly cracked, and a silver metal key appeared in front of Li Chunxio. Li Chunxio smiled and picked up the key, weighing it in his hand. "Why didn't you do it earlier? Why did you waste my time?" The man's face turned dark. "You stepped on my mouth and broke it right from the start. What can I say?" In the distance, number 2 who had woken up and number 4 and 5 who had passed the test stood in the innermost position, looking in the direction of Li Chunxio with fear. "Brother, what's going on?" Number 4 pulled number 2's sleeve. "I don't know." Number 2 shook his head blankly, then looked at number 5 beside him. "Has Lu Chong in your underworld always been so powerful?" Number 1 had a complicated look in his eyes, and after a moment's hesitation, he said, "Brother Lu Chong has the ability of ice element, but this person doesn't look like that." At this time, Li Chunxio looked up in the direction of the 3 people. "You 3 come here." The 3 of them were shocked when they heard the words, and they looked at each other, not moving at all, as if they were possessed by an evil spirit. "What? Do you want me to come over and invite you?" Li Chunxio frowned and kicked the palace master, who was half dead. A few seconds later, the 3 of them lined up in a row, lowered their heads and shrugged their shoulders, and stood in front of Li Chunxio. "Don't be nervous. I'll just ask you a few questions." Li Chunxio smiled kindly. "Let's start with you, the owner of the palace. You can just call me Su Shu, or maybe Xiao Su will be fine." Su Shu smiled flatteringly. "Okay, Su Shu, let me ask you, how to leave the underworld?" Li Chunxio asked seriously, as this was related to his identity as a disaster. "This?" Su Shu's face showed embarrassment. "I don't know this either. If I knew, I wouldn't be here." Li Chunxio frowned, but did not complain about anything. He didn't know who to blame. "Then let me ask you again, where is that mirror person?" Li Chunxio asked again. "Mirror image?" Su Shu looked confused and asked, "What is a mirror image? The person in the mirror?" Li Chunxio. At this moment, he felt an urge to blow Su Shu's head off. "Huh." Li Chunxio sighed. "Then what do you know?" "I don't seem to be fine. Oh, by the way, I know something very important." Su Shu looked at Li Chunxio in surprise, as if he had thought of something. "What's the matter? Tell me." Li Chunxio leaned over and looked at the other person expectantly. Su Shu smiled mysteriously and raised his hand with difficulty. "I know where the key to doubt is. It is in my palm." There was silence on the field, and 6 crows flew over the heads of several people. Su Shu said excitedly, "Why are you looking at me like that? Really, I have the key in my hand. If you don't believe me..." Bang! Li Chunxio raised his fist and punched Su Shu's head, turning it into black mist. After a preliminary diagnosis, he found that there was something wrong with Su Shu's brain, which might be related to the loss of the key to doubt, and it was not worth interrogating him. After finishing everything, Li Chunxio turned his indifferent gaze to the 3 people standing beside him. After meeting Li Chunxio's gaze, the nerves and skin of the 3 men instantly tensed up. They stood there not daring to breathe, with their heads lowered like children who had made a mistake. Li Chunxio's eyebrows curved slightly, and the corners of his mouth slowly rose. "I will just ask a simple question, and then I will let you go. On the way to the palace, did you see the so-called mirror people or find their traces?" No raised his head nervously and said in a low voice, I haven't seen it." The other 2 also shook their heads. "Do you think I'm so easy to fool?" A cold light flashed in Li Chunxio's eyes. His left hand grabbed number 2's neck like an eagle's claw and pressed the other's face to the ground. "You'll die if you lie," Li Chunxio said with a smile. Number 1 was horrified and shouted at the top of his voice, "I didn't lie." Phew. Li Chunxio did not give the other party a chance to explain, and pierced his head with his finger, then looked at the other 2 indifferently. "It's your turn?" Number 1 and Number 5 were so frightened that they retreated again and again until they were backed into a corner with no way to retreat. I didn't lie to you, big brother. I really didn't see anything. Not even a hair. I didn't see it either. I just walked straight along and didn't encounter anything. The two men put their hands in front of them and shouted at the top of their lungs. Licentio stopped and lowered his head thoughtfully. Even though I deliberately killed one person, the two of them didn't change their answers. It seems that they really didn't lie to me. I haven't encountered any mirror images. Could it be that there are no mirror images at all? A hint of confusion flashed across Licentio's brows. If the mirror person does not exist, or cannot appear for some reason, is it necessary for me to hide my appearance? If he doesn't exist at all, and he starts a fight with others with Lu Chang's face, wouldn't he be at risk of being exposed? After all, the strength of the first ban is comparable to the top 3 bans, and most people can only think of his name. Forget it. Anyway, the Mirror Man hasn't appeared at this stage. Licentio muttered to himself. As soon as he finished speaking, his appearance returned to its previous state. Number 4 and Number 5, who witnessed everything, looked dumbfounded, staring at Licentio with wide eyes. Damn, isn't this Licentio? Chapter 52, The Giant's Pursuit. This can't be. Number 5 rubbed his eyes with trembling hands, but when he opened his eyes again, what he saw was Licentio's cold face. At this moment, Licentio just raised his head, and their eyes met. You, don't come over here. I will shout if you come over again. Number 5 pulled Number 4's arm and backed away tremblingly. Don't be afraid. I kill without being cruel. It won't hurt. Licentio's mind moved, and 2 drops of blood condensed out of thin air. With a swoosh sound, they pierced through the eyebrows of the 2 men, killing them painlessly. After getting rid of the 2 men, Licentio walked up and searched their bodies, and found 2 flares, one from the underworld and the other from the new world. After finding what he wanted, Licentio walked towards the gate. Just as he was about to kick the gate open, the gate in front of him seemed to have a pair of eyes and opened to both sides with a click. You're quite good at reading people's expressions. Licentio muttered in surprise, and then set off 2 flares right in front of the gate. Swoosh. 2 flares were fired into the sky, and the red and blue spots of light gradually brightened until they emitted a dazzling light under the dark sky. Licentio nodded with satisfaction, turned around and went back to the palace, waiting for others to arrive. He did this for 2 reasons, but they ultimately had one purpose, which was to confirm whether the Mirror Man existed or not. The statements of the 3 people were too weak and could not prove anything, so he needed more people. If there are mirror people in this forest, they will definitely rush over here when they see these 2 flares. Even if the Mirror Man didn't come, the 2 flares would definitely attract some resurrectors, and he would be able to interrogate them strictly one by one. In the dark forest, a figure was moving through the dense treetops like a monkey. This person was none other than the middle-aged man among the 3 members of the Antongsai group, He Lu. At this moment, He Lu's face was pale, covered with fine beads of sweat, and the tight combat uniform was torn into strips and hung on his body. Although his physical condition was not very good, there was no dimness in He Lu's eyes. He stared firmly ahead, avoiding the pursuit behind him and seeking a way to survive. 100 meters behind him, a 50-meter-tall humanoid giant was rampaging in the mountains and forests, staring at He Lu with burning eyes. The giant had disheveled hair and was naked. His round eyes were like 2 blood lanterns that flickered under the blood moon. Broken arms could be seen among his protruding teeth, and his expression was ferocious and terrifying. The trees in the forest were not even as tall as the giant's knees. Every time the giant took a step, the trees fell forward like dominoes, raising a cloud of dust. Around the giant, there were a dozen small giants less than 20 meters tall, also chasing He Lu madly, vaguely forming an encirclement. Behind these giants, there was a group of people following slowly, led by the horse-faced god of the underworld. The people from the Antongsai are really capable. They were able to escape from this situation. Horse-faced man praised generously. Half an hour ago, horse-faced demon arrived at the underworld. In order to facilitate his actions, he gathered more than 20 people from the underworld to his side through the walkie-talkie. Afterwards, the group discovered an ancient city in the mountains and forests. Driven by curiosity, Ma Mian led his men into the ancient city and found a key on a high tower. However, they were not the only ones who found the key, including He Lu and Zheng Kong from the Antongsi. Immediately afterwards, a battle broke out between the 2 sides. However, because the area of the tower was too small, the underworld failed to take advantage of its numbers, and the key was snatched away by the Antongsi side. He Lu left the tower with the key, while Zheng Kong stayed behind to delay the people from the underworld, buying time for He Lu to create some distance. But just as He Lu stepped out of the gate of the ancient city, the buildings in the city collapsed instantly like quicksand. In the ruins, huge hands broke out of the ground, and tall giants crawled out of the ruins and ran in the direction where He Lu escaped. The horse-faced monsters and Zheng Kong who were in the ancient city were also affected, but these giants were targeting He Lu, and only a few people from the horse-faced monsters died. But Zheng Kong was different. Due to bad luck, he ran head-on into the leading giant and was swallowed by it. His life or death was unknown. In order to get the key from He Lu, Horse-Faced Demon followed the giant from a distance with his men, which led to the current situation. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Sir, these giants are probably going for the key. If we get this key, won't we also face being hunted down? Asked a resurrected one anxiously. The horse-faced man narrowed his eyes and said calmly, when a car reaches the mountain, there must be a way out. When a boat reaches the bridge, it will naturally straighten itself out. There must be a solution, but I just haven't found it. Let me think about it carefully. At the same time, He Lu's condition was getting worse and worse. He felt as if his limbs were about to fall apart, and he was becoming more and more out of control. He Lu looked at the key in his palm, and a trace of struggle flashed in his eyes. The final assessment allows 5 people to participate, and 5 people just correspond to 5 keys, and it is hard to say what the connection between the two is. With the key, he might be qualified to take part in the final assessment and have the chance to obtain the spiritual weapon. He did not want to give up this opportunity, but if he did not give up, he would be in danger of losing his life. Damn it! He Lu cursed with gritted teeth. Just as his hand holding the key was about to loosen, the dark forest suddenly lit up. The red light and the blue light intertwined, briefly dispelling the shadows. He Lu raised his head and looked at the sky through the gaps between the leaves. What caught his eyes were 2 spots of light as dazzling as the sun. This is a signal flare between the underworld and the new world. He Lu widened his eyes and looked at the sky in disbelief. He was so shocked that his rapid steps paused for a moment. Who sent this signal flare? Doesn't he know there are mirror people in the underworld? And there were 2 flares. Was he afraid that others couldn't see him and was anxious to become a sitting target? Not only He Lu was confused, but Ma Mian, who was following behind, was also confused. Ah! Horse-faced man stared blankly at the distant sky. Flare? Sir, is it possible that our people are fighting with those from the new world and are seeking support? Someone speculated. The horse-faced man said with an unpleasant expression. Damn it, are you mentally retarded? Sending flares here. Then should we go over to provide support? The woman standing next to horse-faced man asked cautiously. I'm afraid this is beyond our control. The horse-faced guardian stared in the direction of He Lu. Chapter 53, I want to hold the key tightly. Just as Ma Mian had expected, He Lu swung his hands that were holding the tree trunk and ran towards the direction of the flare. If you encounter an enemy that you cannot deal with, the simplest and most effective way is to involve more people and make the water more muddy. This is what He Lu thought. As He Lu changed direction, the giants following him also ran towards the direction of the flare. The impact of the 2 flares does not stop there. The flares from the underworld and the new world have the functions of lighting, warning, and lasting. The light coverage range is extremely wide, and the visible distance is amazing. For a moment, countless wandering resuscitators rushed towards Li Chunxiu after seeing the signal flare, and even Shen Yuanghua was no exception. 2 missiles were fired at the same time. Did they hit each other? Shen Yuanghua looked confused. The younger brother beside him asked, Brother, are we going over there? Go and take a sneak peek to see if the so-called mirror person will appear. After saying that, Shen Yuanghua raised his leg and ran towards the direction of the flare. At this time, Li Chunxiu was completely unaware of this. He was staying quietly in the palace, admiring the decoration of the hall and guessing the price from time to time. He Lu was not far from Li Chunxiu's location, but in just a few minutes he had quickly shortened the distance between them. The outline of the Palace of Doubt has appeared in He Lu's sight. A flame ignited in He Lu's eyes, his calf muscles tensed instantly, and he ran towards the palace at a faster speed. Return! The giant shouted loudly in a muffled voice, and the terrifying sound waves caused ripples in the air, approaching He Lu quickly like a charging cavalry. Leopard form! He Lu shouted at the top of his lungs, leaned forward close to the ground, bent his arms in a strange way, and pounced forward like a leopard, his speed increasing by more than 50%. Even so, it is still not enough. He Lu is now just a one-man. and is completely different from the giant whose strength is comparable to that of a four-ban. The sound waves caught up with He Lu and turned into waves that hit him. Puff! He Lu's face turned red and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. His body somersaulted more than a dozen times, and his face was covered in blood. In just a short while, the giant ran to a distance of less than 100 meters behind He Lu. His hideous and terrifying smiling face was particularly creepy under the red moon. Just as the giant's foot was about to crush He Lu into a pulp, He Lu rolled over and narrowly avoided the foot. However, only a part of the person dodged it, and his left arm was crushed into a paste by the giant. The tremendous pain stimulated He Lu's nerves, making his mind briefly clear. Why am I so obsessed with a key that I am unwilling to let go even when my life is seriously threatened? In an instant, the name of the ancient city suddenly emerged in He Lu's mind, the ancient city of Tan. At the moment of life and death, He Lu finally understood everything. It turned out that it was this key that was causing all the trouble. Just as he was about to release the key, a little giant attacked from the darkness and kicked him away with a whip kick. Bang, 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 bang. Under this force, He Lu was like a football, falling and standing up, smashing the ground into shallow pits one after another. The crackling sound of bones rang out in his body like firecrackers. Finally, after falling 7 or 8 times, He Lu finally exhausted the little giant's strength and lay like a puddle of mud 10 meters away from the Palace of Doubt. And the key of greed in his hand also fell at the door of the Palace of Doubt. Looking at the empty surroundings, He Lu smiled bleakly. Alas, it seems that I can't go back for the new year this year. Facing death, He Lu felt no fear in his heart, only countless regrets. Clang! At this moment, the palace gate slowly opened, and a dull sound of footsteps came from right in front of He Lu. He looked up with difficulty and saw a young man slowly walking out of the palace. The young man's eyes were like the boundless sea, and his whole body exuded an indescribable calmness and composure, as if even the collapse of the heavens and the earth could not move him in the slightest. He Lu's pupils dilated slightly, and he just looked at Li Chunqiu quietly. The non-stop running and the high concentration had already exhausted him physically and mentally. After seeing such a calm face, an indescribable sense of relief surged in his heart. Li Chunqiu walked to the door of the palace and picked up the key on the ground. He looked up at the giant approaching at a very fast speed, and then moved his gaze to He Lu. After seeing the blue sphere on the other person's chest, Li Chunqiu asked curiously, "Are you from the Security and Control Department?" "Yeah." He Lu nodded subconsciously, but he quickly came back to his senses and stared at Li Chunqiu and asked, "Are you Li Chunqiu?" Li Chunqiu nodded. It seems that the work of the Security and Control Department is quite leisurely, and there is still time to read the entertainment news of City Number 11. He Lu ignored Li Chunqiu's teasing, clenched his fists and shouted anxiously, "Hurry! Hurry up and throw away the key. Those giants are coming for him." Upon hearing this, Li Chunqiu held the greed key and shone it at the red moon. "Is this one of the 5 keys? It's actually black, which is not common. Don't you understand what I'm saying? Throw it away now." He Lu shouted again. "Why would you throw away the key you found?" Li Chunqiu put the key in his pocket and looked at the tall giants with curiosity. There really are giants in this world, but they look ugly. Li Chunqiu looked at the group of giants, his lips curled up slightly, his eyes boiling with fighting spirit. His heartbeat became faster and faster, delivering oxygen to every part of his body. It must be fun to fight this big guy. This is the only thought in Li Chunqiu's mind at the moment. What do you want to do? He Lu seemed to have noticed Li Chunqiu's thoughts, and his face was full of shock. "I want to hold the key tightly." Before he finished speaking, Li Chunqiu disappeared like the wind. Whoosh whoosh. In the fierce night wind, Li Chunqiu rushed towards the giant fearlessly like a black lightning. When he was 100 meters away from the giant, Li Chunqiu bent his knees slightly, stomped his toes on the ground, jumped high like a bird, and swung his fist towards the giant's face. "Get out!" The giant roared angrily. The sound was like thunder, making Li Chunqiu's head buzz, and even his fist power weakened a little. Boom! The giant's palm tore through the air and pressed down Li Chunqiu like the 5-finger mountain. Bang! A wind wave comparable to a force 6 or 7 gale erupted from the center of the collision between the two people. The surrounding trees tilted to one side, and the leaves rushed straight into the sky like raindrops. The next second, Li Chunqiu rushed towards the Palace of Doubt like a rocket, and with a bang, he smashed a 1-meter-deep pit in front of the gate, causing the ground to shake. The giant was not in a much better situation. A bloody hole was punched into his palm, and his 50-meter-tall body slowly fell backwards. Chapter 54, the last one. In an instant, the earth shook. Hundreds of trees were crushed into powder, branches, leaves, and dust flew all over the sky. The giant's thick limbs sank into the mud, and a human-shaped pit appeared in the mountains and forests. Roar, roar, roar. The giant roared towards the sky. Even the thin clouds in the night sky were dispersed a little. The horse-faced man on the hill in the distance looked horrified. Didn't the dark world suppress everyone to the level of the first ban? Is this the kind of strength a first ban should have? Sir, this is the Li Chunxio I wanted to tell you about before. The subordinate at the side pointed at Li Chunxio and said, Then why didn't you tell me? Horse-faced man's eyes were filled with anger. The subordinate lowered his head in grievance. I told you that a powerful but forbidden person appeared on the top of the mountain. When I wanted to continue, you interrupted me and said that I didn't want to report all the trivial matters. Horse-faced guard. In front of the Palace of Doubt, Li Chunxio licked the blood from the corner of his mouth and stood up shakily. It was a close call. I almost got hurt. He Lu, who was standing aside, had his Adam's apple rolling, his pupils trembling violently, and he stared at Li Chunxio closely. Why is this strength a little different from what I know? Isn't it possible for a 1 forbidden one to defeat a 3 forbidden one? How come he can now even defeat a giant that is comparable to a 4 forbidden one? Before He Lu could figure it out, a dark shadow covered his shadow, and he saw a small giant with a bloody mouth opening towards He Lu, moving so fast that he couldn't react at all. At the critical moment, Li Chunxio's figure flashed and left a trail of afterimages on the ground. In an instant, he came in front of He Lu and grabbed the giant's teeth with his own hands, making the other party unable to close his mouth. He could only stare at Li Chunxio with wide eyes. The fishy saliva dripped from the giant's mouth and hit He Lu on the head, which brought him back to his senses. When He Lu looked up and saw the bloody mouth above his head, his lips trembled involuntarily. He can face death frankly, but that doesn't mean he is not afraid of death. You owe me a favor. Li Chunxio lowered his eyes and glanced at He Lu, then pulled him to both sides with both hands. Hiss. Blood was flowing everywhere. Li Chunxio raised his knee and pushed forward, and with a crack sound, the thick neck connected to the giant's head broke directly. The head rolled to the ground, and its scarlet eyes looked straight ahead until its death. Let me borrow your sword. Li Chunxio bent down and picked up He Lu's sword, with an excited arc on the corner of his mouth. Call. Under the swift and fierce wind, Li Chunxio shuttled freely in it, and the blade in his hand glowed a strange light red under the red moon. Haha, okay. Li Chunxio laughed wildly and jumped high up with the help of a tree trunk. There was a red moon above his head and small giants with bared fangs and claws under his feet. He brought his knees to his chest in the air, held the sword tightly in both hands, and placed it at his waist, his dark and bright eyes quietly looking down. Roar. Eat it. Eat it. The giants stared at Li Chunxio greedily and rushed to the same location, forming a small mountain of flesh. Dozens of big hands stretched out in the direction where Li Chunxio would fall. 50 meters, 40 meters, 30 meters. Li Chunxio continued to fall, his eyes becoming more and more indifferent. At this moment, there was no more noise in his ears. He could only hear the whistling night wind, and in front of him were no longer ugly faces, but taut strings. Li Chunxio let out a long sigh, and when he was still a few meters away from the giants, he moved. Base. The sword was like a moon, and with just a slight wave, dozens of big hands were thrown high into the air. The blood is like stars, dotted with the somewhat lonely knife light. Li Chunxio was as fast as the wind, taking advantage of every opportunity, and with his sword in hand he created patches of blood among the giants, and even the black land was dyed crimson. One giant after another was chopped to the ground and trampled into mud by other giants. They surrounded Li Chunxio tightly, but even so, they could not get within 1 meter of Li Chunxio. Whoever crosses the line will be met with a cold knife. At the same time, the resurrectors from the New World also rushed to the vicinity, just in time to see Li Chunxio falling from the sky, and they all stood there like wooden statues. At this moment, Xin Yuanghua, who was in the lead, had the same question as Ma Mian. Is this the strength that a forbidden person should have? Brother, this person is Li Chunxio mentioned in the news. Can't I see because I don't have eyes? Xin Yuanghua said impatiently, with uncontrollable horror in his eyes. Although he had read the news about Li Chunxio, he was still shocked when he saw that there was really someone with such strong combat power in the first forbidden zone. Boom. The ground suddenly began to shake. The giant who had fallen to the ground finally got up. When he saw Li Chunxio slaughtering his own people, His eyes were completely filled with blood and blue veins popped out on the surface of his skin. Eat it. The giant strode towards Licentio, waving his arms and smashing some of the shorter mountain walls into pieces. In the distance, Licentio stood on a pile of corpses, gasping for breath. Just seconds ago, he had killed the last of the small giants. After hearing the noise coming from behind, Licentio looked down at the curved blade of the sword, then glanced at himself who was covered in blood. The last one. Licentio gently stroked the blade with his hand, revealing the original appearance of the horizontal sword. Bang, 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 bang. The footsteps were getting closer and the ground was shaking more and more. Licentio took a deep breath, slowly turned around, and stared straight at the giant. In the underworld, life energy cannot be used, which means that the resurrected person cannot regenerate or recover their strength. After the high-intensity combat just now, Licentio's body has shown signs of fatigue, which means that Licentio cannot fight the giant head-on. So there is only one way for him to win, and that is to be fast enough to surpass giants, fast enough to surpass the wind. Eat you! The giant's mountain-like palm grabbed Licentio, completely covering him in shadow. One is a man over 1 meter tall, and the other is a giant over 50 meters tall. The encounter between the two is like clear water meeting hot oil, which is extremely visually impactful. For a moment, everyone held their breath and watched this scene quietly. Just when the big hand was about to touch Licentio moved. His feet launched his entire body out like a spring, escaping from the gap between the giant's fingers. Do you think you can kill me? Licentio's eyes were fierce, and he clenched the sword with both hands and slashed at the back of the giant's hand. Phew! The curved blade of the sword got stuck in the giant's palm, and blood flowed out like a stream. Roar! The giant screamed in pain and slapped Licentio with his other hand, but it was too late. Chapter 55. Are you worthy of weighing me? Licentio's eyes were shining coldly. He exerted force on his feet, and his whole body circled up along the giant's palm like a helicopter propeller. Hiss! In an instant, red blood wrapped around the giant's arm like a fluttering red ribbon, and large chunks of flesh and blood fell off the giant's arm and hung limply on his bones. No! The giant's facial features twisted together, and he raised his palm and slapped his left shoulder in advance. If Licentio continued to move forward, he would be slapped by the giant's big hand. Facing the giant's prediction, Licentio remained calm. He used both hands to pull out the sword. His pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle tip, and he stared at the giant's neck. Just as the giant's palm was about to fall, Licentio curled up his whole body, and fine bloodstains spread from the soles of his feet, as if he was accumulating some terrifying power. At the critical moment, a dull thud came from under Licentio's feet, and the giant's arm fell down weakly as if it had been hit by a cannonball. Licentio's figure seemed to be wiped out by heaven and earth and disappeared into the night. Roar! 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 The giant roared in fear and looked around in a daze. At the same time, above the giant's head, Licentio fell down like a falling meteor, and the curled blade of his sword reflected the red moon with a dazzling color. At this moment, he was like a punishment from God, with a coldness that showed contempt for everything in his eyes. The sharp and piercing sound of breaking wind resounded throughout the sky and earth. The giant finally heard the movement above his head. He raised his head and looked directly into Licentio's eyes. In an instant, an inexplicable fear suddenly grew in the giant's heart. He subconsciously wanted to stretch out his hand to resist, but it was too late. Licentio flew past the giant's cheek, gripped the hilt of the knife, and thrust it into the giant's neck. Die! Licentio shouted coldly, stepped on the giant's neck with his toes, and used his feet to drive the handle of the knife, rotating it along the giant's thick neck. Snap! Streams of blood spurted out from wherever the blade passed, like fleeting fireworks in the night sky, bright and dim. No, no, no! The giant opened his bloody mouth, and the terrifying sound waves set off a strong wind, which made Licentio's clothes rustle and caused blood to flow from Licentio's ears. Snap! The sound of the blade breaking came from the giant's neck. Licentio knew that his horizontal sword had hit the giant's cervical vertebrae. The hardness of the horizontal sword alone was not enough to shake the giant's bones. But it doesn't matter. Without the knife, he still has himself. Licentio kicked his toes and jumped to a position parallel to the giant's eyes. Goodbye. Licentio curled up the corner of his mouth, and his left leg tore through the air, making a deafening sonic boom, and kicked straight towards the giant's head. Bang! The cervical vertebrae connected to the giant's head were broken directly, and the giant's head shot out towards the distant hill like a cannonball. Bang! Accompanied by a deafening roar, the hill was filled with smoke and dust, and stones splashed out like bullets. A huge pit 10 meters deep appeared on the hill. Dozens of meters away from the huge pit, horse-faced guard swallowed his saliva, raised his hand tremblingly, and touched the bloody marks on his face caused by stones. On the field, after kicking the giant's head off, Li Chunxiu fell from the air and landed steadily on the ground. The 50-meter-tall body slowly fell down behind Li Chunxiu, hitting a large area of trees and causing a gust of wind. A minute later, the scene gradually quieted down. Li Chunxiu walked out slowly, took some frivolous steps to the front of the Palace of Doubt, and threw the handle of the knife without a blade in front of Hilu. "You should change your knife. It's too blunt," Li Chunxiu said calmly. You. Hilu looked at Li Chunxiu as if he were a monster. "You are forbidden?" Li Chunxiu shook his head. "I have already broken through to the second forbidden level, but now I have been suppressed to the first forbidden level by the Darkland. It is indeed the strength of the first forbidden level." Thank you." Hilu stammered for a long time and couldn't utter a complete sentence. Finally, he uttered, "Thank you." After saying that, he endured the severe pain and discomfort from all parts of his body, stood up with the help of the ground, and asked weakly, "One of my companions was swallowed by the giant. Can you help me over and let me look for him myself? We have to wait a moment. There are a lot of eyes around." Li Chunxiu turned his head and looked around. Hilu looked around when he heard that. It would have been fine if he hadn't looked, but when he did, he was shocked. In the surrounding mountains and forests, there were at least hundreds of resurrected ones, some walking in groups and some alone. Xin Yuanghua from the New World and the horse-faced master from the Underworld were also among them, staring at Li Chunxiu with fear and greed. "Li Chunxiu, there should be a key in the palace behind you. Have you taken it away?" Ma's face flashed coldly, and he glanced at Li Chunxiu's pocket. Li Chunxiu sneered, "Yes, I took the key inside, and I also took the key that the giant was guarding just now. Do you have any objection?" Before the horse-faced guard could speak, Shen Yuanghua in the distance deliberately sneered, "No matter how strong you are nothing more than a ban. You killed so many giants by yourself. Can you still show some of your previous might? We are not blind. Your shaking hands hidden in your sleeves, and your weak steps all reveal your weakness." The horse-faced guard narrowed his eyes and continued, "I know you should still be able to fight, but I don't think you can defeat the majority with a small number of people again. Although there are frictions among us resurrectors, we are particularly united in the face of humans. You can kill those simple-minded giants, but it does not mean that you can kill so many resurrectors and have the ability to deal with hundreds of superpowers. Am I right?" "So?" Li Chunxiu raised his eyebrows. "You would rather say so many words to me than come up and test my strength. Don't you want to fight with me?" Li Chunxiu looked calm, without a trace of weakness in his brows. Of course, all of this was a disguise. As these people expected, Li Chunxiu was already exhausted when he killed the last giant. Overdrawing his physical energy made his brain feel groggy, but the severe pain from his internal organs would sting his nerves from time to time, preventing Li Chunxiu from falling into a coma. But even so, Li Chunxiu was not panicked. He is confident that even if he is running out of energy, no one can stop him as long as he wants to leave. Seeing that Li Chunxiu did not take action immediately and instead showed some signs of relenting, the horse-faced guard struck while the iron was hot and said, "To be honest, I don't want to fight you. Although we can easily defeat you together, if you counterattack before your death, it will hurt many of us. At this critical moment, I don't want my people to die in such a meaningless thing. That's right. Hand over the 2 keys on you, and our new world side won't care whether you stay or go. How about that?" Xin Yuanghua said bluntly. Li Chunxiu chuckled. His eyes became colder and deeper. An indescribable chill emanated from his whole body. "Do you think you are gods? How dare you test my abilities and take my things?" Li Chunxiu rolled up his sleeves, his eyes flashing with undisguised contempt. "Who among you is worthy of weighing me? Who dares to weigh me, huh?" Chapter 56. Squat quietly for a while. Li Chunxiu stepped forward, his eyes scanning everyone unscrupulously. Those who caught his gaze lowered their heads, avoided his gaze, and retreated timidly. The horse-faced guard turned around and was about to say something to his men, but all he saw was the silent air. "Ah!" Horse-faced warrior turned around in bewilderment, only to see that his loyal subordinates had retreated 10 meters away, staring at him with innocent looks. "Why are you retreating? What are you afraid of? Don't you still have me?" The horse-faced man shouted angrily. But his words did not have any effect. Instead, those who were resurrected showed a look of doubt on their faces. "What do you mean? Get back here." Under the strong request of horse-faced guard, everyone in the underworld reluctantly returned to his side, and a few of them with thick skin and flesh were even pulled in front of him by horse-faced guard. Shen Yuang's situation was better. At least he didn't pull anyone to block him. After the two of them had calmed down, they turned their attention to Li Chunxiu again. Li Chunxiu, it seems that you don't want to leave here alive. Ma's face showed a fierce light, and he drew his sword from his waist. I'll give you one last chance. Hand over the 2 keys. Shen Yuangwa narrowed his eyes, and the brass knuckles on his hands emitted a cold light. For a moment, a solemn and murderous atmosphere spread at this moment. It feels familiar. Li Chunxiu smiled and seemed to be back to that afternoon. They were both surrounded by people and were both treated as fish on the chopping board. Although everything was very similar, there was one thing that was different. Time had changed and the identities of the predators had been reversed. With so many of you, you must have other keys. I'll give you a chance to live. Hand them over. As he spoke, Li Chunxiu stretched out his foot and a stone on the ground fell into his hand. The horse-faced man smiled in surprise. Don't you understand that you? 5 seconds. Li Chunxiu stretched out 5 fingers, and as time passed, they fell one by one, and everyone's heartbeats accelerated. Especially those who were banned outside and wanted to try their luck in the resurrection. They were sweating profusely and their legs were shaking uncontrollably. Arrogant, you think? Li Chunxiu smiled brilliantly and interrupted the horse-faced man directly. The time has come. Pray that I won't target you. The next second, radial traces erupted from under Li Chunxiu's feet, and his figure flashed in front of a resurrected person in the blink of an eye. Don't! Bang! Before the other party could finish his words, Li Chunxiu directly smashed his head with a stone, and the red blood splashed on the faces of other resurrected people like ink. Bang, bang, bang. Before the other resurrected people could come to their senses, Li Chunxiu clenched the stone tightly and, like a butcher with bloodthirsty eyes, he smashed the heads of several resurrected people one after another. I surrender. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. How can we possibly deal with this kind of monster? Run, run. Calm down. He's exhausted. Let's go together. Calm down, you grandma. Why don't you go up when he's exhausted? Asshole, whose subordinate are you? How dare you talk to me like that? I'm your father. One person took advantage of the chaos to curse, leaving horse-faced demon standing there with a sullen face. Under Li Chunxiu's wanton massacre, the fear accumulated in the hearts of the people completely erupted under the encouragement of death. One by one, they ran in other directions like crazy, and no matter how horse-faced man and Shen Yuangwa tried to stop them, it was useless. Although what Ma Mian and Shen Yuangwa said made sense, and the other resurrected people also agreed with what they said, it did not mean that the other resurrected people were not afraid of death. The impact of death is far more effective than any words. No one will not be afraid when facing death. When Li Chunxiu killed the first resurrected person with a stone, the psychological defenses of all the resurrected people had collapsed. The scene became more and more chaotic. Horse-faced demon and Shen Yuangwa, who were standing in the crowd, looked at each other, then turned around and ran into the dark forest. Boy, you'd better stay in here and don't come out for the rest of your life, forever. As usual, the horse-faced guard started to make harsh remarks. Did I let you go? Li Chunxiu locked his deep gaze on horse-faced guard and rushed up like a ghost. When the horse-faced guard turned around and saw Li Chunxiu's face, he was almost frightened to the ground. In order to save his own life, horse-faced guard reached out and grabbed the 2 resurrectors who were running in front of him and threw them behind him, slowing down Li Chunxiu's pace. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ma Mian narrowly escaped and plunged into the darkness without even daring to look back. Seeing this, Li Chunxiu did not chase after him, but stopped and turned around. The moment Li Chunxiu turned around, the sharpness in his eyes quickly dissipated, and it seemed as if a stone was pressing on his eyelids, ready to fall at any time. However, although his face looked listless, there was no sign of hesitation in Li Chunxiu's back. He walked in front of He Lu with a relatively normal pace, squatted down, put his hand on the wound on He Lu's abdomen, pretending to examine the injury. He Lu groaned subconsciously because of the pain and looked up at Li Chunxiu. When he saw Li Chunxiu's trembling pupils, his heart skipped a beat and he subconsciously wanted to reach out to help Li Chunxiu. Don't help me, they haven't gone far yet. Li Chunxiu shouted in a low voice. Okay. He Lu nodded, took his hand back, and then asked with concern, Are you okay? How can I help you? Li Chunxiu raised his head weakly and said in a voice as soft as a mosquito, Let me support you. Just squat quietly for a while. I will be fine after squatting for a while. Li Chenxio's voice became smaller and smaller, and when he finished speaking, he had closed his eyes and did not move. In the previous battle, Li Chenxio had been holding his breath, and only at this moment did he completely relax. The pain in his body flooded into his mind at this moment. If it were someone else, he might have been in excruciating pain or even fainted. But Li Chenxio endured it without saying a word. Compared with the pain he felt when he broke through the second ban, this little pain was nothing. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Silence had returned to the area around the Palace of Doubt. Li Chenxio also opened his eyes at this moment, with no more dejection in his eyes. He Lu looked at Li Chenxio in surprise. You've recovered already? Li Chenxio shook his arms and nodded. Almost. Just wait a little longer. He Lu opened his mouth slightly, not knowing what to say for a moment. It was a big problem for me to even stand up after being injured, but this kid recovered in just 10 minutes after such a fierce fight. Is this reasonable? Li Chenxio rubbed his blurry eyes and said to He Lu, "You were sent by the security and control department to clean up the flood?" Li Chenxio's ears suddenly moved, and the sound stopped abruptly. Snap, snap, snap. A sound of wet footsteps came from far away. Chapter 57. The figure at the end. He Lu's dull eyes gradually brightened, and he shouted in surprise, "Zhang Kong?" Li Chenxio looked back and saw a thin young man limping towards him. The young man looked like he had just crawled out of the water. His wet and sticky hair stuck to his scalp, and the sword in his hand was stained with blood. This person was Zhang Kong, who was swallowed by the giant earlier. Is he also from the Antongsai? Li Chenxio asked in a deep voice. Yes. He Lu nodded excitedly, grabbed Li Chenxio's arm, and stood up with difficulty. Upon hearing this, Li Chenxio glanced at the two of them indifferently, and a barely perceptible murderous intent flashed in his pupils, but after thinking about it, he gave up the idea. If he killed these two people, the Antong division would definitely send more powerful people. It would be better for him to keep the two of them and confuse the other party's investigation direction. Soon, Li Chenxio supported He Lu and came to Zhang Kong. Are you okay? He Lu grabbed Zhang Kang's arm excitedly. I'm sorry, I made you get eaten by the giant. It's not your fault, Uncle He. I was careless. But fortunately, my special ability is defense, and the giant can't do anything to me. Zhang Kong forced a weak smile. Li Chenxio raised his eyebrows and turned to look at the headless corpse. There was a bloody hole in the stomach of the corpse. Huh. He Lu breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that you're okay. It's good that you're okay. Uncle He, I want to ask, these? Zhang Kong looked around blankly, and then looked at Li Chenxio inadvertently, his eyes full of curiosity. He Lu sorted out his thoughts and explained, it's a long story. Previously, in the following time, He Lu told everything that had happened before. Zhang Kang's expression changed from confusion at first to questioning, then to horror, and finally to bewilderment. Ah. Zhang Kong took a few steps back and looked Li Chenxio up and down. He has fought against giants before, and that kind of strength is simply not something Aijin can match. Looking at the entire Federation, it would probably take a genius who is 1 in a billion, plus a mysterious weapon with terrifying numerical values, to completely annihilate the giants. Don't be too surprised, I was just taking advantage. Li Chenxio said modestly. Okay. Zhang Kong nodded dully. By the way, you guys? When Li Chenxio was about to inquire about the flood, a gurgling sound, like the movement of intestines, sounded in front of him. The same is true for He Lu and Zhang Kong. The three of them looked at each other, then turned to look in front of them. After a few seconds, strange, squirming red characters appeared out of thin air. Congratulations to everyone for collecting all 5 keys. The direction of the altar is clear. Please wait. When Li Chenxio finished reading the last word, the small red words in front of him disappeared without a trace, as if they had disappeared into the air. At the same time, the moment the small red characters disappeared, Li Chenxio turned his head and looked in the direction of the red moon. He felt that something in that direction was attracting him. He Lu turned to look at Li Chenxio, then at Zhang Kong. Do you also feel that there is something attractive in that direction? The two of them nodded without turning their heads when they heard this. There's no time to lose, let's go there quickly. Before Zhang Kong could finish his words, He Lu grabbed his arm and scolded him. What are you doing over there? Are you going to die? What are your and my current conditions? I am disabled, and you are half disabled. How can we fight those resurrected people? But Zhang Kong pursed his lips unwillingly. Now that Xiaoya's whereabouts are unknown, we can't even protect ourselves. How can we fight? How can we stop those resurrectors? He Lu's face was gloomy. Zhang Kong didn't say anything, but turned his back silently, obviously approving of He Lu's decision. After convincing Zheng Kong, He Lu looked at Li Chunxiu and said seriously, I, He Lu, will remember this favor. If I can leave here alive, I will definitely repay it. You, resuscitators, are very treacherous, so you should be careful. Hearing this, Li Chunxiu's brows drooped uncontrollably. This is not good news for him. The current situation is still unclear. No one knows whether the mirror man mentioned in the rules will appear. No one knows where the exit is. Everything in the underworld seems to be shrouded in fog. All Li Chunxiu can do is to put the uncertain factors around himself and judge the life and death of these uncertain factors according to the situation. So he couldn't let these two people out of his sight. If they insisted on leaving, he would be forced to kill them. After realizing this, Li Chunxiu shook his head, his eyes full of determination. I will not abandon you here. Now there may be only 3 of us humans in the underworld, and the others are all resurrected. The chances of you two dying without me are too high, so come with me, and I will keep you safe. This? He Lu didn't expect Li Chunxiu to say this, and his eyes widened unconsciously. Zhang Kong, who was standing with his back turned around with a look of surprise after hearing this. He Lu's eyes flashed with hesitation, but he finally shook his head. Forget it. The 2 of us following you will only drag you down. Protecting you is just a matter of convenience. It can't be considered a burden. Don't waste time. Let's go together. Finally, under Li Chunxiu's advice, He Lu and Zheng Kong nodded and agreed. The 3 of them walked together towards the Red Moon. This is a flat plain with no undulating hills and no special trees. But to say that it is a flat land is not accurate, because the middle of this land is abruptly cut off by a long abyss. The cut is smooth, as if it was cut by a sharp weapon. On the left side of the abyss, there is a bridge similar to a city wall, connecting the east and west sides. The bridge is 100 meters wide and over 10,000 meters long. There are fences made of stone bricks on both sides, and the ground is paved with blue stone bricks, which stretches across the abyss like a wooden stick. As time slowly passed, a group of people appeared on the plain in the east. These people were the resurrectors of the underworld and the new world. Under Li Chunxiu's pressure, Ma Mian and Shen Yuanghua temporarily put aside their past grudges and united together. The altar should be over there on the bridge. Should we cross the bridge? Horse-faced man had a serious expression. While speaking, he looked around from time to time, alert for the appearance of Li Chunxiu. Shen Yuanghua shook his head and said hesitantly, There's thick fog on the other side of the bridge, and we can't see anything. Will we be in danger if we rush over? How about we wait until Li Chunxiu passes by before we go over? Then have you ever thought about whether Li Chunxiu will block us at the bridgehead after crossing it? Horse-faced soldier asked. Seeing that Shen Yuanghua did not speak, he continued, Let's cross it. At least we can seize the initiative. After saying that, the horse-faced guard led everyone from the underworld and walked towards the bridge first. Although Shen Yuanghua had some concerns when he saw this, he still followed them. Compared to the unknown dangers, he was more afraid of the known Li Chunxiu. At the same time, in the vast fog at the end, a thin figure leaned lazily on the fence, as if waiting for something. If Li Chunxiu were here, he would definitely find this figure very familiar. Chapter 58 Identity Exposed. On the long bridge, a huge group of people crowded together and moved slowly forward. At the beginning, everyone's nerves were still very tense, but after walking safely for a while, they gradually relaxed and the depressing atmosphere eased a lot. The horse-faced soldier pushed aside the men who were blocking his way and walked to the front of the team. Shen Yuanghua, who was standing by, looked at the horse-faced soldier with disdain. Are you so scared? Being careful is a good thing. Only if I am alive can other people in the underworld leave here safely. The horse-faced man said as a matter of course. Shen Yuanghua chuckled. It was the first time he heard someone talk about fear of death in such a refreshing and refined way. Seeing that there was no danger on the bridge, everyone quickened their pace and soon walked from the middle of the bridge to a position close to the bridgehead. In the vast fog, people put their hands on each other's shoulders, and beams of light shot out from the crowd, illuminating the road ahead. Don't be afraid, everyone. I'm here. Just go forward with confidence. Horse-faced guards stood in the middle of the crowd and shouted with full energy. Everyone in the underworld looked dark and gave horse-faced demon a strange look. Everyone be careful. We're almost at the bridge. Shen Yuanghua shouted to the person behind him, then slowed down his pace. For a moment, the field was extremely quiet, and no one dared to make any unusual noise. A man walking in front wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and the beam of his flashlight happened to shine towards the front left of the bridge. After wiping the sweat off his face, The man was about to adjust the direction of the flashlight beam when his gaze suddenly stopped at the end of the beam, and the movement of his hands also stopped. The companion beside him noticed the man's strangeness and reached out to pat his shoulder. "What's wrong with you? Why are you in a daze?" You look over there. Why does it look like there's someone there?" the man said in a panic. "Ah, is there someone?" The companion frowned when he heard this, and shone the flashlight in the direction the man said with half belief and half doubt. Under the two beams of light, a black figure in the fog gradually became clearer. The figure leaned against the guardrail and looked up toward the sky, as if admiring the red moon. "There's someone. There's really someone, sir. There's someone over there," the companion shouted at the top of his voice. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's faces turned pale at a speed visible to the naked eye. The horse-faced man was shocked. "Where is the person?" "It's at 10 o'clock on the bridge." The next second, countless flashlight beams gathered towards the figure, dispelling all the darkness around him, and the figure's handsome face was completely exposed to everyone. "This?" Shin Yuing's pupils trembled slightly, and he subconsciously stepped back. He was very familiar with this person. Wasn't he Li Chunxiu? Li Chunxiu, why is he here? "I don't know. Aren't we ahead of him?" "Sir, what should we do next?" The originally well-organized team suddenly became panic-stricken, and some timid ones had already begun to retreat secretly. The horse-faced man suppressed his fear and pretended to be calm, saying, "Li Chunxiu, when did you stand here? What do you want to do?" After Shen Yuanghua retreated to a safe position, he also said, "You want the key, right? We don't have to fight. We can cooperate." He originally didn't want to cooperate with Li Chunxiu, but when he saw Li Chunxiu's calm and rosy face, he gave up his previous idea of a sneak attack. He doesn't look weak at all. He is in his prime. How could a sneak attack be successful? Li Chunxiu, who was leaning against the guardrail, turned his head and looked directly at Shen Yuanghua with a cold gaze. "So my name is Li Chunxiu." The inexplicable words confused everyone, but Shen Yuanghua, who was standing in the front, reacted. He frowned and asked tentatively, "Are you a mirror person?" In an instant, everyone reacted and looked at Jing Chunxiu in horror, not daring to breathe. Jing Chunxiu walked slowly to the center of the bridge and said coldly, "This is a divine road, not accessible to mortals, so?" When he said this, Jing Chunxiu slowly raised his hand. "Run!" The horse-faced man reacted first and squeezed back. A single stone stirs up 1,000 waves, and in an instant everyone is in disarray. Don't gather together, spread out. Li Chunxiu is only good at close combat. Shin Yuanghua shouted to the New World team, and then he ran back the way he came. Shin Yuanghua had seen Li Chunxiu's fighting ability. His group couldn't even defeat a half-crippled opponent, let alone the immortal Mirror Man. After hearing Shen Yuing's words, the people who had gathered together hurriedly dispersed and ran around like crazy. Jing Chunxiu tilted his head, a hint of confusion in his eyes. "What do you mean I'm only good at close combat? Team battles are my strong point." Looking at the people who were fleeing frantically, Jing Chunxiu had an idea. Puff. The next second, his arm turned into a column of water that shot up into the sky and rushed into the fog. Then, a cold current spread and diffused above everyone's heads. The horse-faced man running in the front suddenly had his heart skip a beat. Thinking he was safe, he turned to look at Jing Chunxiu, just in time to see Jing Chunxiu's arm gradually turning into a stream of water, rising into the sky. "This?" The horse-faced monster's pupils suddenly shrank. The excessive shock made him slow down his pace. He kept looking back. Shin Yuanghua, who caught up with him, patted his horse face and said, "What are you standing there for?" The horse-faced man's Adam's apple rolled. "That. What is Li Chunxiu's ability?" "Dolly, what's wrong?" "Coco, why can he turn into water?" "Phew." Before horse-faced guard could finish his words, a sound of flesh being torn came from behind him. He turned his head and saw a bloody hole between the eyebrows of a resurrected person. But this is just the beginning. In the thick fog, drops of water shot out like bullets. The sound of whoosh breaking through the wind was endless, and there were continuous wailing on the field. "Ah, what's going on? What's wrong with this rain? Why can it kill people? Save me, save me, ah. Isn't this the supernatural power of the online disaster? Why does it appear here? Wait a minute. Why did this mirror man's body turn into water? Does Li Chunxiu have this ability?" Someone turned around and noticed something was wrong and shouted, "Don't look at him. Li Chunxiu is the disaster. Run to the bridge." The horse-faced man shouted loudly, and his loud voice did not dissipate for a long time in the fog. Chapter 59: Leaving and Arriving. Compared to the chaos and noise on the west side of the bridge, the east side of the bridge is exceptionally quiet. Li Chunxiu and his three companions passed through the mountains and forests, walked across the plain, and came to the east side of the long bridge. Lu had difficulty walking, so he had to be supported by Zhang Kong the whole time. This also caused the three of them to travel very slowly, and they only arrived at the abyss now. Li Chunxiu walked to a distance of only one step away from the abyss, stopped, raised his foot, and kicked a stone down. It was dead quiet, and the stone made no sound at all, as if it had sunk into the sea. It looks very deep, Li Chunxiu murmured in a low voice, then raised his head to look at the other end of the bridge, but even with his amazing eyesight, he could not see anything clearly. The thick fog hid everything, and under the red moon, with a faint scarlet color, it looked particularly strange and eerie. Li Chunxiu turned to the two and said, I guess the people from the underworld and the new world have already gone there, so let's not waste time. Lu hesitated for a while and said, why don't we stay on this side of the bridge? Something might happen over there, and if we follow you, it will only restrict your actions. No need. Li Chunxiu refused firmly. You won't let me be tied down, let's go. After saying that, Li Chunxiu didn't give the two a chance to speak and walked straight onto the long bridge. Zhang Kong and Lu looked at each other and followed reluctantly. When all three of them stepped onto the long bridge, the gurgling sound was heard again. Li Chunxiu stopped and looked forward. After a few seconds, crooked red characters slowly appeared. All participants have set foot on the divine path and have met the conditions for leaving the underworld. The red moon faces west, which is the direction of the altar, and the north is the portal to leave the underworld. Please make your own judgment. Rumble. Just then, a roar sounded from behind the three people. Lu was the first to react and turned to look behind him. What comes into view is a black vortex with a diameter of nearly 500 meters, occupying the entire bridge head and rotating clockwise. The sudden appearance of the huge monster frightened Lu so much that his whole body trembled. If Zhang Kong hadn't supported him from behind, Lu would probably have fallen to the ground. Li Chunxiu walked to the vortex, looked it up and down curiously, then turned to the two and said, since the exit has appeared, you should leave quickly. Thank you very much. Lu, will remember your kindness today, and will definitely come to thank you when I go out. Lu nodded gratefully to Li Chunxiu. Li Chunxiu waved his hand. No need, How can this be? Saving my life is no different from other small favors. How can I not repay it? Lu interrupted Li Chunxiu excitedly. Zhang Kong, who was standing nearby, also advised, yes, maybe this may seem like a trivial matter to you, brother, but it really saved our lives, and we must repay this favor. Li Chunxiu gave the two of them a strange look and explained, what I mean is that you don't have to come to my house. If you want to repay me, you can transfer money to my bank card. I'm quite poor, otherwise I wouldn't work part-time as a security guard in the mountains for a few hundred yuan. The field was completely silent. 6 crows flew over the heads of Lu and Zhang Kong. Money? Lu seemed not to hear clearly what Li Chunxiu said and asked uncertainly. Yes, it's about money. How much money it is depends entirely on the intention of your security bureau. Li Chunxiu replied with a smile. Lu was stunned for a moment, then said belatedly, oh, okay, then money? After hearing this answer, Lu's image in Li Chunxiu's mind instantly rose, and the coldness in Li Chunxiu's eyes faded a little, becoming a little softer. Just when Li Chunxiu was about to say something, his ears suddenly twitched. Li Chunxiu raised his eyebrows and looked past the two of them towards the west of the bridge. Just now, he vaguely heard a series of screams. Zhang Kong noticed the change in Li Chunxiu's expression and asked with concern, what's wrong? Did something happen? Li Chunxiu shook his head casually. Nothing. You guys should leave quickly. The longer you stay here, the more dangerous it will be. Don't waste time. Okay, brother, besides us, there is another young woman coming into the Intong division. If you can meet her on the bridge, I hope you can help her. We at the Intong division will be very grateful. Lu said sincerely while holding Li Chunxiu's hand. Li Chunxiu gave Lu a reassuring look. Of course, as a fellow human being, I won't ignore it. Thank you. Grateful. After expressing their thanks, the two men, one supporting the other, walked into the vortex. North Huangshan Gonghua Square. Soldiers worked in groups of 2, carrying stretchers and moving the bodies from the square. In front of the blood-red door that bordered the clouds, Yiyu stood there worriedly, with a big bump on her forehead. Just when Yiyu was about to rush into the bloody portal, an invisible barrier seemed to appear in front of the portal and bounced her to the ground with a bang. Oh, when will this bag be taken down? Yiyu touched his forehead with some distress. She didn't care about beauty or ugliness, but she felt it was a bit embarrassing. At this time, a soldier trotted up to Yi Yu and said, "Sir, we checked everywhere, but we didn't find any trace of 096 Saishui. Have you found anything at the location where the satellite phone called for help?" Yi Yu glanced at the soldier. "Based on the traces left at the scene, we can confirm that 096 Zaishui fought with other resurrectors. As for who won and who lost, and where Zaishui went, we don't have any results yet." Yi Yu nodded thoughtfully and ordered, "Take a blood sample and send it to the laboratory. Enter all the blood data into the database." "Understood." The soldier answered in a strong voice, then trotted away. Yi Yu looked at the bloody door with deep eyes. Is it inside? Not on the mountain. This was the only possibility she could think of. Before Yi Yu could think further, ripples appeared on the surface of the blood-red portal, and two figures limped out from it. They were He Lu and Zheng Kong. "Yi Yu?" the two said in surprise in unison. "Why are you like this?" Yi Yu walked forward with concern and took He Lu from Zheng Kang's hand. He Lu smiled helplessly. "It's a long story. Let me take a break and tell you in detail. By the way, why didn't you go in? And what's the matter with the bump on your head?" Yi Yu said perfunctorily with a strange look on his face. "It was just an accidental bump. It's not important. Let's talk about your business first." At the same time, on the bridge of the underworld, Li Chunxiu stood in front of the vortex, looking ahead quietly. His amazing eyesight allowed him to see the fleeing people, as well as the raindrops falling from the sky. Li Chunxiu knew very well that it was Ji Shui's method, and his own mirror image had arrived. Chapter 60. Struggle before the vortex. On the long bridge, a group of scattered people were running desperately towards the east of the bridge. Those who were exhausted and fell behind were directly pierced through the eyebrows by the water droplets and were shot to death mercilessly. When the horse-faced demon turned around and saw the few people from the underworld left behind him, his face was so gloomy that it seemed as if water could drip out of it. The death of the first and second band resurrectors was just that, but those third and fourth band resurrectors were all his trusted confidants trained by him personally, and every death made him feel more heartbroken. "Run quickly, we're almost at the exit. If you don't want to die, run." Horse-faced teacher jumped up anxiously and shouted loudly, like a physical education teacher urging his students to run faster. Just when Ma Mian was about to shout something, Shen Yuanghua, who was rushing in the front with him, reached out and pulled his arm. "What's wrong?" Horse-faced man almost shouted. Shen Yuanghua swallowed his saliva and pointed to the front and said, Then, is it Li Chunxiu?" Hearing this, the horse-faced man froze for a moment, thinking of the contents of the small red characters. Yes, everyone has arrived at this bridge called God's Road, so how could Li Chunxiu not be there? Thinking of this, horse-faced warrior gritted his teeth, turned his head stiffly like a zombie, and saw the tiny figure under the vortex. He didn't want to get close to that figure, but he had no choice. The food was the original sin. The distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer, and more resuscitators noticed Li Chunxiu's figure. Li Chunxiu glanced at everyone indifferently. "Since you know, you don't have to go out." After saying this, Li Chunxiu moved his mind, and countless small water droplets condensed around him, quietly waiting for the horse-faced monster to step into his attack range. Perhaps it was because they had gained experience from being chased, but Shen Yuanghua and Ma Mian stopped outside the attack range of Ji Shui, and the group of people following them were also forced to stop. They looked at Li Chunxiu for a while, then looked at Jing Chunxiu who was approaching, and everyone's body couldn't stop shaking. The horse-faced man looked at Jing Chunxiu who was approaching, turned his head and shouted to Li Chunxiu, "Li Chunxiu, we are all resurrectors, there is no need to get hurt. Your mirror image is following us. He is very powerful and immortal. You can't defeat him with your strength." Li Chunxiu chuckled. "What do you want to say? Let's work together. As long as we push your mirror image into the abyss, we can survive." Before the horse-faced man could finish his words, his men beside him pulled his arm in fear. "Sir, that thing is catching up with us." Hearing this, horse-faced monster turned his head in horror. Snap, snap. The dull sound of footsteps came from far away and gradually approached. Jing Chunxiu put his hands in his pockets and slowly walked out of the fog that followed him like a shadow. Being attacked from both sides by Shuangqiu, Ma Mian, Shen Yuanghua, and others were unable to advance or retreat. "Li Chunxiu, what are you still thinking about? We are all resurrectors. Only by working together can we fight against your mirror image." Shen Yuanghua shouted loudly. Li Chunxiu did not answer them, but looked at Jing Chunxiu curiously, and Jing Chunxiu also looked at him curiously. The two of them tacitly did not take any action, allowing the resuscitator sandwiched in the middle to shout loudly. "Interesting." Jing Chunxiu smiled strangely and snapped his fingers. Whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, a freezing cold wind blew on the bridge. Streams of black smoke emerged from the fog, landed on the bridge, and took on human shapes. Among this large group of people, there are horse-faced demon, Shen Yuanghua. No matter whether they died on the bridge or are still alive, they are all among them. Obviously, these are the mirror images of the others. After the mirror man appeared, he first looked up and down at his body, and then looked at the resurrectors sandwiched in the middle like a hungry wolf. Jing Chunxiu looked playful and raised his hand to stop the many mirror people behind him. Don't move, let's see a dog-eat-dog fight. After hearing this, those resurrected people felt extremely humiliated, but they didn't dare to say anything. They turned their heads to look at Horse-Faced and Shen Yuanghua. Shen Yuanghua turned around and stared at Li Chenxiu. Do you really want to do this? Li Chenxiu's eyes were dark. I don't like killing, but I have no choice. You must die. After saying this, the water droplets around him spread out and hovered quietly in the air. Shen Yuanghua showed a bleak smile on his face. After killing us, you can get out by yourself, ha ha ha. No. Li Chenxiu shook his head. I will walk to the other side. What are you hesitating about? Charge. Horse-faced guard shouted, and rushed forward with 2 resurrected persons in his arms. The other resurrected persons followed with gritted teeth. For a moment, the scene was extremely chaotic. In order to gain a chance of survival, everyone rushed forward with all their might. Disperse. Li Chenxiu opened his lips slightly, and drops of water shot out like bullets, with a precision far exceeding Jing Chunxiu. Although Jing Chunxiu possesses all of Li Chenxiu's abilities, when it comes to familiarity, the two are worlds apart. Under Li Chenxiu's indiscriminate massacre, the resurrected ones fell to the ground one after another, and the number of resurrected ones remaining on the field became fewer and fewer. But there is always a loophole in a perfect plan, and under the dense water droplets, some people were lucky enough to survive to the end. Li Chenxiu raised his hand and clenched it, and an ice knife with a white chill appeared in his hand. He was as ghostly as a ghost, and in the blink of an eye he tore through the rain curtain and arrived above Shen Yuanghua's head. Shen Yuanghua raised his head in astonishment. Ice? Phew. The ice blade wrapped in cold air slashed across his neck, and Shen Yuanghua's head was thrown high into the air. The bright red blood condensed into transparent ice crystals due to the cold air before it could spray out, and then shattered on the bluestone bricks with a pop. Shen Yuanghua's head fell into the bottomless abyss. After getting rid of Shen Yuanghua, Li Chenxiu kept moving, tapping the ground lightly with his toes, and flashed in front of Ma Mian. Asshole, do you really think I'm going to die here? Ma Mian shouted coldly with red eyes, and at the same time a sharp bone spur shot out from his forearm and pierced Li Chenxiu's head. But all this seemed too slow to Li Chenxiu. When the bone spur was about to pierce Li Chenxiu's head, his head tilted slightly to the left and avoided the bone spur by a hair's breadth. By the time the horse-faced man reacted and wanted to change the direction of the bone spur, Li Chenxiu's ice knife had already chopped off his head. Bang! The horse-faced monster's head fell to the cold ground, and the headless body fell down unwillingly. The horse-faced man's facial features were distorted, and he stared at Li Chenxiu with a ferocious look. Wait for me, I will come to find you. Before the horse-faced man could finish his words, a drop of water pierced through his head and extinguished his life. But Li Chenxiu, the person he was thinking about, had already raised his ice knife and killed the next person, and did not hear what he said. A rental house in the city. Next to the rotten wall, there was a damp and smelly single bed. A young man with a haggard face was lying on it wrapped in a quilt, motionless as if he was dead. Click. The hour hand on the clock points to 12 o'clock. The young man lying on the bed suddenly widened his eyes, and his needle-sized pupils stared at the ceiling. Chapter 61. Because you are too weak. After getting rid of Shen Yuanghua and Horse-Faced Demon, the remaining people seemed to have lost their backbone. Their feet first froze, and then they rushed towards the vortex like a desperate wild dog. But how could the wild dog's counterattack have any effect on the cheetahs? Li Chenxiu shuttled through the rain with an ice knife, harvesting their lives with ease. There were constant wailing on the field and the sound of ice crystals hitting the ground and breaking. In just a moment, the bridge in front of the vortex was covered with densely packed corpses. Only 2 resurrected people were still struggling. We are all resuscitators. Why do you want to? Phew. A cold light flashed by, and then a line of blood spread down from the brow of the resurrected person, and the life force in his eyes quickly dimmed. There's one left. Li Chenxiu, like a robot, instantly locked his eyes on the last resurrected person. After noticing Li Chenxiu's gaze, The last resurrected person was frightened out of his wits and rushed towards the vortex while carrying the water droplets. Almost, almost. The resuscitator kept muttering, his steps getting closer and closer to the vortex. Base. At the critical moment, Li Chunxiu pushed through the rain and came to the side of the resurrected person. When he was about to swing his knife, a column of water hit his ice knife. Bang! The ice blade was shattered, and the water column formed a natural barrier, separating Li Chunxiu and the resurrected person. In the distance, Jing Chunxiu curled up the corners of his mouth and slowly put down his left hand. In front of the vortex, the last resurrected person laughed wildly and said, "Li Chunxiu, I survived." After saying that, he kicked his feet and lunged forward, with his upper body entering the vortex in advance, leaving only his 2 legs stranded in the underworld. Just when everyone thought that this resurrected person would immediately get up and escape from the underworld, he stopped moving. On the bonfire square outside the vortex, the resurrected who escaped from the clutches of the devil looked stupid, staring quietly ahead. There, 3 people from the Intongsi and countless soldiers were looking at him quietly. Only then did he realize one thing. What was the point of running away? Wouldn't he die anyway? After realizing this, out of revenge, he widened his eyes and shouted anxiously, "Li Chunxiu is a disaster! Li Chunxiu is a disaster!" But before everyone could react, a hand stretched out from the portal, grabbed the resurrected person's head like an eagle's claw, and crushed it with a bang, turning it into a blood mist all over the sky. After doing all this, the hand quickly retracted into the portal, as if it had never appeared. This? Yu looked at the headless corpse lying on the ground in confusion. On the long bridge, Li Chunxiu withdrew his hand and stood there silently. After seeing that no one walked into the vortex from outside, he turned around with a gloomy face and looked straight at the many mirror people. "Why are you looking at us like that?" Jing Chunxiu spread his hands and looked at Li Chunxiu with an innocent face. Li Chunxiu did not reply, but instead moved his mind and condensed a huge hammer made of ice, standing it in front of his chest. "What's wrong? You want to take action directly?" Jing Chunxiu showed a disdainful smile. "You can't kill us." "So?" Li Chunxiu's eyes were deep. "What do you want to say?" Jing Chunxiu saw that Li Chunxiu was somewhat afraid of him and smiled with satisfaction. "The purpose of our existence is to eliminate those fools who don't know themselves and covet spiritual weapons. You are a true genius, so we will not kill you. You just need to complete our test, and you can cross the bridge." "Oh," Li Chunxiu said doubtfully, "before I answer your question, can I ask you a question?" Jing Chunxiu raised his eyebrows and nodded. "You ask?" "I want to ask you, are you conscious?" Li Chunxiu asked in a deep voice. Jing Chunxiu was slightly stunned and nodded with some confusion. Seeing this, Li Chunxiu smiled, grabbed the hammer in front of him, twisted his 5 fingers slightly, and swung the huge hammer like a pin. "What do you want to do?" Jing Chunxiu narrowed his eyes and stared at Li Chunxiu vigilantly. Li Chunxiu walked forward slowly, his eyes constantly scanning the mirror man, and said at the same time, "It's good that you are conscious. Otherwise, if you don't scream when I fight, I always feel like something is missing." "Hit me?" Jing Chunxiu pointed at himself in surprise, as if he had heard some big joke. "Don't I know how strong you are? You can't even beat me in a one-on-one match, and now you want to fight a large group with a small number of people? I am taking the test for your own good. Otherwise, do you think you can walk the path of God with your own strength? It's wishful thinking." The other mirror people also laughed after hearing this, and looked at Li Chunxiu with contempt. Li Chunxiu did not refute, or rather, he preferred to use actions to make the other party recognize who he is. Whoosh whoosh. A gust of wind erupted from around Li Chunxiu, and he disappeared from everyone's sight. Everyone stepped back. Jing Chunxiu shouted to everyone. Just as he was about to step back, a shadow appeared above his head. Jing Chunxiu's pupils shrank, and with a thought, he turned into mist and disappeared on the spot. And at the moment he disappeared, Li Chunxiu's huge hammer fell from the sky and hit the bridge surface with a bang, like a mountain. In an instant, dust surged out from around the hammer like a tsunami, and spiderweb-like cracks spread out from under Li Chunxiu's feet. The terrifying power shocked the surrounding mirror people and made them retreat again and again. In the distance, Jing Chunxiu, who had transformed into a human form, looked at Li Chunxiu's back in horror. It was so fast that he couldn't even react. But why is this happening? Isn't my strength the same as this person's? In the smoke and dust, Li Chunxiu pulled the giant hammer out of the deep pit and turned to look in the direction of Jing Chunxiu. "It's quite fast." Jing Chunxiu suppressed the shock in his heart. "Why? So fast?" Because you are too weak. After saying that, Li Chunxiu swung the hammer and smashed it at the several mirror images standing nearby. Bang, bang, bang. Accompanied by a series of explosions, dozens of wisps of black smoke floated out from under the hammer, just like the owner of the Palace of Doubt before. Asshole! Jing Chunxiu shouted coldly and condensed a huge ice hammer, rushing towards Li Chunxiu. Bang! The two huge hammers collided with each other, and white ice chips continued to burst out from them. Li Chunxiu calmly gripped the hammer handle and pressed it down horizontally, while Jing Chunxiu knelt on one knee on the ground, gritting his teeth and struggling to resist. Although the two have the same strength, their use of strength and understanding of superpowers are very different. It's like letting a strong man fight another strong man who knows fighting skills. It's obvious who is stronger and who is weaker. What are you looking at? Hurry up! Jing Chunxiu shouted loudly without caring about his image. After hearing this, the other mirror people finally reacted and rushed towards Li Chunxiu. Ha ha ha, let me see how you can block it. Jing Chunxiu showed a crazy smile. Li Chunxiu glanced at the other person calmly and said softly, divide. Chapter 62. The altar finally appears. As soon as he finished speaking, the water droplets hovering within 100 meters instantly shot towards Jing Chunxiu. Jing Chunxiu, who sensed something was wrong, hurriedly activated the extreme water, trying to stop the water droplets from approaching. But he soon found that he could not control the water droplets at all, or to be more precise, he could not defeat Li Chunxiu's will. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The water droplets were tearing through the air, making a sharp explosion sound. Hurry up, we won't die. There's no need to be afraid of these water droplets. Jing Chunxiu shouted at the top of his voice. Li Chunxiu's eyes curved like crescent moons. You are so innocent and cute. Dense footsteps were approaching Li Chunxiu, and countless various supernatural powers attacked Li Chunxiu. Facing these attacks, he looked calm, as if he didn't see them. Jing Chunxiu smiled when he saw this scene, his eyes full of anticipation, but a second later, his smile froze on his face. The water in the sky gathered above Li Chunxiu's head, condensing into a man made of water. After Li Chunxiu broke through the second ban, he found that he was more adept at using extreme water and could perform some detailed manipulations that were impossible before. Using water to condense into a simple waterman is the new use he came up with. He uses a multitasking method to control the waterman to solve the disadvantage of being outnumbered. Facing attacks from all directions, the waterman jumped behind Li Chunxiu, crossed his arms and swung them violently. Water blades as thin as cicada wings shot out from his arms and slashed towards everyone. Bang, bang, bang. Explosions sounded one after another on the long bridge, and clouds of black mist floated in the wind. Although mirror people will not die, it does not mean that they can recover immediately like resuscitators. After solving the siege, the waterman clenched his hands in the air, and two sharp ice knives appeared in his hands. Then he flew into the air and swooped down towards the crowd. This? Jing Chunxiu widened his eyes. This extreme water could be played like this, so why couldn't he do it? Before he could figure it out, Li Chunxiu's eyes darkened, and he exerted force with both hands. Bang! Unable to resist, Jing Chunxiu turned into mist again. Just when he wanted to continue to flee, Li Chunxiu opened his lips slightly and said, Congeal. A strange wave spread out from Li Chunxiu's body. Jing Chunxiu, who thought he had escaped, had no time to breathe a sigh of relief before an indescribable force of rules covered his body and condensed him into a human form again. How could this be? Jing Chunxiu's eyes widened. He wanted to use the extreme water to transform it into water mist again, but no matter how he tried, it didn't work. Snap, snap, snap. Heavy footsteps sounded behind Jing Chunxiu, coming from far away and gradually getting closer. Li Chunxiu grabbed the hammer handle with one hand and dragged the hammer behind him. The ice rubbed and bumped against the blue stone bricks, making an uncomfortable, sizzling sound. Jing Chunxiu stood up with the help of the ground, his dark eyes staring at Li Chunxiu. Why? We are obviously the same strength. Li Chunxiu smiled faintly. Those who imitate me will never be able to surpass me. Just like those who were scared silly by me, they can no longer make me feel intimidated. Don't you like to play? I will play with you. Li Chunxiu's eyes turned cold, and with a thought, countless water droplets appeared out of thin air and shot into Jing Chunxiu's body like bullets. Due to the heavy fog, Li Chunxiu was able to fully utilize his water skills and did not have to worry about the embarrassment of having no water to control. Puff, puff, puff. The water droplets continued to penetrate Jing Chunxiu's body, and wisps of black smoke floated out of his body. Ah! Jing Chunxiu let out a shrill scream and stared at Li Chunxiu with vicious eyes, as if he wanted to eat him alive. Li Chunxiu put away the giant hammer in his hand and smiled brightly. Aren't you proud of your immortality? Then experience this pride. After saying that, Li Chunxiu turned and walked towards the pile of corpses of the resurrected people. However, before he could take a few steps, double images appeared in front of his eyes, and everything flickered. Li Chunxiu knew that this was his body reminding him that he was overusing his supernatural powers. I thought the second band could be improved. A trace of imperceptible disappointment flashed across Li Chunxiu's eyes, and then he walked towards the mirror people. Since the superpowers have been almost overused, the only thing we can do is throw these mirror people into the abyss. Looking at Li Chunxiu, who was constantly approaching him, Jing Chunxiu shouted weakly, "Ah, you? What are you going to do?" "Luckily, you're free." After Li Chunxiu finished speaking, he stretched out his hand like a python, bit Jing Chunxiu's neck, and threw him off the bridge casually. The defeat was like a landslide. With the cooperation of Li Chunxiu and the waterman, the other mirror people also followed in Jing Chunxiu's footsteps. After resolving everything, Li Chunxiu dispersed the water droplets, stood under the red moon with one hand on the fence, and looked into the bottomless abyss with a distant look. For some reason, he always had an urge to jump. After resting for a while, Li Chunxiu walked to the vortex, squatted down, and searched everyone one by one. He only has 2 keys, and he still needs 3 keys to start the final test. After spending half an hour, Li Chunxiu finally found all 5 keys and walked towards the west of the bridge. Baidingshan Bonfire Square. The soldiers were still carrying the corpse, and Tongxi and the other 2 sat together with the headless corpse placed in the middle. Yiyu wore white gloves and used tweezers to slowly lift the clothes that were stuck to the surface of the corpse. After lifting the clothes, tiny blood holes were exposed to the 3 people without any cover. Yiyu narrowed his eyes and stretched his hand to the side. Seeing this, the soldier standing nearby immediately took out an envelope from his backpack and handed it to Yiyu. Yiyu took the envelope and took out a few photos from it and handed them to Zheng Kong and He Lu respectively. The photo shows dead bodies. Like the resurrected person, these bodies are covered with the same blood holes. If Li Chunxiu were here, he would definitely be able to recognize who these dead bodies belong to. They are the people he killed earlier on the Lujiang Bridge. The wounds are all the same size. It seems that the disaster water we are looking for is indeed inside. Yiyu said in a deep voice and handed the photo in his hand to He Lu. "Uncle He, you and Li Chunxiu stayed in there for a long time together. Does he have any problems?" Yiyu turned his head and looked at He Lu. "Xiao Yi, how can you doubt an upright child because of such nonsense?" He Lu looked at Yiyu in disbelief. "Yes, Sister Yi, there is definitely nothing wrong with the child. Can't my eyes tell who is good and who is bad?" Zhang Kong also said excitedly. Yiyu looked at the 2 of them speechlessly, lowered his head and continued to fiddle with the corpse with tweezers while speaking. Personal opinions are just personal opinions. At present, he is indeed a strong suspect. Even if it is not caused by the flood, there is a high probability that he is related to the flood. The specific details will depend on the results of the interrogation. After reaching the west side of the bridge, Li Chunxiu walked a few miles forward and finally saw the altar mentioned in the bloody words. Chapter 63 Dragon? Under the pale red moonlight, the square altar stands here alone. The steps built with ancient yellow stone bricks exude an indescribable ancient flavor. Soldiers with wide-open eyes and wearing silver armor are carved on both sides of the steps. Their lifeless yet vivid eyes stare at Li Chunxiu. After Li Chunxiu stopped in front of the altar for a while, he stepped onto the stone steps, completely ignoring the murals on both sides. Maybe it was because no one had been here for a long time, but the stone steps were covered in dust and every corner was filled with spider webs. Whenever Li Chunxiu's feet touched the ground, he would always stir up a cloud of dust. But what Li Chunxiu didn't notice was that every time he walked past a step of stone stairs, the eyes of the soldier carved next to him would appear scarlet, and he would turn his eyeballs stiffly to stare at Li Chunxiu's departing back. The stone steps were not long, and Li Chunxiu soon reached the end, where a wide platform came into view. Gurgle. A sound of stomach rumbling came from in front of Li Chunxiu, and small bloody words slowly appeared. Please insert 5 keys into the 5 keyholes in the center of the platform. The 5 people who insert the keys will enter the final assessment. After reading it, Li Chunxiu took out 5 keys from his pocket, walked to the center of the platform, and indeed saw 5 keyholes. Li Chunxiu did not hesitate and inserted the 5 keys into the corresponding keyholes. Snap! As the last key was inserted, the platform suddenly began to shake. Li Chunxiu frowned and jumped to the edge of the platform with both feet. He looked towards the center of the platform vigilantly. His sixth sense told him that it was very dangerous there. Whoosh whoosh. In an instant, the space in the center of the platform began to shake like a piece of cloth. Accompanied by a hiss, the space instantly cracked, and a long crack appeared in front of Li Chunxiu. Ha ha ha, I finally got out, ha ha ha. Crazy laughter came from the crack, and the terrifying sound caused a strong wind to blow on the platform. This is... Li Chunxiu frowned. He had heard this voice before in Baiting Mountain. Before Li Chunxiu could think further, a sharp claw covered with black scales and shining with cold light stretched out from the crack, hooked the edge of the crack and pulled it gently. The space shattered and cracked like tofu, and spread rapidly in all directions. The purest black devours all light like a man-eating monster. Realizing something was wrong, Li Chunxiu kicked his feet backwards and fell to the ground. 100 meters, 70 meters, 50 meters, 30 meters. Just as Li Chunxiu was about to fall in, he calmly said, "Take advantage." In an instant, the water molecules floating in the air rushed towards Li Chunxiu's back frantically, as if they were summoned by something, and then condensed. When he was 1 meter away from the ground, a gust of wind blew from Li Chunxiu's back, and the dust in the air was blown to both sides like waves. "Get up." Li Chunxiu's mind moved, and his body was like a flying bird, tearing through the air and rushing straight into the sky. Under the illumination of the red moon, the pair of wings condensed from water and stretched out to 5 meters wide appeared particularly shocking. Li Chunxiu stood in the air. The cold night wind blew his hair back, and the tattered security uniform fluttered in the air. He lowered his eyes and stared at the platform quietly, wondering what he was thinking. On the platform, darkness instantly occupied all the space above the altar. A pair of eyes emitting faint blue light slowly opened from the darkness. The cold eyes looked down upon everything between heaven and earth like a king. The soldiers carved beside the stone steps twisted strangely as if they were summoned by something. Woo! A highly penetrating horn sounded between heaven and earth, and the soldiers in the mural actually stepped out of the wall and rushed towards the platform in Li Chunxiu's surprised gaze. Click, click. The dense footsteps sounded like dull drumbeats, and hundreds of soldiers in silver armor rushed towards the platform fearlessly like a silver torrent. Ridiculous. A light laugh was heard in the darkness, and then a dull sound of footsteps as heavy as a mountain came from inside. The altar built with stone bricks began to collapse from the inside out like sand. Before the soldiers stepped onto the platform, they were buried deep inside, struggling in the gaps between wood and bricks. In an instant, the tall altar turned into ruins. At the same time, a huge figure slowly emerged from the darkness. It is over 100 meters long, with 2 deep eyes like 2 burning charcoals, and huge nostrils that spew out blue flames with every breath. Its body is covered with obsidian-like scales, and each scale sparkles with a metallic luster. Its strong and powerful limbs hang down below its body, and its broad and powerful wings flap constantly, bringing up gusts of wind. Li Chunxiu frowned, his eyes full of doubt. Dragon? Thinking of this, he looked the other person up and down again, and finally rejected his idea. The huge creature in front of me only looks similar to a dragon, but it should not be the dragon in my impression. After all, how can a dragon have wings? While Li Chunxiu was looking at this dragon-like creature, the other party was also looking at Li Chunxiu. Neither party spoke. After a few seconds of silence, Li Chunxiu spoke first. "What is the final assessment? Final test?" A hint of mockery flashed across the narrow eyes of the black prison dragon. "Are you talking about the bloody words?" As soon as Haiyalong finished speaking, a long string of bloody characters appeared in front of Li Chunxiu. "Congratulations on going through so much hardship to get the 5 keys and unlock my seal. I am very satisfied with you, so I plan to take away your body." When Li Chunxiu saw the last word, his expression darkened instantly. "You lied to me? Ha ha ha. When did I lie to you? The spiritual weapon is real. The 5 keys are real. Everything is real." The black prison dragon laughed loudly, and the terrifying sound waves shook the clouds to pieces. Maybe he had been holding it in for too long or something, but seeing Li Chunxiu's gloomy face and silent, black prison dragon excitedly said, "This place is used to seal me and my spiritual weapon. The 5 keys are the key to unlocking my seal. Thank you for helping me unlock the seal. I have seen your strength. I am very satisfied with you. Ha ha ha." Li Chunxiu heard this and said, "So you are the one behind all this?" "Yes and no. The giants and mirror images you saw exist to prevent others from breaking the seal. I can only intervene slightly, such as adding a selection, setting to the mirror images to prevent them from killing all of them and tampering with the bloody words. Do you know, When I saw you preparing to fight with the Mirror Man on the bridge, I was really scared. I was afraid that you would be killed, but, you are too good." The Black Prison Dragon's voice was excited, and his dark blue eyes were full of madness. Chapter 64. This is called Strength. I didn't expect you to have two superpowers. Just one band can give you such a powerful force. It's really perfect. God knows that I have no physical body now, but only a soul, so he sent you to me." When it said this, the Black Prison Dragon began to flap its forelimbs, just like humans clapping. Li Chunxiu, who was standing in the air, stretched out his hand and pulled off his clothes, revealing his well-proportioned and strong upper body. He asked in a cold voice, "Will it hurt when I hit you?" "Yes, but can you do it?" Black Prison Dragon stared at Li Chunxiu greedily. "You have also been suppressed to the level of forbidden. As a forbidden person, I don't think anyone can defeat me." Li Chunxiu's eyes were sharp. He raised his hand and made a fist. An axe made of ice appeared in his hand. The moment the monster stepped out of the darkness, Li Chunxiu's sixth sense clearly detected that the other party had become weaker. Obviously, the monster was also suppressed by the underworld. "How stupid! Why don't you just let me destroy your physical body?" The Black Prison Dragon flapped its wings and flew to a position parallel to Li Chunxiu. "The war is about to break out." Li Chunxiu flapped his wings and disappeared on the spot with a bang. He raised the giant ice axe and chopped at the head of the Black Prison Dragon. The terrifying power caused ripples in the fragile space of the underworld. Faced with such an attack, the Black Prison Dragon raised its front legs and casually slapped Li Chunxiu. Bang! With a loud bang, the Black Prison Dragon's claws easily blocked Li Chunxiu's axe. The Black Prison Dragon turned its head and opened its bloody mouth towards Li Chunxiu. A faint blue flame rose from its throat, and a scorching heat wave rushed towards Li Chunxiu. Realizing that something was wrong, Li Chunxiu immediately let go of the giant axe and stepped back. But even so, Li Chunxiu's fingers were still burned by the blue flame. Fingers? Li Chunxiu's pupils trembled, as if he thought of something. But before he could think further, a shadow appeared above his head, and the Black Prison Dragon's sharp claws slapped Li Chunxiu like slapping a chicken. Li Chunxiu flapped his wings, dodged the Black Prison Dragon's claws in a tricky way, and soared into the sky, staring into the other party's eyes. "You are quite interesting." After saying this, Li Chunxiu moved his mind, and countless water droplets swirled around him. As he pointed downwards, countless water droplets shot out. The Black Prison Dragon opened its mouth and dark blue flames spewed out. The moment the two came into contact, a sizzling sound came from the flame, and Li Chunxiu's water droplets disappeared without a trace in an instant. "Don't struggle. Although I'm restricted to the first level, the restrictions imposed by the underworld on me are not complete. For example, my strength is only restricted to the second level." The Black Prison Dragon taunted. "I'm just a little stronger." Li Chunxiu smiled and dodged the rushing blue flame. At the same time, he put one of his fingers into the flame. After a few seconds, Li Chunxiu's mouth curled up and a hint of understanding flashed in his eyes. At this moment, he finally understood why he could never awaken his third superpower. It turned out that in order to awaken a superpower, one not only had to be colored, but also had to experience death, or to be more precise, a death related to the superpower. Just like Ji Shui, because he drowned once on the Lujiang Bridge 2 years ago, he was able to awaken Ji Shui immediately after coloring. So that's how it is. Li Chunxiu pulled out his fingers. He could feel a force stirring within him as the flames burned his skin. Since only death can awaken the third superpower, there is no need for me to save my strength and think about running away. After realizing this, Li Chunxiu lowered his arms, flapped his wings, and dived towards the Black Prison Dragon. Looking at Li Chunxiu, who was rushing towards him, the Black Prison Dragon opened his mouth and spewed out flames. Just when he thought Li Chunxiu would dodge, Li Chunxiu rushed straight into the fire as if he didn't see the fire. When Black Prison Dragon just reacted, Li Chunxiu's figure had already appeared in front of his mouth. "Keep yelling." Li Chunxiu stretched out his hand like a madman, grabbed the Black Prison Dragon's tongue, and pulled it out with force. Hiss! Black mist emerged from the Black Prison Dragon's mouth, and its tongue turned into black smoke and disappeared between heaven and earth. Oh! The Black Prison Dragon howled in pain, but because he had no tongue, he could not utter a word. Call. A sharp claw tore through the air and grabbed towards Li Chunxiu's back. At the critical moment, Li Chunxiu controlled his wings and rushed into the air. Above the sky, Li Chunxiu's entire body was burned black, with white smoke coming out of it. Only his eyes were not damaged because of the protection of the extreme water. Roar! Roar! Roar. The black prison dragon widened its eyes and rushed towards Li Chunxiu with its mountain-like body. You bastard! Do you really think you have figured out my abilities? After saying this, Li Chunxiu's whole body suddenly exploded and turned into mist all over the sky. Seeing Li Chunxiu disappear on the spot, the black prison dragon opened its mouth and spewed flames in all directions, trying to burn Li Chunxiu. But all this was in vain because Li Chunxiu was in the sky at this moment. Under the red moon, an arm about 30 meters long, condensed from water, hovered in the air, absorbing water molecules from the clouds. This 30-meter-long arm was condensed by Li Chunxiu by turning his body into water, and it was also his most powerful attack that left no room for maneuver. As time passed, the arm became thicker and stronger, and the power it exuded became more and more terrifying, eventually stopping at a length of 50 meters. This is what we call strength. Li Chunxiu's indifferent voice came from under the clouds, and then he opened his arm and pressed towards the black prison dragon. A sound like the howling of ghosts and wolves echoed throughout the world. The black prison dragon raised his head, his dark blue pupils revealing human-like horror. But at this moment, the black prison dragon had no place to retreat. It spread its wings and flew into the sky, raising its front limbs to charge towards Li Chunxiu. I will not lose. How could I lose to a forbidden person? Black prison dragon screamed in his heart. Bang! Visible ripples spread out from the air, and the space of the underworld was torn apart like paper. Two terrifying forces were deadlocked in the air. Just when the black prison dragon thought he had blocked it, a chuckle came from his arm. Are you worthy enough to weigh me? The moment the words fell, a force that suffocated the black prison dragon burst out from its arm, and the power that it was proud of was completely crushed by Li Chunxiu. The 100-meter-long dragon body was pressed directly into the ruins by Li Chunxiu, and a deep pit tens of meters deep appeared on the flat ground. Roar, roar, roar. The black prison dragon let out an unwilling roar. It twisted its body and struggled desperately, but to no avail. It seems that you like playing as much as Jing Chunxiu. I will play with you. Li Chunxiu said calmly, controlling his giant hand to grab the black prison dragon's tail, and smashing the black prison dragon's body into the ground like a whip, then pulling it out and smashing it into the ground again. Chapter 65 Return Home. After going back and forth for several times, Li Chunxiu finally let go of his hand. Under such torture, the black prison dragon had already rolled its eyes and lay on the ground like a puddle of mud. Li Chunxiu moved his mind, and his 50-meter-long arm disappeared with a bang. In the mist, Li Chunxiu, whose body was charred, staggered out like a drunk, his distracted eyes fixed on a piece of wood wrapped in flames. According to Li Chunxiu's reasoning, as long as he was burned to death by fire, it would be like being drowned last time, and he would be revived again. It's getting closer. I can become stronger. A hint of joy welled up in Li Chunxiu's tired eyes, and he condensed an ice cone out of thin air and stabbed it into his heart. Phew! Red blood flowed down the ice hammer, and his drowsy brain became a little clearer because of the pain. We're here. Almost there? Li Chunxiu grinned. He was getting closer and closer to the flame, only 3 steps away. Just as Li Chunxiu was about to take the third-to-last step, the black prison dragon lying behind him opened his eyes, and his dark blue vertical pupils suddenly enlarged. The next second, the black prison dragon's huge body turned into wisps of black smoke and drifted westward with the wind, but one wisp rushed towards Li Chunxiu in the opposite direction. Just as Li Chunxiu was about to take the last step, a wisp of black smoke rushed into the back of his head, and his already shaky body fell to the ground. In the endless darkness, Li Chunxiu stood there exhausted. Where is this? Li Chunxiu looked around blankly, then looked at his own body, which was as transparent as glass. I really underestimated you. You are more powerful than I expected. In the darkness, a pair of dark blue pupils slowly lit up, and then blue flames rose from the darkness, and the figure of the black prison dragon appeared in front of Li Chunxiu. Unlike its previous height of 100 meters, the current black prison dragon is very small, only 2 meters tall. Although the process is a bit tortuous, the result is the same. Your soul is indeed weak. All I have to do next is to destroy your soul, and this body will be mine. Before he could finish his words, the black prison dragon flapped its wings and pounced towards Li Chunxiu. It was really scared, fearing that Li Chunxiu would suddenly say in a while, "Are you worthy enough to weigh me?" The black prison dragon was not fast, but Li Chunxiu was even slower because he had no intention of hiding. With a bang, Li Chunxiu was pinned down by the black prison dragon. You have no chance. Your soul is too weak. The black prison dragon locked Li Chunxiu with its limbs, and the blue flames on its body gradually spread to Li Qianqiu's body. In an instant, a heart-piercing pain rushed straight to the top of Li Qianqiu's head, but he did not show any discomfort. The pain was too light for him, or he could still bear it. Li Qianqiu looked at the black prison dragon calmly, with a faint smile on his face. Your fire is not strong enough? You. Black prison dragon's eyes widened. You are so stubborn. Whoosh whoosh. The blue ghost fire burned more vigorously, and wisps of black smoke floated out from Li Qianqiu's soul. Enjoy it. The black prison dragon let go of Li Qianqiu and flew into the air, silently waiting for the moment of the other party's death. The fire grew bigger and bigger, and Li Qianqiu was completely covered by the flames. From the outside, no one could be seen inside. How long will it take for me to die? Li Qianqiu bit his lips and subconsciously curled up his body under the high temperature, hugging his knees with both hands. After an unknown amount of time, Li Qianqiu could no longer see the color of the fire, nor could he hear any crackling sound. He felt as if he had fallen into a deeper darkness, and an indescribable feeling of loneliness enveloped him. The warm sunlight shone into the room through the old windows, and Li Qianqiu slowly opened his eyes. There were several cracks on the ceiling, and the wall paint that was about to fall off was stuck to the wall with tape. The old tungsten filament lamp was swaying in the morning breeze. A tempting smell of steamed buns came from outside the window, and Li Qianqiu knew that it was Uncle Wang's steamed bun shop on the second floor that had opened for business. What? Li Qianqiu's eyes were dull, and his pupils were trembling slightly. He just lay on the bed, motionless, staring at the ceiling greedily, breathing the air around him, and listening to the clinking sounds of spatulas colliding coming from the kitchen. Li Qianqiu's lips trembled, as if he wanted to shout something, but he didn't dare to open his mouth for fear of falling into darkness again. After hesitating for a long time, he shouted in a hoarse voice, "Mom!" It seemed that the noise from the kitchen was too loud, and the other party didn't seem to hear Li Qianqiu's voice. So he raised his voice and shouted again, "Mom! Hey, what's wrong?" A gentle and familiar voice came from the kitchen. Li Qianqiu, lying on the bed, was stunned. A string in his heart seemed to be plucked, and tears could not help but slide down from the corners of his eyes. He reached out his trembling hands to lift the quilt and walked step by step from the bedroom to the kitchen, holding on to the wall. This was the shortest and longest road he had ever walked in his life. Li Qianqiu held onto the kitchen door frame, looking at the middle-aged woman in an apron with red eyes. The woman's temples were already a little gray, and the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes were getting deeper and deeper. So you seemed to notice the movement at the door and turned to look at Li Qianqiu. Hey, why are you crying? Li Qianqiu rubbed his eyes and forced a somewhat unnatural smile. It seems like something got into my eye. Go wash your face quickly. The meal will be ready soon. Go next door and call Xiaoyu. Suyu did not suspect anything and continued with what she had not finished. Okay. Li Qianqiu nodded obediently, turned and left the kitchen. Before he reached the door, there was a knock on the door. Coming. Li Qianqiu responded, trotted to the door, and opened it. As soon as the door opened a crack, a hand reached out and grabbed the door frame, and then a bright face appeared in front of Li Qianqiu. Hey, what's wrong with your red eyes? Did you cry? Qi Mingyue pointed at the corner of Li Qianqiu's eyes in a mean way, as if he had seen something strange, his eyes full of surprise. Go away. I won't even cry even if you die. Li Qianqiu reached out and pushed Qi Mingyue's hand away. Qi Mingyue smiled and said, You're still pretty tough. If one of us really has to die one day, I'll definitely die before you. That way I can see you crying for me, and you won't see me crying for you. It's like killing two birds with one stone. Li Qianqiu was slightly stunned and asked jokingly, How can a heartless guy like you cry for me? Qi Mingyue clenched his fist and gently hit Li Qianqiu's shoulder. Don't joke about such things. If one day you are really cursed to death by your own words, what should I do if I have no one to talk to? You can't let me go to heaven with you. Chapter 66 shouldn't be called a last wish. After saying that, Qi Mingyue took out a ticket from his pocket and placed it on the entrance door. Don't you like Zhou Mulan songs? I got you the concert tickets. I'll be on duty for you today, so go and watch the concert. No need to thank me, just think of me as a legend. Qi Mingyue tapped Li Qianqiu's forehead with his finger and ran to the kitchen. Good morning, Auntie. Xiaoyu is here. Wash your hands and get ready for dinner. Auntie, do you want me to help? At the entrance hall, Li Qianqiu looked down at the ticket, unable to come back to his senses for a long time, not knowing what he was thinking. He reached out and picked up the ticket, undercurrents surging in his eyes. He remembered this day. It was the first time in his life that he went to a concert. Zhou Mulan's songs were very nice, and the evening breeze was very gentle. Xiuzi, what are you doing here? Come and eat. Qi Mingyue shouted, bringing Li Chenxio's scattered thoughts back to reality. Oh. Li Chenxio responded woodenly, put the ticket in his pocket, and sat down in front of the coffee table in front of the big butt TV. Looking at the fried eggs in the bowl and the sticky millet porridge beside it, Li Chenxio picked up the chopsticks and sat there at a loss. Suyu untied her apron and walked behind Li Chenxio. She touched Li Chenxio's head with her rough hand and asked with concern, "Why don't you eat? Are you feeling unwell?" Qi Mingyue, who was sitting across the table, let go of the fried egg in his mouth, supported himself on the table with both hands, and stood up, asking, "What's wrong?" "I'm fine." Li Chenxio waved his hand calmly and took a sip of the millet porridge. "It tastes good." Suyu smiled gently. "It's good that you are okay. If there is anything, you must tell Mom. Do you understand?" "I know." Li Chenxio replied with his head down, scooping up mouthfuls of millet porridge with a spoon and stuffing them into his mouth numbly. Li Chenxio was normal, at least in the eyes of Suyu and Qi Mingyue. However, what they did not notice was that the millet porridge in Li Chenxio's bowl was rippling. Under the shadow, tears fell from the corners of Li Chenxio's eyes. His hand holding the spoon kept shaking, and his eyes, which always remained calm, became fragmented. The moment he returned to this small house, everything familiar around him stimulated Li Chenxio's tear glands and pierced his heart. He didn't know why he came here, but he didn't dare to delve into it, for he was afraid that if he did, he would return to the cold reality. After all, even if it is a false dream, at least it feels real. The millet porridge in Li Chenxio's bowl was getting less and less, but he was still digging in the bowl with a spoon, making a clang-clang sound. Son? Suyu nervously stretched out her hand and waved it in front of Li Chenxio. "Xiuzi, are you okay?" Qi Mingyue walked to Li Chenxio, put his hand on his back, bent down and looked at his profile. I. Li Chenxio could no longer suppress his inner emotions. He looked up at Suyu, who was worried. His tears flowed out like a spring, like fallen leaves in autumn, quiet and silent. "Mom, I'm sorry, it's my fault. I'm sorry." Li Chenxio knelt on the ground, holding Suyu's legs with both hands, his body trembling with excessive excitement. "Son, what's wrong with you?" Suyu half bent over and frantically stroked the back of Li Chenxio's head with both hands. "Don't scare Mom. Have you been bullied?" "Bullying?" Qi Mingyue was shocked and grabbed Li Chenxio's shoulder and shouted, "Who bullied you? Was it those hooligans at the school gate?" Li Chenxio ignored their questions and continued to express his guilt. "Mom, I shouldn't have made that phone call. I failed to protect you. I shouldn't have woken up so late. If I had woken up earlier, you wouldn't have died. I'm sorry. I failed to let you live in a big house. I failed to cure your migraine. I failed to take you to the beach. I am a liar, but I really didn't want to break my promise." At the end of his speech, Li Chenxio's voice was almost hoarse, and his crying voice made the temperature in the room even colder. No one spoke, and everything seemed to be quiet. Li Chenxio panicked and looked up anxiously. What he saw was Suyu's calm, smiling face. "Silly child, Mom has never blamed you, and you have never let Mom down. You must live well, and I will always watch over you." Suyu's words were as gentle as the wind, slowly calming Li Chenxio's anxiety. He asked tentatively, then, "Mom, can you come back to see me in your dreams more often? I want to eat the dumplings you made." Suyu gently touched Li Chenxio's head. "It will come." "You little brat." Qi Mingyue's head popped out from the side at an inopportune moment. "Why don't you tell me if you're not dead?" Li Chenxio is such a crappy name. Chenxio sounds much better. "Be sure to tell me your name next time we meet." "Impossible." Li Chenxio paused, then burst into laughter. "If you die, I can tell you my name in front of your grave. Then you better hide well, and don't let me find you." Qi Mingyue winked at Li Chenxio, then turned into a wisp of green smoke and floated out of the window. Then the surrounding space collapsed from the outside to the inside like broken glass. "Mom." Li Chenxio grabbed Suyu's hand. "Do you have any last wishes?" Suyu smiled and looked at Li Chenxio kindly. "Mom's wish shouldn't be called a last wish." After saying that, Suyu, like Qi Mingyue, turned into a wisp of green smoke and slowly dissipated. The surrounding space also fell into darkness at this moment. Li Chenxio stood there in a daze, repeating Suyu's words like a fool. "It shouldn't be called a last wish. It shouldn't be called a last wish. It shouldn't be called a last wish." His voice became smaller and smaller, but the smile on his face became more and more intense, and a very ridiculous guess arose in his mind. In the endless darkness, the fire on Li Chenxio's body became smaller and smaller, and the soul fluctuations around him became smaller and smaller, like a candle that was about to go out. The black prison dragon fell from the sky excitedly. It was finally going to succeed. No matter how strong you are, you can only be a help to me, Black Prison Dragon said with a grim smile. Just as the black prison dragon was about to swallow the last of Li Chinchio's head in one gulp, an inconspicuous deep red light appeared in the dark blue. At the same time, a feeling of fear spread throughout the black prison dragon's body, and its body suddenly froze in place, as if its mind was captured by something and it could not move. At this moment, Black Prison Dragon felt as if some great terror had awakened behind him and was looking down at him. It seemed as if I moved, I would be crushed into pieces. Whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, the flame burning on Li Chinchio's body seemed to be frightened by something, and it instantly shrank, then went out and returned to darkness. Chapter 67 The extinction of the blue flame plunged most of the place into darkness, with only a small crimson flame burning slowly, driving away the surrounding coldness and darkness. The small flame was suspended above Li Chinchio's head, as if sizing up the black prison dragon. It looked harmless, but the black prison dragon didn't think so. Standing in front of the little flame, it felt like an ant, and the little flame was like the king of heaven. A sense of insignificance and submission arose spontaneously. How could this be? The black prison dragon's mind went blank. An indescribable feeling of suffocation rushed straight to its innate senses, squeezing its heart. Its limbs that were stepping on the ground trembled uncontrollably, as if it would kneel down in the next second. I am a dragon standing at the end of all beasts. What on earth could make me feel so humble and insignificant? The black prison dragon was not clear and couldn't figure it out. After looking for a while, the little red flame rushed into Li Chinchio's brow. In an instant, Li Chinchio's transparent spiritual body emitted a faint red light, and his broken body slowly recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, and warm heat waves spread from his body. How is it possible? Black Prison Dragon's eyes widened. How can the soul recover so quickly? But before it could figure it out, a voice interrupted its thoughts. Why don't you kneel before God? This voice seemed to come from across eternity, as heavy as the years, and equally despised everything between heaven and earth. Bang! The black prison dragon knelt on the ground, its head pressed quietly against the ground. Its 2-meter-tall body shrank to less than half a meter, and its heart didn't even dare to beat loudly. It was so horrible. It had never heard such a horrible sound before. It seemed that if the other party just told it to die, it would really die. It is a power that has no end in sight, a power that makes all things despair. The black prison dragon could feel that the person who was speaking was right above its head, looking down at it. This process lasted for several minutes, during which time the black prison dragon was almost crying. The world outside is too dangerous. I just wanted to come out for some fresh air, find a physical body, and try some delicious food, but I have to deal with this. I might as well stay in the underworld and rot away. At this time, Li Chinchio's spiritual body had basically recovered, and his disordered thoughts slowly returned to normal. The moment he opened his eyes, the blackness in front of him instantly shattered and was replaced by the blood-red sky. Sure enough, everything has recovered. Li Chinchio supported himself with his hands and stood up shakily. The blood scabs covering his body fell off piece by piece like eggshells, and his fair skin was exposed to the air. Li Chinchio clenched his fists, feeling the blood surging in his body and a new power. A power completely different from that of extreme water. I wonder how powerful it is. A glimmer of anticipation flashed in Li Chinchio's eyes. Just when he was about to find a place to try, he suddenly stopped, as if he realized something. After calmly glancing around, Li Chinchio walked up to an armored soldier, swiftly pulled off the clothes he was wearing under his armor, and put them on himself. After pulling the folds of his clothes, Li Chinchio raised his hand and a ball of crimson flame rose from his palm. The moment the flame appeared, Li Chinchio clearly felt that the temperature around him instantly rose by several degrees. Interesting. Li Chinchio raised the corner of his mouth, condensed water wings, soared into the sky, and stopped at a height of 100 meters. He held up the flame in one hand and said expectantly, "Expand? Call." In an instant, the ball of fire expanded at a terrifying speed. 1 meter, 5 meters, 15 meters, 30 meters, until 50 meters. A huge red fireball burned fiercely in the air. The pure red flames covered the brilliance of the red moon, and the terrifying temperature caused the surrounding space to distort. Li Chinchio flapped his wings and rushed towards the ground with the fireball in his hand. The weeds withered rapidly under the high temperature. When it was less than 50 meters away from the ground, Li Chinchio threw the fireball towards the ground like shooting a basketball. The horrifying scene was like the end of the world. Rumble. The dazzling light covered 1,000 meters, and everything lost its color under this attack. After dozens of seconds, the light gradually dimmed, and a pit 100 meters wide and more than 30 meters deep appeared on the ground. Li Chunxiu stood in the center of the deep pit, with a satisfied smile on his face. I'll just call you Jihua. He was very satisfied with the power of extreme fire. In terms of changes, extreme water was far superior to extreme fire. But in terms of power, the lethality of extreme water and extreme fire were not at the same level at all. The gap between the two was like heaven and earth. The first ban is so powerful. If I recover the second ban, with the two abilities of extreme water and extreme fire, I wonder what level of strength I can reach. Li Chinchio's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. He really wanted to fight with someone to judge his own strength. At this moment, a wisp of black smoke floated out from between Li Chinchio's eyebrows, fell a few meters away, and transformed into a 2-meter-high black prison dragon. The man and the dragon stared at each other with wide eyes. Did you enjoy burning just now? Li Chunchio said with a smile, and a ball of fire appeared in front of him with a thought. Black prison dragon trembled and took a step back, and asked tentatively, Brother, if I apologize to you and say sorry, can you forgive me? A trace of doubt flashed across Li Chinchio's brows. Why aren't you surprised at all when you see me summon fire? Surprised? The black prison dragon's mouth twitched. It had seen even more surprising things. What was so surprising about a mere flame? Just when Black Prison Dragon wanted to explain, Li Chunchio shook his head. Forget it, it's not important. After saying that, Li Chunchio stepped towards the Black Prison Dragon. Upon seeing this, the Black Prison Dragon hurriedly raised its front legs to stop Li Chinchio. No, no, no. Don't you want a spiritual weapon? I can give it to you. I can also explain it to you. Please don't act on impulse. Hearing the words Link Swanky, Li Chinchio stopped and asked the question that had been in his mind. What is Link Swanky? Ah. Black Prison Dragon was a little confused. You don't know what a spiritual weapon is? Li Chunchio controlled the flames and floated in front of the Black Prison Dragon. Are you asking me? Or am I asking you? Brother, calm down. I'll tell you about the mysterious spiritual weapon, Black Prison Dragon explained honestly. During this period, Black Prison Dragon thought about hiding some information, such as the master recognition ceremony, but after seeing Li Chunchio's cold eyes, he gave up the idea. After some explanation from Black Prison Dragon, Li Chinchio gradually understood what the spiritual weapon was. It's an interesting, mysterious weapon that has consciousness and can continue to grow and recognize its master. What about the spiritual, mysterious weapon? Li Chinchio stretched out his hand in front of the Black Prison Dragon and looked at him with cold eyes. The Black Prison Dragon stood up on its hind legs and pointed at itself. I am the consciousness condensed by the spiritual weapon, also known as the weapon spirit. You? Li Chinchio's eyes showed undisguised disgust. Chapter 68 Ashes. That's right. Black Prison Dragon thrust his chest forward, trying to make himself look stronger. Weapon spirits are all souls, so when you hit me, black smoke comes out, no blood. Li Chunchio suppressed the disdain in his eyes and asked, what is a soul body? The soul body, to put it simply, it is the soul of a life. If the soul dissipates, the life will die. Black Prison Dragon explained to Li Chunchio as simply as possible. Hearing this, Li Chinchio immediately thought of the resuscitator. The resurrected have no other shortcomings except aging and the center of their eyebrows. Could it be that the so-called soul is in the center of everyone's eyebrows? Thinking of this, Li Chunchio asked Black Prison Dragon, is the human soul located between the eyebrows? Black Prison Dragon shook his head. The place where the soul stays is called the Soul Palace. The Soul Palace is a strange place. It does not exist in the human body. As for where it is, I don't know. But every living being has a bridge that connects to the Soul Palace, just like your Yin Tang point, which is the center of your eyebrows. Li Chunchio reached out and touched his forehead, looking at the monster who liked to laugh crazily in surprise. So you just entered my Soul Palace through my Yin Tang acupoint. How did you get in? This seems like only I can do it. As long as a person's consciousness is unclear, I can just force my way into his Soul Palace. Black Prison Dragon explained obediently, fearing that he would anger Li Chunchio. You can't judge a book by its cover. You actually know so many things? Li Chunchio said in surprise, and even the disgust in his eyes faded a little. I saw them all from some stone walls a few years ago. They are nothing compared to yours. Black Prison Dragon said modestly with his head lowered. completely different from his previous arrogant appearance. Li Chunxiu pinched his wrist and turned it. I have always been a vengeful person. You burned me just now. Even though I did it voluntarily, I should burn you back. But, hiss, the black prison dragon took a breath of cold air and felt as if he was bungee jumping. It has now completely given up the idea of establishing its own business. It's not that it thinks it's a bad idea to do so, but it has no choice but to surrender or die. Even a fool knows what to choose. And submitting to a mysterious existence seems to be a good choice. Li Chenxiu looked Black Prison Dragon up and down and continued, but considering your current frail appearance, I'm afraid you can't withstand my attack at all. Yes, I can't bear it. The Black Prison Dragon nodded like a chicken. Forget it. Since you are so honest, I will spare your life for now. Where is this spiritual weapon? Li Chenxiu reached out to the Black Prison Dragon again. Brother, wait a moment. Black Prison Dragon smiled charitably, then closed his eyes as if sensing something. Rumble. The earth suddenly shook, the ground was like boiling water, and small stones kept jumping up. Li Chenxiu seemed to have some feelings. He looked towards the direction of the ruins with a myriad of thoughts in his eyes. After learning about the existence of the Lingxian weapon, Li Chenxiu was quite looking forward to it, because the Black Prison Dragon described it to him in such a fantastic way that made him think that the Lingxian weapon was a very high-end thing. This illusion lasted until the moment the Black Prison Dragon introduced himself. Li Chenxiu couldn't imagine what kind of creature could talk so eloquently without blushing when praising himself, even though the other person's face was black. When the amplitude of the Earth's shaking reached a specific frequency, a series of bang 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 sounds came from deep underground, getting closer and louder. Bang! The center of the ruins suddenly exploded, and a deep black color shot up into the sky, and for a moment it seemed to swallow up all the colors around it. Li Chenxiu raised his eyebrows, looked at the crescent-shaped blade, and asked in surprise, "Sickle?" It was a sickle that was over 4 meters long, extremely black in color, swallowing up the surrounding light like a greedy black hole. At the very top of the sickle, a terrifying black dragon head was perched there, with a sickle blade more than 2 meters long extending from its mouth. Strange blood-colored lines wrapped around the sharp blade, like a human heart, flashing on and off, constantly showing its position in the darkness to deepen the fear of those fleeing. What's its name? Li Chenxiu asked without turning his head. Black Prison Scythe. Black Prison Scythe. Li Chenxiu muttered to himself, and with a thought he rose up on the wind, came to the side of the Black Prison Scythe, and reached out to grab it. The sickle was icy cold, but it was no problem for Li Chenxiu. What a fancy name, Xiaolong? Li Chenxiu lowered his head and shouted to the Black Prison Dragon. Do you have any objection to me changing its name? No problem, big brother. You can call me whatever you want. Black Prison Dragon used his front legs to signal Li Chenxiu to do as he pleases. Li Chenxiu nodded with satisfaction. This little dragon was pretty good except for being a little talkative and having a crazy laugh. Looking at the sickle in his hand, Li Chenxiu's brows showed a hint of thought. It appeared at the same time as my extreme fire, and it is as dark as the abyss, with no end in sight. In this case, Li Chenxiu grinned. Then I'll call you Jin. Whoosh whoosh. The night wind blew with a chill, blowing Li Chenxiu's hair and clothes. The 4-meter-long ashes swallowed all the light around, leaving only Li Chenxiu. The Black Prison Dragon flew to Li Chenxiu and lowered his head. Brother, just put your hand on my head and I will recognize you as my master. Upon hearing this, Li Chenxiu raised his right hand and placed it on the top of the Black Prison Dragon's head. The next second, red lines spread out from under his palm, outlining a star out of thin air. As the light of the line became brighter and brighter, a special feeling arose in Li Chenxiu's heart, as if there was a line connecting him and Jin together. After completing the master recognition ceremony, Black Prison Dragon raised his head. Brother now? Wait a minute. Li Chenxiu interrupted it and asked doubtfully, what should you call me? The Black Prison Dragon said uncomfortably, Master. Master. Yes. Li Chenxiu nodded. Don't think I am humiliating you. Since you are a weapon, even if you call me a brother, you have crossed the line. You must know yourself, understand? I understand. Black Prison Dragon responded somewhat aggrievedly. Wow. Li Chenxiu held Jin and swung it vigorously. 2 white air waves passed from both sides of the blade. At the same time, he said, tell me about Jin's ability. Jin's ability is very special. Master, if you use me, to kill someone, Jin will suppress the opponent's soul and use it for your benefit. It's just like my current form. I have a physical body, but when I chop it, it turns into black smoke. Theoretically, There is no upper limit to Jin's power. As more souls are suppressed, it will become stronger and stronger. Chapter 69. I'll block it. Li Chunqiu asked in surprise. You mean, I can make other people's souls work for me for free? That's about right. As long as the master kills a life with cinders, their souls will become your soldiers, and they will have the abilities and strengths they had when they were alive. And as long as you, the master, are alive, they will not die. Cough, cough. Li Chunqiu coughed twice. His little head was a little messy, and he looked at the ashes in his hand with shock. Anyone I kill with Jin will become mine, and will have the same strength as when they were alive. Are there any restrictions? Li Chunqiu looked at the black prison dragon in disbelief. Black prison dragon scratched his head and said uncertainly. Yes, once these souls are beaten to pieces, they will return to Jin's soul room to rest and recover. They don't recover instantly like the resurrected. By the way, that soul room is similar to the soul palace, which is where the souls live. Hearing this, Li Chunqiu's breathing involuntarily quickened. Turning the people he killed into his subordinates, and still having all the strength they had when they were alive, and being immortal, this ability is a bit out of the ordinary, too incredible. Li Chunqiu swallowed his saliva. With such an outrageous ability, how can you still be trapped here? Are you lying? A trace of desolation flashed in the eyes of the black prison dragon. Actually, I can't remember how I was trapped here. It's been too long. I only know about the Soul Palace. Li Chunqiu patted Black Prison Dragon's head and said, It seems that your new memory will start for me. Do you have a name? A trace of reminiscence flashed in Black Prison Dragon's eyes. I remember that many people called me Black Prison Dragon in the past. That's it. I'll give you a name. Li Chunqiu thought for a while and said, Li Xianyu. How about it? Okay. Li Xianyu agreed obediently, then flapped his wings and flew into the sky, letting out a roar. In an instant, countless black smoke came from all directions and instantly enveloped Li Xianyu. Its body size also grew at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in the blink of an eye it became a behemoth with a body length of 100 meters. However, although he had regained his shape, he looked very listless. It was obvious that Li Xianyu had not yet recovered. Because of his recognition of his master, Li Chunqiu roughly sensed the other party's strength. Very strong, probably level 5, and the real strength may be able to reach level 6. At this moment, Li Chunqiu inexplicably felt the urge to leave the underworld and fight with the other party, but his remaining rationality temporarily suppressed this ridiculous idea. Master, if you focus all your attention on the ashes, you can turn it into a ring and wear it on your body. Li Xianyu lowered his eyes and shouted to Li Chunqiu. Hearing this, Li Chunqiu turned to look at Jin and focused all his attention on it. A few seconds later, the 4-meter-long ashes slowly shrank in a black light, and finally turned into an inconspicuous black ring in Li Chunqiu's palm. Master, I will stay in the ring first. If you need me, just call my name. After saying that, Li Xuanyu's huge figure turned into a wisp of black smoke and flew into the ring. Li Chunqiu put the ring on the index finger of his left hand and looked deeply in the direction of the vortex. He knew that he would be interrogated after he got out, and if he didn't explain clearly, he might even be monitored or placed under house arrest by the Security and Control Bureau. After all, someone had escaped from the vortex before, and there must be traces of being attacked by extreme water on his body. At that time, Li Chunqiu wanted to pull the other person's body back, but the resuscitator seemed to be stuck in a vortex and could not be pulled back. Li Chunqiu had no choice but to crush the other person's head to stop him from talking nonsense. But what Li Chunqiu didn't know was that the resuscitator had already spread his reputation as a disaster. North Huangshan, Bonfire Square. At this time, all the bodies in the square were cleared away by the soldiers, and 4 military missile vehicles were parked 100 meters away, aiming the missile holes at the bloody portal. A row of black explosion-proof shields were connected together, blocking the missile vehicle. Cold gun barrels extended from the holes in the shields, ready to fire at any time. The 3 members of the Antongsai team were sitting in a jeep, their eyes focused on the direction of the bloody door through the car windows. Everyone, please be alert. The disaster water and a large number of resurrected people are in the underworld and may come out at any time. If you find abnormal firepower indiscriminately, you don't need to ask for my advice. Before you finish speaking, He-Lu snatched the intercom from him. Don't open fire if you find anything unusual. Wait for my order. The soldiers looked at each other, not knowing whose orders to follow. In the jeep, Yu looked at He-Lu in confusion and asked, Uncle He, what are you doing? I am the commander-in-chief of this operation. How can the commander-in-chief not care about the lives of innocent people? Li Chunqiu is still in there. When you issued this order, have you ever considered his safety? If he dies in our hands, how are we going to explain to his family? He Lu said indignantly, putting the walkie-talkie behind his butt. You clenched his fists, suppressed the anger in his heart, and said calmly, if he comes out, I will use my supernatural powers to protect him. Bullshit. Do you think you'll make it in time? I don't think you intend to let anyone in there go. He Lu said angrily. Yi Yu's face turned cold instantly. Just as Lu said, she really had no intention of letting anyone go. The disaster water was inside anyway. As long as all the people inside were killed, the disaster water would be cleared up. There was no need to investigate who the disaster water was. This was the most worry-free, labor-saving, and safest method. Yi Yu didn't argue with He Lu anymore. He turned his head and looked at Zhang Kong, who was sitting in the back row. Give me your intercom. Zhang Kong shook his head reluctantly and moved his, but a little backwards. Sister Yi, I feel that your command has violated the original intention of the Security and Control Bureau to protect mankind. I'm sorry that I cannot obey your order, even if you are the commander-in-chief. You guys, Yi Yu's eyes widened. Are you crazy? You gave up the chance to clear the flood and hundreds of resurrectors for the sake of Li Chunxiu. Do you know that if a resurrected person escapes from Beihuang Mountain, because of Li Chunxiu, more people will be killed? If these people die, can you be held responsible? The air fell silent, and He Lu broke the silence after a few seconds. I will block the west, and you will guard the east. I will never let any resurrected escape from Beihuang Mountain. I also hope that you will not let the soldiers' guns be stained with the blood of innocent people. He Lu said this calmly, then pushed open the car door and stepped out of the car. Seeing this, Yi Yu grabbed He Lu and shouted coldly, Uncle He, can you be more rational? What can you use to block it in your current state? I'll block it. Chapter 70 The Last Person. After saying that, He Lu broke free from Yi Yu's hand and limped towards the east of the bloody portal. Only Yi Yu was left sitting in the passenger seat with a gloomy face. She picked up the intercom, hesitated for a moment and said, If you find anything unusual, wait for my order. In front of the bloody portal, He Lu walked alone towards the west of the bloody portal. In the eyes of others, he is an inflexible and even stupid person. But it is precisely because of the existence of such stupid people that this cold society has a touch of humanity, and life is not a string of numbers, but a beating note, unique and precious. Buzz. Suddenly, a buzzing sound was heard on the field, and ripples suddenly appeared on the tall, blood-red portal. For a moment, everyone in the square was on edge, with cold gun barrels pointed at the bloody portal, waiting for Yi Yu's orders. He Lu also stopped and looked vigilantly at the center of the ripples. As time passed, everyone's heartbeats became faster and faster. Despair. A foot stepped out, followed by the knee, the arm, the nose, and finally the entire face. He had a bright smile on his face, but his facial expression froze when he saw the gun barrels pointed at him. This? Li Chunxiu moved his lips and looked around in a daze. There was no joy in his eyes anymore, only surprise and nervousness. In order to make his performance more realistic, Li Chunxiu also used absolute control to make his body tremble slightly, simulating a person's reaction when nervous. He Lu stood there in a daze for a moment, then shouted to Li Chunxiu, Come to my side. Li Chunxiu's Adam's apple rolled slightly, and he looked in the direction of He Lu. Uncle He, Uncle He. Li Chunxiu dilated his pupils, with a hint of surprise in his voice. Just as he was about to move, a sharp shout came from a distance. Stand still. Immediately afterwards, a black shadow flashed in front of He Lu and pulled him behind him. This person is Yi Yu. Xiaoya Yu? Let me ask. Before He Lu could finish his words, Yi Yu interrupted him coldly and fixed his eyes on Li Chunxiu. What's wrong? Li Chunxiu stopped and looked at Yi Yu innocently, with an uncontrollable helplessness in his bright eyes. Of course, this was only superficial helplessness. Li Chunxiu had actually anticipated everything that was happening now. He knew that there would be soldiers blocking the bloody portal, and he also guessed that the other side would most likely carry out indiscriminate fire coverage. That's why Li Chunxiu said those righteous words to He Lu and Zhang Kong. He was betting that He Lu and Zhang Kong would remember his life-saving grace. But Li Chunxiu did not put everything he had on the two of them. He deliberately stepped out of the door with his left leg first. If the outside world opened fire indiscriminately, he would immediately change his appearance and escape by using the method of flood. However, once this is done, Li Chunxiu will no longer be able to use the Lingxian weapon openly. After all, he will not be able to explain the origin of the Lingxian weapon, and his identity will also be in doubt. What is your relationship with the disaster water? Yi Yu asked in a cold voice, his narrow eyes fixed on Li Chunxiu, ready to strike at any time. Flood. Li Chunxiu pointed at himself in confusion. What's the connection? Yi Yu narrowed his eyes. You have nothing to do with the disaster? What relationship do I have with a resurrected person? Sister, have you misunderstood something? Li Chunxiu opened his hands in surprise and wanted to come closer to explain something. Bang! A gunshot rang out on the field. Li Chunxiu looked at the bomb crater under his feet and stepped back tremblingly. Yi Yu put down his gun and carefully observed Li Chunxiu's reaction. Li Chunxiu's eyes flashed with obvious panic, and he looked at Yi Yu in confusion. Why did you shoot me with a gun? Did I break the law? Yi Yu narrowed her eyes, capturing Li Chunxiu's body movements and facial expressions one by one. She is very confident in her observation skills, and no one can disguise herself perfectly in front of her. After a few seconds, a look of surprise appeared on Yi Yu's face. There were no flaws. She did not detect anything unusual in Li Chunxiu, as if the other party was really frightened by her gunshot. Strange. Yi Yu murmured to himself. If the other party was a disaster, he would definitely not be scared by the bullet. Could it be that the resuscitator before was lying? Yi Yu was silent for a while, but her eyes were still alert. She took out a pair of handcuffs and a pair of leg cuffs from her waist and threw them in front of Li Chunxiu. We at the Security and Control Department suspect that you have some connection with the disaster and your identity is in doubt, so we are temporarily detaining and interrogating you. We hope you will cooperate. Li Chunxiu glanced at the handcuffs and leg cuffs on the ground, then looked up at He-Lu. Uncle He, don't be afraid. It's just an interrogation. He-Lu comforted him. Li Chunxiu nodded, handcuffed himself, and allowed several soldiers to take him to the car and drive towards the police. Above the clouds, Li Chunxiu's gaze pierced through the clouds and quietly looked at the bonfire square. Seeing that Li Chunxiu was safe and sound, Li Chunxiu smiled, opened up space with one hand, and left calmly, as if she had never appeared. City police. In the cold and small cell, Li Chunxiu sat quietly on a bench, staring at the iron wall. He had been in the cell for nearly 6 hours. Did he say something? Li Chunxiu thought to himself. His performance was so perfect, but the vigilance in the woman's eyes did not disappear, which could only mean one thing. The previous resurrected person revealed his identity in such a short time. Thinking of this, Li Chunxiu felt a headache and rubbed his temples tiredly. Li Chunxiu knew that even if he could get out of here, the name Zai would always follow him, and this had nothing to do with evidence. The Antong Division has already confirmed that the disaster water is in the underworld, and no one will walk out of the bloody portal after him, and with the identification of the resurrector. This means that the Zai alias can no longer be used. Once it appears, everyone's eyes will be on him. Snap! There was a sound of keys turning outside the cell, and a middle-aged man in uniform walked in and shouted to Li Chunxiu, "Come out." Li Chunxiu stood up calmly and walked out of the cell. In the corridor outside the cell, dozens of soldiers with guns stared at Li Chunxiu vigilantly. The leader was a young man. Li Chunxiu was very familiar with this man. He was Zhang Kong, one of the 3 people from the Antong Sai. "Brother Zhang, can I go out now?" Li Chunxiu asked expectantly. Zhang Kong had a complicated expression. "Come with me. If you are okay, I will let you go." Chapter 71. A Tiger in Sheep's Clothing. Police interrogation room. The dazzling white light hit Li Chunxiu's face. The cold interrogation chair locked his hands and feet. Various metal rings or bandages were fixed on his body. Thick data cables extended from it and connected to a monitor. Li Chunxiu knew very well that this was a police lie detector. Although it could not detect lies 100%, it could still guarantee 80%. Click. The iron door of the interrogation room was pushed open, and Yi Yu walked in first with a serious expression. He glanced at Li Chunxiu coldly, followed by Zhang Kong. He-Lu, who had the best relationship with Li Chunxiu, did not come. The two walked to the table and sat down, turning their eyes to Li Chunxiu. "Would you like some water?" Yi Yu asked casually. Li Chunxiu snapped his fingers, pretending to be calm, and replied, "No need." Yi Yu nodded, pointed at the monitor and said, "This is the most advanced lie detector in the entire Federation. Next, I will ask you a few questions. If you are telling the truth, the display will show correct. If you are lying, it will show wrong. Do you understand?" Li Chunxiu opened his lips slightly and asked in a low voice, "Will you let me go after I finish speaking?" "I'm not sure. Maybe I have to wait a few days, or maybe I'll let you go right away." Yi Yu looked calmly as he observed Li Chunxiu carefully. "Do you think I'm a resuscitator?" Li Chunxiu raised his head, and his emotions instantly became excited. "How could I be a resuscitator?" As he spoke, Li Chunxiu bit his lip with his teeth. and bright red blood flowed down the corner of his mouth. Look, my wounds haven't healed, but I'm a human being, Li Chinchio shouted anxiously. Zhang Kong saw this and said soothingly, Li Chinchio, don't get excited. We are just asking a few simple questions. If it was simple, why did you give me a lie detector? Why did you lock me up? Li Chinchio clenched his fists and pretended to struggle. Yu pursed his lips and smiled, because we suspect that you are the disaster water. For a moment, Li Chinchio showed an incredible smile as if he had heard a huge joke. The field gradually became quiet. Seeing that Li Chinchio remained silent, Yu continued to add, This is the interrogation chair we brought from the security and control department. You can't break free from it if you are under the 5th level of restraint. So if you are not a disaster, don't waste your energy. Answer the questions carefully and prove your innocence, okay? But haven't I already proved that the bite marks on my mouth haven't healed yet? Some resuscitators with strong willpower can delay the healing of wounds through their subjective consciousness. This also causes many powerful resuscitators to hide in the Federation, but no one can find them. Zai Shui may be one of them. After hearing this, Li Chinchio's chest gradually calmed down, and he replied weakly, Okay, ask. Thank you for your understanding. Did you take the spiritual weapon inside the blood-colored portal? Yiyu's eyes were as sharp as knives, as if he wanted to see through Li Chinchio. Li Chinchio nodded. It's me. Beep. The word correct appeared on the display. Yiyu looked at Li Chinchio deeply, but did not ask any further questions. After all, the occasion was not appropriate. Then, Yiyu asked again, Earlier, you called the satellite phone to tell the police that Zai Shui was on Beihuang Mountain. Later, we checked the surveillance and found that you were being hunted at the time. Does that mean Zai Shui saved you? Upon hearing this, Li Chinchio's mind moved, and he used absolute control to maintain his breathing, blood pressure, pulse, sweat glands, and eyeballs in a normal state. And all this happened in the blink of an eye. I guess so. Beep. The display continues to show correct. According to Zheng Kong, when they came out, everyone gathered on a bridge. You were there, right? I am here. After that, in the next half hour, you asked Li Chinchio many irrelevant questions. Some of the questions had nothing to do with Li Chinchio at all, but Yiyu still asked them tirelessly. Every time Li Chinchio finished answering, she would take a pen and write something on a piece of paper. Due to the obstruction, Li Chinchio couldn't see anything clearly. After asking the 43rd question, Yiyu stretched and looked at Li Chinchio tiredly. The answers are very good. All the questions have been asked. Let's chat for a while. Okay. Li Chinchio nodded. Yiyu nodded politely to Li Chinchio, then handed a piece of paper full of words to Zheng Kong beside him. Go out and check it. Ah. Zheng Kong was a little confused. Check what? Yiyu impatiently slapped the paper on Zheng Kang's chest. Didn't I tell you? Check the contents of the paper and check with Uncle He. What are you still looking for? Hurry up. Before Zheng Kong could finish his words, Yiyu pushed him out of the interrogation room. Bang. As the door closed, Yiyu and Li Chinchio were the only ones left in the space of more than 10 square meters. Yiyu sat on the table with a half-smile on his face, looked down at Li Chinchio and said, Aren't you curious about what I asked him to verify? Li Chinchio raised his head a little tiredly. I'm not curious. Even if you're not curious, I want to tell you. Yiyu stood up, walked to Li Chinchio and whispered, I asked you 43 questions and made up some stories based on these questions. Do you want to listen? Li Chinchio closed his eyes as if he was asleep and said weakly, I haven't slept all night. Let me close my eyes and listen. Seeing this, Yiyu did not say much, but just started talking to himself. Once upon a time, there was a tiger in sheep's clothing, living among sheep. One day, it went out to graze with a group of sheep, but unfortunately, they encountered a wolf. For some unknown reason, this tiger in sheep's clothing was chased by a dozen wolves. In order to survive, it finally revealed the fact that it was a tiger and bit the wolves to death. In order to continue to blend in with the sheep, it lied that it had encountered a tiger in the forest and that the tiger had killed the wolves. Li Chinchio, do you think this tiger is smart? It knew how to use its true face to cover up its false face. Can you imagine that? Li Chinchio opened his eyes and said calmly, It's not smart. There are so many animals in the forest. The tiger can use its speed to divert the trouble and let the lion deal with the wolves. No, this tiger is very clever, because its real purpose is not to drink, but to attract animals that hate it, because it found a fruit tree that was about to mature, but there were several elephants next to this fruit tree. Under its plan, the elephants thought that the group of animals were coming to steal the fruits, and then they started fighting, and the tiger secretly picked the fruits. Chapter 72, Absurd Speculations. Haha. Li Chunxiu chuckled. It's an interesting story. By the way, guess why no animal suspects the tiger? Yu narrowed his eyes and looked at Li Chunxiu expectantly. Li Chunxiu grinned. Maybe the tiger killed all the animals that saw it stealing fruit. Yu clapped his hands and pretended to be surprised and said, You guessed it right, but the tiger was careless and let a wolf go. And the wolf shouted out the fact that the sheep was the tiger. The story ends here. What do you think? Li Chunxiu shook his head. Not very good. Although it has a reversal, it doesn't stand up to scrutiny. First of all, sheep and tigers are of different sizes. How can it blend in with the sheep? Secondly, tigers are carnivores and sheep are herbivores. So how can they live together peacefully? As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere between the two of them instantly turned cold. After a few seconds, Yu broke the silence. Because everyone thinks so, the tiger doesn't think he is dangerous. But if you walk along the shore often, you will get your shoes wet, and there will always be places you miss. After saying that, Yu left the interrogation room, leaving Li Chunxiu sitting alone inside. Li Chunxiu let out a long sigh, slowly tilted his head back, his brows full of fatigue. He didn't expect that the other party could see through the truth with 43 insignificant questions, and even completely avoid the trap he set, and fully narrate the context of the whole incident through mental reasoning. If there hadn't been the variable of the mirror man, Li Chunxiu would have been confident that he could have escaped unscathed. But there are no ifs in the world. There are so many smart people, but they make things so complicated. Li Chunxiu sighed in his heart. He didn't think that the Intong division could find any flaws in him, but he was worried that the Intong division would start the investigation from Li Ji and Li Qingxia. This is also the only thing that Li Chunxiu is worried about now. Outside the interrogation room, He Lu and Zheng Kong stood silently on both sides of the aisle. Click. Yu pushed the door and walked out of the interrogation room. The two people who heard the noise immediately looked up at Yu. Does what I wrote make sense? Do you have anything to add? Yu raised his hand and signaled the two of them. Zheng Kong didn't say anything, but looked at He Lu, who had a gloomy face. He Lu stood up straight and shook his head. What you wrote is logical and there is nothing inappropriate, but now it is all your speculation and there is no crucial evidence. Zheng Kong added, Li Qingxiu's ability level is still being assessed, but it is 80% likely to be there. Moreover, he is a star-picking person. His importance means that we can't keep him locked up for too long. Yu did not refute what they said, but changed the subject and asked them, If I say there is an 80% chance that it is a disaster, will you believe me? The two looked at each other, and after a moment of silence, Zheng Kong replied, You are the commander-in-chief, and we will obey you within the rules. Okay. Yu touched his chin and looked through the one-way glass at Li Chunxiu, who was sitting in the interrogation room. No need to focus on North Huangshan. Look in another direction. Another direction? He Lu frowned in confusion. Bei Huangshan is where floods often occur. Should we not check it? I remember Li Chunxiu told you that he had broken through to the second forbidden level. Yu turned his head and asked. He Lu replied somewhat confusedly, Yes, what's wrong? When the police tested his energy last time, he was still at level 1. But why did he break through to level 2 immediately after he arrived at Beihuang Mountain? Yu paused and continued. There is only one possibility. In order to change his genes and avoid the verification, he can grasp the time of breaking the ban so accurately. What a meticulous mind he needs. It is impossible for such a resurrected person to leave any traces on Beihuang Mountain. It would be a waste of time to search for him, and nothing would be gained. Change genes? Zhang Kang's pupils trembled. After thinking for a while, he raised his head and asked, What is the other direction? Yu looked deep in his eyes and smiled. 2 years ago, on the Lujiang Bridge, a resurrected person named Qin Xiu was hit in the forehead by a man named Gong Qi with supernatural power and fell into the river. 2 years later, Zai Shui suddenly appeared and killed those who were related to the incident as if to seek revenge. It is not difficult to see from this that Zai Shui has a close relationship with Qian Xiu's family. As he spoke, Yu took out his cell phone from his pocket and played a clip of audio in front of the two of them. Ever since the surveillance video was released, netizens have been flooding the internet with complaints about Gong Qi. Is it possible that Su Yu is also alive? Your family can be reunited now. Beep. Audio ends. Yu put the phone in his pocket and glanced at the two people. This is the conversation between Zai Shui and others at that time. Did you find anything after listening to it? He Lu pondered for a while, then raised his head and said, Zai Shui seems to care a lot about Su Yu. Could it be that there is some kind of relationship between them? Have you noticed that this disaster water didn't ask about Qin Xiu the whole time? He obviously has a close relationship with Su Yu's family, So why did he only focus on the suspicious points about Su Yu and not even mention Chen Xiu? After these words were spoken, He Lu and Zhang Kong opened their eyes wide, as if they had thought of something. Seeing that the two did not speak, Yi Yu continued, there is only one possibility. He knew a lot about Chen Xiu's death, but the police did not disclose the specific situation on the bridge 2 years ago. How did Zai Shui know it? Because he was on the bridge. To be more precise, he was the Chen Xiu who was shot through the forehead. The field was completely silent and quiet. How is it possible? Chen Xiu was pierced through the forehead at that time. How could he still be alive? Zhang Kong stammered in retort. It is because all of you think so that the disaster is fearless. Yi responded calmly. It was obvious that she had anticipated the reactions of the two. After all, she was also horrified when she came up with this answer at first. But when she thought that Zai Shui could even transform his body into elements, it seemed possible that he could survive being hit through the forehead. He Lu suppressed the shock in his heart and said as calmly as possible, so the direction of investigation you were talking about is Chen Xiu? Yes, you go and investigate a series of things related to Chen Xiu. Xiao Yi, have you ever thought that all your current inferences are castles in the air? All based on the fact that Li Chunxiu is a disaster, but whether he is still an unknown number? That's an order. In the dim and dilapidated rental house, Qi Mingyue lay tiredly on the bed, staring at the ceiling with lifeless eyes. Are sleeping pills no longer effective? Qi Mingyue showed a bitter smile on his face. Bang! The medicine bottle on the table was blown to the ground by the morning breeze, and the cell phone alarm rang at this moment. Ding-ling-ling! Ding-ling-ling! Qi Mingyue tiredly pulled back the quilt, revealing his upper body wrapped in bandages. Just as Qi Mingyue was about to wash up, there was a knock on the door. Boom boom boom. Chapter 73 Small Family. Qi Mingyue looked towards the door with some confusion when he heard the voice, and replied weakly, I'm coming. He casually threw a piece of clothing over his body and limped towards the door. Outside the door, Zhang Kong and a special officer in charge of record-keeping stood in the aisle, waiting quietly. Click. The door opened, and Qi Mingyue's pale face appeared from the crack of the door. He glanced at the clothes they were wearing and asked in confusion, What's the matter? Zhang Kong smiled friendly and said, Hello, you must be Qi Mingyue. I am Zhang Kong from the Security and Control Department. I want to talk to you about something. After saying that, Zhang Kong took out the Antongsai certificate from his arms and showed it to Qi Mingyue. Okay, the house is a little small. Come in if you don't mind. Qi Mingyue pushed open the door, turned around and turned on the tungsten filament lamp in the room. Under the dim light, everything in the room was exposed to Zhang Kong. The room was very small, and you could see the end of it at a glance. There was a tattered desk, a wooden bed less than 2 meters high, a small freezer more than half a meter high, an induction cooker for cooking, and storage boxes neatly stacked together. This room of more than 10 square meters is Qi Mingyue's current home. It has no kitchen, no bedroom, and even no toilet. This is where people live? The female special agent said subconsciously, with a hint of disgust in her words. But before she could finish her words, Zhang Kong, who was standing beside her, interrupted her with some dissatisfaction. Okay. Qi Mingyue stopped and pointed at a solitary window and said calmly, This is where people live. Only houses where people live have windows. My house has one. After saying that, Qi Mingyue picked up 2 stools from the corner of the room, placed them next to the desk, and waved to the 2 of them, Come and sit down. Well, thank you. Zhang Kong replied politely, and walked into the room with the female special agent and sat down. Qi Mingyue poured 2 cups of hot water for the 2 of them, sat down, and asked in a deep voice, Do you want to ask about what happened last night? No. Zhang Kong smiled and shook his head, and continued, This time I came to you mainly to get to know a person. Knowing someone? A hint of doubt flashed across Qi Mingyue's brows. I have been living alone for the past 2 years and have almost no friends. Is there anyone who needs to know more from me? Seeing that Qi Mingyue didn't say anything, Zhang Kong stretched out his hand and waved it in front of him. Is it okay? Okay. I will tell you everything I know. Qi Mingyue responded belatedly. Good. Zhang Kong pulled out a photo from his pocket, pushed it in front of Qi Mingyue, pointed at the smiling boy in the photo and asked, Do you know this person? The boy in the photo is wearing a blue and white school uniform. His black hair is blown back by the wind like waves, and his bright eyes seem to hide stars, bright and brilliant. Qi Mingyue's dead pupils trembled, and a feeling of bitterness instantly surged into his heart. He stretched out his hand tremblingly and carefully touched the boy in the photo with his fingertips. I know him. I took this photo. His name is Chunxiu. Qi Mingyue responded blankly. Zhang Kong smiled slightly, And when he was about to continue asking, Qi Mingyue spoke first. Why do you want to know about him? Us? You should have been sent by the Antong division to clear up the flood. Is there any connection between Qin Xiao and the flood? Qi Mingyue raised his head and looked straight at Zhang Kong. Zhang Kong was a little unhappy about being interrupted, but he still patiently explained. 096 Zai Shui first appeared to help Qin Xiao and Miss Su Yu to avenge, so we suspect that Zai Shui knows these two people and want to know. Do you, and Tong Sai, think that Zai Shui and Qin Xiao are the same person? Ah. Zhang Kang's expression froze, but soon returned to normal. But all of this was keenly captured by Qi Mingyue. Qi Mingyue stood up excitedly and grabbed Zhang Kang's arm. Isn't Qin Xiao dead? Why do you think he will be the disaster? You! Zhang Kang pushed Qi Mingyue's hand away, stood up and took a step back, shouting, What are you doing? Sorry. I was just asking out of curiosity. Qi Mingyue bowed his head, apologized, and sat back in his original seat. Seeing this, Zhang Kang didn't know what to say and just sat down. In the following time, the two asked and answered each other. When Zhang Kang asked some trivial questions, Qi Mingyue would answer truthfully. When Zhang Kang asked some sensitive questions, Qi Mingyue would just evade them with vague answers. Are you sure you forgot? Zhang Kang stared at Qi Mingyue sharply. Qi Mingyue reached out and opened the drawer of the desk, which was filled with bottles and jars of various sizes and colors. I've been forgetful in the past 2 years. These are medicines for treating nerves. Qi Mingyue replied quietly. Zhang Kang glanced at him calmly, then said in a cold voice, If you are not in good spirits, take more medicine. Don't forget your own name in the end. Let's go. After saying that, Zhang Kang took the special personnel away from Qi Mingyue's home. Bang! As the door closed, Qi Mingyue was the only one left in the small room. He closed his eyes and quietly recalled what had just happened. 10 minutes later, Qi Mingyue opened his eyes, took out his mobile phone from his arms, opened the video he had downloaded before, and watched it attentively. The video played was a video of a fierce battle between Hai Shui and the police at the bridgehead. Is it you? Qi Mingyue murmured to himself. In the following days, Li Chenxiu was kept in police custody, and public opinion outside became increasingly serious. Ling Swanqi, Zai Shui, and Li Chenxiu. When these three hot spots gathered together, the entire city number 11 was boiling. Li Chenxiu's name spread throughout the streets and alleys, becoming the traffic code of city number 11. Countless self-media bloggers began to dig deep into Li Chenxiu's past, and the reporters who waited at the police gate day and night became a beautiful landscape. Li Qingxia and Li Ji also became the focus of attention, and the hotel where they lived was also dug out. However, when the reporters arrived, Li Ji and Li Qingxia had already fled and disappeared without a trace. At this time, the two of them were sitting in a private room of a stir-fry restaurant, seemingly waiting for someone. Boss, did you give the wrong address? It's been almost 20 minutes and no one has come. Li Qingxia leaned in front of the window and looked around. Li Ji picked up a cup of tea and took a sip calmly. I will come. The address I said is correct. There must be a traffic jam. Just as he finished speaking, there was a knock on the door from outside the private room. Then the door handle of the private room slowly turned, and Yi Yu, who was dressed in casual clothes, walked in first, followed by He Lu and Zhang Kang. Li Ji put down the teacup and looked at the three people with deep eyes. Chapter 74. So what? Come on, sit down. Li Ji showed a kind smile and raised his hand to signal the three to sit down. Li Qingxia, who was lying in front of the window, heard the voice and immediately trotted over to the three people, smiling and pulling out a chair. Hurry up and sit down. Hurry up and sit down. There's a traffic jam on the road, sorry. Yi Yu bent his body slightly and said apologetically. Li Ji smiled lightly and waved his hand indifferently. It doesn't matter. Anyway, my time is not valuable as an old man. It can't compare to big shots like you. If Li Chenxiu were here, he would definitely be surprised. At this moment, Li Ji was a completely different person from before. There was no trace of cowardice or pettiness in him anymore, and his every move exuded a sense of indifference and tranquility. So when Yi Yu and the other two saw Li Ji, they subconsciously thought of the leader of the Tianyuan Federation and became a little restrained for a moment. After seeing the three people sitting down, Li Ji took out a bag of cheaply packaged tea from a plastic bag beside him. 15.5 pounds of black leaf tea, although cheap, but the taste is no worse than those that cost hundreds or thousands of dollars. I like it very much. Qingxia, throw a few leaves of tea in the water cups of the three of you. Okay. Li Qingxia reached out and pinched a handful of tea leaves from the tea bag, then kindly threw 1 or 2 tea leaves into the cups of the three people. Then, she walked over to Li Ji and sat down as if nothing had happened. Yi Yu lowered his eyes to glance at the tea in the cup and said with a smile, It seems that the old man is quite frugal. If you like this red tea so much, I can buy you several dozen kilograms. Li Ji waved his hand and said, no need. Although I don't have much money, I can still afford 15.5 kilograms of tea. Every time someone comes to my shop to eat, I will ask Qingxia to make tea for them. After all, they are guests and we can't neglect them. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere on the field instantly turned cold. The three people from Intongsi were not fools, so they could naturally hear the sharpness in Li Ji's words. Yi Yu and Zheng Kang's faces turned cold instantly. Yi Yu said with a bad face, Mr. Li Ji, cooperating with the Antong Division's investigation is the duty of every citizen. I hope you will not be so hostile to us and adjust your attitude. The Security and Coordination Bureau is a powerful organization that survives within federal laws. If the investigation is within the law, I will definitely cooperate because it is my duty. Li Ji narrowed his eyes, wrinkles on the corners of his eyes gathered together. He paused for a moment and continued. But your investigation seems to have gone beyond the law. You illegally imprisoned Li Qinxia without any evidence, and now you are using the power of the police and the Public Security Bureau to dig deep into his past. Have you violated the law? I really don't understand, old man. Yi Yu's eyes were dark, and there was a ripple in his clear eyes. She knew that Li Ji was right and that she had indeed broken the law, but so what? In order to better eliminate the disaster and protect the safety of the people, even if it is outside the federal law, what does it matter? Will the federal legal agency come out and say it is inappropriate? Will the people blame me? Will the higher-ups punish me for this matter? Will the Public Security Bureau dare to lock me up? No, because I am from the Security Bureau and I represent justice. Seeing that the atmosphere on the field was a little strange, Lu quickly jumped out to smooth things over. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. A few days ago, we wanted to find you to learn more about Li Qinxia's situation, but we couldn't find you. This time you suddenly took the initiative to contact us. We were in a hurry and didn't buy anything. Please don't be surprised. Since you didn't buy anything, just pay for the meal. Li Ji said as a matter of course. Yi Yu clenched the teacup and said in a cold voice, since you are short of this little money, it's okay for us to pay it. But next? When he said this, Yi Yu glanced at Zheng Kong. Zheng Kong understood what he meant. He walked to the window and closed the curtains. The 10-square-meter private room immediately fell into darkness. Lu, who was sitting nearby, looked unhappy when he saw this scene. He didn't like this method, but he didn't say anything to stop it. The window of the private room was open. The warm breeze at noon made the curtains shake. The warm sunlight penetrated the gaps between the curtains, extending along the tiles to the dining table, teeth, collar, and even to half of Li Ji's face. The breeze was still blowing, the curtains were still shaking, and Li Ji's relaxed face kept wandering between darkness and light. He looked at Yi Yu quietly and sat there calmly. What are you doing? Li Qingxia stood up eagerly and looked at Zheng Kong, who was standing by the curtain. Zheng Kong glanced at Li Qingxia indifferently, then returned to his seat without saying a word. Sit down. We're just drawing the curtains to block out the light. Why are you so excited? Li Ji grabbed Li Qingxia's arm and pulled him back to his seat. When Li Qingxia wanted to say something, Li Ji glared at her and cut off her thoughts. After dealing with Li Qingxia, Li Ji turned his head and looked at Yi Yu. This time I called you here not to help you understand Li Qinxia, but to tell you that imprisoning Li Qinxia is illegal. So? Yi Yu raised the corner of his mouth. What do you want me to do? Li Ji smiled kindly and said clearly, I want you to let him go. Yi Yu sneered, as if mocking Li Ji's arrogance. She propped her head up with her hands and said, I respect you because you are old, weak, sick, and disabled, but you can't be so arrogant and don't know yourself. You are just a restaurant owner. If I recognize this old, you are the old man. If I don't recognize it, you are just a person. Don't think that you can be on an equal footing with the Antong Division by pretending to be so. You people are not worthy. Xiao Yi, it's done. Lu put his hand on Yi Yu's shoulder, interrupted him, and turned to look at Li Ji. We just want to ask about Li Qinxia's case. This concerns the safety of many people's lives. I hope you can understand from our perspective. If he is really innocent, the Security and Coordination Department will compensate him. Li Ji tapped the teacup with his fingers on the table, making a crisp sound. After a moment of silence, he raised his eyes and said, What if I don't want to say it, and I still want to take you to court? Yi Yu took out a pair of handcuffs from his arms and placed them on the table. Then I can only ask you to go to the police station and check you. You are trying so hard to protect someone. Could you also be a resuscitator? Yi Yu said this in a joking manner, his sharp eyes lingering on Li Ji and Li Qingxia. As soon as these words came out, Li Ji looked normal, but Li Qingxia looked a little abnormal. Her dark eyes trembled, and she looked at Li Ji subconsciously, not knowing whether she was really panicking or pretending to be panicking. This obvious action was naturally caught by Yi Yu. Her heart trembled, and an absurd guess suddenly arose in her mind. Could it be that the two people in front of me are both resurrectors, and I accidentally told the truth? Chapter 75. Let him go. Thinking of this, Yi Yu immediately stood up and looked down at Li Ji and Li Qingxia. The cold light in his eyes was like a blade. Li Ji raised his head and looked at Yi Yu calmly. I find that you, a little girl, really like to accuse others. Are you now investigating the resuscitator based entirely on suspicion? If you are dissatisfied, you can complain to me. Yi Yu smiled and waved to Zheng Kong beside him. Zheng Kong, handcuff them. Zheng Kong pulled out the handcuffs from his waist and was about to stand up when Li Ji coughed twice and raised his forearm to signal to wait a moment. Zheng Kong turned his head to look at Yi Yu, and when he saw the other party nodded, he continued to sit down. What's wrong? Have you changed your mind? Do you have something to say? Yi Yu tilted his head, his thin lips slightly raised, revealing a triumphant smile. Li Ji shook the teacup in his hand and said softly, I am explaining things to you because I think I am a reasonable and law-abiding good citizen, but this does not mean that I can only explain things to you. Yi Yu raised his eyebrows. What's wrong? What else do you want to do? Li Ji did not say anything, but reached out and took out an old-fashioned keypad phone from his pocket, put his head close to the phone, and seemed to be flipping through something. Are you looking for help? Yi Yu asked curiously, with a hint of disdain in his eyes. Li Ji said casually, wait a moment, I'll look for it. We haven't contacted each other for a long time. Yi Yu folded his arms across his chest, without saying a word, just looking at Li Ji. I don't know if it was because of presbyopia or something else, but 2 minutes passed, and Li Ji was still maintaining the same action as 2 minutes ago. A trace of impatience appeared on Yi Yu's face. When he was about to speak, Li Ji suddenly straightened up, rubbed his sore eyes with his hands, and put the phone to his ear. Hello, it's me, Li Ji said calmly. In the following time, Li Ji kept repeating, like a robot, as if he was just trying to please the person on the other end of the phone. Okay, do me a favor. I'll give the phone to someone else later, and you tell me to let him go. After saying that, Li Ji took out the phone and handed it to Li Qingxia. Give it to her. Okay. Li Qingxia nodded and placed the phone in front of Yi Yu under the gaze of the three people from Intongxi. What do you mean? Yi Yu looked at Li Ji in surprise. Li Ji pointed at the phone and tapped his ear, signaling the other party to answer the call. Yi Yu put the phone to his ear doubtfully and said, Hello? A powerful voice came from the other end of the phone. Release him? The moment the voice sounded, Yi Yu's palm-sized face twitched uncontrollably as if it had been electrocuted, and the hand holding the phone also subconsciously loosened. Bang! The cell phone fell on the table. The person on the other end of the phone was stunned for a moment, then hung up. The beep, beep, beep sound echoed in the quiet private room. What's wrong? Lu grabbed Yi Yu's arm and asked with concern. Yeah, what's wrong? Zhang Kong looked confused. He didn't understand what kind of phone call could have made Yi Yu like this. Yi Yu ignored the two people's questions, but swallowed and looked at Li Ji with horror. Across the table, Li Ji was still as calm and composed as before. His eyes were as still as a calm well without a trace of ripples. Li Qingxia on the side covered half of her face with her hands and bit her lips, trying hard not to smile. Yi Yu's pupils trembled, and he asked Li Ji in a trembling voice, Who are you? Just an ordinary old man who likes to talk sense. After saying that, Li Ji stood up with the plastic bag at his feet and said to the three people, I will call you about Li Qingxia's matter later. By the way, don't tell others my identity, otherwise. Li Ji paused for a moment, walked behind Yi Yu and picked up his phone, and said with a kind smile, Little girl, you will never be able to be the boss in the future. Qingxia, let's go. Boss, wait for me. Li Qingxia hurriedly got up and followed. Bang! As the door of the private room closed, Yi Yu seemed to have lost his support. He supported his head with his hands crossed and his back bent weakly. What's wrong? What did the person on the other end of the phone say? Zhang Kong shook Yi Yu's body. Is someone over there threatening you? Lu asked tentatively. Yi Yu closed his eyes, his eyelashes trembling slightly. After a moment of silence, she gradually regained her composure and slowly opened her eyes. Get ready to release him. Release him? Zhang Kong frowned. Aren't you going to investigate? Yi Yu responded, You can check, but you can't illegally imprison Li Qingxia anymore. It will cause problems. Zhang Kong asked again, What did the other end of the phone say? Yi Yu took a deep look at the tea in the cup and said in a deep voice, I said the two words released. What? Zhang Kong was confused. That's it? Yu stood up with the help of the table and walked out of the private room, saying at the same time, "This is an order from the Strategic Command." In a dimly lit conference room, a dozen or so imposing humans sat on both sides of the conference table. Most of them were men, and the vast majority were elderly. One of them, an old man with gray hair mixed with some black, put down the phone in his hand and looked at the ceiling deeply, wondering what he was thinking. "Is it him?" someone asked. As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes were focused on the old man. The old man rubbed his temple tiredly and nodded helplessly. Who else could it be except him? After that incident, he hasn't contacted us for many years. Why did he suddenly call us this time? Are you trying to interfere with the election of the Antong division? Things are different now. Even if he wants to, he doesn't have the ability to do so. In the shadowless cell, Li Chunxiu sat cross-legged on the ground, leaning against the cold wall. There was no clock in the cell, and Li Chunxiu did not know the exact time he was imprisoned there. He could only find out the number of days he was imprisoned by his meals every 2 days. 4 days. Li Chunxiu opened his eyes, his dark pupils revealing an unconcealable weakness. His hands hidden in his sleeves already showed signs of aging, with shallow wrinkles appearing on the surface of his skin. Long-term hunger has consumed all the life energy in his body, and he can no longer slow down his aging. Originally, Li Chunxiu thought that these 3 people would only detain him for 2 days at most, but he didn't expect that these 3 people were so shameless that they could illegally imprison him for 4 days despite the pressure from the media. Li Chunxiu knew that if he was locked up for another 3 or 4 days, his identity as a resuscitator would undoubtedly be exposed. Instead of waiting for death, it is better to take the initiative and find a way to escape from the police. Anyway, the other party has imprisoned me illegally, so it is not illegal for me to escape. Chapter 76 Oscar. Ever since Li Chunxiu had gone through his last interrogation, the place where he was detained had changed. Although it was still a cell, there had been earth-shaking changes outside the cell. Outside the gate was no longer a narrow aisle, but a long corridor, at the end of which was the cell where Li Chunxiu was. In the corridor, there is a soldier with a gun every 5 meters. The walls made of high-strength steel are shining bright silver under the overhead lights. In addition, there are bullet-sized holes on the ceiling of the corridor. In the event of an emergency, these holes will be controlled to automatically fire bullets. These are not a big deal for 096 Cao Shui, but they are a fatal threat to Li Chunxiu, the man of destiny. Breaking in by force will definitely expose his identity as a resuscitator, so he can only use his wits to outwit him. Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the cell door from inside. The soldier standing at the door clicked on the display screen on the cell door, and Li Chunxiu's weak face appeared on it. "What's the matter?" the soldier asked coldly and unkindly. In the picture, Li Chunxiu covered his stomach and said with a haggard face, "I'm so hungry, can you give me something to eat?" The soldier shook his head. "I'm sorry, but Chief Yeo requires us to have 1 meal every 2 days. Then, Li Chunxiu bent down and continued unwillingly, "I want to meet Chief Yu." The soldier said coldly, "Captain Yeo is not with the police at the moment. If she returns, we will inform her of your request." Li Chunxiu gritted his teeth and said in pain, "If I can't see Commander Yu, I can see Commanders He Lu and Zhang Kong. I'm sorry, the 3 of them went out together and are not with the police at the moment." After hearing this, Li Chunxiu was stunned, and a barely perceptible joy flashed across his deep eyes. "I am quite lucky." So, Li Chunxiu began his performance. "Dudu isn't here?" Li Chunxiu squatted down, holding his stomach. His already pale face became even more pale. "Just bear with it for a while. You won't be hungry anymore after a while." The soldier casually said something to comfort him, and when he was about to turn off the monitor, Li Chunxiu in the screen suddenly shouted in pain. "Ah!" Li Chunxiu clutched his heart tightly with both hands and lay on the ground with a ferocious look on his face, his eyes staring straight at the camera at the door of the cell. "This?" The soldier looked at Li Chunxiu in confusion, and his hand that was about to turn off the display screen froze in midair. "What's wrong with you?" the soldier asked in surprise. I, Li Chunxiu raised his hand with difficulty. I feel sick. Help, cough, cough, cough." Bright red blood gushed out from the corners of Li Chunxiu's mouth, staining his neck and collar red like an unstoppable spring. Seeing this, the soldier's eyes widened, and he subconsciously reached out to touch the fingerprint lock of the door. But when he was 1 centimeter away from the fingerprint lock, he stopped again, and the words that Yu had told him appeared in his mind. "Don't open the cell under any circumstances. Meals should be delivered via a conveyor belt through the cell window." For a moment, the soldier's hand seemed to be pulled by 2 forces, sometimes forward and sometimes backward. This abnormal behavior quickly attracted the attention of other soldiers, and soon more than a dozen soldiers surrounded him. When they saw Li Chunqiu vomiting blood, they all became nervous. What's going on? Zhang Shi, what happened to Li Chunqiu? Someone asked in surprise. Gatekeeper Zhang Shi looked at the others helplessly. I don't know. He just said he was hungry, and then he vomited blood. What should we do? What should we do? Of course, we should take him to the infirmary first. It can't be opened. Commander Yiyu said that no matter what happens, the cell door cannot be opened. So what should we do? Just watch. That's not good. If something really happens to Li Chunqiu, we won't be able to explain it. Everyone hesitated, and no one dared to make up their mind. Li Chunqiu, who was lying in the cell coughing up blood madly, had a dark complexion. Was it useless for him to cough up so much blood on purpose, or was his performance not serious enough? Forget it, let's make it a little more serious. Li Chunqiu said secretly in his heart. The next second, Li Chunqiu's pupils trembled violently, and his face suddenly turned from pale to blood red. Deep red lines appeared under his skin, swimming like little snakes. Immediately afterwards, Li Chunqiu closed his eyes, tilted his head, and kicked his feet, all in one go. Nima, what's going on? Do you want to open it? Open it quickly, or someone will die. Under the urging of everyone, Zhang Shi stretched out his finger and pressed it. Beep. Unlock successful. Snap. The moment the door opened, a group of people rushed in and ran to Li Chunqiu. Zhang Shi, who was at the front, knelt on the ground, leaned over and put his ear to Li Chunqiu's chest. The next second, he raised his head in astonishment and said in a trembling voice, "It seems the heartbeat is getting weaker. Get out of the way." A soldier pushed Zhang Shi away, crossed his hands and pressed them on Li Chunqiu's chest, performing CPR while shouting, "Go get a stretcher, quick." Good. The soldier standing at the door responded and ran out anxiously. Zhang Shi asked nervously, "How is he?" "I'm not a professional doctor, how would I know? But the situation should not be very good. I can feel his heartbeat is getting weaker and weaker." Zhang Shi said solemnly. Then should I give him artificial respiration? Ahem. Li Chunqiu, lying on the ground, coughed violently twice. His originally weak heartbeat gradually became louder, but it was still very weak compared to a normal person. My CPR is taking effect. Quickly, strike while the iron is hot and perform artificial respiration. The man turned and shouted at Zhang Shi. Okay. Zhang Shi nodded woodenly and quickly knelt down beside Li Chunqiu. Li Chunqiu frowned, and just as he was about to spit out blood, a voice he had been waiting for came from the door of the cell. The stretcher is here. Don't do it yet. Send him to the infirmary. Soon, Li Chunqiu was carried onto a stretcher and left the cell. On the crowded road, cars were moving slowly forward one after another. The vehicle of the three-member Antongsai team was also among them. Zhang Kong sat in the driver's seat, honking the car horn impatiently, complaining, "I've been driving all the time these past few days, and in the end, alas." He Lu, who was sitting in the passenger seat, patted Zhang Kong on the shoulder and said comfortingly, "Since the strategic command has spoken, that means there is no problem with the Li Chunqiu we investigated. Doesn't this eliminate the possibility of a wrong answer? What is there to complain about? Maybe the real disaster has died in the underworld." Yu leaned his head and looked out the window, saying in a cold voice, "No matter what, there are still many suspicious points about Li Chunqiu. We have to continue investigating after he is released. If he is really fine, then we can say that Zai Shui died in the underworld." Ding-ling-ling. Ding-ling-ling. A cell phone ring interrupted Yi Yu's words. Chapter 77. Why don't you go back? Yi Yu took out his cell phone from his pocket, glanced at the number and answered the call. "Hello, what's the matter?" Commander, something bad has happened. Something bad has happened." An anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. Yi Yu frowned and said with some dissatisfaction, "Call me after you calm down your emotions." Having said that, Yi Yu reached out to hang up the phone, but before she put the phone back in her pocket, the phone rang again. Yi Yu picked up the phone impatiently and said in a cold tone, "What's wrong?" "Sir, that Li Chunqiu is dying." "Oh, no more," Yi Yu said calmly while leaning against the window. A few seconds later, her pupils suddenly dilated. She sat up straight and shouted in horror, "No more?" This shout scared Zhang Kong, who was driving, and He Lu, who was sitting in the passenger seat, also turned his head curiously to look at Yi Yu. Yi Yu asked anxiously, "Why is it not working? Tell me clearly, is it because of aging?" "No." Li Chunqiu suddenly said that he was hungry, and then he suddenly vomited blood and passed out. When we went in, His heartbeat was very weak, and it seemed that he was not doing well. Now he has been taken to the infirmary for emergency treatment. Hearing this, Yu felt a chill in his heart, and his rosy complexion, which had finally recovered, turned pale again. The leader of the Strategic Command Center asked me to release the person, but something happened to him the next moment. If Li Chenxiu died at the hands of the police, would I have any future in the security and control department? Thinking of this, Yu felt a chill running up the soles of her feet to the top of her head. She said seriously, "I don't care what method you use, you must keep him stable. Even if I die, I can't die in the police force." After saying that, Yu hung up the phone and patted Zhang Kong on the shoulder. "Drive faster." "What's wrong? What happened?" Zhang Kong asked without turning his head. Yu calmed down and said calmly, "Something happened to Li Chenxiu. He seems to be dying." "What?" He Lu and Zhang Kong shouted in unison. "Police infirmary." Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the door. "Doctor, the ambulance is here." Outside the door of the infirmary, a group of soldiers crowded at the door. Click. The automatic sensor door of the medical room slowly opened, and an emergency cart was pushed out. Then, a tall and thin doctor in a white coat and a blue mask appeared in everyone's sight. Zhang Shi looked down at the person lying on the cart and asked nervously, "Doctor, why is Li Chenxiu's face covered in blood?" The doctor replied calmly, "He vomited a few mouthfuls of blood during the operation. It's nothing serious. Please send him to the ambulance." After saying this, the doctor was about to turn around and walk back to the infirmary when Zhang Shi grabbed his arm and said, "Aren't you going to follow me? I need to sort out the data of Li Chenxiu's various indicators and submit them to the hospital later. Do you understand?" The doctor rudely slapped Zhang Shi's hand away, put his hands in his pockets, and walked into the infirmary. A few seconds later, with a click, the sensor door of the infirmary slowly closed. "This doctor. All right, hurry up and get Li Chenxiu to the ambulance. He's dying. How are we going to explain this to the higher-ups?" Soon, the soldier at the door left the infirmary pushing the emergency cart. Inside the infirmary, the doctor walked to the faucet, took off his gloves and washed his hands, then reached out and pulled off his mask. That handsome and cold face was completely exposed to the air. This person was none other than Li Chenxiu. After being pushed into the infirmary, he knocked out the doctor who was about to treat him, swapped their clothes, disguised the other as himself, and hid the truth. After hearing no more sound outside the corridor, Li Chenxiu put on his mask, walked out of the infirmary again, and headed towards the police cafeteria. The police canteen is very big, and they serve stir-fry dishes, fast food, spicy hot pot, oil splash noodles, dumplings, etc. Everything that is available in city number 11 can be found here. Li Chenxiu used the doctor's meal card to order a bunch of stir-fry dishes, then sat in the shade in the corner and ate them heartily, replenishing the scarce life energy in his body. After eating and drinking, Li Chenxiu took out his mobile phone and called Li Chenxiu. Beep, 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 beep. "Hey, I escaped," Li Chenxiu said in a low voice. Li Chenxiu on the other end of the phone said in surprise, "Hey, he came out so soon. This and Tong, wait, escaped?" Li Chenxiu said seriously, "Well, if I don't escape, my body will start to age. This is the only way. You and the boss should not contact me these few days and stay out of the spotlight." After hearing this, Li Chenxiu on the other end of the phone felt his head buzzing. He glanced at Li Ji, who was sitting next to him, and silently turned on the speakerphone. "Xiao Qiuzi, are you sure you escaped by yourself?" Li Chenxiu said unhappily. "If I don't run out, will I still wait for you to save me?" For a moment, the air around Li Chenxiu fell into an eerie silence. "I'll hang up if nothing else." Li Chenxiu hurriedly said, "No, no, no." Li Chenxiu asked impatiently, "What's wrong? If you have anything to say, just tell me." Can you go back?" Li Chenxiu asked cautiously. "Ah." Li Chenxiu showed a trace of surprise on his face. "Are you kidding? They illegally imprisoned me. Why would I go back after I finally escaped? Are they going to release me after they have a change of heart? They seem to have found their conscience. If you don't run away, they will let you go later." "What?" Li Chenxiu opened his mouth slightly. A hint of confusion flashed in his eyes. "What do you mean?" Li Chenxiu said vaguely, "My boss and I met with them at noon today and talked about your affairs. Later, when I was leaving, my boss asked when they would release you, and they said they would release you at noon today." In the cafeteria, Li Chenxiu pursed his lips, not knowing what to say for a moment. Li Chenxiu asked tentatively, "Xiao Qiuzi, why don't you go back?" Li Chenxiu frowned and thought for a while, then said in a deep voice, "I guess they let me go because of media pressure. Even if I go out, they will still investigate and monitor me. In that case, I might as well sneak away and find a way to deal with Gong Rant's family before leaving City 11. Okay, don't contact me recently. Bye. After saying that, Li Chunxio hung up the phone, got up and left the cafeteria. After the police stole a pair of plain clothes and put them on, he put on a mask and walked out of the police gate in broad daylight, walked into the crowd, and disappeared in the vast sea of people. At the same time, in a coffee shop, two younger men and women looked at each other, picked up their unfinished coffee, left the shop, and followed in the direction of Li Chunxio. Chapter 78 Taxi. Li Chunxio, who was walking on the sidewalk, uttered a slight hesitation, then retracted his legs and stopped where he was. Who is it? Li Chunxio tilted his head slightly, with a hint of confusion in his eyes. His keen sixth sense made him realize that two people were following him, but he could feel that these two people had no ill will towards him. Li Chunxio turned around. His deep gaze passed through the crowd and locked onto a man and woman several hundred meters away. 100 meters away, the young man trembled. A trace of panic rose in his eyes, and he stood there like a piece of wood. The man's Adam's apple rolled slightly, and he said in a trembling voice, He seems to be looking at me. The woman at the side looked at the man with disdain. What are you afraid of? Don't you still have me? Who said I was scared? The man puffed out his chest and stared at the woman. Let's go. After saying that, the man walked forward despite Li Chunxio's gaze. The woman raised the corner of her mouth in a charming arc and followed him. The distance between the two sides is getting closer and closer. 200 meters, 150 meters, 100 meters. Li Chunxio's eyes gradually became sharp, the ashes on the index finger of his left hand flickered slightly, and a faint chill emanated from his body. Hey, why do you feel so cold all of a sudden? It seems to be a bit cold. The people around Li Chunxio shuddered and reached out to tighten their clothes. In just a short while, the man had already walked to Li Chunxio's side. Just when Li Chunxio wanted to say something, the man slipped a note into Li Chunxio's hand without leaving a trace and whispered, "Wait for you." After saying that, the man quickly rushed into the crowd and disappeared without a trace. Only Li Chunxio was left standing there. He glanced at the note in his hand, walked to the alley beside, stopped at a blind spot where the surveillance camera was not visible, and opened the note in his hand. We can help you clear the suspicion of being the cause of the disaster. Contact us. Union. Li Chunxio murmured to himself. Just as he finished saying this, a horn sounded from the roadside. Li Chunxio turned his head and saw a green and white taxi. The bright yellow license plate was particularly conspicuous under the sunlight, and it was exactly the same as the license plate number on the note. After seeing this scene, Li Chunxio did not make any move. He lowered his head and looked at the note deeply. After pondering for more than 10 seconds, Li Chunxio burned the small note into ashes with his fingers and walked towards the taxi. Boom, boom, boom. Li Chunxio reached out and knocked on the closed car window. Master, shall we go? The middle-aged driver glanced at Li Chunxio and said, Let's go. Get in the car. Li Chunxio nodded, opened the passenger door and got in. The air conditioner was on in the car, and a faint smell of blood was floating in the enclosed environment. Li Chunxio had a very sensitive sense of smell, and he immediately identified the smell of human blood. He looked deeply at the middle-aged driver but did not speak. The middle-aged driver wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, grinned at Li Chunxio and said, Where are you going, young man? You called me here, but you asked me where I was going? Li Chunxio asked back calmly. He. The middle-aged driver laughed cheerfully a few times, stepped on the accelerator and drove away from the roadside. Li Chunxio leaned his head against the window and asked after a long silence, Who are you? The middle-aged driver held the steering wheel and said with a smile, Of course it's someone like you. Li Chunxio frowned, and a hint of coldness flashed in his deep eyes. Tell me clearly, who are you? What is your purpose, and which force do you belong to? You are a really interesting person. Someone will tell you, but that person is not me. The middle-aged driver narrowed his eyes and continued driving as if nothing had happened. Li Chunxio raised the corner of his mouth slightly. You are quite interesting. Do you think I am asking you a question? Call. A black shadow flashed in the car, and the next second, the hair on the middle-aged driver's forehead was blown upwards by the wind. Li Chunxio's left index finger stopped in front of the middle-aged driver's forehead. Snap! A sharp braking sound was heard on the road, and the taxi, which was driving normally, suddenly stopped with an emergency brake. Fortunately, there was no vehicle following closely behind the taxi, otherwise there would have been a rear-end collision. Inside the car, the middle-aged driver's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle tip, and drops of cold sweat slowly seeped out from his forehead. The chills surging from the fingertips made him tremble all over. His hair stood on end, and an unprecedented sense of oppression spread throughout his body. The middle-aged driver swallowed his saliva, and 1,000 horses galloped through his mind. Why is this strength different from what the intelligence said? Damn, false intelligence is hurting people. Beep, beep, beep. The front is moving. Do you think the road is your parking space? Beep, beep, beep. A sharp horn sounded from behind the taxi. What are you standing there for? Keep driving. Licencio smiled and tapped the middle-aged driver's brow with his finger. Well, the middle-aged driver nodded slightly, started the car, and drove slowly forward. Licencio retracted his fingers, crossed his legs, and sat on the passenger seat, saying calmly, You are just a four-band resurrectionist. What qualifications do you have to act mysterious in front of me? What I said is not to ask you, but to order you to give an answer. If you give a good answer, I will let you live. If you give a bad answer, you should be prepared to leave here lying down. The middle-aged driver took a few deep breaths and said bravely, We are here to help you clear your suspicion. If you dare to kill me, then... Without waiting for the driver to finish his words, Licencio raised his hand and placed it on the other's head, with his 5 fingers pressed tightly against his forehead. Licencio bent over and put his head in front of the driver. Why don't you say anything? I'm waiting to crush your head. The middle-aged driver's lips turned pale, and he forced a pale smile. I won't say anything anymore. I won't say anything anymore. Licencio asked coldly. I'll ask you one last time. Who are you and what is your purpose? The middle-aged driver said anxiously, We are from the underworld, and our purpose is to help you clear your suspicion. Licencio raised his eyebrows. Do you know who I am? Yes, Flood. The middle-aged driver said stutteringly. After these words were spoken, a hint of doubt appeared between Licencio's brows. The news that I am the 096 disaster is currently just speculation, and there is no definite conclusion. But from the tone of this person from the underworld, it is obvious that he is sure that he is 096 disaster water. How did they know this? Could it be that I didn't kill all the resurrected people in the underworld, and someone spread the news? The middle-aged driver seemed to notice Licencio's confusion and explained, It was Master Horsefaced who said that. Chapter 79, 6th floor 602. Horse-faced demon? Licencio frowned, and the gloomy-faced man in the underworld immediately appeared in his mind. Wasn't this guy killed by me in the underworld? How could he still be alive? Licencio lowered his eyes and said suspiciously, Do you think I'm easy to fool? As he spoke, Licencio raised the corner of his mouth and stared at the middle-aged driver with a hawk-like sharp gaze. The middle-aged driver gripped the steering wheel tightly and said nervously, Big brother, I'm just a driver. I really don't know the specific situation. Licencio shouted coldly. If you don't know anything, how can you conclude that I am a disaster? How can you tell who spread the news? Do you think I am a fool? The middle-aged driver wrinkled his face and said innocently, Listen to my explanation. Actually, I am a subordinate of Lord Nyoto of the underworld. I have been active in City 14 and I am not familiar with Lord Mamyan at all. 3 days ago, Lord Oxhead gathered us together and said that Lord Horseface City was seriously injured by the high-risk disaster 096 flood at City number 11. When one party is in trouble, the other party will naturally lend a hand. So we came to City number 11. When I first came here, I heard a lot of media reports that you were the disaster. I even asked Lord Nyoto whether the news was true or not. Lord Nyoto didn't confirm it, but didn't refute it either. I subconsciously thought that you were the disaster. Upon hearing this, Licencio stared at the middle-aged driver for a while, then withdrew his hand, touched his chin and looked out the window. If the driver had not lied to him, then the horse-faced demon must have survived through some means, and his identity must have been known to the other party, so it would be reasonable for him to ask someone to take revenge on him. Thinking of this, Licencio's brows flashed with a trace of solemnity, and then he asked, If you say so, you should be my enemy. Why are you helping me clear the suspicion now? The middle-aged driver shook his head in confusion. I really don't know. Lord Nyoto suddenly said that he would not seek revenge and would help you clear your suspicion. After that, I was sent here to pick you up. Are you telling the truth? Licencio narrowed his eyes. Are you trying to trick me into a deserted place and have sex with me? It's all true. Every word is true, said the middle-aged driver in panic. Licencio lowered his eyes and thought for a while, then closed his eyes without saying a word, leaning back in his chair as if he had fallen asleep. Number 1 Central Hospital of the city. In the bright and clean corridor, Yu and other 2 people and dozens of soldiers were guarding the door of the emergency room. Yu sat in the waiting chair. Her nervousness made her cross her hands, and her dark eyes looked at the tiles and then at the door of the emergency room. How long have you been in there? Yu turned his head and asked Zhang Kong, who was sitting next to him. Zhang Kong raised his wrist and looked at his watch. 2 minutes, Sister Yi. Don't worry too much. It's just eating less food. How could I die? Yu bent down and put his hands on his forehead, muttering softly, I hope so. As soon as he finished speaking, the lights in the emergency room went out. For a moment, everyone's eyes were focused on the door of the emergency room, with different expressions. Didn't we just go in? Yeah. Is the first aid over? First aid can't be that quick. This person is probably dead. Before the man could finish his words, his mouth was covered by someone. Sitting on the waiting chair, Yu supported herself on her knees and stood up, looking at the door of the emergency room with a grim expression. A bad premonition arose in her heart. Click. Under everyone's gaze, a male doctor in a white coat walked out with a frown on his brow, looking at everyone with a puzzled expression. Yi walked forward, grabbed the male doctor's arm and asked, Doctor, how is Li Chinchio? The male doctor frowned, not knowing what to say. Doctor, has something happened to this child? Lu came over with a worried look on his face. The male doctor bit his lower lip and asked tentatively, Did you move the wrong person? There was silence on the field, and everyone had a big question mark on their head. Rumbling. The sound of wheels rolling came from the emergency room, and then an emergency cart appeared in front of everyone. A young man with his upper body naked was lying there blankly, his small eyes filled with confusion. Yu looked down at the man, pointed at him, and asked the doctor in confusion, Where's Li Chunxio? The male doctor shook his head. I don't know. A soldier rushed out of the crowd and shouted, You don't know who knows? We handed the man over to you personally. Where is he? The one you handed over to me wasn't Li Chinchio, so how would I know where he was? The male doctor spread his hands innocently and fought back forcefully. I was just wondering, this guy is fine, but you called the emergency number and said he was dying. Are you kidding us? Just as the two sides were at a stalemate, Soldier Zhang Shi walked over to the emergency cart and asked uncertainly, Are you the doctor in the police infirmary? The young man nodded woodenly, Yeah. Zhang Kong frowned and asked, Why are you here? The young man scratched his head. I don't know. I was originally with Li Chunxio, and then, I seem to have fainted? Zhang Kong was no fool. He realized in an instant that he and Li Chunxio had been fooled. He looked at the soldiers in great confusion. You don't even look at their faces when you move people? As soon as these words were spoken, the soldiers lowered their heads in shame like wilted bean sprouts. Yu let out a long sigh and patted Zhang Kong on the shoulder. He ran away. It's good that he's okay. It's good that he's okay. After driving the taxi in city number 11 for an hour, the middle-aged driver stopped at an abandoned residential building. There is no surveillance here. It is deserted and the ground is littered with garbage that is stuck to the ground and emits a foul odor. A breeze blew by, blowing up the plastic bags on the ground and blowing them away into the distance, making a swish sound. The middle-aged driver lowered his head and gave Li Chunxio a flattering smile. Brother, we're here. Li Chunxio glanced out the window, pushed the door and got out of the taxi. The middle-aged driver lowered the window and stuck his head out. Brother, 6th floor, 602. I'm leaving first. I'll pick you up later. After saying that, without waiting for Li Chunxio to respond, the middle-aged driver stepped on the accelerator and left, leaving only 2 rows of wheel marks. Li Chunxio stood there looking at the abandoned residential building in front of him, a hint of surprise flashing in his deep eyes. For some reason, standing in front of this residential building, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity in his heart, and even a hint of intimacy mixed in with this familiarity. Chapter 80 Yama. Strange. Li Chunxio muttered to himself. Although he had doubts and concerns in his heart, he still stepped into the abandoned residential building. The stairwell was dark and cold because no one had lived there for years. The peeling paint on the walls gave off a strange, pungent smell, and in some corners one could see the rotting corpses of unknown creatures. Li Chunxio walked on the dusty steps, raising a bit of dust with every step he took. The dull sound of his footsteps quietly echoed in the empty stairwell. 1st floor, 3rd floor, 4th floor, 6th floor. Li Chunxio walked to a scratched wooden door and knocked on it with his fingers. Boom, boom, boom. A few seconds later, the wooden door made a harsh creaking sound and was pulled open by someone from the inside. A thin young man appeared in front of Li Chunxio. This man was the young man who had handed him the note before. Come in. The young man stepped aside and respectfully made way for him. Li Chunxio looked him up and down and asked curiously, Have we met somewhere before? The young man smiled awkwardly. Yes, just now. Licentio smiled and walked into the room. The room was not big, and there were dusty furniture everywhere, except for the sofa and coffee table in the middle of the living room. In addition to the young man, there was a man and a woman in the room. Licentio had seen the woman before. She was the one who was traveling with the young man. At this moment, she was standing respectfully beside the sofa, massaging the shoulders of the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man had fair skin and three-dimensional facial features. He was wearing an exquisite retro plaid suit. He was leaning elegantly on the sofa with his legs crossed and his eyes closed. After hearing the noise coming from the door, the middle-aged man slowly opened his eyes and looked in the direction of Licentio. The two people's eyes collided directly. Licentio's eyes were deep, and a barely perceptible fear flashed across them. When facing a powerful life, his sixth sense will give a reminder, such as increased heartbeat and rapid secretion of endorphins. The moment he walked into the room, Licentio's sixth sense detected a very powerful existence on the sofa, but the sixth sense did not point to the middle-aged man, but to the woman. The man was like a piece of air, dispensable and posing no danger at all. But the more this happened, the more alert Licentio became. No matter how weak a normal person was, he could still sense the other person's presence. How could they be so weak that he couldn't detect it at all? Seeing Licentio standing there and looking at him, the middle-aged man smiled gently and pointed to the other end of the sofa and said, "Sit down, don't be shy." "Yeah." Licentio responded casually, walked to the sofa and sat down steadily, then just looked at the middle-aged man quietly. The middle-aged man looked towards the door with a gentle gaze. "Horse face, make tea for this guest." The young man at the door trembled and responded with gritted teeth, "Okay." After saying that, he lowered his head and walked to the coffee table, carefully making tea for Licentio with a rather unfamiliar technique. "Horse-faced demon?" Licentio bent down and looked at the horse-faced demon. The horse-faced guard nodded timidly, not daring to look Licentio in the eye. The middle-aged man smiled and explained, "Horse-faced demon possesses a mysterious weapon called the soul-returning needle. If you insert this needle into the forehead of any person, once the horse-faced demon is killed, he will be reborn in the body of the person who was inserted with the needle, and he can accurately locate the murderer." Licentio suddenly realized and nodded with a smile. "Interesting. I didn't expect there is such a heaven-defying mysterious weapon. It's just a disposable mysterious weapon. If it can be reborn infinitely, I won't give it to him." The middle-aged man's eyebrows curved like a crescent moon, and he continued to say to Licentio, "Let me introduce myself. I am King Yama, one of the 10 Yama kings of the underworld. You can just call me Yama. The one behind me is the ox head of the underworld. Like the horse face, they are both marshals of the underworld." The woman standing behind nodded at Licentio. Licentio leaned back on the sofa and said in a deep voice, "King of Hell and Lord Een, you have many names for your positions in the underworld. What do you want to do by calling me here? Isn't it clearly stated on the note? We are here to help you clear yourself of suspicion of the flood." King Yama said in surprise. Licentio looked at King Yama in confusion. "I killed your people in the underworld and took away your spiritual weapons. Not only do you not seek revenge on me, but you also want to help me clear my suspicion. This is a bit hard to understand." "What's so hard to understand? A talented monster with a dual identity and a resurrected spiritual weapon. Naturally, our underworld has to recruit him," King Yama said as a matter of course. "Even though I have extraordinary talent, I am now only a level 2 forbidden person, and my identity as the chosen one is also under great doubt. As for the so-called mysterious spiritual weapon, if you kill me, it will become an ownerless weapon. I still cannot understand it." Licentio shook his head. "Have some tea." King Yama raised his hand to indicate the hot tea on the table. Upon hearing this, Licentio picked up the teacup and took a sip. After seeing Licentio drinking his tea, King Luo asked expectantly, "I planted this myself. How is it?" Licentio lowered his head and savored the taste for a while, then said calmly, "I don't know how to taste tea, but it tastes pretty good." King Yama smiled with satisfaction and then explained, "If it were just your talent and dual identity, it would not be enough. At most it would make the underworld excited, but with your spiritual weapon, it would be completely different. The previous owner of this spiritual weapon was someone from our underworld. The resurrected person was originally an ordinary ghost, but after gaining the recognition of this spiritual weapon, it is no exaggeration to say that his strength has increased by leaps and bounds. If he is given a few more years, this resurrected person will definitely become the backbone of the underworld. But the man is innocent, but he is guilty of possessing a treasure. How can an ordinary ghost possess such a powerful spiritual weapon?" Later, he was killed. To be more precise, he was killed by people from the underworld. But surprisingly, with the death of the resurrected person, the spiritual weapon also turned into blood-colored mist and disappeared into thin air between heaven and earth. It reappeared today, 100 years later. Bloody mist? Li Chinchio frowned in confusion. King Yama nodded. Spiritual instruments have self-protection mechanisms. If the owner is killed, it will resist in its own way. But it is usually just a symbolic resistance, not as fierce as your spiritual instrument. Hearing this, Li Chinchio reached out and touched his Jin. He didn't expect that the previous owner of Jin was actually someone from the underworld. King Yama smiled and stretched out his hand to Li Chinchio. Join the underworld. We will provide you with dying high prison lives for you to slaughter, and we can also help you clear the suspicion of disaster water so that you can live a good life in human society. Li Chinchio lowered his head, seeming to be hesitating about something. A few minutes later, he slowly raised his head, and his indifferent and cold eyes gradually emerged from the shadows. If I join the underworld, can you help me kill those 3 people from the Antong division?